Chapter 1. The Annulment of Engagement. Dragon Kingdom. Qin Family Villa. Seated at the dining table, Qin Tian consumed his breakfast with an air of composure. Beside him stood the butler, Long Bo, maintaining a silent vigil. In the vast, enigmatic, and ancient expanse of the Dragon Kingdom, the imposing Qin Family Villa rose majestically. This villa, both solemn and grand, resembled a diminutive palace, symbolizing the Qin family's esteemed status and prominence. As the morning light began to break, sunbeams streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious and bright dining area. Qin Tian sat elegantly at the exquisitely refined table, clad in a well-tailored black suit. His stature was as upright as a cypress, exuding an extraordinary aura of coldness and gravitas. At this moment, he methodically savored a sumptuous breakfast, each movement reflecting poise and dignity, as if time itself had come to a standstill in his presence. Standing quietly to the side was Long Bo, the venerable butler of the Qin household. Dressed in a crisp gray uniform, his visage bore a kind and dignified expression. Though time had etched deep lines upon his face, his eyes sparkled with boundless wisdom and loyalty. Long Bo slightly bowed, hands clasped before him, intently watching Qin Tian, ever ready to heed the young master's commands. The entire scene was imbued with a solemn tranquility that evoked a sense of reverence. Outside the villa's grand entrance, Rolls-Royce glided to a halt before the Qin family villa. A man and a woman emerged from the vehicle, the woman adorned in a vibrant red dress, her feet graced by white high heels encrusted with red gemstones. This woman, known as Lu Ruyan, was the daughter of the Lu family, independently managing a pharmaceutical company and a third-year martial artist in her own right. Accompanying her was a man named Yi Fan, whose appearance was unremarkable, lacking any distinguishing features. Clad in a faded white shirt and blue jeans adorned with several large tears, his feet were shod in a pair of yellow flip-flops. Immediately, a security guard intercepted Yi Fan. Seeing the obstruction, Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure creeping into his demeanor. However, with Lu Ruyan at his side, he refrained from expressing his irritation and halted his steps. "Excuse me, sir. You cannot enter the villa at will. Please cooperate with our procedures." "Thank you," the guard responded politely. "He is my friend. I am bringing him inside," Lu Ruyan declared impatiently. "This gentleman is not appropriately attired and cannot enter the villa," the guard insisted. "And if I insist on entering?" Yi Fan challenged. "Then we would have no choice but to expel you from here," replied the head of security, Long Outyen. "Never has anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner." Yi Fan's fists clenched as he lunged at Long Outyen. With a surge of power, Yi Fan unleashed a strike infused with 4/10 of a great martial artist's strength. The formidable punch, brimming with terrifying energy, resembled the explosive force of a small grenade. Yet, Long Outyen effortlessly intercepted the blow with a single hand, unleashing a wave of transparent energy that sent Yi Fan hurtling back several dozen feet, his feet skidding violently against the ground, leaving a long trail in his wake. Yi Fan felt a searing pain in his feet, a burning sensation coursing through him. Meanwhile, within the villa, Qin Tian had already taken note of the commotion outside, yet he chose to remain undisturbed, elegantly finishing his breakfast. He then retrieved a silk handkerchief to delicately wipe his mouth before instructing Long Bo to investigate the situation. In an instant, Long Bo appeared outside the villa, releasing his aura, which sent Yi Fan tumbling back like a kite with its strings severed, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Lu Ruyan rushed to Yi Fan's side, assisting him to his feet. Long Bo regarded Lu Ruyan with a smile, though a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. "What brings Miss Lu to our doorstep?" he inquired. "I have come today to annul my engagement with Qin Tian." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, leaving the guards and Long Bo in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. As Lu Ruyan helped Yi Fan, she swiftly made her way into the villa, the sound of her high heels echoing crisply against the floor. Inside the villa, Qin Tian sat elegantly upon the sofa, savoring a freshly brewed Longjing tea from this year's tender buds. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's entrance, he lifted his gaze. "Lu Ruyan, what brings you here?" Qin Tian asked, a note of confusion in his voice. "I am here to annul our engagement," Lu Ruyan replied hastily, producing a marriage certificate from her bag and slamming it onto the table. Qin Tian's eyes fell upon the document, and he sprang to his feet in shock. With a resounding slap, he struck Lu Ruyan across her delicate, smooth cheek. A vivid red imprint blossomed on Lu Ruyan's face, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Clutching her bruised cheek, her eyes widened in disbelief. "How dare you hit me? My parents have never laid a finger on me throughout my life." "And what of it? You come here to annul our engagement, which is tantamount to slapping my family's face." Long Bo observed this scene with great satisfaction. He had long harbored resentment towards Lu Ruyan for her unreasonable demands. As a butler, he had refrained from expressing his disdain, merely following the young master's orders. Now, witnessing this turn of events filled him with exhilaration, akin to winning a lottery. "You are merely a girl from a second-rate family. What right do you have to annul the engagement? If anyone should be annulled, it should be me going to the Lu family. Do not think that your looks grant you carte blanche. There are plenty of beautiful women in this metropolis. With a mere beckon, they would flock to me. Were it not for your grandfather saving my grandfather's life and arranging this engagement, do you think I would deign to acknowledge you? Even if you offered yourself to me, I would not spare you a glance." At this moment, Qin Tian's aura turned icily cold, as if he could freeze the entire villa in its place. His eyes sharpened, piercing through the very souls of those around him. Lu Ruyan had never witnessed such a terrifying side of Qin Tian. He had always presented himself as a graceful gentleman, refined and cultured. Fearful, Lu Ruyan stumbled backward, colliding into Yifan's embrace. Yifan patted Lu Ruyan's back in an attempt to comfort her, his gaze burning with fury as he glared at Qin Tian. Ding! Host has encountered the fated child, Yifan, and the fated heroine, Lu Ruyan, seeking to annul the engagement, activating the face-slapping system. A mechanical voice echoed in Qin Tian's mind. A system? I never anticipated that after 20 years of traversing, I would activate a system today. Indeed, it is as you surmised. Qin Tian was not of this world. He was a genuine traveler. During a delivery, a massive truck had suddenly appeared, and he had been transported by the Truck Emperor to this parallel world strikingly similar to Blue Star. Born into the wealthy Qin family as its heir, he had emerged with an abundance of resources and boundless wealth, without ever experiencing the trials of being an imposter. Chapter 2. Overturning the Fated Child. After a brief communication with the face-slapping system in his mind, Qin Tian swiftly grasped its operational mechanism. This seemingly straightforward system harbored immense power. Its core function was exceedingly direct. By delivering blows to those endowed with fortune and successfully siphoning their luck, he could convert it into valuable face-slapping points. These points served as a universal key, unlocking a trove of treasures within the system's marketplace. Within the mysterious and arcane system marketplace lay a plethora of coveted items. Among them were diverse and powerful techniques that could elevate practitioners to unparalleled heights. Countless rare treasures radiated alluring glows and cards capable of shattering cultivation bottlenecks, transforming the dream of soaring strength into a tangible reality. Furthermore, face-slapping points possessed another intriguing purpose: participation in system lottery events. 3 distinct tiers of lottery wheels awaited beginner, ultimate, and advanced. Each spin of the beginner wheel required 100 face-slapping points. To try the ultimate wheel demanded a staggering 1,000 points, while the luxurious advanced wheel required an astonishing 100,000 points for each attempt. Yet, high risks often accompanied high rewards. Perhaps within these spins lay opportunities capable of altering one's destiny. With a newfound understanding of the system's capabilities, Qin Tian realized that by continually delivering blows to various fated children, he could accumulate face-slapping points to enhance himself. Host has bound the system for the first time and received a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it. Congratulations, Host. You have acquired the villain's halo, radiating with malevolent light like a black sun, the heavenly demon sword, a fearsome weapon seemingly from the depths of hell, exuding an intimidating aura, the invincible domain, a fortress of impenetrable strength, enveloping the host in an atmosphere of absolute safety and the absolute hit skill, akin to an impeccably precise bullet that, once it locks onto a target, will never miss. Witnessing the beloved woman being struck, Yifan immediately retaliated, launching a punch filled with rage towards Qin Tian. In response, Qin Tian summoned the power within him, forming a deep golden martial arts barrier to counter Yi Fan's attack in an instant. Qin Tian exuded an overwhelming aura, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, unleashing a terrifying martial presence unique to a formidable martial emperor. This aura seemed to emanate from the primordial chaos of ancient times, imbued with boundless pressure and dominance that instilled profound dread. Before long, this martial energy swiftly coalesced and solidified, forming a colossal energy hand that blotted out the sun. The hand shimmered with resplendent brilliance, appearing almost tangible, harboring the cataclysmic power to annihilate the world. With a thunderous momentum, it surged towards Yi Fan with the force of a tidal wave. As it passed, the very fabric of space was rent asunder, leaving behind gaping chasms of darkness that threatened to engulf the entirety of existence. Yi Fan's form abruptly faltered, and in a breathtaking display of agility, he executed a rapid somersault in midair. His body seemed manipulated by an invisible force, achieving a flawless 360-degree rotation. Yet, this astounding feat did not come without consequence as Yi Fan moved. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. The sanguine mist spread like a blood-red blossom blooming in the sky. Even more shocking, within the deluge of blood, several stark white teeth were intermingled, splattering forth before falling weakly to the ground. In this moment, time appeared to freeze, and the world around fell into silence, with only Yi Fan's pained yet resolute figure teetering precariously in the air. Cold Ice Palm. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the unfolding scene. She could scarcely fathom her eyes the usually graceful and poised Yi Fan had, at this moment, been ruthlessly struck into a grotesque visage by Qin Tian. The swollen cheeks and blood trickling from his lips stirred an uncontrollable anger within her. "Scoundrel!" Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her delicate form trembling slightly. The flames of fury flickered in her beautiful eyes, as if she wished to reduce Qin Tian to ashes. With swift determination, she summoned her inner energy, channeling it into the martial extreme Cold Ice Palm. As she moved, the surrounding air grew frigid, an icy chill emanating from her palm like a bone-chilling gale. In an instant, Lu Ruyan darted forward, resembling a specter as she raced towards Qin Tian. Her speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before him, unhesitatingly unleashing her potent martial technique, the Dark One Cold Ice Palm. The gust of her palm whistled through the air, carrying with it an unending chill and fierce momentum, aimed directly at Qin Tian. This strike encompassed Lu Ruyan's seething wrath and indignation, its power formidable enough that should it connect, it would surely leave Qin Tian severely injured, if not dead. Standing nearby, Butler Longbow swiftly countered with a palm strike, shattering the Cold Ice Palm. "Do you have the audacity to strike against me? Disable her martial prowess, then engage in combat, and return her to the Lu family." "Understood, young master," Butler Longbow responded respectfully. "Furthermore, we must sever all ties between the Qin and Lu families. Since that woman dared to propose a dissolution of our engagement, she must face the consequences. Retrieve every last precious martial resource we previously bestowed upon them. Moreover, all the various gifts I once gifted her must be returned in full. Should they dare refuse to return these items, they shall not escape my wrath. I will unflinchingly turn the entire Lu family upside down, searching inch by inch, leaving no corner unexamined. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will reclaim what belongs to me. How dare they treat me with such disdain? This is their just fate." After Lu Ruyan was left incapacitated and her martial prowess rendered null, she lay on the floor like a heap of discarded clay, gasping for breath, unable to accept that she had fallen from a martial genius to a mere mortal. Having painstakingly utilized the martial resources gifted by Qin Tian to ascend to the peak of her martial prowess, she now found herself thrust back to square one. Qin Tian slowly approached Lu Ruyan, seizing her hair to force her to meet his gaze. With his left hand, he struck her repeatedly, his otherwise unblemished visage contorted with malice. "The humiliation you have inflicted upon my family will be returned to the Lu family 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. The Lu family will suffer irreparably due to your foolish decision. Return Miss Lu to the Lu family." 2 bodyguards, positioned on either side, hoisted the incapacitated Lu Ruyan and swiftly brought her to a waiting vehicle. Like a lifeless dog, Lu Ruyan was unceremoniously tossed into the car by the bodyguards, who who then quickly drove her back to the Liu family. Chapter 3. The Fury of Powerlessness. Yi Fan's eyes were suffused with a crimson hue, as if flames were igniting within his very gaze, and ominous streaks of blood seemed to flicker ominously in his irises. He stared intently ahead, helplessly witnessing the delicate form of Lu Ru Yin being roughly dragged away and unceremoniously thrust into a vehicle as dark as INKT that moment. Yi Fan's heart overflowed with boundless rage and helplessness. He yearned with all his being to rise and fiercely oppose this injustice and malevolence. Yet, reality proved to be mercilessly cruel. Just as he attempted to struggle to his feet, an overwhelming pressure of energy descended upon him. Heavy and suffocating, as if a mountain were crashing down upon an egg. This oppressive force emanated from the powerful warriors surrounding him, akin to imposing mountains, radiating an aura of sheer terror. The Yi Fan felt as though an invisible giant hand had seized him, rendering him utterly immobile. It was as if he were sinking into an unfathomable abyss, descending deeper and deeper into despair. The sensation engulfed him, making him feel as though he had completely merged into an expansive, bottomless ocean of energy, where even the slightest disturbance could provoke cataclysmic upheaval. The merest hint of abnormal fluctuation would awaken a monstrous wave, ready to devour anything that dared to challenge its supremacy, annihilating it with ruthless force. Even the faintest flicker of rebellion within his heart could ignite a catastrophic disaster. The relentless pressure bore down upon him, like the weight of a mountain, threatening to crush the very fabric of his being, suffocating him to the brink of despair, leaving him on the verge of complete surrender. "Take this fellow to the dark prison and treat him well," commanded a voice. "Yes, young master," that a member of the Tian'ing guards emerged from the shadows, seizing the battered Yi Fan and escorting him to the dark prison. As Yi Fan lifted his gaze, he beheld towering walls that loomed ominously, the light dim and suffused with a stench of decay and dampness. The echoes of anguished cries reverberated within the cell, reminiscent of tormented souls wailing from the depths of hell. Sending chills down his spine, that I end this eerie and forbidding environment, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness that he was uncertain how much longer he could endure, nor did he know what the future held. However, within him still burned an unyielding flame of defiance. He vowed to escape and expose the heinous acts committed within the dark prison. Bound to a wooden stake, his limbs immobilized, a figure clad in red entered the dark prison like a specter. In his hand, he wielded a whip several meters long, its surface coiled with barbed thorns that glinted menacingly. The whip sliced through the air with a piercing sound, striking Yi Fan's body with relentless ferocity, as if seeking to tear his very soul asunder. The dark prison echoed with Yi Fan's heart-wrenching cries and the whip's vicious cracks. His body bore the marks of countless lashes, flesh and bone laid bare, blood pooling and staining the ground crimson. His ribs had been pierced by iron hooks, rendering him incapable of summoning any martial power within. He had been utterly reduced to a shell of his former self. In the depths of his despair, a black pendant adorning his chest suddenly radiated a blinding white light. This luminescence gradually began to mend Yi Fan's wounds, first healing his internal injuries, then tending to the external ones. Witnessing this spectacle, the man in red immediately thought to report this development to Qin Tian. Upon receiving the news, Qin Tian felt no surprise. Instead, he regarded it as entirely natural for a child of destiny to possess some hidden advantage. For how else could one reverse their fortunes and confront those who looked down upon them? "Bring me the pendant that Yi Fan wears. I wish to examine it closely." "Yes, young master," with a swift motion. The man in red returned to the dark prison, standing before Yi Fan, that he forcibly removed the black pendant from Yi Fan's chest, then respectfully presented it to Qin Tian with both hands. Qin Tian took the pendant, rubbing it thoughtfully, that he sensed a formidable power contained within, suggesting it was indeed a remarkable spiritual artifact. "You have done well. You shall be rewarded to go and seek your reward from Long Bow." "Thank you, young master, for your generosity." The man in red withdrew slowly. System. Scan this black pendant for its effects. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. The black pendant houses a fragment of a soul, belonging to one who once stood at the threshold of a martial god. In this narrative, the martial realms are categorized as follows: martial apprentice, martial artist, Within this vast realm of martial arts, practitioners endure countless hardships, striving to transcend their limits in pursuit of greater strength and realms. These realms are subsequently divided into Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Martial King, Martial Sovereign, Martial Emperor, Half-Step Martial God, and the Exalted Martial God. Each realm stands as a towering peak, requiring immense effort and dedication to ascend. Each major realm is further subdivided into 5 stages: early, mid, late, perfection, and pinnacle. Those newly entered into the martial master realm are akin to fledgling apprentices, beginning to grasp the essence of martial arts and mastering fundamental techniques. As their cultivation advances to the mid-stage, they become proficient in their learned skills, acquiring a degree of combat prowess. Reaching the late stage signifies a deeper comprehension of martial arts, allowing for the execution of more potent techniques. Attaining perfection represents the integration of their practiced methods, unleashing their fullest potential, while the pinnacle stage indicates mastery over their realm. Mere steps away from the next major tier, as martial artists grow stronger. They progress into the Grand Martial Master realm, becoming true masters in their own right, capable of standing alone. This realm, too, comprises 5 stages, each representing a qualitative leap. The Martial King realm serves as a critical juncture on the path of martial arts, accessible only to those of extraordinary talent and diligence. Warriors within this realm not only possess exceptional combat abilities, but also exhibit formidable mental fortitude and refined character. Martial sovereigns are renowned figures whose every action can influence the tides of the martial world, while martial emperors are legendary beings, their names striking awe into the hearts of all. Yet, even these formidable martial emperors yearn for the elusive pinnacle of martial arts, half-step martial god at this stage. Practitioners have brushed against the divine, mere moments from achieving the status of a martial god. Ultimately, it is those exceptional talents, having triumphed over numerous trials and formidable foes, who ascend to the throne of martial god, becoming figures of veneration in the martial world, their names eternally etched in history that a fragment of a soul lies concealed within the pendant, reluctant to reveal its true form. Now that it has come into my possession, why not present yourself forthwith? Do you require me to summon you personally? Should you remain silent, I shall refine you alongside this black pendant. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the black pendant erupted in radiant light. A figure clad in flowing white robes materialized before Qin Tian, resembling an aged trickster, devoid of any ethereal grace. Do not be so agitated, young man. Let us converse amicably. There is no need for anger. It can be detrimental to your health. Finally, you choose to emerge from that black pendant. I had thought you would hide there forever. Who would have thought a mere scare would coax you out? Pathetic. Qin Tian remarked with a sardonic tone that I had no choice. You threaten my sanctuary, compelling my reluctant appearance. The fragment of the soul muttered softly. This fragment of a soul had long discerned that Yi Fan was a person of immense fortune, destined to become a legendary figure, a child of destiny. Thus, when Yi Fan found himself in a state of profound vulnerability, this sagacious elder did not hesitate to extend a helping hand, imparting the entirety of his martial knowledge and skills without reservation. He understood that only by empowering Yi Fan could he hope to realize his seemingly unattainable dream of discovering rare treasures and materials in the world, utilizing their power to forge a new body and gain rebirth. To this end, he devoted immense effort and energy to nurture Yi Fan, guiding him toward the pinnacle of martial arts. Throughout this journey, the elder not only imparted martial techniques, but also emphasized the cultivation of Yi Fan's character and will. He understood that a true warrior must possess not only extraordinary strength, but also unwavering conviction, noble character, and indomitable spirit. Yi Fan, in turn, did not disappoint the elder's expectations. Through his innate talent and diligence, he gradually emerged as a prominent figure in the martial world. As time passed, Yi Fan's reputation flourished, yet he remained ever mindful of the elder's kindness. Whenever faced with challenges or difficulties, he would recall the elder's words, drawing strength and wisdom from them. The elder silently observed Yi Fan's growth, yearning for the day when he could witness Yi Fan fulfill his mission and help him regain a new life. I now present you with 2 choices. The first option: I shall strike you down with a single blow, sending your soul into disarray. The second option: join my ranks and assist me in my endeavors. And I shall aid you in forging a brand new body that I choose the latter. The remnant soul unhesitatingly opted for the second choice. Only a fool would select the first, as the saying goes. It is better to live in hardship than to die in peace, for life always holds a glimmer of hope. Excellent. You shall find great fortune in your choice today. Congratulations, you have become my subordinate. Chapter 4, Martial God Academy in the Tianhai Villa. Mr. and Mrs. Liu were joyfully enjoying dinner with their youngest daughter, Liu Ran. Suddenly, an Audi A8 recklessly barreled into the Liu family villa's entrance. Two bodyguards swiftly opened the car doors, each taking one side to drag Liu Rian out and unceremoniously toss her into the hall before departing without a backward glance. The three dining were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Liu Ruyan sprawled on the ground. Liu father, the first to regain his composure, rushed to assist Liu Ruyan, then my daughter. How could you end up like this? Did someone bully you? Tell your father. Seeing his cherished daughter, whom he feared would break if he held too tightly, so brutally harmed, ignited an intense fury within him, as if an invisible fire raged in his chest. Liu mother hurried over to assess their daughter's condition, discovering that her martial prowess had been completely crippled. Who possessed such malicious intent to inflict such harm upon Ruyan? Liu father, upon hearing his wife's words, became even more enraged, a powerful aura radiating from him, spreading outward. How dare they harm my daughter's martial arts? I will ensure that they find themselves in a position of desperate survival. Today, I, filled with unwavering resolve and indignation, set out to confront Qin Tian, demanding the dissolution of our engagement. However, I could never have anticipated that this man, who once professed his love for me, would display such cold-heartedness. His frigid, piercing gaze seemed to penetrate my very soul, sending shivers down my spine. Just as my words fell, Qin Tian's lips curled into a sinister smile. He then commanded his subordinates to deal with Liu Ruyan, inciting a pack of ferocious thugs to swarm around me, their faces twisted with malice, weapons glinting menacingly, poised to take my life at any moment. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Liu Ruyan was engulfed in terror. Yet her heart brimmed with resentment and fury that I attempted to resist, but the disparity in strength rendered me powerless. Ultimately, after a wave of excruciating pain, I felt my internal energy drain away as if a dam had burst, that I realized that my martial skills had been irrevocably destroyed. Tears blurred Liu Ruyan's vision, her heart heavy with despair and sorrow. Yet, when she thought of her brother Yi Fan still trapped in Qin Tian's clutches, an overwhelming desire to survive surged within her. And no matter the cost, I must find a way to rescue my brother from that demon's grasp. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan vowed in silence. One day, I shall make Qin Tian experience the agony of having his martial prowess obliterated. I will use my own hands to avenge the humiliation and pain I have suffered today. Even if the road ahead is fraught with thorns and challenges, I shall not waver, for it is only through this that we can cleanse ourselves of shame and restore justice. Liu father and Liu mother initially believed that Liu Ruyan sought to strengthen her bond with Qin Tian, unaware that she intended to annul the engagement. Liu Ruyan's decision to break the engagement would plunge the Liu family into an abyss of despair, leading them to ruin. All the wealth, power, and status the Liu family currently enjoyed were generously bestowed by Qin Tian. Without his unwavering support and selfless contributions, the Liu family, with its dwindling strength, would have long been subjected to the whims of other families. And how could they possibly enjoy the prosperous, stable life they currently led? In times of crisis, it was Qin Tian who descended like a brilliant star, utilizing his immense wealth and abundant martial resources to expand the Liu family's horizons, allowing them to stand firm in a cruel world and gradually flourish. It can be said that Qin Tian was the Liu family's savior, their turning point, and a benefactor they could never cease to admire and be grateful for. Had it not been for the existence of their engagement, the Qin family would have never noticed the Liu family, a mere small clan, nor would they have invested substantial resources in providing the Liu family members with expensive elixirs to enhance their martial prowess. They had hoped that with Qin Tian's assistance, the Liu family would regain its status among the elite. Yet, this plan was thwarted by Liu Ruyan's foolishness. Slap, slap. Liu Ruyan received several resounding slaps from Liu father. Her previously unblemished face quickly swelled to a failure in execution. Liu father, filled with rage, stormed out, slamming the door behind him. His vehicle swiftly arrived at the Qin family villa. Lu Mother, watching her husband storm away in fury, felt a tightening in her heart. She hurried to her eldest daughter, gently helping her to her feet as if she were a fragile treasure. Once Lu Yiran was seated, Lu Mother tenderly arranged her disheveled hair, her concern evident. Lu Mother then turned to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and her gaze landed on a bag of glistening ice cubes. Without hesitation, she retrieved the ice, wrapped it in a towel, and returned to the living room, gently applying it to her daughter's slightly swollen cheek. The coolness of the ice provided instant relief to her stinging face. Lu Yiran looked at her mother with gratitude, tears shimmering in her eyes. Yet she held them back. Lu Mother lovingly stroked her daughter's hair, softly comforting her. "My dear, how could you be so foolish as to break off the engagement?" The mother and daughter sat together in quiet solace, cherishing the moment of peace and warmth. Lu Ruyan quickly wiped away her tears and frantically searched her phone's contact for that crucial number, her fingers trembling as if each second felt unbearably long. Finally, she found it. Without hesitation, she pressed the call button, pressing the phone tightly against her ear as her heart raced. When the call connected, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady. "Hello." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they engaged in a short, yet pivotal conversation. The time ticked by. Her brow furrowed tighter, yet she remained composed, articulating her intentions clearly. Once the conversation concluded, she slowly lowered her phone, her gaze resolute. "Brother Yi Fan, you must hold on. I swear, no matter the cost, I will rescue you from this predicament." This declaration echoed like a vow in the air, imbued with boundless determination and courage. The number she had just dialed belonged to Zhao Lei, the headmaster of the Martial God Academy. Lu Ruyan and Yi Fan were both his prized disciples, and upon their entrance into the academy, Zhao Lei had recognized their extraordinary talents, thus taking them under his wing. It was unthinkable that his cherished disciples had fallen into the hands of adversaries, who would dare to disregard Zhao Lei's authority in the Magic City. Such affronts were intolerable. Chapter 5. Seeking justice. As evening fell, at the Qin family villa, Qin Tian entered the training room, practicing all the martial techniques he had mastered. In that moment, the training room seemed to be enveloped in a dazzling brilliance, as various martial techniques burst forth like brilliant fireworks. Each beam of light carried a heart-stopping energy, continuously converging into confined space, compressing until they underwent a wondrous transformation, becoming the unique power necessary to construct the energy barrier of the training room. Qin Tian moved like lightning, his hands dancing like sharp blades. With unwavering focus and an overwhelming aura, he unleashed a peerless martial technique, the Thunder Annihilation Slash. In an instant, a brilliant purple energy sword tore through the air, wielding the might to devastate, and struck fiercely at the virtual enemy before him. A thunderous crack echoed as the purple sword cleaved through the virtual adversary effortlessly. The enemy's body was ensnared by mysterious purple lightning, crackling ominously, as if it intended to consume him entirely. The scene was breathtaking, leaving onlookers in awe. Next, Qin Tian's gaze sharpened, and the martial energy within him surged wildly as he unleashed another supreme martial technique, the flame-devouring palm. In that moment, his otherwise unremarkable hands gathered an alarming blue flame. This flame seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, radiating an overwhelming heat and sense of destruction. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the blue flame shot forth like a wild stallion, swiftly transforming in midair into a colossal blue dragon. The dragon, a magnificent creature, writhed and lashed, exuding an imposing aura as it unleashed torrents of searing flames, rushing forth with a cataclysmic force towards its virtual adversaries. Simultaneously, the dragon, composed of blue flames, emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, akin to the sound of 1,000 thundering storms, deafening and soul-stirring. Beneath the weight of this roar, the virtual foe was instantly engulfed in a conflagration, utterly unable to escape. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying blue flames devoured the entire form of the virtual enemy, akin to the maw of a demon, leaving no time for a coherent cry of despair before it was reduced to ashes, with only a charred skeleton remaining, lying silently on the ground. As if recounting the ferocity of the recent battle, the host, having humiliated the fortuitous Sun Yi Fan, gained 1,000 face-slapping points, The host, having humiliated the fortuitous heroine Lu Ruyin, gained 2,000 face-slapping points. It truly seemed too effortless to acquire 3,000 points for just 2 slaps. Thus, let us commence with 3 intermediate lottery draws. The system activated the lottery wheel. The lottery wheel has been opened. Before Qing Tian, a colossal wheel materialized, adorned with a dazzling array of items, each radiating vibrant hues. With a gentle touch of his finger to the center of the vast wheel, it spun wildly. As if unleashed from its restraints, after 3 draws, Qing Tian acquired 3 items. The technique 10,000 Poisons Subduing Demon's Hand, a martial arts enhancement card, and the indestructible diamond shield. Dark One, your subordinate is here. What reactions have been observed from the Lu family upon witnessing Lu Ruyan's plight? Lu Longdao, the patriarch of the Lu family, was consumed by rage. Upon learning of Lu Ruyan's annulment with the young master, he unhesitatingly struck her twice across the face, before hastily driving to seek your forgiveness. Lu Dao long pressed the accelerator, his vehicle hurtling down the road like a rocket, his phone incessantly ringing in his pocket. He drove into a service area and exited to peruse his contacts, familiar numbers flooding his vision. Lu Dao long swiftly returned the calls, only to receive messages from various partners wishing to dissolve their collaborations. Each message weighed heavily upon him, akin to towering mountains, leaving him breathless, and he collapsed onto the ground. It was not until an hour had passed that Lu Dao Long gradually opened the car door and resumed his rapid drive to the entrance of the Qin family villa. Bring all members of the Lu family to me. Yes, young master. Dozens of martial artists transformed into streams of formidable energy, soaring towards the Lu family. Minutes later, several hundred members of the Lu family were gathered in the villa. Some bewildered as to why they were brought there, exchanging confused glances, utterly unaware of the circumstances. Lu Ruyin, we meet again. Qin Tian, you fiend. You have crippled my cultivation and detained my brother Yifan. My master will not spare you, smack. Lu Ruyin, you dare threaten me again. Truly a fool, unaware of her own demise, that a palm, formed of martial energy, struck towards Lu Ruyin, sending her flying like a severed kite. Crashing heavily against the wall, blood erupting from her mouth as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Mother Wang Yin, witnessing her elder daughter's plight, rushed recklessly towards Qin Tian, at a distance of 3 meters. A shadow swiftly appeared before Qin Tian, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lu Mother Wang Yin hurtling several meters away. She skidded across the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a gradual halt. Disable her limbs. Qin Tian commanded coldly. Pointing at Lu Mother Wang Yin, 2 black-clad bodyguard martial artists rapidly approached her, viciously trampling her limbs, relentlessly crushing them until they shattered. Lu Mother Wang Yin emitted agonizing cries, her voice hoarse from the excruciating pain, yet it kept her acutely aware. Her limbs, now a bloody mess, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, she finally lost consciousness. Lu Ruyin, do you long to see your brother Yifan? Qin Tian inquired, intrigued. What have you done to my brother Yifan, you monster? Lu Ruyin glared at Qin Tian, her eyes ablaze with fury. That I have done nothing but invite him to experience a session of corporal punishment, utilizing a spiritual treasure-level weapon that torments both body and soul. Bring Yifan here, Tian guards. Yes, young master. The Tian guards teleported into the dark dungeon, seizing Yifan and unceremoniously throwing him onto the floor of the hall. Ouch! Yifan felt as if his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of collapse. Qin Tian approached him, placing a foot upon Yifan's chest. His gaze fixed on the entrance, he gathered strength and ruthlessly crushed Yifan's right foot. A sharp crack echoing through the Yifan let out a pained wail. Just then, a formidable energy hand struck towards Qin Tian. Chapter 6. Zhao Lei. The energy hand, imbued with unparalleled might, surged swiftly towards Qin Tian. The technique 10,000 Poisons Subduing Demon's Hand. Qin Tian summoned the martial power within him, conjuring a terrifying black giant hand to clash against the energy hand of the Martial God Academy's president, Zhao Lei. The two forces collided, unleashing a violent burst of martial energy that sent Zhao Lei staggering back several meters, but he felt excruciating pain radiating through his internal organs, as though swarms of venomous ants were gnawing at his flesh. The sensation was both itchy and painful, rendering his limbs uncontrollable, flailing about stiffly. Zhao Lei hastily mobilized his internal martial energy to suppress the venom coursing through his body. Suddenly, the image of Qin Tian's earlier devastating strike flashed through his mind, and he was taken aback, quickly raising his hand to inspect it. Upon inspection, he gasped in horror, for his once fair hand had turned as black as ink, seemingly corrupted by a malevolent and powerful force. Even more terrifying was the relentless, chilling energy seeping from his palm, ravenously devouring his martial power. It felt as if an invisible beast had opened its gaping maw, greedily siphoning his life force. As time passed, the ominous energy showed no signs of abating. Rather, it grew increasingly ferocious, rapidly spreading through his meridians. Zhao Lei felt an intense pain engulf him, akin to innumerable steel needles piercing his marrow. Nearly unbearable. This is bad, Zhao Lei thought, desperate to wield his martial power to resist the encroaching mysterious energy, only to find his internal strength disrupted and chaotic, refusing to obey his commands. Panic seized him as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If he could not halt the rampaging energy in time, the consequences would be dire. The energy swiftly reached his dantian, beginning to erode it step by step. Zhao Lei frantically sealed his meridians, attempting to prevent the terrifying energy from consuming his dantian. But in that instant, like a cataclysmic storm, the dreadful energy rampaged within Zhao Lei's body, wreaking havoc. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty martial power within him was thrown into utter chaos, akin to a disturbed hive of bees, spiraling into madness and surging uncontrollably, violently battering Zhao Lei's fragile meridians. At that moment, Zhao Lei felt as though every meridian in his body was being pierced simultaneously by thousands of steel needles. The overwhelming pain crashing over him in relentless waves, making it nearly impossible to breathe. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound of agony. Ultimately, he could not hold back any longer, and a stream of dark, glistening blood erupted from his mouth, shooting towards the ground like a blood arrow upon contact. The peculiar black blood triggered a remarkable chemical reaction with the floor. The surface was rapidly corroded, forming a hole the size of a finger, from which wisps of black smoke emerged, emitting a nauseating stench. This void appeared to possess an insatiable pull, distorting the surrounding air as if it sought to consume the entire world. Qin Tian conjured an energy hand, striking toward Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei immediately summoned his martial power, forming a transparent energy shield to envelop his body. However, the newly formed shield was ruthlessly shattered by the terrifying energy hand. The energy hand gripped Zhao Lei tightly, as if a mere martial king dared to act recklessly within the Qin family. Today, he would have no return. Kill me, and you will face the wrath of the Martial God Academy's past presidents. I suggest you reconsider. Zhao Lei panted, speaking each word with deliberation. Let them come. I shall slay as many as they send. Qin Tian continued to exert pressure, eliciting a series of cracking sounds from Zhao Lei's body. A mere Martial God Academy does not warrant even a glance from the Qin family. Zhao Lei's bones shattered into fragments, blood gushing forth from every pore of his body, rendering him as though he had been plucked from a pool of crimson. From the depths of Zhao Lei's despondent spirit, a radiant token emerged, soaring skyward before coalescing into the form of a magnificent dragon. This dragon motif issued forth a resounding roar. Instantly, the wind chimes within the Martial God Academy began to tremble violently, producing a melodious chime, awakening the numerous past directors of the Academy from their meditative states, who transformed into streaks of light and swiftly ascended towards the direction of the Qin family. Well, you have summoned aid. Now we await the arrival of those ancient relics to meet their demise. With this, Qin Tian casually flung Zhao Lei aside, who arced gracefully through the air before crashing heavily into the garden thousands of meters away. His fate uncertain, the host, having severely wounded Zhao Lei, gained 5,000 points of humiliation value. After a brief slumber, Qin Tian crushed Yi Fan's other foot and his dantian. Boom! Crack, crack! Yi Fan's intact leg instantly disintegrated into a mist of blood. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he widened his eyes as the martial energy within him dissipated like a receding tide. The Yi Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening as he fainted.
Qin Tian's hands, sharp as blades, plunged into Yi Fan's chest, extracting a bone that radiated a myriad of colors, imbued with supreme martial power. This is the innate martial sacred bone. Someone recognized the relic and exclaimed in astonishment. Truly, the child of destiny is replete with treasures. Qin Tian remarked with a sense of wonder. Inflicting profound agony upon the child of destiny, he garnered an additional 3,000 points of humiliation value. Qin Tian gazed skyward, noting the rapid arrival of the several elders. It was time for them to stretch their limbs. "That to your command, young master." Figures somewhat stooped soared into the heavens like the wind, their terrifying martial prowess. All of them martial sovereigns, indicated they were at the pinnacle of the late martial sovereign realm, just a step away from perfection. In an instant, these figures clashed with the past directors of the Martial God Academy, unleashing a torrent of martial energy that spread across the heavens. Various martial techniques ignited the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors as they collided, generating violent explosions. The second elder of the Qin family's martial offerings was the first to unleash his martial prowess, invoking the technique 10,000 Swords Entanglement. Around the second elder of the Qin family, a multitude of transparent swords coalesced, launching towards the group from the Martial God Academy. The sword energies morphed into dragon-like forms, roaring towards the Academy's members as if seeking to obliterate them entirely. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The Martial God Academy's members were still dazed, but fortunately, an elder's warning snapped them back to reality, prompting them to summon their various mystical weapons to counter the terrifying dragon-like sword assault. The various artifacts resonated, releasing a golden light that formed a protective energy barrier, deflecting the attacks of the dozens of dragon-like swords. Though the barrier was left riddled with numerous terrifying cracks, one of the elders wielding a staff struck it forcefully, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that manifested as a wave of green sound energy, sweeping towards the yellow protective barrier. The yellow energy barrier was effortlessly shattered by the overwhelming green sound wave, sending the members of the Martial God Academy hurtling several kilometers away, akin to shooting stars. Struggling to regain their balance, an elder from the Martial God Academy chanted incantations, summoning the waters of the heavens to serve him. As he invoked the formless waters, a vast ocean emerged, from which water dragons surged forth to assault the Qin family's offerings. Unfazed by the oncoming water dragons, the Qin family's offerings deftly formed ancient seals with their fingers, conjuring intricate formations. From these formations emerged formidable beasts of condensed energy, their claws poised to engage the water dragons. These water dragons proved no match for the beasts, succumbing in less than 3 exchanges. The beasts roared as they charged towards the various elders and directors of the Martial God Academy. Swiftly, the Academy summoned their martial manifestations to mount a fierce counterattack against the oncoming beasts, striving to repel them. Roar. The beasts emitted earth-shattering roars, transforming into afterimages as they launched suicide attacks against the Academy's members. In a heartbeat, the sky erupted with terrifying energy explosions, leaving the Academy's members in disarray. Many missing limbs were sustaining gaping wounds that bled profusely, seeing their comrades in a state of grave injury. The elders of the Martial God Academy resolutely issued a retreat order. However, just as they prepared to use their long-distance flight talismans to escape, they discovered the surrounding space had been sealed, rendering them unable to teleport. This space truly sealed? The elders and directors of the Martial God Academy were engulfed in shock, their attempts to breach the spatial barrier with various martial techniques proving futile. The barrier remained intact, continuously siphoning their martial energy, causing their vitality to rapidly diminish, transforming them into gaunt figures. Within the confines of the spatial barrier, countless chains shot forth, piercing the hearts of the Academy's members, sealing their martial prowess and rendering them ordinary. Stripped of their martial abilities, the Academy's members plummeted to the ground. Just as they were about to meet their end, the 5th offering of the Qin family intervened, suspending them in midair and bringing them to the Qin family villa, where they knelt upon the floor. Qin Tian regarded the kneeling elders, directors, and talented students of the Martial God Academy with a gentle smile. "I once believed you all possessed remarkable prowess. However, it appears that in the hands of my family's offerings, you cannot withstand even 100 exchanges. You constantly boast of your might, yet it seems those so-called strong individuals are nothing more than hollow figures, easily toppled. What merit do they have to receive admiration and accolades? These individuals bear grand titles, yet lack the strength and courage to match them. In the face of genuine challenges, they deflate like punctured balloons. Utterly defenseless. Such so-called strength is both laughable and pitiful, that we should not blindly worship these hypocritical facades. Rather, we must see through appearances to discern their true nature. Only those who achieve success through their own efforts and genuine skills are worthy of our respect and praise. As for the weak who bask in empty glory, let them fade into obscurity within the annals of history. After all, time will reveal all, and only true strength can withstand the trials of time. At this moment, Qin Tian's mind resonated with the system's notification. Host has humiliated the members of the Martial God Academy, gaining 100,000 points of humiliation value. Reward: growth-type weapon, the Emperor's Banner, has been stored in the system space. A surge of intense thought welled up within Qin Tian as he concentrated, establishing a profound connection with the system. With a mere thought, a mysterious and fantastical scene unfolded before him. The system space gradually opened, resembling a gateway to an unknown realm. Within this expansive system space, a solemn atmosphere pervaded. Suddenly, a blinding golden light illuminated the surroundings, capturing Qin Tian's full attention. Upon closer inspection, he beheld an ancient banner radiating a rich golden glow, suspended in midair like a long-dormant treasure awaiting awakening. This banner shimmered with dazzling golden brilliance, its material seemingly infused with the weight of countless ages and mysterious power. Its surface was adorned with intricate runes and patterns, each stroke a testament to the profound artistry of the cosmos, revealing inscrutable secrets. The banner fluttered gently, as if breathing, releasing faint yet awe-inspiring waves of energy. The golden aura enveloped Qin Tian, imparting an unprecedented sense of tranquility and security, while simultaneously igniting within him a deep yearning for exploration and the pursuit of strength. As Qin Tian reached out to touch the banner's pole, a surge of majestic, imperial might surged forth, transforming into a golden dragon that burrowed into his being. Hastily, Qin Tian withdrew from the system space. The Tianyin guards detained all individuals, ushering them into the dark prison for severe punishment, in a pitch-black realm. Several figures emerged quietly, resembling phantoms. The figures, clad in sleek black attire, moved with an athletic grace, their motions as swift as the wind. They were the formidable Sky Eagle Guards, instilling terror in the hearts of many. Emerging from the depths of the endless darkness, their expressions were devoid of emotion, cold gazes scanning their surroundings. That moment, the members of the Liu family stood frozen in a state of fear, utterly at a loss in the face of this sudden upheaval. The esteemed past presidents of the Martial God Academy wore grave expressions, their eyes flickering with anger and resentment. The numerous elders appeared pale, their bodies trembling slightly. Even the elite students, usually in the limelight, were rendered paralyzed by fear, utterly powerless to resist. The Sky Eagle Guard struck without mercy, advancing swiftly with deft and ruthless movements. The Liu family, along with the Academy's presidents, elders, and elite students, found themselves ensnared before they could react. Subsequently, they were unceremoniously escorted into the ominous and foreboding dark prison like lambs awaiting slaughter. Within the dark confines, a horrific ordeal of torture commenced as an array of instruments of torment gleamed ominously, exuding a chilling aura. The Sky Eagle Guards wielded their whips with ferocity, lashing them against the imprisoned, each strike delivering excruciating pain. The air was filled with anguished cries that echoed throughout the cell, yet the guards showed no inclination to relent. Beyond the lashes, a myriad of cruel punishments awaited these unfortunate souls that red-hot irons seared into flesh, emitting a hissing sound accompanied by the acrid scent of charred skin. Sharp bamboo skewers pierced beneath fingernails, inflicting agonizing agony. The dark prison transformed into a living hell, saturated with the essence of suffering and despair. Bring 2 buckets of ice water to wake him. At that moment, 2 exceptionally tall maids swiftly approached, carrying 2 large buckets of ice-cold water. Without hesitation, they doused Yi Fan's body with the frigid liquid. Instantly, a chilling sensation coursed through Yi Fan like a venomous serpent, compelling him to shudder violently, and he abruptly opened his eyes, his body reacting instinctively to an intense stimulus, attempting to rise. However, as his mind remained shrouded in confusion. He could only gaze around in bewilderment, filled with questions and uncertainty, desperately yearning to comprehend what had transpired after his collapse. The Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, now found his luck diminished to zero, leaving him vulnerable to the skills of those who sought to seize his talents. The host, having appropriated the Child of Fortune's gifted abilities, could elevate the level of these skills through a mechanism of retribution. Having reached the threshold of elimination, it was finally time to cease this futile game. With a mere thought, Qin Tian summoned a long sword into his grasp, its blade etched with a multitude of intricate runes. Engulfed in raging black demonic flames, within which swirled many dark souls, howling in anguish. This was the Devil's Sword, a novice's gift as Qin Tian approached Yi Fan with the Devil's Sword. Yi Fan's eyes widened in terror, his heart racing as he cried out for mercy, frantically prostrating himself, striking his forehead against the ground until it bled, crimson rivulets streaming down his face. The tip of the Devil's Sword scraped against the ground, scattering sparks, and with every step Qin Tian took closer, Yi Fan felt as though the King of Hell beckoned him to report to his dark domain. Chapter 8. The Slaying of Yi Fan. Qin Tian gripped the sword's hilt firmly, the razor-sharp tip poised against Yi Fan's frail neck, as if with a mere press, it would mercilessly pierce through his throat. In that instant, the cold, sharp blade had already broken the skin above Yi Fan's neck. Crimson blood oozing forth in a trickle, forming a thin yet alarming line. The droplets of blood appeared like flowers of red plum blossoming in the darkness, emanating a chilling aura. With a sudden sweep of his arm, Qin Tian's blade sliced through Yi Fan's pale neck like lightning. In an instant, a long gash appeared upon Yi Fan's nape. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining his garments and splattering onto the cold ground. That vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of the mark of life ebbing away, evoked a shiver in those who witnessed Yi Fan's head rolled across the floor, his body collapsing as it lost its support. Tilting slowly to one side, the Child of Fortune, Yi Fan, was dead, granting 100,000 points of fortune. These 100,000 points of fortune transformed into 100,000 points of retribution. Congratulations to the host for slaying the first Child of Fortune, Yi Fan. Qin Tian gazed solemnly at Yi Fan's lifeless form. Devoid of any compassion or remorse, he lifted his hand, gently wiping the blood from the blade, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Merely a Child of Fortune, Qin Tian murmured, his voice steady and chilling. Did I end my presence? All notions of fortune are but illusions. He turned away from the scene, leaving behind the gradually cooling corpse and the blood-soaked ground. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed once more. Detection of a second Child of Fortune imminent. Please prepare accordingly. Summon the 9 Great Guardians, he commanded. Yes, young master. Long Bow vanished in a flash, and soon the 9 Great Guardians gathered in unison. Qin Tian regarded them with indifference that Yi Fan was dead, yet the system indicated that a second Child of Fortune was about to emerge. Disperse at once and search for any potential candidates for the Child of Fortune. Report immediately upon discovery. Remember, we cannot allow other factions to find him first. The Guardians received their orders and swiftly departed, Qin Tian's gaze growing ever colder. That a Child of Fortune? Humph. Merely a stepping stone to my ascendance. The 9 Great Guardians moved quickly, employing their unique powers to vanish silently into the horizon. Standing by the window, Qin Tian gazed into the distance, his thoughts swirling like the tide, but he understood that the road ahead was long, fraught with innumerable challenges and opportunities. Yet he would advance fearlessly, in pursuit of endless glory and power. Not long after, a confidential letter reached Qin Tian's hands. The letter mentioned the discovery of a youth with a unique aura in a remote mountain village. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Qin Tian's lips, for he surmised that this might indeed be the second Child of Fortune as indicated by the system, but he promptly set off to investigate the village personally. Upon arriving in the village, Qin Tian observed the youth discreetly. The boy, named Li Ming, lived in poverty yet possessed an indomitable spirit. Qin Tian resolved to draw closer, seeking to learn more about him. Days passed and Qin Tian and Li Ming forged a friendship. However, at that moment, another mysterious faction had also taken notice of Li Ming's exceptional qualities, stealthily infiltrating the village with the intent of abducting him. An intense battle for possession was about to erupt. Qin Tian utilized 100 points of retribution to purchase a tracking talisman from the system store, affixing it to Li Ming. The talisman quickly integrated into Li Ming's being, allowing Qin Tian to pinpoint Li Ming's precise location at any moment, regardless of where he was. Li Ming felt a light tap on his shoulder and turned, puzzled, to face Qin Tian. There was a mosquito on your back. I helped you swat it. Li Ming paid little heed, continuing his conversation with Qin Tian. While Qin Tian appeared to engage in casual chatter, his mind was far from idle. He discreetly activated the system. Focusing his attention on Li Ming, as the system initiated, an invisible wave of energy began to spread, enveloping Li Ming like a fine web, gradually clarifying the information it contained. With this energy at work, a translucent membrane seemed to encase Li Ming, revealing various details about him. Qin Tian concentrated intently on the data and images emerging before him, meticulously analyzing every nuance. This information represented Li Ming's fortune value, akin to a code that hinted at the trajectory of his future. As seconds ticked by, beads of sweat formed on Qin Tian's brow, yet his gaze remained resolute and focused through the system's scanning. He had garnered a preliminary understanding of Li Ming's fortune, but to truly grasp its core secrets would require deeper exploration and interpretation. In that moment, Qin Tian resembled an explorer, cautiously navigating this uncharted territory, hoping to uncover the hidden treasures within. Now, the protagonist of a life-defying narrative, Li Ming found himself at the nadir of his existence. The system detected a binding of a rudimentary, extravagant system to Li Ming, wherein the more money he spent, the greater the returns. This protagonist, bound to a system of life reversal, was most easily manipulated. By continually undermining him along his entrepreneurial journey, Qin Tian could erode his confidence, plunging him into despair, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Qin Tian contemplated these thoughts silently. Just then, he sensed a surge of powerful energy charging towards them. Swiftly, he grasped Li Ming's arm. Retreating thousands of meters, a colossal hand of energy descended upon the very spot they had just vacated, instantly transforming it into a vast void, engulfed in raging flames. Qin Tian, alert, eyed the direction of the incoming energy with astonishment. How dare someone strike at me? Releasing Li Ming, he whispered urgently, "Stay here and do not move." Upon finishing his words, he flickered like a flash of lightning, charging towards his adversary. In the blink of an eye, Qin Tian encountered the mysterious figure. Clad in a dark robe, the stranger's visage remained obscured, yet the formidable aura emanating from him sent shivers down one's spine. Unfazed, Qin Tian harnessed the martial energy within him, engaging the enigmatic individual in a fierce duel. The two exchanged blows, their palm winds howling, their momentum overwhelming. In that moment, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, and the wind surged. This intense battle drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who marveled at the prowess of both combatants. After exchanging over 100 rounds, neither the mysterious man nor Qin Tian could claim victory, ultimately resulting in a stalemate. Utilizing a secret technique, the enigmatic figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, evading Qin Tian's line of sight. Qin Tian closed his eyes, employing his mental acuity to scan the surroundings in search of the mysterious figure's trace. Yet he found nothing, as if the man had vanished into thin air. Chapter 9. The Mysterious Organization. After the departure of the enigmatic figure, Qin Tian hastened back to check on Li Ming's condition. Discovering that Li Ming was unharmed, he bid him farewell and left the area. Long Bo swiftly brought the vehicle, disembarking to open the door for Qin Tian, who settled inside, closed his eyes, and rested his hands behind his head, entering a state of feigned slumber while his consciousness drifted into the system space. The aura emitted by the mysterious man during their confrontation was peculiar, instilling a chilling sensation within me that I had scanned the aura of that man in black during your battle and discovered that he hailed from an ancient organization that siphons the fortunes of others, transferring them to themselves, thereby utilizing this fortune to forge various divine artifacts to aid their own cultivation breakthroughs. In this vast and boundless world stage, there exists a mysterious and ancient organization. Its members are scattered like stars across every corner of the earth, infiltrating every realm. Long ago, these nefarious individuals devised schemes to steal the fortunes of others. However, After several attempts, they were stunned to realize that individual fortunes were far too meager to satisfy their insatiable greed. Thus, this group of treacherous schemers turned their gaze toward ancient nations steeped in history and profound heritage. Conflicts between nations, which might have originally stemmed from territorial disputes, resource competitions, or ideological differences, were further inflamed by the insidious machinations of this evil organization. Fanning the flames of war, they slithered like hidden serpents into the power cores of various countries, employing a multitude of tactics to incite discord, stoke public sentiment, and create tense situations. The heart-stopping wars erupted under their meticulous orchestration, plunging countless innocent civilians into turmoil, leaving them homeless and bereaved. Meanwhile, this ancient organization lurked in the shadows, reaping the benefits of war, indulging in the immense profits it brought. Their actions not only contravene the moral conscience of humanity, but also constitute a blatant affront to peace and justice. Yet, as the saying goes, evil cannot prevail over righteousness. Although they may temporarily succeed, there will come a day when justice will triumph over evil, and this heinous organization will inevitably face the consequences of its actions. The wars that erupted throughout history were all manipulated from behind the scenes by them. However, their schemes were ultimately uncovered, forcing them into hiding, where they suffered brutal destruction and relentless pursuit. Consequently, they now tread cautiously, fearing that the special departments of various nations would once again trace their hiding places. Thus, every move they make is shrouded in secrecy, making detection by others exceedingly difficult. As dynasties rise and fall and eras shift, they have gradually faded from historical memory. Now, they have set their sights on various sources of fortune, particularly targeting the fortune bearers, whose fates are exceptionally rich. They seek to extract the fortunes from these chosen individuals and transfer them to themselves. Aspiring to become beings of great fortune, in the corner of the city, an institution named the Mysterious Research Institute has quietly emerged. Behind it lies the malevolent organization. They leverage advanced technological means to clandestinely study the secrets of fortune. Aspiring to discover a method to safely extract the fortunes of the chosen individuals, a young warrior, Song Hao, inadvertently uncovers this conspiracy, he resolves to step forward and expose the true nature of the evil organization. Utilizing his exceptional skills and wit, Song Hao infiltrates the Research Institute, gathering evidence. However, the nefarious organization has already laid numerous traps. As Song Hao clashes with the enemy, he gradually finds himself in dire straits. At a critical moment, he unexpectedly awakens the latent power within him. Breaking free from his predicament, his investigation deepens. Song Hao uncovers even more shocking secrets about the evil organization. Before he is killed, Song Hao entrusts the evidence he has gathered to his young adopted son, Li Ming, urging him to safeguard it and ensure that no one else obtains it until he possesses sufficient strength to hand it over to the special department for processing. Ultimately, he collapses in Li Ming's arms, his hands falling weakly to his sides as his heart ceases to beat. Like a swift leopard, Li Ming springs into action. His nimble fingers dart like lightning, swiftly concealing the mysterious item entrusted to him by Song Hao into a highly concealed corner. Each movement appears practiced, every step executed with precision and familiarity, in that fleeting moment, time seems to freeze. Li Ming focuses intently, sparing no room for complacency. His heart races, beads of sweat at his forehead, yet he remains composed and steady. He understands the profound significance of this item to Song Hao and must ensure its safety. Finally, everything is completed flawlessly. Li Ming exhales a sigh of relief, casting a near-reverent gaze at the hidden spot, as if silently pledging, "No matter what happens, I will protect this trust and ensure that no one discovers this secret." Li Ming ignites a torch, setting the entire house ablaze, and swiftly departs for a distant city. 3 years later, Li Ming returns to the charred remains of the house, searching for the mysterious item. Amidst the rubble, he rummages frantically, ultimately discovering the important object entrusted to him by Song Hao atop a severely burnt and fractured roof. These 3 years have not been easy. He has constantly faced assassination attempts from the mysterious organization, yet he has evaded them each time. Just as Qin Tian arrives, he speculates, could this individual be after that mysterious item as well? The thought sends him into a panic, for with his current initial martial prowess, he is no match for Qin Tian in a direct confrontation. He fears he could not withstand even a single strike. Escape is his only viable option. Without hesitation, he turns and bolts away. However, to his utter disbelief, despite his desperate efforts, he is effortlessly captured by Qin Tian, as if all his endeavors are in vain. What follows is an encounter with the mysterious man's attack. Inside the car, Qin Tian instructs Longbo to thoroughly search for individuals bearing scorpion tattoos and those practicing peculiar martial arts. Longbo nods in affirmation and promptly arranges for personnel from various prominent families in Modu to investigate. Upon returning to the Qin family's villa, Qin Tian descends into the dark prison. The members of the Martial God Academy and the Liu family, bound to crosses, gaze at him with terror in their eyes. There is no need for alarm. Qin Tian reassures them that I am here to take you to another wondrous place where we shall cultivate together. The martial energy there is exceptionally rich, making it an ideal training ground. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, flickers of hope spark in the eyes of many who have endured cruel punishments. Chapter 10. Soul-snatching Qin Tian retrieves the Emperor's flag from the system space, which emanates waves of black and purple light. The heads and elders of the Martial God Academy, bound to the crosses, display expressions of sheer panic, instinctively attempting to resist, yet their limbs are firmly restrained. Leaving them helpless, that a cold smirk curls at the corners of Qin Tian's mouth as he gazes icily at the gathered individuals, but he gently waves the Emperor's flag, and the black and purple light surges forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the Academy's leaders and elders. Under the terrifying energy's onslaught, their bodies begin to tremble, agony etched upon their faces. Yet, this is merely the beginning. In this heart-stopping scene, the former presidents and esteemed elders of the Martial God Academy seem to be summoned by some mysterious force, their souls being drawn into the Emperor's flag. Simultaneously, an irresistible and potent suction erupts, lifting the once mighty figures into the AI. As time passes, a chilling spectacle unfolds within the bodies of these presidents and elders. Blood flows like countless fine red threads, gradually extracted drop by drop. These crimson strands drift through the air, intertwining and coalescing into a massive, blood-colored energy sphere. The entire process was both eerie and terrifying, sending shivers down one's spine. After a prolonged wait, at last, when the blood-red energy sphere grew increasingly massive and dazzlingly radiant, the corpses of the past presidents and elders of the Martial God Academy suddenly lost their support, plummeting to the ground like kites severed from their strings. Accompanied by a dull thud, dust rose, revealing a scene of utter devastation. From within the human sovereign banner, dozens of pitch-black chains shot forth, striking towards the colossal blood-red orb. These chains swiftly coiled around the orb, rendering it immobile. Qin Tian began to recite an ancient incantation, channeling the full power of the human sovereign banner. The blood-red sphere began to struggle violently, yet it was helplessly bound by the chains, unable to escape. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface of the sphere, emitting piercing wails as the fissures widened. A grotesque, bloodied hand emerged, attempting to break free from its restraints. Qin Tian's gaze sharpened, and he intensified his martial prowess. The chains embedded deeply into the bloodied hand, thwarting its further attempts at liberation. Ultimately, the hand fell limply, and the entire blood-red sphere gradually dissipated. Qin Tian sighed in relief and retracted the human sovereign banner. He surveyed the ground strewn with corpses. Turning away from the dark prison, Qin Tian's figure receded into the distance. Behind him lay a silent ruin, awash in blood and debris. With resolute and steady strides, Qin Tian entered the tranquil training room. His eyes shimmered with anticipation and determination, as if on the verge of embarking on an unprecedented journey. Upon entering, he gently closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then slowly opened them, his gaze landing upon the system space he carried with him. With a mere thought, the system space instantly unfurled, and two resplendent beams of light shot forth. Upon closer inspection, they revealed two cards that exuded an air of mystery, imbued with the potential to elevate his martial prowess. These cards were as precious as rare treasures, encapsulating boundless strength and hope. Qin Tian grasped the cards tightly, feeling the immense energy they contained. As he gradually increased his grip, the cards emitted faint cracking sounds. Following this, a torrent of martial energy surged forth like a flood breaking through its dam. This formidable force was vast and overwhelming, swiftly coalescing into an enormous golden energy dragon. The dragon twisted and spiraled, its body radiating brilliant golden light, emanating an aura of palpable pressure. It danced in the air, as if possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Before him, the mysterious and dazzling golden energy entity floated like a brilliant pearl. It shimmered with a mesmerizing brilliance, seemingly harboring endless power and secrets. Suddenly, as if propelled by an unseen force, this golden entity slowly opened an immense mouth. With the opening of that colossal maw, a torrent of golden energy, as thick as a dragon, surged forth. This magnificent stream of golden energy, akin to a tumultuous ocean wave, swept towards Qin Tian with unparalleled might. Yet he stood steadfast, his gaze resolute and focused, as if already prepared to embrace the onslaught of this immense energy. The golden energy drew near. Its speed began to slow, yet it continued to flow towards him ceaselessly. The golden energy danced like spirited sprites, joyfully leaping and swirling before gradually merging into Qin Tian's body. Each infusion of golden energy ignited a sensation of heat and pain within him, but simultaneously bestowed an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and strength. Gradually, an increasing amount of golden energy converged within Qin Tian. It coursed through his meridians, nourishing his flesh and bones. It gathered in his dantian, transforming into a blazing flame that burned unceasingly. Qin Tian could distinctly sense his strength escalating at an astonishing pace, a sensation both foreign and exhilarating. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted within him like a surging torrent. He felt his martial cultivation rising at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the threshold of the early martial king stage, then surged forward into the mid-martial king realm. However, this immense power did not wane. It continued to surge, propelling him towards the pinnacle of the late martial king stage. And ultimately, amidst a dazzling radiance, Qin Tian successfully entered the early martial sovereign realm. In that moment, the very heavens seemed to shift, the air around him thickening, while Qin Tian shone like a radiant star, exuding a formidable aura and presence. The vast martial energy soared skyward, illuminating the heavens with a brilliant white light that enveloped the world, spreading relentlessly in all directions. Feeling the torrent of power within him, Qin Tian knew he had broken through to the martial sovereign realm. But he opened his eyes, his gaze electrifying as it swept across the surroundings. At that moment, he realized the very fabric of space had transformed. Once mundane scenery now appeared vividly colorful. Taking a deep breath, he sensed a significant enhancement in his perception, allowing him to hear faint sounds from afar and feel the slightest of breaths. He resolved to test his newfound strength. Extending his palm, he waved gently, and an invisible gust of air roared forth, instantly reducing a massive boulder to dust. At a faint smile graced Qin Tian's lips, for he was thoroughly satisfied with his current power. Yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. A long journey lay ahead. He must persist in his training, seeking ever higher realms of martial cultivation. Chapter 11. The Rampage of Beasts on the northern borders of the Dragon Kingdom. The air was thick with the scent of battle. From afar, the sounds of clashing weapons and fierce combat echoed relentlessly. Here, lives were lost every moment. The fallen soldiers had accumulated into hills of corpses and seas of blood, their bodies mingling with those of the beasts, their blood converging into a crimson river that stained the earth. The blood-red waters flowed relentlessly, saturating the air with a pungent stench of blood. The warriors, though weary, bore expressions of unwavering resolve that I end this hellish battlefield. Each person understood that only by defeating the enemy could they protect their homeland. Yi Zhantian stood atop the mound of corpses, gazing into the distance, a flame of indomitable spirit igniting within him, that he wielded his weapon and led the remaining comrades into a final charge against the enemy. The cries of battle pierced the sky, intertwining with the clang of weapons, creating a mournful war song that in an instant. Yi Zhantian erupted with a heart-stopping, terrifying red glow. This red light enveloped him like a raging inferno, making him appear as if a war god had descended upon the mortal realm. With an unmatched aura, Yi Zhantian did not hesitate to surge forward, charging at the tide of beastly hordes outside the city walls with blinding speed. His figure darted like an arrow released from a bow, swift as lightning, trailing a fierce gale in his wake, as if to rend the very fabric of existence. At this moment, Yi Zhantian's eyes sparkled with determination and resolve. Gripping a radiant sword that flickered with arcs of lightning, clearly a formidable artifact, the terrifying aura he exuded sent shivers down the spines of the once ferocious beasts amidst the tumultuous and overwhelming tide of beasts. Yi Zhantian fought valiantly, embodying the spirit of a war god. Each strike of his weapon sent forth sprays of crimson blood. Each roar reverberated through the heavens. As the battle intensified, a mysterious power began to surge within him. Waves of blood-red energy streamed from his body, gradually converging together. These energy streams intertwined and danced as if alive. Gradually, this potent energy coalesced into an indestructible blood-red energy wall, towering into the clouds. It loomed like a majestic mountain, radiating a chilling aura. More remarkably, two colossal blood-red bull apparitions emerged around the energy wall. They stood proudly, exuding an air of dominance, circling the energy wall with imposing majesty. Their robust horns glimmered ominously, sharp enough to pierce the heavens, while their blood-red eyes revealed boundless authority and ferocity. In that moment, the two blood-red bulls opened their mouths and unleashed torrents of blazing flames. These flames surged forth like two ferocious dragons, clawing and biting at the multitude of beasts. Wherever they passed, a sea of fire erupted, instantly consuming the hapless beasts in its searing embrace. Their bodies were mercilessly charred, their anguished wails echoing, yet they could not escape the deadly inferno. Under the onslaught of the flames, the beasts' pelts quickly turned black and curled, their flesh sizzling audibly in the blink of an eye. The once fearsome and ferocious beasts were reduced to lifeless, charred corpses sprawled upon the ground, devoid of any trace of vitality. Qin Zhantian soared into the air, his hands clasped together, forming a resolute fist. With the martial technique known as Blood Fiend Demon Ox Roar, he ascended above the tumultuous battlefield, where the skies darkened and the winds howled, that a figure of unparalleled sharpness streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, charging directly into the heart of the colossal and terrifying beast army. This figure exuded an aura of invincibility, as if intent on tearing apart the very fabric of the universe, targeting the four formidable demon generals at the core of the beast army. His speed was akin to a tempest, effortlessly bypassing layer upon layer of obstacles, arriving before the four demon generals in an instant. Radiating an aura that sent shivers down the spine, his eyes sparkled with determination and resolve. Clutched in his hand was a radiant divine weapon, each swing conjuring a cacophony of howling winds that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the four demon generals dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. They unleashed their most powerful spells, and in that moment, various bizarre lights intertwined and clashed in the air, creating a dazzling yet perilously charged tableau. However, this enigmatic powerhouse seemed unfazed, skillfully evading the general's assaults with an extraordinary blend of technique and strength. Swiftly retaliating in kind on this tempestuous battlefield, the four demon generals stood like immovable mountains, exuding an aura that echoed the horrors of demons from the abyss. In unison, they brandished their weapons, chanting ancient and arcane incantations. In an instant, four beams of energy, each a different hue and brimming with immense power, erupted forth. These energy beams roared forth like four ferocious dragons, lunging menacingly towards Qin Zhantian. Yet undeterred by such a terrifying onslaught, he stood tall and resolute, his gaze as steadfast as granite. With swift hand gestures, he channeled his inner martial energy, condensing it into a colossal battle spear manifestation, towering at dozens of feet high and shining with a blinding brilliance. It resembled a war god descending to the mortal realm. Let it be known, Qin Zhantian was no ordinary warrior. He was a veritable half-step martial emperor. In this era where the martial gods were but whispers of the past, he undoubtedly stood among the pinnacle of unrivaled strength. In the entirety of the world, who could dare to contest his might? Who would be so bold as to challenge the authority of Qin Zhantian? At this moment, he was the most resplendent and radiant existence in this realm. No adversary could impede his advance, nor could they hope to vanquish this legendary figure, with hands firmly grasping the spear that shimmered with mysterious light. His eyes crackled with intensity, radiating an unparalleled aura of majesty. With a sweeping motion of his arm, that colossal battle spear manifestation surged forth like a fierce dragon, sweeping across the battlefield with cataclysmic force. At that instant, four fearsome, clawing dragons, their visages grotesque, roared as they lunged towards Qin Zhantian, spewing forth torrents of searing flames, as if intent on engulfing the world itself. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Qin Zhantian remained unyielding. The battle spear manifestation surged forward with astonishing speed and power to meet the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the four once mighty dragons were sent hurtling back, akin to refuse swept away by a broom, crashing violently against the towering peaks nearby. The mountains trembled violently, boulders cascading down, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. However, the four dragons were not so easily vanquished. They struggled to rise from the ground, opening their gaping maws to launch an even fiercer assault on Qin Zhantian. This time, their fury seemed to reach a boiling point, each step reverberating through the earth beneath them. Witnessing this, Qin Zhantian's eyes glimmered with an unwavering resolve. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned forth the full extent of his martial prowess, channeling it ceaselessly into the battle spear manifestation that in an instant. The spear radiated a blinding glow, a terrifying energy coalescing within. Then, with a swift flick of the spear, he thrust it forward with tremendous force. The strike was as swift as lightning, as fierce as thunder, imbued with a power capable of rending the very fabric of reality. In the blink of an eye, that horrendous energy burst forth like a torrential flood, piercing through the massive, mountainous forms of the four dragons. Accompanied by four ear-piercing shrieks of agony, the dragons' bodies exploded in midair, showering the ground with a deluge of crimson rain. Simultaneously, the four demon generals, closely linked to the dragons, suffered grievous injuries, each spitting blood, their faces paling to the color of parchment. Observing this, the vice-generals stood aghast, acutely aware that continuing the fight would lead to further devastation. Thus, they decisively commanded a retreat that in an instant, the clear sound of gongs echoed across the battlefield, halting the fierce clashes as soldiers from both sides began an orderly withdrawal. Chapter 12. The collapse of the Beast Army. At that breathtaking moment, as the winds shifted and the skies darkened, the four legions of the Beast Army descended into chaos, akin to a herd of wild horses bereft of control. Meanwhile, a formidable force was quietly rising at the center of the southwestern front of the Beast Army. There stood a valiant and fearless commander, appearing as if a war god had descended upon the mortal realm. Wielding a weapon of unparalleled sharpness, each swing tore through the Beast Army's fortified defenses, creating gaping wounds that were nothing short of shocking. This formidable figure was none other than Shen Qingyan, the esteemed deputy commander of the Border Defense Forces and the legendary mother of Yi Tun. Agile and swift as a leopard, her presence incited terror among the beasts, who recoiled in fear at her approach. Her eyes burned like flames, filled with unwavering determination. Her battle cries resonated like an inspiring war song, urging her comrades to press forward bravely. Under her leadership, the morale of the Border Defense Forces surged, coordinating seamlessly as they launched wave after wave of fierce assaults against the Beast Army. As time progressed, the defenses of the Beast Army gradually crumbled, the once impregnable barriers now riddled with gaping holes. All of this was attributable to the gallant and fearsome General Shen Qingyan. Through her courage and intellect, she etched an indelible legend, becoming an eternal hero in the hearts of the people. The Border Defense Forces charged forth like three razor-sharp swords, encircling the massive Beast Army with blinding speed, in the absence of the wise and mighty leadership of the four demon generals. The once intimidating and invincible beast soldiers were instantly thrown into disarray, bewildered and panicked. They became like headless flies, scattering chaotically with no semblance of organization or discipline, let alone any fighting spirit. Faced with such a disordered and weakened foe, the valiant soldiers of the Border Defense Forces showed no mercy. They surged into the fray like tigers descending from the mountains, valiantly slaying their enemies with unstoppable force. Each strike of their blades, each shot fired, was imbued with boundless strength and resolve, delivering fatal blows to the vile beasts. This gripping battle raged on for an extended period, yet the outcome was inevitable. The beast army suffered an unprecedented and catastrophic defeat. Preliminary estimates suggested that the battle resulted in the loss of over 80% of the beast army's active forces. Such a devastating toll was undoubtedly a heavy blow, rendering them incapable of regaining their strength in the near future, let alone continuing their incursions into the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the victorious soldiers of the Border Defense Forces did not indulge in self-congratulation or become complacent, and on the contrary, they understood that the war was far from over, and they might face even greater challenges ahead. Nevertheless, this glorious victory had undeniably demonstrated to the world that the people of the Dragon Kingdom possessed an unyielding will and a steadfast belief in safeguarding their national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Anyone daring to provoke their bottom line would undoubtedly face a swift and severe retaliation, paying a heavy price. In the aftermath of the battle, the Border Defense Forces began to clear the battlefield while dispatching reconnaissance teams to remain vigilant against potential beast attacks. Concurrently, various powerful factions within the country took note of this victory. Some ambitious forces began to stir, attempting to seize opportunities amidst the chaos. Within the territory of the beasts, a heated debate was unfolding among the remaining high-ranking members. They realized they must reassess their relationship with humanity. Should they continue to be adversaries, or seek the possibility of peaceful coexistence? This dilemma weighed heavily upon them in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Government officials convened urgently. They understood that this victory was merely temporary, and future challenges loomed large. They resolved to strengthen national defense, cultivating more skilled warriors to confront potential crises in response to the government's call. Martial arts schools across the nation began selecting outstanding disciples to join the military. These young martial artists, brimming with dreams and passion, yearned to showcase their abilities in the fight to defend their homeland. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure appeared in the capital. Named Yi Ziqiu, he was a lone ranger of remarkable prowess. Upon hearing of the beast incidents, he resolved to join the Border Defense Forces to combat the looming threats. Yi Ziqiu's arrival garnered significant attention, with opinions divided regarding his true capabilities. Some individuals expressed profound skepticism towards this, perceiving it as mere posturing, while others gaze at him with eager anticipation, firmly believing he will deliver a breathtaking performance. Yet, irrespective of the external discourse, Yi Ziqiu remains steadfast in his beliefs and maintains a composed demeanor that he understands that only through tangible actions can he genuinely demonstrate his capabilities and worth to all. In the forthcoming days, each challenge will serve as an opportunity for Yi Ziqiu to validate himself, that he shall not be swayed by the doubts of others, nor shall he retreat in the face of transient difficulties. On the contrary, these voices will merely become a wellspring of motivation, propelling him to forge ahead with relentless effort. He is determined to inscribe his own illustrious chapter through his sweat and diligence, compelling those who once underestimated him to take notice, while instilling a sense of pride in those who have steadfastly supported him. As time progresses, Yi Ziqiu immerses himself wholeheartedly in various training and practical endeavors. Be it grueling physical conditioning or the intricate learning of diverse skills, he faces them all without fear, exerting his utmost effort. Day after day, month after month, his skills become increasingly refined, and his strength grows ever more formidable. At last, the moment of great significance arrives. A pivotal trial stands before Yi Ziqiu. This instant, all eyes are fixated upon him, the audience collectively holding their breath in anticipation of his remarkable display. Ding dong, the child of fortune, Yi Ziqiu, emerges from the first son-in-law battle god. Another child of fortune has appeared. How can there be so many in this world? Ding dong, as if a mysterious bell tolls, revealing the concealed truth behind this world. It is, in fact, constructed from a multitude of splendid and diverse narratives. Within this vast ocean of stories, it is evident that the so-called child of fortune, favored by destiny, does not monopolize the spotlight. There exist numerous protagonists, each uniquely characterized, whose eccentricities and quirks allow them to pen their own legendary tales. These protagonists may not shine with the brilliance traditionally associated with heroes. Yet they captivate readers through their distinctive traits and experiences. Some may possess a solitary demeanor, appearing aloof yet harboring an inferno within. Others may seem irreverent while concealing profound depths, and some may present themselves in absurdly unexpected forms, evoking both adoration and exasperation. It is precisely the existence of these multifaceted and charismatic characters that enriches the entire literary realm, rendering it vibrant and enthralling. Upon hearing the system's response, Qin Tian's lips curled slightly upward. This world truly grows ever more fascinating. Qin Tian muses that since this realm comprises numerous novels, there must be other children of fortune akin to Yi Ziqiu, that he resolves to seek them out, hoping to uncover additional opportunities and advantages. Thus, Qin Tian embarks on his quest, traversing various narrative worlds and encountering a myriad of protagonists. Throughout this journey, he realizes that each child of fortune possesses unique personalities and abilities. Some are kind-hearted and upright, while others are shrewd and calculating. Some exhibit formidable martial prowess, while others exhibit exceptional intelligence. Through his interactions and collaborations with these children of fortune, Qin Tian gradually comprehends that fortune is not the sole determinant of success. One's own efforts and perseverance are equally paramount. Ultimately, amidst the surprises and challenges of this world, Qin Tian continually evolves and progresses, emerging as a genuine powerhouse. The system locks onto Yi Ziqiu's location. All right, Yi Ziqiu's position has been pinpointed, and a tracking talisman has been implanted within him. The system projects Yi Ziqiu's actions before Qin Tian. Truly, as a child of fortune, this display of bravado earns full marks. Qin Tian comments while observing. However, it is precisely within the realm of such son-in-law protagonists that patience reigns supreme, coupled with profound devotion to the female lead, regardless of how the female lead berates him or how her parents chastise him. The protagonist never offers any resistance, silently enduring all harm. As Qin Tian contemplates this, he suddenly witnesses Yi Ziqiu being ambushed by a group of figures clad in black, in a swift motion. Yi Ziqiu evades the assault effortlessly, counterattacking and swiftly incapacitating several assailants. Interesting, Qin Tian muses, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. However, this indicates that someone has taken notice of Yi Ziqiu. It seems I must expedite my actions. With that, Qin Tian turns to depart, deciding to investigate the origins of these black-clad figures. After all, in this world, the ability to cultivate such formidable subordinates suggests that the underlying forces must be quite significant. This, perhaps, shall serve as his forthcoming breakthrough. Qin Tian arrives at a bar, inquiring with the bartender about information regarding the black-clad individuals. The bartender glances at him, coldly stating, "I don't know what you're talking about." Qin Tian places a banknote on the bar, saying, "Just tell me, and this is yours." That a flicker of greed flashes in the bartender's eyes, yet he shakes his head. Qin Tian adds a few more banknotes, insisting, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The bartender hesitates for a moment before finally divulging, "I've heard those black-clad individuals are the guards of a prominent family, tasked with executing secret missions. But which family, I cannot say." With this newfound information, Qin Tian expresses his gratitude to the bartender and departs the bar. He resolves to delve into the affairs of this family, seeking to uncover Yi Ziqiu's origins and the hidden conspiracies lurking beneath. Chapter 13. Encountering the mysterious figure again. As Qin Tian exits the bar, Longbo opens the car door, swiftly returning to the driver's seat and starting the vehicle to leave the area. Conduct a thorough investigation into all matters concerning a certain Yi Ziqiu and his wife's family. Ensure it is exhaustive, with no detail overlooked. Understood, young master. Soon, the files pertaining to Yi Ziqiu and his wife, as well as the members of her family, appear before Qin Tian. He meticulously reviews the documents, a solemn expression emerging in his gaze. The Yi Ziqiu's background appears to be even more intricate than he initially anticipated. While his wife Tang Kursan's family, the Tang clan, is revealed to be vast and enigmatic. Qin Tian delves deeper into the members of the Tang family, discovering their extensive influence within both the business and political spheres, with numerous members and a web of complex relationships. Among them, Tang Kursan's father, Tang Jingshan, stands as a pivotal figure, wielding considerable power in the business realm. Qin Tian continues to unearth information about other members of the Tang family. He learns that the eldest son, Tang Tianming, has significant connections in politics, while the second son, Tang Tianxiang, is making a name for himself in the business sector. Additionally, there are some collateral relatives within the Tang family, each possessing a degree of influence in their respective fields that as the investigation deepens. Qin Tian gradually discerns that the Tang family's power extends beyond mere appearances. They seem to manipulate significant matters from the shadows and maintain intricate connections with various mysterious organizations. A profound sense of responsibility wells up within Qin Tian, that he understands that to unveil the secrets hidden behind the Tang family, more time and effort are required. He resolves to persist in his investigation, leaving no detail unexamined until he reveals the true visage of this enigmatic family. The vehicle glides swiftly and steadily along the highway. As night quietly descends, the moon hangs high in the sky. However, tonight's moonlight is obscured by dense clouds, plunging the earth into a shroud of darkness. Within this obscurity, a group of mysterious figures cloaked in black silently materializes. They move swiftly, like phantoms, rapidly surrounding the route Qin Tian must take to return to the Qin residence. Qin Tian and Long Bo exchange wary glances, their hearts brimming with uncertainty and vigilance. Each of these black-clad individuals exudes a calm aura, clearly skilled. What could their intentions be? At the leader's command, the elite swiftly launch an assault on Qin Tian and Long Bo. In an instant, blades clash and energy surges. Qin Tian and Long Bo fiercely resist, their movements agile and strikes fierce, yet as they face the onslaught of numerous adversaries, they gradually find themselves overwhelmed. Just then, Qin Tian suddenly spots a weakness in the black-clad figure's formation. He swiftly evades the encirclement. However, the leader of the black-clad individuals follows closely, blocking his path. Qin Tian locks eyes with the leader, perceiving an intense murderous intent emanating from him. In an instant, the two engage in a fierce duel, each strike imbued with boundless power. Meanwhile, Long Bo grapples with the other black-clad assailants, sustaining multiple injuries, yet resolutely refusing to yield even an inch. On this dark and tempestuous night, a heart-stopping battle unfolds. Martial arts. 10,000 poisons subduing demons martial arts. All-encompassing Dragon Shadow Fist, both Long Bo and Qin Tian unleash their martial skills, launching rapid and forceful attacks against the encroaching black-clad figures. A colossal blue fist, reminiscent of a mountain, hurtles forward with cataclysmic force, while a hand as dark as ink, seemingly emerging from the abyss, suddenly reaches out, shimmering ominously. The two forces collide in midair, unleashing an unfathomable torrent of energy. This energy surges forth like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable as if a galaxy were cascading down. It manifests as a tempestuous energy storm, sweeping towards the group of black-clad individuals with overwhelming might. Where it passes, the void trembles, and the very fabric of space distorts, as though it were on the verge of tearing the world asunder. After that earth-shattering blow, the night once again returned to tranquility. As the dust settled, Qin Tian and Long Bo stood in place, breathing heavily. They surveyed their surroundings, only to find that the group of dark-clad figures had been reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. Finally resolving the conflict, Long Bo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a trace of fatigue in his smile. Qin Tian nodded, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. This battle had been exceptionally arduous, yet they emerged victorious in the end. However, just as they were preparing to depart, an ominous premonition surged within them. Qin Tian looked up at the sky, where dark clouds were slowly gathering, faintly emanating a sinister aura. It appeared that a greater challenge awaited them. Qin Tian clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Do you think that you can defeat us so easily with that single strike? Do not harbor such delusions." The leader of the black-clad squad, his eyes narrowing, muttered incantations under his breath. In an instant, the void before him twisted, and a colossal scythe, as dark as the depths of hell, materialized out of thin air. This scythe exuded a chilling black-red glow, reminiscent of the infernal fires from the underworld, as if it were tainted by blood. Among the black-red radiance, mysterious purple runes flickered, akin to serpentine entities slithering along the blade, sometimes vanishing, sometimes reappearing, creating an elusive sensation as time progressed. The intertwining black-red light and enigmatic purple runes began to pulsate, resembling two disparate yet complementary sources of power. continuously releasing formidable waves of energy. Gradually, this energy surged, coalescing into a terrifying torrent of power. The leader of the black-clad squad gripped the enormous black scythe tightly and swung it forward with a fierce motion, unleashing countless massive scythe blades that tore through the air towards Qin Tian and Long Bo with an earth-shattering force. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Qin Tian and Long Bo dared not to delay, swiftly retreating while employing every ounce of skill to evade the energy blade's assault. Simultaneously, Qin Tian summoned his innate treasure, the Heavenly Demon Sword, and without hesitation, channeled his martial energy to unleash the sword technique. Heavenly Thunder Obliteration, like a ferocious thunder dragon emanating boundless majesty and dominance. In an instant, the sky erupted with thunder, and fierce winds howled. The clash between the Heavenly Demon Sword and the multitude of scythe blades produced a series of thunderous roars. The shockwaves radiated outward, causing surrounding structures to collapse, enveloping the area in dust and debris. Yet, Qin Tian did not waver. He gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to continue swinging the Heavenly Demon Sword in fierce combat against the black-clad squad. In this breathtaking confrontation, neither side yielded, and the outcome remained uncertain for a time. Long Bo, murmuring incantations, suddenly unleashed a torrent of power from within that a blinding light flashed, revealing an immense, formidable blade in his grasp. This blade shimmered ominously with a red glow, as if engulfed in raging flames, completely enveloping its form. The terrifying crimson light, thick as blood, sent chills down one's spine. Long Bo tightened his grip on the hilt, his muscles tensing, and with all his might, he swung the blade with the force of a thunderclap toward the leader of the black-clad squad. In an instant, the air seemed to rip apart with a sharp screech. Confronted with such a fierce assault, the leader of the black-clad squad could not afford to be careless. He swiftly raised his scythe, meeting the blade's ferocious strike. With a deafening clang, the two weapons collided, sending sparks flying. The brilliance of the flames illuminated the surrounding darkness. At that moment, Qin Tian flashed into the center of the battlefield like a wraith. His eyes narrowed, revealing a determined glint. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his martial energy and bellowed, "Thunder Dragon, shatter the heavens!" As his voice echoed, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder roared that a colossal purple thunder dragon materialized, lunging toward the leader of the black-clad squad with ferocity. This thunder dragon shimmered with purple lightning, each scale harboring devastating power. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing formidable bolts of lightning, infused with an aura of annihilation that struck the black-clad leader with tremendous force. The leader, unable to withstand such a lethal blow, was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. His body traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the nearby lawn. The impact created a deep crater in the ground, displacing the grass and sending dust swirling. The small stones scattered within the crater seemed to seek out their target, embedding themselves into the leader's wounds. He groaned in agony as blood poured from his injuries, staining the earth beneath him. In a flash, Long Bo darted to the side of the fallen leader, clutching a gleaming blade that radiated a chilling brilliance. He steadied the sharp edge against the leader's vulnerable neck, his gaze icy and penetrating, as if it could pierce through the very soul of his adversary. "Speak." Long Bo's voice resonated with a low, furious growl, filled with an overwhelming air of authority and menace. "Who are you? Why have you repeatedly sought to harm us?" His tone was devoid of compassion, each word striking the black-clad leader like a hammer, causing him to tremble involuntarily. The leader, clad in a black robe, found his neck gripped tightly by Long Bo's iron-like hand, as if he were on the brink of being crushed. Long Bo applied a slight amount of pressure, and a suffocating sensation surged through the leader like a tidal wave. That moment, he felt darkness closing in, as if a raging fire burned within his chest, while the air grew increasingly thin, nearly suffocating him. However, just as despair threatened to consume him and he believed he was on the verge of death, Long Bo suddenly eased his grip, allowing him to inhale a few precious breaths of fresh air. His previously flushed face gradually returned to normal. "Speak quickly. Who orchestrated your arrival?" Long Bo's voice was frigid, like a chilling breeze from the depths of the abyss, instilling fear. The black-clad leader coughed violently several times, struggling to regain his breath, yet speaking remained arduous. I cannot say. Longbow's eyes turned icy, sharp as blades. Piercing into the leader, he exerted more force, more ferociously than before. The leader's face paled to a ghastly white. Devoid of color, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I will tell you, it is the Liu family. Under the unbearable torment, the black-clad leader ultimately chose to capitulate, revealing the mastermind behind the plot. Upon hearing this revelation, Longbow slowly released his grip, discarding the leader as if he were a useless object. He unleashed a torrent of formidable martial energy, condensing it into a 3-meter-long stream aimed at the leader's neck. The leader, clutching his bleeding throat, felt his strength wane, his hands falling limply to the ground. The Liu family. Once again, the Liu family, Longbow murmured, a glint of chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The intensity of that killing intent seemed capable of piercing through the void and reaching the depths of one's heart. Clearly, he could no longer tolerate the Liu family's actions. Very well, how audacious of the Liu family to send assassins after me. Who granted them such courage? Longbow declared, his expression grave. Notify the major families of the magic capital that effective immediately, we shall spare no effort in suppressing the Liu group at all costs. Whether it be their headquarters or all subsidiaries in Liu City and other regions, including various chain stores, not a single one shall be spared. We must ensure that the Liu family and its associated enterprises find themselves in utter despair, with no hope of resurgence. This not only concerns our interests and honor, but also serves as a demonstration of our might and authority to the entire business world. Everyone must exert their utmost effort, leaving no room for negligence. Anyone who dares to go against this shall face my wrath without mercy. Act now, and let the Liu family taste the bitterness of betrayal and isolation. Longbow's expression was solemn as he slowly retrieved his phone from his pocket, his fingers trembling slightly as he dialed a familiar, yet distant number. As the telephone connection was established, a heart-stopping tempest of business commenced at IN that very moment. The metropolis seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, compelling all companies associated with the Liu group to launch a fervent assault as if receiving a mysterious command. This sudden onslaught swept in like a torrential storm, catching everyone off guard. Within just an hour, the Liu group was bombarded with termination notices from various partners, arriving like a flurry of snowflakes. Those once tightly knit allies, interdependent upon one another, now unhesitatingly chose to forsake them, displaying an unprecedented resolve and decisiveness. More astonishingly, these partners expressed their willingness to swiftly compensate exorbitant penalties within a remarkably short time frame, seemingly unconcerned about the potential monumental financial losses. Faced with such dire circumstances, the Liu group was plunged into chaos. Employees were in a state of panic. The management was overwhelmed, and an atmosphere of despair and helplessness permeated the entire company. It was clear to all that this unforeseen predicament was undoubtedly a severe blow to the Liu group, and if not addressed promptly and effectively, the consequences would be dire. That a multitude of employees chose to resign en masse, and this abrupt upheaval plunged the company into turmoil and trepidation. That's the core of the company. The Liu group's stock suffered an unprecedented blow, plummeting relentlessly like a dam that had burst. Ultimately, it cruelly fell below zero, and this once glorious commercial empire crumbled in an instant, officially declaring bankruptcy. However, in this moment, the head of the Liu family and the remaining individuals found no solace. They were ensnared in a dim, damp chamber, reeking of blood, enduring inhumane torture. Each lash of the whip left behind a gruesome tapestry, and every anguished scream echoed hauntingly in the air. The once mighty Liu Tianlong had lost all dignity and pride. He pleaded desperately, his voice trembling and humble. "Please, I beg you, spare me today, spare the Liu family. If you can show mercy, I am willing to surrender Liu Ruoying, to be at the mercy of young Master Qin." Yet, no matter how fervently he begged for mercy, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Under the relentless grip of fear and torment, Liu Tianlong's consciousness began to fade. He felt as though he were plunging into an abyss with only darkness and despair for company. Finally, as the last vestiges of strength ebbed away, he succumbed to the cold ground, his vision fading to black. Upon learning that Liu Tianlong had fainted, Qin Tian deliberately made his way to the dark prison. Observing the unconscious Liu Tianlong, Qin Tian ordered someone to douse him with a bucket of ice water to rouse him. The moment the icy water splashed upon him, Lu Tianlong jolted awake, his eyes widening, revealing a network of blood vessels, appearing gaunt and haggard. "How do you fare now, Master Lu? Are you awake?" Qin Tian inquired mockingly. Lu Tianlong struggled to raise his head, gazing at Qin Tian, his lips trembling as he stammered, "What do you want?" Qin Tian crouched down, gripping Lu Tianlong's chin, and coldly stated, "What do I want? You have brought disgrace upon the Qin family, and you dare inquire what I desire." Despair and regret flickered in Lu Tianlong's eyes. He understood he was at a dead end. Qin Tian rose, ordering indifferently, "Take him out. Let him witness what has become of his Lu family." With that, he turned and departed. Lu Tianlong was dragged from the dark prison to what was once the Lu family estate. Now, it lay in ruins, the former splendor utterly vanished. Lu Tianlong surveyed the scene, his heart shattering with grief, but he realized this was the consequence of his own actions. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the once magnificent Lu estate. Now reduced to rubble, his heart felt as though pierced by 1,000 steel needles. Agony overwhelming him, and a metallic taste surged in his throat. With a violent cough, blood erupted from his mouth. Blooming like a tragic crimson flower in the air, Lu Tianlong's body swayed precariously before he ultimately collapsed to the ground, his eyes gradually losing their luster, the breath of life flickering like a candle in the wind. In this suffocating silence of desolation, Lu Tianlong lay still, offering no resistance or struggle. Surrounding him were the remnants of walls and shattered tiles, silent witnesses to the rise and fall of the Lu family. At this moment, this once dominant figure had reached the end of his journey. The wind whispered softly, stirring a cloud of dust as if bidding farewell to Lu Tianlong. His silhouette gradually disappeared beneath the haze. Qin Tian stepped into another dim cell, where Lu Ruoyan was being harshly illuminated. Observing Lu Ruoyan, bound hand and foot, her hair disheveled, and her body caked in filth, the glamour of her past was completely erased. She bore numerous wounds, and her once beautiful face had transformed into a grotesque scar. Hearing the door creak open, Lu Ruoyan slowly lifted her head, her vacant eyes staring ahead. Upon recognizing Qin Tian, her body began to tremble violently, as if yearning to approach him and speak. However, Qin Tian offered her not a single glance, merely casting a fleeting look before stepping back several paces, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters before speaking. "I come today for no other reason than to inform you that the Lu family has declared bankruptcy. Lu Ruoyan, you have fallen from the lofty heights of the Lu family's esteemed daughter to that of a mere commoner. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing these words, it was as though a thunderclap echoed in Lu Ruoyan's mind, plunging her into an abyss of regret for the decision that had led to her family's ruin. Lu Ruoyan clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her flesh as tears flowed like a breached dam. Qin Tian regarded her with indifference, turning to leave. "Wait." Lu Ruoyan summoned her last ounce of strength to cry out. Qin Tian halted but did not turn back. "Why? Why do this to me?" Lu Ruoyan's voice was filled with despair and resentment. After a moment of silence, Qin Tian finally spoke. "Everything is your own doing." With that, he resumed his departure, leaving Lu Ruoyan to weep alone in the darkness. Lu Ruoyan succumbed to a fit of manic laughter, but her mirth quickly faded into silence. Pain coursed through her throat, akin to an invisible hand squeezing her mercilessly, leaving her in agony. In a state of profound sorrow, she coughed up a mouthful of black blood, collapsing into unconsciousness, the dark liquid splattering the ground. Forming a grotesque flower, Lu Ruoyan's breathing became faint, as if it could cease at any moment. That moment, a mysterious figure quietly entered the room. Approaching Lu Ruoyan, he gently placed a finger above her forehead. A faint glow emanated from his fingertip, permeating Lu Ruoyan's being. Her body trembled slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Gazing at the enigmatic figure, confusion and fear filled her eyes. The mysterious man smiled gently and spoke softly. "Do not be afraid. I am here to save you." His voice was like celestial music, soothing to the soul. Lu Ruoyan struggled to sit up, feeling her strength gradually returning. She looked at the mysterious figure with gratitude and asked, "Who are you? Why are you saving me?" The mysterious man smiled but did not answer her question. He handed her a translucent pill, saying, This pill will heal your wounds and elevate your strength. However, remember, power and wealth are not everything. What truly matters is inner peace and kindness. Having said this, the mysterious man turned and vanished into the shadows. Lu Ruan clutched the pill tightly, silently vowing to uncover the true culprit behind the Lu family's downfall and reclaim what was lost. At the same time, she understood that only by possessing formidable strength could she protect herself and her family. Thus began her arduous journey, fraught with challenges yet ripe with opportunity. The only one capable of silently infiltrating the Qin family's dark prison and entering and exiting at will was Yi Feng, the previous Dragon King. Just as Yi Feng and Lu Ruan neared the entrance of the Qin family villa, a voice gradually reached their ears from behind. "Do you think this place is one where you can come and go as you please?" A powerful martial energy erupted from Qin Tian, unleashing a fierce storm that swept towards Yi Feng and Lu Ruan. Why Yi Feng's expression turned grave, knowing he could not afford to be negligent. He understood Qin Tian's strength was unfathomable and that he must respond with all his might. He swiftly summoned the vast martial energy within him, channeling it through his meridians and compressing it to its utmost. As Yi Feng focused his mind, an extraordinarily powerful martial aura surged forth from his body, akin to a tangible force erupting from within. This aura blazed like a fiery inferno, dazzling and fierce. Yet as solid and unyielding as a steel fortress, the it enveloped Yi Feng, forming an impenetrable protective barrier around him. Simultaneously, an earth-shattering martial presence erupted from Qin Tian as well. The aura surged forth like a tumultuous torrent, sweeping towards Yi Feng with an overwhelming force capable of toppling mountains and seas. The terrifying pressure seemed poised to tear the very fabric of space asunder, leaving one breathless. Yet in the face of such formidable onslaught, Yi Feng did not retreat an inch. He gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of his martial energy to counter the impending threat. In that moment, two immense forces clashed violently in the air, erupting into a dazzling display of light and thunderous roars. The surrounding atmosphere appeared to warp and distort, unleashing a tempest of chaotic winds. Chapter 15. A devastating blow to the old Dragon King. The two magnificent torrents of martial energy collided with a resounding crash. And in an instant, the powerful shockwaves spread out like surging tides. The terrifying energy ripples swiftly demolished nearby skyscrapers, shattering the glass within, which flew through the air like countless sharp arrows. The workers inside the buildings, witnessing the devastation, hurriedly evacuated in search of safety. They gazed at the ravaged structures, first engulfed in extreme terror, before finally exhaling in relief. Celestial Demon Sword. Qin Tian sneered coldly. When will the Qin family's guardians emerge, if not now? A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he commanded, "Prepare to receive my strike." No sooner had the words left his lips than he swung his arm fiercely, unleashing a streak of black-blue sword light that shot forth like lightning. This sword light emanated an unsettling aura, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld, radiating a horrifying energy. The black, thunderous power coiled around the blade, crackling ominously, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. At that precise moment when the sword was unleashed, the previously clear sky darkened, clouds roiling like ink as they swiftly gathered. Following this, thunderbolts, thick as water pipes, descended from the heavens, roaring like colossal dragons, striking down towards Yi Feng with cataclysmic force. These menacing black thunderbolts did not directly strike Yi Feng. Instead, they twisted and transformed in midair, morphing into ferocious black tigers and scorpions. They clawed and lunged with unrelenting ferocity, launching wave after wave of brutal assaults against Yi Feng's protective energy. Each impact resounded with earth-shattering echoes, causing the very space around them to tremble. Yet Yi Feng clenched his teeth, summoning all his martial energy to withstand this overwhelming force. He understood that a single misstep could lead to his downfall in this life-and-death struggle. Behind Yi Feng, 9 figures appeared, joining forces to unleash a terrifying energy that surged towards Yi Feng. With the addition of these figures, Yi Feng's momentum surged dramatically, that he bellowed mightily, forming hand seals as the energy around him roiled like crashing waves, continuously flowing towards the formidable energy. The collision of their powers produced a brilliant radiance that illuminated the night sky. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Yi Feng gradually gained the upper hand. With a valiant strike, Yi Feng ultimately shattered the terrifying energy. The guardians of the Qin family were taken aback, their expressions paling as they could hardly fathom how Yi Feng had so effortlessly countered their combined assault. Yi Feng cast a scornful glance at the Qin family's guardians. A smirk of disdain etched on his face in a flash. He darted towards them like a wraith, his fists akin to dragons and his palms resembling tigers. Causing the Qin family's guardians to retreat in disarray, as the battle drew to a close. Yi Feng turned to depart, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and a multitude of shocked onlookers. Qin Tian stood there, a figure reminiscent of a demonic god emerging from the depths of hell, his towering frame radiating an aura that instilled fear, as though he sought to devour the entire world. His gaze was cold and merciless, fixating on the devastation before him, his fury surging forth like a volcano at that moment. He abruptly turned his head, his eyes piercing like lightning as they landed on Lu Yan, who cowered in a corner. Trembling in fear, Lu Yan's face was as pale as a sheet, her body quaking, her eyes filled with terror and despair. Qin Tian approached her with heavy steps, each footfall echoing like a hammer upon her heart, quickening her pulse with dread. Finally, he reached her side, lifting her chin with a hand. Lu Yan's lips quivered, attempting to articulate something, yet no sound escaped her. Qin Tian's hand gradually descended, resting upon her slender neck. With a slight exertion, a sharp crack resonated, and Lu Yan's neck snapped instantly. Her limbs fell limply, her eyes closing slowly as life ebbed away. In that fleeting moment, her existence vanished without a trace, leaving behind a lifeless shell. Qin Tian released her, allowing her body to collapse to the ground, his expression devoid of emotion, only reflecting an endless void of indifference and resolution. Congratulations, host, for slaying Lu Yan and earning 100,000 face-slapping points. Self-destruction. The Lu family gains 100,000 face-slapping points. The system is locked onto Yi Feng's location. Locking in, completed. At this instant, Qin Tian's mind was stirred by a mysterious force, a vivid and detailed map of routes quietly manifesting. This map resembled a colossal spider's web, intricately interwoven, with every line glimmering faintly. Yet what captured attention most was a conspicuous red that moving with astonishing speed amidst the dense lines. It resembled a burning meteor streaking through the dark void, leaving a brilliant trail behind. Undoubtedly, this red that represented Yi Feng. He seemed to be racing towards a specific target. Qin Tian's eyes widened, intensely fixated on the pulsating red, a wave of indescribable excitement swelling within him. He could sense the formidable aura emanating from Yi Feng, a power surging like relentless ocean waves, crashing against his consciousness as time passed, the red that distanced itself from its destination. Qin Tian transformed into a streak of black light, pursuing the direction in which Yi Feng fled. Like a bolt of lightning, Qin Tian's speed was akin to a fierce gale, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to Yi Feng. The two of them, like two meteors, engaged in a breathtaking duel across the vast expanse of the sky. Qin Tian's gaze was fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura as he wasted no time in launching his attack with a powerful punch. This strike was akin to the force of a thunderclap, carrying a heart-stopping energy as if it sought to rend the very heavens apart. The punch's wind howled past, resembling a roaring dragon, surging towards Yi Feng. Yet Yi Feng was undaunted in response to Qin Tian's ferocious assault. He quickly reacted, forming hand seals to unleash his unique techniques in an instant. A radiant brilliance erupted, intertwining with Qin Tian's fist. The sky reverberated with an earth-shattering roar, shockwaves radiating outwards, scattering the surrounding clouds. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding, and each clash unleashed cataclysmic waves of energy that left spectators in awe. Martial arts manifestation. Yin Luo. 10,000 souls. In that fleeting moment, Yi Feng's body seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious and powerful force, a dense fog surrounding him, impenetrable to the eye, this mist alive in its own right. Rapidly coiled and intertwined, ultimately forming a massive black cocoon resembling a giant serpent. This cocoon stood as an impregnable fortress, enveloping Yi Feng completely, leaving no seam exposed. Simultaneously, from this eerie cocoon, countless strands of pitch-black silk emerged, shooting towards Qin Tian with astonishing speed. imbued with lethal intent and terrifying energy fluctuations. Yet, undeterred by such a fierce onslaught, Qin Tian gripped the celestial demon's sword tightly, his gaze resolute and sharp. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of dazzling black-blue sword lights from the celestial demon's sword. These beams of sword light sliced through the air like lightning, colliding with the oncoming black silk. A crisp sound of severance echoed as the once formidable black silk was effortlessly cleaved into segments, falling to the ground. However, before Qin Tian could breathe a sigh of relief, the massive cocoon launched a counterattack. This time, it fired a dozen thicker gray silks, each containing immense power, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow to Qin Tian. Quick-witted and agile, Qin Tian evaded several strands, but was still grazed by a few, leaving shallow wounds across his body. Nevertheless, these minor injuries only fueled his fighting spirit. Clenching his teeth, he swung the celestial demon sword once more, engaging the gray silks in a thrilling life-or-death struggle. Martial technique. Thunderclap shatters the firmament. Qin Tian's expression turned grave as he gazed at the black cocoon suspended in the sky. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his energy into his left hand. Clenching it into a fist, he summoned a pulsating black lightning that flickered across the surface, as if harboring boundless destructive power. The black thunder coiled like serpents around Qin Tian's fist, writhing and leaping with a life of its own. With each flicker, a formidable wave of energy is unleashed, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. In an instant, Qin Tian exerts his strength, his fist shooting forth with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. This strike, imbued with unparalleled might and determination, hurtles directly towards the enigmatic black cocoon. As his fist advances at breakneck speed, dark lightning collides violently with the air, igniting a series of thunderous sonic booms that resonate through the heavens. Deafening in their intensity, these sounds echo like 1,000 thunderclaps and resemble the cataclysmic roar of an avalanche and tsunami, shaking the very fabric of the world. In a heartbeat, his fist collides thunderously with the cocoon. The world shifts in hue, and the skies churn tumultuously. Dark bolts of lightning rampage like a feral dragon, instantly engulfing the cocoon. The cocoon trembles violently, fissures appearing all over its surface. Yet at that moment, an eerie force surges from within, staunchly resisting Qin Tian's onslaught. Qin Tian's gaze sharpens. He senses the peculiarity of this power. Undeterred, he channels his inner true essence with unwavering resolve, continuously infusing it into his fist. The dark lightning intensifies, standing its ground against the strange force, neither yielding. Suddenly, a beam of black light erupts from the cocoon. Hurtling towards Qin Tian, he sidesteps deftly, simultaneously unleashing a technique known as the Heavenly God Leg. His leg, accompanied by a fierce gale, strikes towards the cocoon with the speed of lightning. However, the force within the cocoon seems to anticipate his move, effortlessly deflecting the blow. Qin Tian furrows his brow, realizing that this adversary is far more formidable than he had envisioned. Yet he does not waver. Instead, a fiercer fighting spirit ignites within him that he resolves to unleash his ultimate skill, the Radiant Sun divine art, concentrating all his true essence into a blazing sun. With a mighty shout, he propels this orb of light toward the cocoon. The two forces collide once more, emitting a dazzling radiance that illuminates the entire space. This time, the cocoon finally succumbs to Qin Tian's relentless assault, shattering completely. As the cocoon fractures, a powerful aura bursts forth, revealing a colossal black butterfly before Qin Tian. Its wings flap, conjuring a tempest that nearly topples him. Amidst Qin Tian's persistent attacks, the immense black figure sustains severe damage, erupting in a blinding flash of black light that sends him hurtling thousands of miles away. Steadying himself, Qin Tian gazes warily at the distant black butterfly. Acutely aware of its formidable strength, knowing he is about to face a fierce battle, the black butterfly flaps its wings and charges towards Qin Tian, and he mobilizes his true essence, invoking the Radiant Sun divine art. Forming a fiery vortex that surges forth to meet the butterfly. The flames collide with the butterfly, producing a deafening roar. The butterfly is singed, emitting plumes of black smoke, yet it presses on, undeterred, continuing its assault on Qin Tian. Observing this, Qin Tian steps into the void, evading the butterfly's strike with agility, that he forms hand seals, converting his true essence into razor-sharp blades that slice towards the butterfly. The butterfly adeptly dodges his attacks while launching counterstrikes. The two engage in a fierce exchange, neither conceding an inch. Suddenly, the butterfly makes a swift maneuver, appearing behind Qin Tian and attacking once more. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Qin Tian pivots and delivers a powerful kick to the butterfly's abdomen, sending it staggering back. However, it quickly regains its footing and charges at Qin Tian again. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian braces himself for the next wave of attacks. At that moment, a pair of pitch-black wings rapidly sprout from the butterfly's back. Flapping vigorously and stirring up a tempest, Qin Tian's eyes widen in shock at this sudden transformation, a wave of unease washing over him. The wings shimmer with an eerie glow, seemingly drawn from the depths of the abyss. As the wings beat, the butterfly's form begins to levitate, warping the air around it with its ominous presence. Qin Tian grips his weapon, the heavenly demon sword, tightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He inhales deeply, centering himself, preparing for the butterfly's lethal strike. The technique Indestructible Diamond manifests as crimson-golden energy swells around him, coalescing into a protective aura that deflects the butterfly's winged assault. The butterfly emits a low growl, its black aura intensifying as its wings flap with newfound speed. In an instant, countless black feathers rain down upon Qin Tian like arrows, colliding with his protective aura and generating a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Qin Tian's expression grows serious. He channels all his strength into his technique, solidifying the protective aura to withstand the barrage of black feathered arrows. Yet the butterfly's onslaught intensifies, and Qin Tian feels the mounting pressure. At that critical moment, a glint of resolve flashes in his eyes. He bellows in fury, his martial energy surging wildly, pouring into the heavenly demon sword, radiating with blinding brilliance as he cleaves towards the butterfly with earth-shattering force. In that instant, the world shifts, the sword light intertwining with the butterfly, creating a massive shockwave. The butterfly emits a piercing shriek as the sword energy strikes, sending it reeling back several dozen meters. Gasping for breath, Qin Tian observes the retreating butterfly, that he knows this battle is far from over. Firmly clutching the heavenly demon sword, he strides purposefully towards the butterfly. The butterfly stabilizes itself, a cunning glint in its eyes. It opens its mouth, releasing a dense black mist that swiftly envelopes the area. Qin Tian feels his vision impaired, but with acute perception, he discerns the butterfly's movements that he swings the heavenly demon sword, unleashing sharp sword energies in an attempt to disperse the mist. However, the black mist behaves like quicksand, gradually extinguishing his sword energies. Seizing the opportunity, the butterfly lunges forward with its razor-sharp claws. Qin Tian sidesteps deftly, then employs a close combat technique, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the butterfly. His fists rain down upon the black figure like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with immense power. Just as Qin Tian's fist is about to land another blow, a sudden realization strikes him that in an instant, the black figure seems to merge with the surrounding darkness, transforming into a swirling black vortex. This vortex spins with astonishing speed, forming a formidable barrier that successfully evades Qin Tian's attack. Shocked, Qin Tian's heart races. He had not anticipated such rapid reflexes or the overwhelming strength of this foe. Yet his hawk-like gaze remains fixed on the ominous black vortex, intent on penetrating its depths. His eyes flash like twin bolts of lightning, navigating the darkness in search of any weakness. He is acutely aware of the terrifying power contained within this black vortex, yet he feels no fear. For he is resolute in his belief that even the mightiest adversary must possess vulnerabilities and flaws. What he must do is to leverage his keen insight and extraordinary wisdom to uncover these subtle clues and seize the fleeting opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. As time ticks away, the atmosphere around him grows increasingly heavy and oppressive, yet he remains utterly focused, not daring to relax for even a moment. Sweat trickles down his forehead, soaking his garments, but he remains blissfully unaware. At this moment, it seems that the entire world has been reduced to a contest between him and the swirling black tempest. Finally, after a prolonged and arduous wait, his eyes suddenly gleam with realization. He sees it. Within the seemingly flawless rotation of the black whirlwind lies a barely perceptible gap. In that instant, an indescribable excitement surges within him, and he understands the pivotal moment that determines victory or defeat is imminent. The Emperor's banner swallows the heavens, forming a powerful vortex of energy that draws the formidable dark storm into its depths, slowly refining it until the entire shadow manifests before Qin Tian. As he gazes at the gradually revealing silhouette, a flash of determination crosses his eyes. Clutching the Emperor's banner tightly, he channels its formidable power, striving to completely suppress and annihilate his FOES energy continues to coalesce. The Emperor's banner radiates a dazzling brilliance, enveloping the shadow entirely. The shadow struggles desperately under the pressure of the light, but remains unable to escape. Ultimately, it emits a reluctant roar of defiance, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that dissipates into the air. Qin Tian exhales in relief and wearily stows away the Emperor's banner. Within the enigmatic and ancient Emperor's banner, a soul emerges. Profound as ink and shrouded in darkness, upon closer inspection, it is none other than Yi Feng's soul. At this moment, Yi Feng's spirit presents a heart-wrenching sight that appears battered and broken, as if ravaged by some unimaginable force, resulting in nearly half of its originally complete form being grotesquely missing. The incomplete outline of the soul resembles a precious artifact weathered by the trials of time, still emanating a faint yet resilient glow. Yet unable to conceal the immense trauma it has endured, each strand of soul energy trembles, as if on the verge of vanishing into nothingness. Every damaged area reveals boundless pain and despair, evoking a profound sense of pity. What sort of power could so utterly devastate a person's soul? What trials could have led Yi Feng to such a tragic fate? A multitude of questions flood his mind, rendering the scene before him increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 17. Charity Auction. Congratulations to the host for slaying Yi Feng's master, Yi Feng, and earning 600,000 face-smacking points. The forces behind Yi Feng have been completely eradicated, and a mysterious gift pack has been obtained. Qin Tian now possesses a total of 120,000 face-smacking points, combining the 600,000 from the previous encounter with the 60,000 from this one, that upon opening the mysterious gift pack, he discovers an ancient martial arts manual within. As he browses through its pages, his heart swells with joy. This manual is actually a long-lost supreme martial art. Qin Tian resolves to begin his training immediately, shutting himself away to wholeheartedly delve into this art. After a period of diligent effort, he finally masters the divine skill, significantly enhancing his abilities. In that fleeting moment, he gently places this invaluable martial arts manual into the mysterious and powerful system space. Instantly, the manual seems to be imbued with life, transforming into a dazzling stream of light that streaks across the sky like a bolt of lightning. This radiant flash moves with astonishing speed, akin to a meteor blazing through the heavens, leaving onlookers in awe. Simultaneously, numerous satellites deployed by various nations around the globe swiftly detect this extraordinary phenomenon, like vigilant sentinels. These satellites promptly activate their sophisticated detection instruments, focusing intently on that mysterious expanse of space. Soon, a series of breathtaking images are relayed back to the ground control center, and an unidentified object streaks across the sky like lightning, its speed surpassing imagination, far exceeding the speed of sound. It resembles a meteor engulfed in flames, trailing a long tail as it roars through the atmosphere. The powerful shockwave it generates resembles a tempest, sweeping through the surroundings, even disturbing the once calm clouds into a tumultuous dance of distortion. Researchers worldwide stare agog at the rapidly moving point of light on their computer screens, filled with astonishment and confusion. They immerse themselves in the study of this unidentified object, racking their brains to unveil its mysterious veil. Yet, despite employing the most advanced scientific technology and theoretical knowledge, they remain unable to ascertain the nature of this object, its origins, or the profound implications it may hold for Earth. All clues seem to be veiled in layers of mist, eluding comprehension. Qin Tian swiftly makes his way back to the Qin family villa like an arrow released from its bow. His brisk strides exude determination and urgency, as if he can barely contain his eagerness to return to his sanctuary. Upon stepping through the villa's door, a familiar and warm aura envelopes him. Yet he has no time to relish this tranquility. Without hesitation, Qin Tian strides directly to his room. Once inside, he firmly shuts the door, as if to shut out the clamorous world beyond. He then slowly removes his shirt, revealing a harrowing sight on his back, a web of intricate wounds. Some still seeping blood, appearing grotesque and terrifying. With great effort, Qin Tian suppresses the pain and stumbles to the bedside, reaching for the small cabinet beside it. Inside, he retrieves a meticulously prepared medical kit. A precaution he had taken for emergencies, that he carefully extracts a bottle of alcohol and a roll of clean gauze, preparing to tend to his wounds when he suddenly hears hurried footsteps approaching. Moments later, Long Bo rushes into the room, his expression filled with concern and urgency that he immediately spots Qin Tian's numerous injuries, and a look of pain and anxiety crosses his face. He swiftly approaches Qin Tian, effortlessly taking the alcohol and gauze from his hands, his voice trembling slightly as he exclaims, "Young master, how could you have gotten hurt like this? Let me help you." With practiced skill, he begins to clean and bandage Qin Tian's wounds, applying alcohol and gauze with utmost care. "These are just minor injuries. They will heal in a few days," Qin Tian reassures him, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart as he observes Long Bo's diligent efforts. He knows that Long Bo has always cared for him as family. "Thank you, Long Bo. However, please do not mention this to grandfather. He is of advanced age, and I do not wish to worry him," Qin Tian implores. Long Bo nods. "Rest assured, young master, I understand. Just remember to be cautious in the future when encountering danger." Qin Tian smiles. "I will. Long Bo, you may return to your duties. I wish to rest for a while." After Long Bo exits the room, Qin Tian lies down on the bed and closes his eyes. His thoughts begin to drift, reflecting on the events of the day. The fatigue in his body soon lulls him into slumber, where he encounters a mysterious figure, one that hovers in and out of sight, yet evokes an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Qin Tian calls out as he walks, but the figure maintains a certain distance. Just as he prepares to pursue it further, he is abruptly awakened. "Yes, I will be careful from now on. You can rest easy." After tending to his wounds, Qin Tian heads to the living room. Are there any important matters to address today? The Tang family, renowned and deeply rooted, attracts attention with every move they make. This time, it is none other than the family head, Tang Long, who personally delivers a mysterious invitation. The invitation, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creates ripples of intrigue. Presented to the esteemed young master, the invitation reads, "We cordially invite you to attend a charity auction of great significance this evening." A simple yet compelling message that exudes an irresistible allure. Even more noteworthy is the auction's location, the lavish Tianlong Hotel. This establishment stands like a palace at the heart of the city, boasting top-tier facilities and services, and drawing in luminaries from all walks of life. The event is set for 8 o'clock sharp, a moment seemingly imbued with special magic, igniting anticipation for the forthcoming splendid evening. The young master gently caresses the invitation in his hand, an indescribable thrill and curiosity swelling within him. He knows that tonight's auction will undoubtedly be an extraordinary affair, and he is fortunate to be a part of it. The host has triggered the first critical plot of the son-in-law arc and issued the second task, to slap Yi Ziqiu's face at the banquet. Qin Tian glances at the clock on the wall. It is now 7:30 p.m. Long Bo, prepare the car to Tianlong Hotel. Understood, young master. Long Bo proceeds to the garage and retrieves a remarkably understated vehicle. He gracefully opens the door, his movements smooth and elegant. Qin Tian swiftly slides into the car, his figure akin to a flash of lightning, settling firmly into his seat in an instant. Following this, Long Bo returns to the driver's seat with remarkable speed, executing the entire process seamlessly without a hint of hesitation. At that moment, the vehicle suddenly emitted a deep, resonant roar, akin to a colossal beast stirred from slumber, brimming with boundless power and majesty. As the engine's growl reverberated, the car surged forward with the speed of an arrow released from its bow, propelled by an indomitable momentum towards the renowned Tianlong Hotel. Chapter 18. The auction in progress before long. Qin Tian arrived at the Tianlong Hotel. At that moment, the hotel security guard, standing at attention, scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Upon noticing Qin Tian approaching the entrance, his expression transformed in an instant. The originally stern and rigid countenance swiftly morphed into one of alluring charm. That smile seemed capable of captivating hearts, compelling onlookers to take a second glance. The guard squinted slightly, his lips curling into an enchanting arc. His gaze betraying a subtle hint of cunning and flattery that it appeared he sought to attract Qin Tian's attention and curry favor with him. Undoubtedly, the illustrious Tianlong Hotel belonged to the immensely powerful Qin family. Yet it was but a mere fragment of the Qin family's vast and resplendent industrial empire, which sparkled like a constellation of stars. The Qin family's commercial domain resembled an infinite web, intricately and extensively spanning the globe, encompassing a breadth of industries that defied imagination. Notably, these enterprises were managed by the most exceptional and extraordinary elites in the field, who, armed with their unparalleled expertise and visionary strategies, adeptly implemented the most advanced and mature management philosophies and methods, ensuring meticulous and systematic operations for each venture. Furthermore, the Qin family had meticulously assembled a security team comprised of top-tier experts and elite talents, dedicated to safeguarding the safety affairs of their diverse industries. That it would be no exaggeration to assert that any hacker attempting to launch an assault on any of the Qin family's enterprises would ultimately find it impossible to escape unscathed from retribution. Qin Tian entered the hotel with an impassive expression. Ignoring the guard's flattery, he made his way directly to the elevator. Pressing the button for his floor, as the elevator doors closed, Qin Tian's gaze turned icy. Did he think this would win my favor? Qin Tian pondered, dismissing them as mere sycophants. He exited the elevator and approached his room, retrieving a key to unlock the door. The room was adorned with luxury and comfort. Yet Qin Tian had no inclination to indulge in such opulence. He had long since grown accustomed to the privileges his status afforded him. Before long, a knock resonated at the door, prompting Qin Tian to open it. Standing there was Long Bo, holding a thick stack of documents. Qin Tian cautiously extended his hands, as if the files were treasures of inestimable worth, and gently accepted them. His gaze was focused and earnest, as if he sought to uncover the countless secrets hidden within the thin sheets of paper. That he then slowly began to peruse the documents, meticulously examining each page, fearful of missing any detail. This dossier chronicled the life trajectory of Yi Ziqiu. The densely packed words unfolded like a meticulously crafted scroll, capturing the myriad moments of Yi Ziqiu's journey, from the instant of her birth, through every laugh and tear during her growth, to her current experiences and achievements. Everything was meticulously recorded. Qin Tian read the text word by word, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation over critical points, and at times allowing a flicker of a smile to grace his lips, revealing a sense of satisfaction. As time passed, he gained a deeper understanding of Yi Ziqiu. That it became clear that her life had not been a smooth sail. Rather, it was fraught with twists and challenges. Yet she had persevered, striving tirelessly to achieve the remarkable success she enjoyed today. Lost in thought, Qin Tian began to envision how he would react if placed in Yi Ziqiu's circumstances. Would he possess the same courage to confront difficulties and never yield? With this contemplation, a wave of admiration surged within him, solidifying his resolve to take Yi Ziqiu as an exemplar, continually striving for self-improvement and loftier aspirations. Yi Ziqiu, you shall become my second experience gem for advancement. Qin Tian raised his right hand to glance at the watch adorning his wrist. That it was nearly time. Let us proceed. Long Bo nodded in agreement. Trailing behind Qin Tian to this grand banquet, attendees donned exquisite attire, holding elegant goblets, laughter and merriment echoing throughout the venue. The dazzling lights illuminated the joyous expressions on every face. Guests congregated in small groups, raising their glasses in toasts or engaging in hushed conversations, creating an atmosphere both lively and harmonious. They discussed current events, art, literature, and a myriad of other topics, their words imbued with wit and wisdom. Occasionally, bursts of hearty laughter erupted, igniting the entire banquet hall with exuberance. Some individuals navigated through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries and forging new friendships, their graceful smiles showcasing their charm. Others sat quietly in corners, savoring fine wines and delicacies, relishing the rare tranquility. The music at the banquet flowed melodiously, akin to a gentle stream caressing the hearts of the attendees. Dancers twirled gracefully, adding vibrant hues to the joyful scene. While the service staff bustled about, offering refreshments to ensure each guest received the utmost care. That I in this moment. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone was immersed in this sea of joy, forgetting their troubles and worries. This gathering was not merely a simple assembly, but a feast for the soul, allowing individuals to experience the beauty and warmth of life. Yet, amidst this vivacious atmosphere, one individual appeared distinctly out of place. He stood alone on the balcony, gazing at the distant city lights. Moonlight bathed him, casting a solitary silhouette. This individual was named Wang Chun, a young martial artist that a trace of melancholy adorned his handsome visage, and his eyes revealed a sense of bewilderment about the future. Wang Chun was once a gifted martial artist, but after suffering a defeat in a crucial competition, he lost his confidence and began to doubt his abilities. Despite being in the midst of the opulent banquet, he felt disconnected from the revelry surrounding him. That moment, a gentle hand rested on Wang Chun's shoulder. Turning, he found it was Yi Ziqiu. "Why are you standing here lost in thought?" she inquired with a smile. Wang Chun forced a smile in return. "I'm just a bit tired." Yi Ziqiu patted his shoulder. "Failure does not signify the end. It is merely a comma in the journey of life. As long as you do not give up, there will always be a day of resurgence." Wang Chun felt a warm surge within him as he listened to Yi Ziqiu's words. He nodded, looking at her with gratitude. "Thank you, Ziqiu, I will strive harder." Wang Chun clenched his fists as if reclaiming lost strength. The two exchanged smiles and walked together into the banquet hall. That moment, Wang Chun resolved to let go of past setbacks and bravely face the challenges ahead. Wang Chun had once been Yi Ziqiu's captain during her time as a mercenary, having cared for her greatly, which was why she was invited to this banquet to see him. Qin Tian sat in a discreet corner, observing every movement of Yi Ziqiu and Wang Chun, sensing that the aura emanating from Wang Chun indicated he had reached the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. Just as Qin Tian was engrossed, fixated on Yi Ziqiu and Wang Chun, a figure clad in an exquisite and enigmatic purple dress approached him like a blooming violet. Her slender fingers lightly rested on Qin Tian's broad shoulder, gently tapping a few times. This unexpected touch sent a shiver through Qin Tian, as if an electric current had coursed through him. Instinctively, he turned to face the mysterious woman, their eyes locking. Chapter 19. A slap in the face for Yi Ziqiu. Qin Tian gazed at the woman before him with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. His brow furrowed, his eyes flickering with confusion and uncertainty, and he endeavored to delve into the vast expanse of his memories, searching for any clues about this woman, attempting to piece together her complete identity and background. Just then, a spark of enlightenment illuminated his mind, revealing fragments of recollection associated with her. It dawned upon him that the enchanting figure standing before him was none other than Tang Kuxian, the esteemed and revered daughter of the Tang family. "Long time no see, young Master Qin," Tang Kuxian spoke, her lips parting to reveal a melodious voice, reminiscent of a golden oriole taking flight, or the gentle tinkling of silver bells. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of playful mirth, akin to flowers blossoming beneath the warm spring sun, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Indeed, it has been a while, Miss Tang." He appraised Tang Kuxian from head to toe, secretly marveling at how time had transformed the once youthful girl into a poised and graceful woman. "I wanted to discuss a few matters regarding the contract issues that arose during our last collaboration between our companies," she began. "What specific issues are we addressing?" Qin Tian's demeanor was composed and resolute, exuding an air of professionalism. Tang Kuxian gently pressed her lips together before handing a document to Qin Tian, stating, "This is the list of issues compiled by our side. I kindly ask you, young Master Qin, to review it." Qin Tian accepted the document and swiftly skimmed through it, his brow gradually furrowing as he recognized that these problems indeed required our collective resolution. "Let's arrange a meeting," he proposed, inviting the relevant parties from both sides to discuss potential solutions. "I agree." Tang Kuxian nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in her eyes. Young Master Qin was indeed decisive and efficient. Subsequently, the two established the time and venue for the meeting and began preparing the necessary arrangements. In the ensuing meeting, both sides engaged in active communication, collaboratively seeking methods to address the issues at hand. Qin Tian showcased exceptional business acumen and decisive decision-making skills, further deepening Tang Kuxian's admiration for him. After sharing casual conversation and enjoying a few drinks, the two eventually parted ways. Suddenly, Qin Tian felt an unusually intense gaze upon him, as if a raging fire were scorching his back that a wave of doubt and unease surged within him, prompting him to cautiously lift his head. Upon locking eyes with the source of that stare, he was instantly taken aback by the sight before him that in the distance. Yi Ziqiu was glaring at him with eyes brimming with hostility and resentment. Her gaze so fierce and resolute that it seemed she wished to consume Qin Tian whole, erasing him from existence that a shiver ran down Qin Tian's spine. He had never witnessed such fury on Yi Ziqiu's face. Her eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing directly into his heart, causing a sharp pang of pain that in that moment. Time seemed to freeze, and everything around him faded into obscurity, leaving only the distorted visage of Yi Ziqiu vividly clear. Tang Kurson followed Qin Tian's line of sight, attempting to discern answers from Yi Ziqiu's expression, but she could glean nothing beyond the depths of her unending hatred. She was perplexed as to what could have provoked such a vehement reaction from Yi Ziqiu. Was it due to a previous misunderstanding, or perhaps an irreconcilable conflict between them? Countless questions flooded her mind, yet none could find resolution. Qin Tian felt as if 10,000 wild horses were galloping in his heart. Had he merely exchanged a few words with his wife? He had committed no egregious acts, so why was he being subjected to such a glare? Besides, it was your wife who approached me, not the other way around. How could you harbor such resentment? It felt as if you were more wrong than Dou-yi. Qin Tian raged internally. Meanwhile, on the other side, surrounded by a dense throng of people, a chilling scream suddenly pierced through the air from afar, as if it were tearing apart the very fabric of space that in that instant. All eyes turned toward the source. There, Tang Long collapsed suddenly and without warning, his body falling like a pillar deprived of its support, crashing heavily to the ground. His right hand pressed tightly against the left side of his chest, as if trying to grasp something to alleviate the unbearable pain. His complexion was as pale as paper, devoid of color, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with endless agony and despair. Each drop of sweat seemed to symbolize the fading of his life. Invoking a deep sense of pity in those who beheld him, the scene spiraled into chaos. Panic ensued as people scrambled to retrieve their phones, urgently dialing emergency services. Yet in the face of urgency, the ambulance's arrival would still take a minimum of 20 minutes in that long and torturous wait. Each passing second felt interminable, instilling a profound sense of anxiety and helplessness. Everyone understood that without timely medical attention, the injured party could very well lose their precious life. Heading to the fabled underworld to report to the King of Hell, that moment, the weight of despair hung heavily in the air, and all they could do was silently pray for a miracle, hoping for a glimmer of hope to save this life teetering on the brink. Make way! Everyone make way! Yi Ziqiu swiftly navigated through the crowd to Tang Long's side, retrieving a package of Zheng from her belongings and hastily preparing to administer it. The onlookers began to murmur, "Isn't he the son-in-law of the Tang family? When did he learn medicine?" As the crowd fervently debated their opinions, an elderly man, face lined with wrinkles and hair as white as snow, abruptly appeared like a specter before them, unceremoniously interrupting Yi Ziqiu's actions. With murky yet piercing eyes fixed on the silver needle in her hand, he spoke in a low voice imbued with undeniable authority. "You must not administer that needle. If you proceed recklessly, the head of the Tang family shall perish instantly." His words struck the crowd like a clap of thunder, leaving everyone in stunned silence. "Old man, do you not realize that I am employing the legendary Tianyang resurrection needle technique? This ancient method possesses mystical powers capable of reviving the dying and forcibly pulling them back from the underworld." Yi Ziqiu retorted vehemently, "So do not shout here, pretending to understand when you know nothing. Even if you truly wield the Tianyang resurrection technique, given the current frail condition of the Tang family head, he would certainly be unable to withstand it. Once activated, this technique will rapidly stimulate his bodily functions, only to cause a swift decline thereafter. Moreover, who taught you to insert needles at the temples? This is nothing short of playing with a person's life." Tang Kurson pushed through the crowd to Tang Long's side, anxiously calling out to him. The white Yi Ziqiu remained focused and serious, gazing at the unconscious Tang Long. Taking a deep breath, he placed a reassuring hand on Tang Kurson's trembling shoulder, softly saying, Do not fear. I am here." Simultaneously, his other hand swiftly produced a glimmering silver needle from his robe, with fingers as nimble as a dancing butterfly. Yi Ziqiu deftly maneuvered the needles, swiftly and accurately piercing various acupoints on Tang Long's body. Each needle seemed to embody boundless strength and wisdom, penetrating the skin and muscle with precision until reaching the vital points. As the last needle was placed, Yi Ziqiu closed his eyes, regulating his breath, and began to channel the immense martial energy within him. This powerful essence flowed like a surging river through his meridians, continually gathering in his palms. Then, Yi Ziqiu pressed his hands gently against Tang Long's chest, gradually infusing martial energy into him. That mysterious and potent force caressed Tang Long's damaged organs like a gentle spring breeze, nurturing them back to health. The heart that had ceased its rhythm gradually began to beat again, while the liver and spleen seemed to be reinvigorated, slowly regaining their normal functions. The entire process appeared simple. Yet the skill and depth of power required were beyond ordinary comprehension. Only someone like Yi Ziqiu, who was not only adept in medicine, but also possessed extraordinary martial prowess, could execute such miraculous and exquisite healing techniques. Witnessing Yi Ziqiu's actions, Qin Tian could only shake his head in helplessness that he pondered, what can be done now? Can I merely stand by and watch Tang Long remain in a state of unconsciousness? Hence, he hurriedly sought assistance from the system. System, do you have any strategies to awaken Tang Long? Promptly, the system responded, offering two feasible solutions. Option 1. Spend 100 points of face-slapping value in the system shop to acquire a miraculous awakening pill. Administering this pill to Tang Long would swiftly bring him back from his stupor. Option 2. Invest 1,000 points of face-slapping value to purchase a set of enigmatic yin-yang needle techniques. This method could also successfully rouse the comatose Tang Long without hesitation. Qin Tian chose the first option, that a pitch-black pill materialized in his palm, emanating a mysterious and alluring aura. Cautiously, Qin Tian approached Tang Long, gently prying open his tightly sealed lips that he then tenderly placed the pill in Tang Long's mouth. As soon as the pill touched his tongue, it rapidly dissolved, transforming into a powerful energy that surged into Tang Long's body like a torrential flood. This energy, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the earth, nourished Tang Long's injured physique, coursing through his veins and gradually permeating every blood vessel. The previously stagnant blood began to loosen, slowly dissipating under the energy's impact. As time elapsed, Tang Long's condition visibly improved. His complexion regained color, and his breathing steadied. Qin Tian anxiously watched over Tang Long, silently praying for a favorable outcome. Finally, as the last remnant of stagnant blood was completely resolved, Tang Long's body radiated vitality. His eyelids fluttered slightly, as if he were on the verge of awakening from his slumber. Qin Tian let out a sigh of relief, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Yet, just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Tang Long's body suddenly convulsed violently, a formidable force erupting from within him. Qin Tian stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, an unsettling feeling swelling within his heart. Could it be that the pill had adverse effects? Or perhaps Tang Long's body was incapable of withstanding such immense energy? Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian summoned all his martial wisdom, channeling it ceaselessly into Cheng Long's body. This wisdom flowed like a clear spring through Cheng Long's meridians and acupoints, aiding him in dissipating the internal medicinal energy that as time passed. Tang Long's movements gradually slowed, as if each action had been meticulously contemplated. The agony on his face faded, replaced by a profound tranquility that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, suggesting a powerful force was gestating within him. Throughout this process, Qin Tian maintained a heightened focus, continuously adjusting his internal energy output to ensure Cheng Long could safely absorb the medicinal power. Simultaneously, he closely monitored Cheng Long's condition, ready to take immediate action should any anomalies arise. Eventually, the medicinal energy within Tang Long was completely refined and integrated into his being. At this moment, Cheng Long not only experienced a significant enhancement in physical prowess, but also ascended to a higher spiritual realm. His gaze deepened, revealing an extraordinary aura. Tang Long slowly opened his eyes, gazing blankly at the crowd surrounding him. "Where am I?" he wondered aloud, scanning his surroundings and spotting Qin Tian and the others. Did you save me? His voice was laced with confusion. Qin Tian smiled and nodded. You just ingested a special pill that triggered an outburst of medicinal energy. Fortunately, we worked together to successfully refine it. You should be feeling the changes in your body now. Tang Long assessed his own condition and indeed found a remarkable surge in his strength. He looked gratefully at Qin Tian. Thank you, Qin Shao. Without your assistance, I might not have made it. Qin Tian patted Tang Long's shoulder. No need for such formality. We are business partners that we will face many more challenges together and grow collectively. Tang Long nodded vigorously, determination glimmering in his eyes, that he understood that he was about to embark on an extraordinary journey, with these companions by his side as his strongest support. The host interrupts the Fate's Child. Yi Fan, in a show-off scene, earning 30,000 points. Miss Tang, although the Tang family head has received preliminary treatment, he still requires a comprehensive examination at the hospital to prevent any oversights. Then let us hurry to the hospital. Tang Xian urged anxiously. The group swiftly transported the Tang family head to the hospital, where after a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed that his condition had stabilized. Tang Xian sighed with relief. A heavy burden finally lifted from his heart. Thanks to all of you this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Tang Kersen expressed her gratitude to Qin Tian and the others that had no need for thanks, Miss Tang. It was our duty, Qin Tian replied with a smile. Tang Kersen looked at Qin Tian. Her heart stirred. She suddenly realized that this seemingly ordinary man possessed a unique charm that in his presence. Everything felt reassuring. Perhaps this was what they called fate. Chapter 21. Charity Auction 3. After Tang Long was taken to the hospital. The auction continued, now fully under Tang Xian's direction. The atmosphere remained vibrant, with attendees eagerly anticipating the upcoming lots that at this moment. An elegant auctioneer donned in a cerulean qipao gracefully approached the podium. With a radiant smile and sparkling eyes, she exuded an air of mysterious allure. Her light and confident steps heightened the audience's anticipation for the items she was about to present. Once she took her place on stage, all eyes were fixed upon her. Clearing her throat gently, she spoke in a melodious voice. Esteemed guests, welcome to this auction. Her words flowed like a refreshing stream, instilling a sense of comfort and delight. As she commenced her opening remarks, the first item was carefully wheeled onto the stage by the staff. Covered by a piece of red satin, it piqued the curiosity of the audience. The auctioneer delicately unveiled the red cloth, revealing a stunning blue and white porcelain vase. The vase boasted an exquisite shape and a lustrous glaze, adorned with intricate patterns that emanated an ancient and enchanting aura. The auctioneer began to passionately recount the history, craftsmanship, and unique features of this blue and white porcelain vase, her words vividly illustrating its value and charm. The audience listened raptly, their eyes shimmering with excitement, aware that a fierce bidding war was about to ensue. Starting bid, 5 million, the auctioneer announced. Instantly, a cacophony of bids erupted within the hall. 6 million, 6.5 million, 7 million. The prices climbed steadily, the competition fierce. Tang Xian observed the situation calmly, waiting for the opportune moment to make his move. 10 million, a deep voice interjected, interrupting the bidding frenzy. Everyone turned to see a lavishly dressed man raising his paddle. That a flicker of surprise crossed the auctioneer's eyes, but she quickly regained her professional demeanor. 10 million once, 10 million twice. Is there a higher bid? She scanned the room for potential buyers. Just as she was about to drop the hammer, Tang Xian raised his paddle. 11 million. His voice was calm and resolute. A murmur swept through the crowd as all eyes shifted towards him. The man frowned slightly, evidently taken aback by the competition. 12 million. He countered, attempting to outbid Tang Xian. With a slight smile, Tang Xian responded without hesitation. 13 million, 13.5 million. He raised his bid again, his gaze steadfast. The room fell silent, all captivated by Tang Xian's commanding presence. 14 million. The man gritted his teeth, unwilling to back down. Tang Xian smiled, softly stating, 15 million at this moment. The entire venue was engulfed in silence, no one daring to raise their bid. The auctioneer struck the hammer decisively, announcing Tang Xian as the successful bidder for the blue and white porcelain vase. A satisfied smile spread across Tang Xian's face. He knew this vase was not merely an artwork, but a brilliant gem in his collection. 20 million, 21 million. A deep and resonant voice emerged from the crowd. Shocked expressions spread across the attendees as they turned toward the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the speaker, they simultaneously averted their gazes, each inwardly acknowledging, indeed, Qin Shao is a man of wealth. The speaker was none other than Qin Tian, impeccably attired in a well-tailored suit, exuding an elegant and princely demeanor. Holding a glass of red wine, he wore a faint smile, as if the price he had just called out was nothing more than a trifling sum to him. 30 million. Yi Ziqiu raised his paddle from the back. Tang Xian glared fiercely in Yi Ziqiu's direction, his eyes aflame with rage, as if he were about to spew fire. Teeth clenched, he internally cursed. This damn fool! To disrupt at such a critical moment, truly a hindrance. His expression darkened ominously, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms as he struggled to contain his fury. Everything he had meticulously planned was thrown into disarray by Yi Ziqiu's appearance, leaving him feeling infuriated and resentful. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xian endeavored to calm himself, yet the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He silently vowed to find an opportunity to make Yi Ziqiu pay the price. To teach him the consequences of thwarting his endeavors, Qin Tian ceased bidding. The first item was ultimately sold for 30 million, after the auctioneer presented the blue and white porcelain vase to Yi Ziqiu. She maintained a professional smile that Yi Ziqiu, however, appeared visibly distressed. Retrieving a black card from his pocket, embossed with a golden dragon totem, he swiftly processed a transaction on the POS machine, entering the password as the machine confirmed the transfer. Tang Xian's frustration mounted as he swiftly approached Yi Ziqiu, pulling him into a secluded corner. Slap, slap. Tang Xian raised his palm, striking Yi Ziqiu's face with force. You worthless fool. Tell me, where did you get this 30 million? Yi Ziqiu covered his injured face, glaring back at Tang Xian, silently reminding himself that this was his wife's little uncle and that he should refrain from confrontation, lest he provoke her wrath. Suppressing his fury, he managed to smile. 30 million is my previous savings. How could a mere security guard possibly have 30 million? Such a tale would fool only a 3-year-old. Tang Xian scoffed, disbelief etched across his features. And that blue and white porcelain was originally intended as a gift for Qin Shao, but your interference has ruined my chance to connect with him. Once more, Tang Xian raised his hand, delivering another slap to Yi Ziqiu's face. After the auction concludes, I will settle this with you. You best speak the truth, or you will regret it. Tang Xian threatened that I speak only the truth. Believe it or not, that is your choice. Although Yi Ziqiu felt a surge of anger within, he maintained a facade of tranquility. Tang Xian, observing this, became increasingly convinced that Yi Ziqiu was concealing something, and resolved to interrogate him after the conclusion of the auction. The auction proceeded, with the subsequent items failing to pique the interest of either party. Just then, the final item was unveiled, a sword. According to the host, this sword bore a mysterious origin, being a relic of a certain martial arts master. Tang Xian was instantly invigorated. He decided that he must acquire this sword at any cost. While Yi Ziqiu discerned Tang Xian's intentions, if he could secure this sword as a gift for Qin Shao, the unpleasant incident that had just transpired would be effortlessly resolved, and the Tang family would soar to new heights. Naturally, Yi Ziqiu would not allow Tang Xian to succeed. He resolved to enter the bidding and compete with him. As the bidding intensified, the price soared 0.5 million. Tang Xian declared in a deep voice. 6 million, Yi Ziqiu replied, his expression unfazed. 0.7 million. Tang Xian's eyes glinted with cold determination, his teeth clenched tightly. The atmosphere grew silent as all eyes turned towards the two persistent bidders, astonished. Ultimately, Yi Ziqiu secured the sword for an astounding 10 million. Chapter 22. Assassination. The auctioneer approached Yi Ziqiu, cradling the ancient sword in both hands. Tang Xian, eager to examine it, deftly sidestepped and began to caress every intricate line etched upon the blade, captivated by its allure. However, reason eventually triumphed over his desire, and he promptly presented the ancient sword to Qin Tian. Qin Shao, please accept this ancient sword as my gesture of apology. That earlier fool dared to compete with you for the blue and white porcelain. He truly knows not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth. In this city, you are the ultimate authority. Your word is law, and none dare defy your will. Only you possess the power to dictate outcomes. All others must heed your command. Therefore, I implore you to accept this sword as a symbol of our friendship. With your support, I am certain I can establish my footing in this city and realize my ambitions and dreams. While you will take pride in having a friend like me, it seems you are quite perceptive. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance that I end the novel The First Son-in-Law. Tang Xian is but a trivial antagonist. He perpetually troubles Tang Curson, only to be severely beaten by the protagonist, Yi Ziqiu, who leaves him crippled and forced to beg for survival. Ultimately, on a frigid winter's night, Tang Xian perished beneath the jaws of a wild dog while scavenging for food beneath a bridge. An utterly tragic end. Qin Tian grasped the ancient sword with one hand around the blade and the other around the hilt. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, slicing through the air with a chilling energy that cleaved a nearby chair in two. The sword landed firmly on the ground, its blade glimmering ominously. A faint smile appeared on Qin Tian's lips, clearly pleased with the weapon. Indeed, this sword possesses remarkable sharpness. However, your generosity raises a question. Do you seek something in return? His gaze bore into Tang Xian with keen intensity. Tang Xian was taken aback by Qin Tian's perceptiveness. To be honest, Qin Xiao, I do have a favor to ask, that I seek your assistance in establishing my foothold in this city, he hastily replied. Qin Tian nodded slightly. What specifically do you wish for me to do? There is undeveloped land in the southwest city that Wang Jia is persistently contesting with us for the development rights. I hope that Qin Xiao can persuade the Wang family to relinquish their claim that I can assist. But remember, there are no free lunches in this world. Tang Xian immediately understood and produced a contract, presenting it to Qin Tian. This is a 20% stake in the Tang family. Once you sign, the contract will take effect immediately. Qin Tian promptly signed the document that he was not particularly concerned about the 20% stake, for he knew Tang Xian would not dare deceive him. To refuse such a gift would be a grave mistake. Furthermore, by gaining control over the Tang family, Qin Tian could tightly grip the family head, Tang Long, in his grasp. As long as the Tang family remained under Qin Tian's influence, Tang Curson would be unable to escape, and her inability to flee would ultimately hinder Yi Ziqiu's movements, trapping him indefinitely in Qin Tian's clutches. Yi Ziqiu glared at Qin Tian's retreating figure, his teeth grinding audibly. He approached Wang Chun, and the two exchanged hushed words before Wang Chun turned to leave. Qin Tian, feeling the atmosphere grow tedious, summoned Long Bo to prepare the vehicle for departure. Once inside the car, Qin Tian closed his eyes to rest. After a while, a figure clad in red and wearing a clown mask suddenly approached the vehicle, drawing two handguns and unleashing a hail of bullets upon it. The bullets struck the vehicle, leaving a series of dents, yet failing to inflict any fatal damage, allowing it to continue its course. Qin Tian swiftly opened his eyes, inquiring of Long Bo. What is happening? Young master, we are being ambushed, Long Bo replied. Brace yourself. We must break through. After a prolonged exchange of fire, the clown-masked assailant soon found his ammunition depleted. With a smirk, he discarded the empty guns. Then, channeling his martial energy, a formidable force surged forth from him. With hands clasped together, he recited an incantation, then thrust forward, unleashing an immense tempest that surged towards the vehicle with overwhelming might. The force of the storm was terrifying, instantly flipping the entire vehicle into the air and sending it tumbling uncontrollably. As the tempest raged on, the vehicle soared high above the ground, spinning like a helpless toy at the mercy of the clown-masked assailant. Long Bo narrowed his eyes, inhaling deeply as he summoned all his martial energy. A transparent protective barrier enveloped him, shimmering faintly like an indestructible shield. With determination, he clenched his fists, drawing in the martial energy until his fists glowed with radiant heat. At the peak of his power, Long Bo unleashed his fists with tremendous force, colliding directly with the raging tempest. His fists, akin to meteors streaking through the void, met the energy storm head-on. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the space as Long Bo's martial energy clashed with the tempest, generating a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Long Bo's martial prowess displayed astonishing might, dispersing the energy storm. Countless shards of radiant light scattered through the air, eventually fading into nothingness. Long Bo remained steadfast, his protective barrier intact, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, clearly pleased with his recent performance. Who would have thought you were also a martial master? The clown-masked assailant summoned a spear and lunged at Long Bo. Long Bo deftly sidestepped the attack, conjuring a large blade from thin air. The blade emanated an aura of terror, and with a swift strike, Long Bow sent the clown-masked assailant staggering back several meters, causing his spear to clatter to the ground. The assailant's expression shifted to one of shock. He had not anticipated Long Bow's prowess. Without offering him a moment's respite, Long Bow advanced and delivered another powerful slash. This strike was formidable, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, aimed directly at the assailant's vital points. The clown-masked figure hastily dodged, but nonetheless suffered a wound, blood streaming forth. Realizing he was no match for Long Bow, he turned and fled the scene. Long Bow watched as the clown-masked assailant retreated, choosing not to pursue. This encounter had granted him a clearer understanding of his own abilities. Chapter 23, Destruction of the Dragon King's Hall. The clown-masked assailant quickly harnessed his martial energy, frantically fleeing the scene. However, Qin Tian would not allow him to escape so easily. With a mere gesture, he summoned a brilliant energy blade that coalesced in midair, racing toward the clown-masked figure like a bolt of lightning. The energy blade, imbued with tremendous power and a sharp aura, seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Before the assailant could react, the blade pierced through his right leg. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a waterfall from the celestial realm. The clown-masked figure let out a blood-curdling scream, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Long Bow swiftly approached the fallen assailant, tearing off his clown mask to reveal Wang Chen's pale face, which bore signs of weakness and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with fierce hatred directed at Long Bow. Long Bow seized Wang Chen by the collar, lifting him into the air before Qin Tian. "Speak! Who sent you to assassinate me?" Wang Chen gritted his teeth, remaining silent, aware that revealing the mastermind behind the scenes would undoubtedly seal his fate. Observing this, Long Bow exerted a slight pressure, causing Wang Chen to instantly struggle for breath. "Did I say? It is ye." Wang Chen managed to utter a single syllable before suddenly gasping his last. Qin Tian realized that the clue regarding the poison in Wang Chen's mouth had been abruptly severed. However, Qin Tian possessed another method to uncover the lead. With a wave of his left hand, the Renhuang banner materialized in his palm. The banner fluttered of its own accord, producing a series of eerie sounds. Qin Tian's body swayed slightly as the banner's pole began to emit a faint tremor. With this quaking, Wang Chen's spirit began to manifest from within the Renhuang banner. Without hesitation, Qin Tian plunged his consciousness deep into the banner, instantly accessing all of Wang Chen's memories. These memories unfolded before him like a cinematic reel, providing him with a vivid understanding of Wang Chen's past. It turned out that Wang Chen had once been inducted into a mysterious and formidable assassination organization. There, he endured grueling training and gradually ascended to become a top assassin within the group, that he pledged loyalty to a figure known as Long Wang, undertaking various clandestine missions, including the assassination of numerous heads of state and pivotal leaders. As Qin Tian meticulously sifted through these memories, he uncovered a multitude of hidden secrets and conspiracies that he came to realize that behind the assassin organization known as Long Wang Dian lay an even greater force, with ambitions extending beyond mere assassination to encompass political and economic spheres. Determined to unveil the true nature of this organization and thwart their sinister plots, Qin Tian utilized Wang Chen's recollections to seek out clues regarding Long Wang Dian. After an extensive investigation, he finally discerned the location of Long Wang Dian's headquarters. However, this stronghold was concealed in an unassuming area, rife with various traps and mechanisms. Exercising utmost caution, Qin Tian infiltrated the premises, engaging in a heart-stopping confrontation with the assassins of Long Wang Dian. With his exceptional martial prowess and keen intellect, he repeatedly turned peril into safety that as the fierce battle raged on. Qin Tian gradually approached the core of Long Wang Dian. It was there that the true puppet master behind the organization might be lurking. Utilizing 200 points of face-slapping value in the system marketplace, Qin Tian purchased a memory recording stone to copy Wang Chen's memories and dispatch them to the military headquarters of Longhua. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and dialed a series of encrypted numbers. Within moments, the call was connected, and a benevolent voice resonated through the receiver. "My dear grandson, what brings you to call your grandfather?" "Grandfather, I seek your assistance." "What kind of assistance?" The elder, filled with curiosity upon receiving his grandson's call, noted that his usually obedient and considerate grandson must be facing a challenging predicament. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian recounted the entire sequence of events to his grandfather. The elder listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave until he could no longer contain his anger, slamming his palm onto the nearby table. The force of his blow resulted in a deep crack forming on the surface. Such an occurrence is unfathomable, Qin Tian's grandfather exclaimed, his face flushed with rage at the audacity of these mercenaries to infiltrate their nation clandestinely. After a moment's pause, he continued, "And those corrupt vermin accepting bribes, daring to act as traitors to their own country, are merely courting death." A glint of determination flashed in the elder's eyes as he resolved to take immediate action. "I will dispatch a special operations team and an artillery battalion to the target location, locking onto their lair and executing a comprehensive fire bombardment," he declared emphatically. Before long, helicopters soared towards the coordinates of Longwangdian, relaying the position to the artillery units. Once the artillery received the precise targeting information, they promptly adjusted their positions and calibrated their firing ranges. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy artillery shells rained down upon the base of Longwangdian, erupting with violent explosions that obliterated surrounding structures in an instant. That a multitude of mercenaries surged forth from within the stronghold, frantic to locate the source of the enemy's onslaught. Yet before they could ascertain the enemy's exact position, a new wave of bombardment commenced. The relentless barrage accurately struck the base, inflicting catastrophic casualties among the mercenaries. The once intact base was reduced to a heap of rubble, a mere shadow of its former self. At this juncture, the members of Longwangdian recognized the gravity of their situation. They swiftly organized themselves to confront the unexpected assault. Some seized their weapons and charged towards the perimeter of the base, striving to repel the enemy's advance. Others busily tended to the wounded, ensuring the safety of those within the stronghold. Yet, the enemy's assault showed no signs of abating. That a second round of shelling rained down, with concentrated artillery fire directly targeting the base's vital facilities and structures. With each thunderous explosion, buildings, warehouses, and other infrastructure crumbled, raising clouds of dust into the air. Despite suffering injuries amidst the bombardment, the members of Longwangdian continued to resist valiantly. A few courageous mercenaries braved the gunfire, charging towards the enemy's positions in a bid to halt their relentless assault. However, the enemy's firepower proved overwhelmingly potent, rendering Longwangdian's counteroffensive feeble. Did I end the brief lulls between artillery strikes? The leader of Longwangdian urgently summoned all members. His face was grave as he addressed them. "We must swiftly ascertain the enemy's location. Otherwise, we will be unable to withstand their onslaught. Remain vigilant and be prepared for battle at all times." With that, he led a contingent of members deep into the bowels of the base, searching for clues regarding the enemy's whereabouts. Meanwhile, other members of Longwangdian worked diligently to repair damaged facilities and bolster the base's defenses. They hoped to withstand the next wave of attacks while awaiting reinforcements. Yet as moments slipped away, the relentless bombardment continued, plunging Longwangdian into an increasingly dire predicament. Chapter 24. Counterattack under the relentless barrage of artillery. The mercenaries of Longwangdian suffered unprecedented losses. Once brimming with confidence as they prepared for battle, they now found themselves ensnared in despair. Shells fell like rain, stirring clouds of smoke and fire. The mercenaries scattered in terror, seeking refuge, yet the merciless fire pursued them relentlessly. The cacophony of explosions reverberated, threatening to rend the very fabric of the world. Many mercenaries were struck by shells, their bodies obliterated in an instant. Blood and viscera filled the air, painting a gruesome tableau. Others were buried beneath the debris, their fates uncertain. The remaining mercenaries, gripped by terror, realized the formidable firepower their adversaries wielded, rendering their own weaponry utterly impotent. Doubts began to creep in regarding the feasibility of their mission. Nevertheless, despite sustaining such grievous losses, these mercenaries refused to succumb to despair. They understood that failure to successfully complete this arduous task would lead them only to death. Thus, they gritted their teeth and pressed onward, hoping to discover a sliver of opportunity for retaliation. Yet, the brutal and bloody conflict had dealt them a heavy blow, ensnaring them in a quagmire of despair. Amidst the chaos, a tall figure emerged, a man named Yi Feng. one of the elite mercenaries within Long Wang Dian. His expression was stern, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. "White Tiger," he bellowed, raising his machine gun and unleashing a barrage towards the enemy. His movements were agile and precise, momentarily suppressing the enemy's firepower. Observing this, the other mercenaries rallied, joining Yi Feng in their counteroffensive. Utilizing the surrounding structures and terrain, they adeptly evaded enemy fire while continuously seeking opportunities to strike back. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and their firepower remained potent. The mercenaries gradually felt the strain, their ammunition and stamina depleting rapidly. To AT this critical juncture, Yi Feng made a decisive choice, leading a small squad of elite fighters. He charged headlong into the enemy's territory, attempting to breach their defenses. They descended upon the foes like tigers descending a mountain, engaging in close-quarters combat. Soon, the ammunition in White Tiger's machine gun ran dry. Yet blinded by fury, he continued to pull the trigger, producing nothing but the hollow clicks of an empty chamber. In a moment of clarity, White Tiger discarded his weapon, channeling his inner energy into his palms. Leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch towards the artillery position. This punch was imbued with formidable strength and energy, akin to a fierce tiger leaping down the mountain. To AT that instant, the soldiers surrounding the artillery position reacted swiftly, hastily moving the heavy artillery to avoid being caught in White Tiger's onslaught. Concurrently, a dozen elderly martial artists with profound cultivation emerged, their expressions grave. Eyes fixated on White Tiger as they surrounded him. These elders were martial arts masters, their prowess formidable. Now, White Tiger found himself in an unprecedented predicament that he had to devise a way to break through the encirclement. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The elders swiftly coordinated their efforts, launching a collective strike, their fists whirling like thunder, imbued with immense force, surging forth to attack White Tiger. The White Tiger was taken aback, instinctively attempting to evade, but it was already too late. That an overwhelming torrent of terrifying energy surged towards it, as if intent on consuming the very fabric of space itself. In the blink of an eye, this energy coalesced into a colossal energy python, its form vivid and lifelike, adorned with a menacing aura and immense power, rapidly lunging towards the White Tiger with lethal intent. The speed of this energy serpent was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, leaving the tiger with no time to react. Internally lamenting its dire predicament, the White Tiger sensed unprecedented pressure and threat. Its eyes widened, fur bristling, bracing itself for the impending fatal strike. Yet, at that moment, the White Tiger suddenly felt an unusual lightness in its body, as if gliding through water, its movements becoming more agile and nimble. It darted forward like a fish swimming effortlessly, swiftly dodging the energy python's assault. Simultaneously, the White Tiger let out a furious roar, exuding a powerful presence as it engaged in a fierce battle with the elder. After deftly evading multiple attacks, the tiger seized an opening and pounced on one of the elders, its sharp claws tearing through defenses, leaving deep gashes upon him. Observing this, the other elders quickly unleashed their techniques in an attempt to ensnare the White Tiger. However, the tiger's speed was too great, leaving behind mere afterimages that confounded them. The battlefield was engulfed in dust, and the cacophony of battle cries echoed ceaselessly. The White Tiger grew bolder with each confrontation, while the elders began to show signs of fatigue. In a critical moment, the White Tiger recognized an opportunity, leaping with all its might, akin to a mountain crashing down on an egg, and lunged ferociously at one elder. This strike was tremendously powerful, sending the elder hurtling several dozen meters away. His fate uncertain. At this juncture, the remaining elders finally comprehended the White Tiger's formidable nature. Exchanging glances, they resolved to retreat for the time being. The White Tiger gazed at their retreating figures, releasing a victorious roar. On the distant mountain peak, Qin Feng, armed with binoculars, surveyed the battlefield before vanishing in an instant. Mere seconds later, he materialized in the center of the fray, intervening to halt the ongoing assault from the martial arts masters. "This life is now in my hands. You all must hasten to eliminate the other masters of the Dragon King Hall," Qin Feng declared, his gaze piercing and a powerful aura radiating from him. He advanced step by step towards the wounded White Tiger, each movement imbued with immense pressure. The White Tiger, sensing Qin Feng's formidable strength. Felt an overwhelming dread wash over its features. "Who are you? Why do you attack the Dragon King Hall?" The white tiger gritted its teeth and demanded that a faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that none of you shall leave here alive today." With that, Qin Feng's figure flickered, rushing towards the white tiger like a phantom. His speed was blinding. And in an instant, he was before one elder, unleashing a powerful punch. This blow contained terrifying force. The white tiger scarcely had time to react before it was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from its mouth. The other elders, witnessing this, unleashed their ultimate techniques in a desperate bid to confront Qin Feng. Yet their efforts proved futile against Qin Feng, who effortlessly evaded their strikes while continuously counterattacking. Moments later, only Qin Feng and the injured elder remained on the battlefield, where Qin Feng regarded him with a chilling gaze. Chapter 25. Annihilation. With his palms transformed into a golden hue, Qin Feng harnessed a terrifying energy, directing it towards the gravely injured elder. The elder, sensing this formidable force, was momentarily struck with horror, yet he did not resign himself to defeat. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to mobilize his internal energy. Executing a profound defensive technique that a transparent shield materialized before him, striving to withstand Qin Feng's onslaught. However, the might of Qin Feng's great force diamond palm was overwhelming, shattering the shield in an instant. The force of his palm struck the elder with the ferocity of a landslide, sending him flying several dozen meters away. The elder coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, unable to move again. Qin Feng, observing the fallen elder, exhaled in relief. This battle had finally come to a close, and he had successfully protected himself and those around him. The elder's energy barrier, once robust, now bore numerous fractures. As Qin Feng unleashed a torrent of power, sending the elder hurtling hundreds of meters away, his frail form tracing a graceful arc through the air. Approaching the elder, Qin Feng bent down to assess his injuries. Discovering that the elder had lost consciousness, his vital signs fading. The second-in-command of the mercenary group known as White Tiger, witnessing the elder sprawled on the ground, seethed with rage that he yearned to resist, but found himself devoid of any excess martial energy. The name Qin Feng echoed in his mind, a reminder that all that transpired today was due to him. The White Tiger's eyes brimmed with resentment and fury as it glared at Qin Feng, seemingly wishing to consume him whole. Yet, its body remained immobile, forced to watch as Qin Feng approached step by step. Standing before the White Tiger, Qin Feng looked down upon it with a smug grin, fully aware that the creature was devoid of any ability to fight back. Today's victory was unequivocally his. The White Tiger clenched its teeth, remaining silent, but it understood that no words could alter its fate now. It could only await Qin Feng's next move. As Qin Feng regarded the White Tiger, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him, but he recognized the White Tiger as a perilous adversary, one that could pose a significant threat if left unchecked. "White Tiger, your time has come," Qin Feng declared, raising his sword, preparing to strike. Just then, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed nearby. Qin Feng glanced over his shoulder, spotting a group approaching. Realizing that his plans had been disrupted, he inwardly cursed his misfortune. "Retreat," he shouted to his subordinates before swiftly turning to flee in another direction. The White Tiger watched as Qin Feng's figure receded. Feeling a sense of relief wash over it recognized that it had narrowly escaped death today, yet it was acutely aware that the enmity between itself and Qin Feng had not reached its conclusion. One day, it vowed to seek vengeance for today's events in the midst of Qin Feng's battle against the dark forces alongside the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The trio discovered that their powers and skills were ineffectual against the dark side. Thus, they resolved to unite their strengths, forging a formidable energy shield. The dark side, witnessing this, let out a chilling laugh, summoning more metal giants, intent on shattering their shield. However, in that moment, a glimmer of light awakened within Qin Feng's heart. He realized he could not be completely subjugated by the dark forces, that he began an internal struggle against them, ultimately managing to suppress the darkness and regain his rationality. The Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. An Azure Dragon pursued the direction in which Qin Feng had fled. After a while, they found themselves in a desolate wasteland. This barren landscape was devoid of life, shrouded in silence, with only the howling wind stirring up clouds of yellow sand. The trio halted in their tracks, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Furious flames flickered in the vermilion bird's eyes as it soared high above, circling in search of Qin Feng's whereabouts. The black tortoise stood steadfast, its shell aglow with mysterious light, seemingly attuned to something. The azure dragon growled softly, its claws carving deep grooves into the earth, betraying its inner fury. "What is this place?" the vermilion bird inquired. "That I do not know. But something feels amiss," the black tortoise replied. "Regardless, we must locate Qin Feng and make him pay for White Tiger's injuries," the azure dragon declared through gritted teeth. The trio pressed onward, their figures appearing diminutive against the desolate desert backdrop. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, coalescing into a massive sandstorm that surged toward them. "Be ye cautious," the vermilion bird shouted. The three quickly activated their respective powers to fend off the storm's onslaught. The vermilion bird unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the surrounding sand in a glass. The black tortoise raised a colossal shield, shielding itself and the others. The azure dragon slashed through the oncoming sand and wind with its claws. Through their combined efforts, the sandstorm gradually subsided. They continued their advance, eventually spotting an ancient castle in the distance. The castle's entrance was tightly shut, adorned with enigmatic runes. Could this be Qin Feng's hiding place? The vermilion bird wondered. "Highly likely," the black tortoise affirmed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us charge in," the azure dragon urged. Without hesitation, the trio rushed toward the castle, their hearts brimming with rage and determination. Resolved to avenge White Tiger. This castle was a purchase made by Qin Feng from the system shop, where he spent 300 points to acquire a bottle of hallucinogenic potion, ensnaring the vermilion bird, azure dragon, and black tortoise in a vivid illusion. Observing the trio ensnared in their delusion, Qin Feng felt a surge of triumph, that he knew that this potion's effects were exceedingly potent, capable of immersing one in profound hallucinations, rendering them helpless. Stepping into the castle, Qin Feng was enveloped in an air of mystery that he treaded cautiously, suddenly hearing a chilling laughter echoing through the hall. Turning around, he caught sight of a shadow darting past him. Startled, Qin Feng quickened his pace. He entered a grand hall where a massive table was set. Upon it lay a tome inscribed with the title Mysteries of the Illusion. Qin Tian picked up the book and leafed through its pages, uncovering secrets pertaining to hallucinogenic substances. That he continued his journey and arrived at a room. Within this chamber stood a colossal mirror, reflecting his image. As Qin Tian gazed into the mirror, he suddenly noticed strange patterns emerging on his face. Startled, he quickly reached up to touch his visage. That moment, the reflection of Qin Tian in the mirror broke into laughter. Its laughter resonated eerily as the mirrored figure spoke. "There is no need for alarm. I am you, and you are me. That I shall assist you in confronting those three." That the atmosphere was sinister, sending chills down Qin Tian's spine. That he stared in terror at his own reflection, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 26. Carnage and Annihilation. The trio of Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu formed a tightly coordinated triangular assault formation, agilely navigating through the castle. This enigmatic fortress was encircled by walls crafted from a peculiar material, robust and formidable, resembling an unassailable barrier. The internal passages of the castle were labyrinthine, akin to a maze. No matter which path one chose, it invariably led back to the starting point, instilling a profound sense of confusion and helplessness. It felt like an inescapable trap, evoking dread. The surrounding walls displayed vivid shades of red and pristine white, creating a striking visual impact. This stark contrast rendered the environment both eerie and mysterious, enhancing an unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, a barrage of black arrows, coated with lethal poison, shot forth from either side of the walls. Should one be struck, the toxin would swiftly enter the bloodstream through the wound, leading to death within 2 minutes. Qinglong shouted, "Be careful," while unleashing his dragon's might to knock down the poisonous arrows. Zhu Ke and Xuanwu also sprang into action, repelling arrows that came from other directions. However, the peril was far from over. A deep, ominous laughter echoed. A massive figure emerged from the shadows. This individual was tall, muscular, and exuded an overwhelming presence. Clutching a gigantic sword, his gaze was cold and menacing. "At last, you have arrived here, but alas, you shall never leave," His voice reverberated through the castle like thunder. Qinglong and his companions exchanged glances, realizing they had encountered a formidable foe. They gripped their weapons tightly, prepared to face a life-or-death struggle. The silver-armored knight swung his sword horizontally towards the positions of Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu, unleashing a fierce sword aura that swept through the air like a tornado. Hurling numerous stones towards them, Xuanwu leapt into the air, executing his unique technique, the Xuanwu Hurricane Fist, directly confronting the sword aura and the whirlwind. Yet this mighty strike was absorbed entirely by the sword aura and tornado. After absorbing this energy, the sword aura and tornado continued to expand, transforming into a colossal sword aura tornado that relentlessly attacked Qinglong and Zhu Ke. Seeing this, Qinglong immediately activated his Qinglong soaring technique. His form like the wind, deftly evading the sword aura tornado's assault, he soared into the air and plummeted down like a meteor towards the silver-armored knight. Meanwhile, Zhu Ke unleashed the Zhu Ke Flame Claw. 5 fiery claws tearing through the air, radiating searing heat as they advanced towards the knight. At that critical moment, the silver-armored knight showcased astonishing combat skills and strength. Unfazed, he raised his colossal sword with resolute determination to meet the oncoming attacks from Qinglong and Zhu Ke. When Qinglong's heavy strike and Zhu Que's fiery claws collided with the knight's sword, a deafening roar erupted. The shockwave seemed to tear the surrounding air apart, yet the silver-armored knight remained steadfast, absorbing the tremendous impact. Despite his formidable display, the combined force of Qinglong and Zhu Que's strike still exerted some pressure on him. Under the immense force, the knight was compelled to retreat a few steps to dissipate part of the onslaught. His eyes narrowed, he bellowed, and once more swung his gigantic sword, its blade shimmering with a dazzling light that a massive sword aura surged towards Qinglong and Zhu Ke, who hurriedly sidestepped to evade. However, wherever the sword aura passed, it left behind deep fissures in the ground. Qinglong and Zhu Ke exchanged knowing glances, realizing they faced a powerful adversary and must give their all. They simultaneously activated their skills. Qinglong's body glowed with azure light, while Zhu Ke unleashed flames from his mouth. Both launching themselves fiercely at the silver-armored knight, that a fierce battle erupted once more. The silver-armored knight wielded his giant sword, engaging in a fierce clash with Qinglong and Zhu Ke. Each impact sparked brilliant flashes of light, illuminating the entire battlefield. The azure whirlwind of Qinglong entwined with Zhu Que's crimson flames, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Gradually, the silver-armored knight began to gain the upper hand, his swordplay ghostly and elusive, leaving Qinglong and Zhu Ke struggling to defend themselves. In a pivotal moment, Qinglong and Zhu Ke resolved to join forces for a final strike. They summoned every ounce of their strength, unleashing powerful energy in an attempt to vanquish the silver-armored knight in one decisive blow. Yet the knight remained unperturbed, evading their assault with incredible speed, countering with a swing of his sword that sent Qinglong and Zhu Ke reeling back several paces. The battle reached a fever pitch, with neither side yielding. Who would emerge victorious? The answer was on the brink of revelation. Multiple heavy strikes. The silver-armored knight moved with astonishing speed, vaulting into the air as his steed neighed, charging towards Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu like a bolt of lightning. An aura of bone-chilling cold radiated from the knight, seemingly capable of freezing the surrounding air. His eyes glinted with ruthless resolve as he unleashed a flurry of fists packed with unparalleled power towards Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu. Each punch bore immense energy, striking them like cannonballs. Their bodies were propelled by the overwhelming force, blood spraying through the air. Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu coughed up blood, grievously wounded. Yet they showed no signs of retreat. Their eyes burning with indomitable spirit, Xuanwu steadied himself, chanting an ancient incantation that in an instant the ground trembled and countless stone pillars erupted from below, forming a formidable barrier. Zhu Ke soared high, raining down flames like a torrential storm. Attempting to halt the knight's advance, Qinglong burrowed underground, harnessing the earth's power for a surprise attack. However, the silver-armored knight, with his formidable strength, easily shattered the barrier and continued his charge towards them, in a crucial moment. A mysterious light descended from above, transforming into a barrier that blocked the silver-armored knight's path. Xuanwu summoned his technique, the Xuanwu Shield, to withstand the knight's furious onslaught. The knight retaliated with his exclusive skill. Iron Hoof Stampede, directly trampling upon the Xuanwu Shield. Boom, boom, boom! The three, Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu, simultaneously summoned their combat forms, launching themselves at the silver-armored knight. Under the joint assault of the trio, the knight was finally slain, just as they prepared to advance. Two flying swords appeared before them, forcefully pushing Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu back several meters, leaving deep sword marks where they once stood. Chapter 27. Carnage and Annihilation 2. In an abyss of darkness, a figure stepped steadily from a shadowy corner. His steps were deliberate and measured, as if each stride encompassed profound contemplation. His countenance was obscured by a fox mask. Despite the veil, glimpses of mysterious brilliance flickered in his deep-set eyes. These eyes exuded a cunning and sagacity reminiscent of a fox. The intricate patterns on the mask complemented his enigmatic aura. Cloaked in a black robe, he emanated an air of inscrutability that in his grasp was a sharp dagger, its blade glinting ominously, signifying his perilous nature. The man surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, as though seeking a particular target. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixated on a slightly ajar door, from which a faint light emanated. He approached the threshold, straining to listen to the sounds within. After a moment, he cautiously pushed the door open and stepped into the room. Inside, a musty atmosphere lingered, and peculiar paintings adorned the walls. The man scrutinized these artworks, seemingly deciphering their secrets. Abruptly, a glint of surprise flickered across his eyes as he recognized that the figures depicted bore a striking resemblance to the patterns on his dagger. His heart raced with excitement, feeling as though he had drawn closer to his objective. Yet at that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and he keenly sensed an unusual presence behind him that he swiftly turned. Dagger poised for action. Meanwhile, Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu fortuitously found themselves in the same room, and a fierce confrontation erupted among the four. The surrounding furnishings shattered under the immense martial power unleashed by the combatants, filling the room with a whirlwind of light and energy. Their techniques are fierce and ever-changing, each clash igniting a tremendous wave of energy. Qinglong swings his fist with formidable might. Zhu Ke strides through the air, her figure lithe and graceful, while Xuanwu steadfastly withstands the onslaught with a composed demeanor. The masked man, employing his uncanny agility and razor-sharp dagger, weaves effortlessly between the three, navigating the tumult with ease. As the battle escalates to a fever pitch, the room's furnishings lay in ruins, dust swirling in the air. Yet the four combatants do not relent, fully aware that this confrontation harbors a significant secret. In the midst of their fierce struggle, the masked man's gaze sharpens, akin to a leopard seeking its prey's flaw, at last. In a moment of intersection, he keenly detects a subtle misstep from his adversary. The opportunity is fleeting. Without hesitation, he strikes with blinding speed, his dagger slicing through the void with lethal intent, aimed directly at his opponent's vital points. That in this critical juncture, Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu share an unspoken bond. Promptly sensing the imminent danger, they roar in unison, channeling their energies to unleash a powerful martial technique. Three beams of light intertwine, forming an indomitable barrier that barely withstands the masked man's lethal thrust. However, this pause is merely temporary. The conflict is far from over. Both sides are acutely aware that survival hinges on their ability to triumph over the other. They refuse to yield, showcasing their full prowess. Resolute in their determination to determine a victor, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu swiftly retreat, creating distance from the masked man. They then position themselves in three distinct orientations, forming a compact quadrilateral attack formation. All four simultaneously gesture with their hands, invoking intricate incantations, and radiant energy erupts from their beings. In the next moment, three distinct colors of armor materialize around them, clinging tightly to their forms. These armors shimmer with enigmatic runes, exuding a formidable aura. The trio moves with the swiftness of lightning, their speed amplified by the formation, akin to a tempest. Like a meteor ablaze with fury, one of them surges toward the mysterious masked man, fueled by boundless strength and resolve. His eyes glinting with determination and steadfastness, as though he intends to shatter any obstacle in his path. Each step he takes reverberates with power, causing the ground to tremble beneath him and the air behind him to howl. His formidable presence creates an invisible pressure that envelopes those nearby. Firmly grasping his weapon, he prepares to deliver a fatal blow as he approaches the enigmatic masked man. The masked man maintains his composure, deftly evading strikes, and suddenly, with a swift motion of his right hand, a silver longsword materializes in his grip. The terrifying sword aura, reminiscent of a previous encounter, manifests anew, with the silver sword gleaming ominously. The masked man lunges towards Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu with ferocity. His movements are swift and lethal, each strike carrying a deadly threat. Unfazed, Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu respond with their own formidable techniques to counter the masked man's attack. Qinglong brandishes his spear, its tip glimmering with azure light, clashing against the masked man's sword with a resonant clang. Zhu Ke unfurls her wings, flames erupting from her form, conjuring a wall of fire to bar the masked man's advance. Xuanwu summons his turtle shell, enveloped in a warm, earthy glow, shielding himself from the masked man's assault. Seeing this, the masked man lets out a cold laugh, his form suddenly transforming into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu are taken aback, immediately alerting themselves and scanning their surroundings for any sign of the masked man. In an instant, he reappears behind Xuanwu, thrusting his sword towards Xuanwu's back. Sensing the peril, Xuanwu swiftly pivots, raising his turtle shell to deflect the attack. Nevertheless, the masked man's strength is overwhelming. His sword pierces through the shell, embedding itself in Xuanwu's body. Xuanwu cries out in anguish, collapsing to the ground. Qinglong and Zhu Ke, witnessing this, are consumed by fury and charge at the masked man. Unperturbed, the masked man dances with his sword, engaging in a fierce battle with Qinglong and Zhu Ke. The masked man appears like a wraith, materializing before his opponents. His sword dances with grace, resembling a dragon soaring through the sky. The sword's momentum is relentless, its aura slicing through the air with a force that seems to rend reality itself. His opponents, caught in the tempest of his lethal swordplay, find themselves overwhelmed, struggling to defend against the intricacies of his technique. As the masked man's swordplay accelerates, his adversaries find it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, a momentary lapse in their defenses presents itself, and the masked man seizes the opportunity, delivering a decisive strike that finds its mark. Standing resolute, the masked man surveys the fallen opponents with a cold, indifferent gaze. His presence emanates a formidable aura, instilling dread in those who witness it. With a flourish, he swings his silver longsword, unleashing a blizzard of lethal sword light that rains down upon Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu, leaving them with a myriad of crimson wounds. Chapter 28. The Drain of Fortune. The masked man, wielding the silver longsword, moves with the agility of a nimble leopard. Each swing of his blade carries a cutting edge, creating arcs of silver light through the air. These beams of light, swift as lightning, traverse the space in an instant, surging forward with an unstoppable force that as the masked man's assault unfolds, it seems as though all obstacles are effortlessly severed. Be they solid rock or sturdy metal, unable to withstand the might of his power. The velocity of the sword light is astonishing, penetrating its targets and leaving deep, indelible marks in its wake. The masked man's swordsmanship is relentless, a tempest of strikes that flows seamlessly from one to the next, each movement imbued with strength and finesse. His gaze is unwavering and resolute, entirely absorbed in the battle at hand. Around him, the beams of light weave a dense net, ensnaring his adversaries within its grasp. The intricacies of his technique are not only formidable, but also versatile. He alternates between fierce thrusts and cunning slashes, rendering defense nearly impossible. His swordplay resembles a rousing symphony, rich in rhythm and cadence, each strike executed with impeccable timing, evoking awe. Pressured by the masked man's relentless assault, Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu are forced to retreat, struggling to keep pace. Nevertheless, the masked man shows no signs of easing, fully aware of the formidable prowess possessed by his opponents. Suddenly, he shifts his blade's trajectory, moving like a specter to close in on his foes. His strikes growing ever more fierce and ruthless in an instant. Qinglong, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu reveal a vulnerability, and the masked man seizes the moment, unleashing a fatal blow that a flash of silver, and all three emit a simultaneous cry of despair. Collapsing to the ground, the masked man regards the scene before him with cold detachment, sheathing his long sword and departing, vanishing into the night. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Tian reflects on the system's notification echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain the 3 capable aides of the Child of Fortune, Yi Ziqiu, earning 30,000 face-smacking points. How about the metal giant I crafted? Quite effective. ISNT it. Indeed, it is an exceptionally obedient tool. Before Qin Tian, a mirror shimmered, erupting in a radiant glow, from which stepped a figure identical to him, his dark counterpart. This dark aspect not only possessed all of Qin Tian's capabilities, but also wielded powers he had yet to acquire, effectively making him an enhanced version of Qin Tian. However, this dark counterpart was forged from Qin Tian's myriad negative emotions, inheriting his flaws as well. Thus, apart from Qin Tian, he regarded no one else with any respect. The masked man who had just dispatched Qin Long, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu was, in fact, a metal giant conjured by the dark counterpart. These metal giants are immensely powerful. Moreover, they continuously analyze their foes' weaknesses and attack patterns during combat, mimicking their techniques to enhance their own prowess. The more formidable the enemy, the greater their eagerness to learn and evolve their combat skills. However, I must admit, your willingness to cooperate this time has caught me by surprise, Qin Tian remarked to his dark counterpart. With a cold smirk, the dark counterpart replied, I merely find it acceptable to occasionally heed your counsel. After all, we are one and the same. Who leads is inconsequential as long as our goals are achieved. Qin Tian nodded, understanding the nature of his dark counterpart. What shall we do next? The dark counterpart inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian responded, having drawn Yi Ziqiu's attention, we must exercise greater caution. First, we shall conceal ourselves and observe his movements before devising our next course of action. The dark counterpart concurred, and together, they melted into the shadows. The dark counterpart dispatched another metal giant to deal with the severely wounded Baihu. Upon receiving the command, the metal giant swiftly moved, its heavy steps echoing as it approached the Dragon King Hall's base. Upon arrival, the scene before it was shocking. The once impregnable base lay in ruins. Walls collapsed, structures crumbled, a chaotic wreckage. Above, a dense shroud of pitch-black clouds loomed, casting an oppressive darkness over the world. Within the ominous clouds, the thunderous roars echoed intermittently, deafening and instilling a sense of dread. The rain, resembling large beads, cascaded from the heavens like a waterfall, mercilessly pummeling the ground and creating splashes of water. The relentless downpour washed away the remnants of blood on the earth, gradually diluting them until they vanished completely. Each droplet seemed to narrate the tale of the fierce battles and tragic sacrifices that had transpired here. As time elapsed, the rain coalesced into small rivulets, flowing through the ruins and carrying away the last vestiges of evidence. The metallic giant, clad in a conical hat and a trench coat, swiftly maneuvered through the rain, soon arriving at the base of the Dragon King's palace. With ease, it dismantled the surveillance equipment and meticulously searched the chamber of the White Tiger. Upon locating the White Tiger's room, it deftly bypassed the facial recognition lock, boldly approaching the White Tiger. Seeing an intruder in his domain, the White Tiger instinctively sought to rise and attack, yet no matter how vigorously he struggled, he could not launch an assault against the towering metallic giant. With every slight movement, blood seeped from his wounds, leaving him only able to glare at his formidable opponent with a swift motion. The metallic giant appeared behind the White Tiger like a specter. Its right hand swung violently, transforming into a 3-meter-long sword that gleamed with a chilling radiance, sharp enough to cleave through any material with ease. Before the White Tiger could react, the giant's blade sliced through the air, unleashing a fierce wave of cutting force. The White Tiger let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was cleaved in two. Blood splattering everywhere, lifeless, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of vitality, in that moment. The voice of the system echoed in Qin Tian's mind once more. Congratulations, host, for slaying the loyal aide of the Fortunate Son. Yi Ziqiu, the White Tiger, earning 100,000 face-smacking points. Congratulations, host, for annihilating the Dragon King's palace of the Fortunate Son. Yi Ziqiu, earning 200,000 face-smacking points. Qin Tian felt an exhilarating rush as the system's notifications indicated a total of 600,000 points had been credited to him, that he now possessed a grand total of 180,000 face-smacking points, while Yi Zichou's fortune had plummeted to 50. Chapter 29. Yi Zichou's collapsed. Qin Tian retrieved a white camera from the system's space, adjusting its angle and focus before pressing the shutter, capturing the entirety of the events that unfolded. The camera exuded a bone-chilling aura, as if it could freeze the surrounding air, that a flicker of confusion crossed the silver-armored knight's eyes. Yet he remained focused on the battle before him. With the sound of the shutter, an invisible wave of energy emanated from the camera, swiftly enveloping the battlefield. This energy felt like the biting cold of winter, sending shivers down the spine. However, for Qin Tian, this was merely a part of his grand design. Employing the system's technological capabilities, Qin Tian processed the footage to ensure its confidentiality and security. The data was encrypted, accessible only with specific passwords. Additionally, he fortified it with multiple firewalls and anti-tracking measures to thwart any attempts at unauthorized access or tampering. Subsequently, he carefully placed the precious recordings into an anonymous package and sent it to Yi Zichou through specialized channels. The package was meticulously disguised, leaving no trace of its origin. It appeared ordinary, indistinguishable from any other mundane mail, yet concealed significant secrets within to ensure Yi Zichou could safely receive and view the contents. Qin Tian composed a detailed guide on how to unlock and watch the recordings. This guide utilized encryption algorithms, known only to Yi Zichou for proper decryption. Furthermore, he included subtle hints and clues within the package to aid Yi Zichou in discerning the pivotal information contained in the footage. Once everything was prepared, Qin Tian intended for Yi Zichou to fully experience the depths of his anguish. 3 days later, the mysterious anonymous package arrived smoothly at the Tang family residence, personally signed for by Yi Zichou. Eagerly, he tore open the package, discovering a camera and an anonymous letter inside. The letter instructed him to activate the camera and watch the recordings within. Upon pressing the play button, Yi Zichou was met with a shocking sight. His Dragon King's palace was ruthlessly obliterated by the Dragon Kingdom's military, reduced to a desolate ruin. The sight was a dagger to his heart, piercing deeply. His eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the scene, filled with rage and sorrow. Suddenly, Yi Zichou slammed his fist onto the table, the force of the blow creating a deep indentation. Simultaneously, his palm ruptured from the impact, blood gushing forth. Yet the overwhelming fury consumed him, dulling his awareness of pain. That a furious roar escaped his lips, and a murderous intent surged within him. His eyes ablaze with unquenchable anger and hatred. He could not accept the reality that his painstakingly built Dragon King's palace had been annihilated, that it was a violation of his dignity and a challenge to his strength. He vowed that, regardless of the cost, he would exact a harrowing vengeance upon those responsible for the destruction of the Dragon King's palace. Whoever has obliterated my Dragon King's palace shall face a fate worse than death. An eternity of suffering awaits. Yi Zichou's eyes burned crimson, his teeth clenched tightly, his voice emerging from between gritted teeth. Saturated with unending hatred and resolve, he understood that this battle was a life-or-death contest. Where only the strongest would survive, he was determined to become that strongest warrior at all costs, to avenge the Dragon King's palace and vindicate himself. That Yi Zichou clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood trickling down his fingers. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain, that he silently resolved to devote himself entirely to enhancing his own strength from this moment forward, training tirelessly day and night to surpass his limits. He aimed to regain his peak condition with utmost urgency, even surpassing his former self. Meanwhile, he would actively seek clues and delve into the truth behind the destruction of the Dragon King's palace, leaving no potential foe unexamined. Just wait, for when I return, it shall be your doom. A determined glint shone in Yi Zichou's eyes, radiating an unparalleled aura of strength. He was fully prepared to confront the myriad challenges that lay ahead, ready to employ any means necessary to safeguard the honor and dignity of the Dragon King's palace. In the days that followed, Yi Zichou trained with an almost frenzied zeal that he sought out masters for combat, honing his skills through real-world encounters. With each injury, he felt himself inch closer to his goal. Ultimately, he experienced a qualitative leap in his strength. During this time, information regarding the destruction of the Dragon King's palace began to surface. Yi Ziqiu immersed himself in the practice of calligraphy, his room overflowing with papers, each scribbled with dense characters. Every stroke reflected his passion and dedication to the art of writing, alongside his fervent calligraphy practice. He began consuming various elixirs to enhance his martial prowess. These potions, crafted from precious herbs he had gathered from various locales, possessed astonishing effects. However, the method of using elixirs to boost one's cultivation was not without risk. Improper use or excessive consumption could lead to bodily harm or even threaten life itself. Yet, Yi Ziqiu was undeterred by these dangers, firmly believing that with careful dosage and application, he could safely elevate his martial skills. Thus, Yi Ziqiu adhered to a strict regimen of elixir consumption, complementing it with a rigorous training schedule to bolster his strength. After a period of diligent effort, he succeeded in breaking through his limits, transforming into a mightier warrior, and no longer was he merely a scholar skilled in writing. He had evolved into a formidable martial artist. Following this breakthrough, Yi Ziqiu resolved to uncover the truth behind the destruction of the Dragon King's palace. Armed with his formidable martial prowess, he gathered more intelligence regarding the palace point one day. He stumbled upon a mysterious ancient tome that contained records of an ancient cultivation method. After days of study, he grasped a new realm of martial understanding that as his mastery deepened. Yi Ziqiu could distinctly sense the power within him growing stronger, and he believed that one day he would surely rebuild the Dragon King's palace and restore its former glory. Chapter 30. The Wanted Notice. After utterly annihilating the Dragon King's palace, Qin Tian compiled evidence of the palace's previous crimes and the various special potions they had secretly researched to enhance combat effectiveness. He organized all this information and submitted it to the relevant authorities, hoping to instigate some change within society. Nevertheless, he did not cease in his pursuit of greater power. During the process of organizing his materials, Qin Tian stumbled upon a potion that had yet to be fully researched, rumored to unlock the latent potential of the human body, though accompanied by tremendous risks. After prolonged contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, Qin Tian resolutely decided to personally experiment with this enigmatic elixir. Confident in his own abilities and firmly believing that his indomitable willpower would enable him to withstand any potential side effects, he boldly consumed the vial that emanated an extraordinary glow. In that instant, a surge of immense and tumultuous energy coursed through his body, akin to a volcanic eruption, igniting his meridians in an excruciating blaze of pain. However, Qin Tian was not defeated by this agony. Instead, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and valiantly resisted the overwhelming onslaught. As seconds turned into minutes, he gradually acclimated to the suffering, discovering a peculiar sensation within it. As the pain began to subside, Qin Tian was astonished to realize that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. It felt as though he had shattered a barrier, entering an unprecedented realm of power. In that moment, he felt as though he possessed boundless strength, capable of effortlessly vanquishing the formidable opponents he had faced before. Nevertheless, Qin Tian was acutely aware that the effects of the potion were not entirely stable. If he wished to truly master and wield this newfound power, he would need to engage in relentless training to solidify it. Thus, he resolved to double his efforts in the days to come, ensuring he could fully harness the potential of this new strength. Sensing the surging power within him, Qin Tian understood the urgency of familiarizing himself with and controlling this force. Consequently, he embarked on a more rigorous training regimen. Throughout his training, Qin Tian encountered a myriad of challenges. Yet through his unwavering determination and exceptional talent, he triumphed over each obstacle time and time again. As time passed, Qin Tian's strength continued to grow, and his name reverberated throughout the urban martial arts community. However, he was not content to rest on his laurels, but he understood that in a world teeming with formidable adversaries, only by persistently advancing could he secure his place. Thus, he set forth on a new journey in pursuit of even greater heights. After the destruction of the Dragon King's base, the military of Long Nation immediately issued a warrant for the capture of the Dragon King's leader, Yi Ziqiu. Upon receiving this news, Yi Ziqiu had no choice but to flee the Tang family estate under the cover of night, fully aware that his identity had been compromised and that he could no longer remain there. When the Tang family returned from the hospital, they found Yi Ziqiu's absence perplexing and concerning. However, before they could process the situation, a battalion of armed soldiers suddenly appeared at their doorstep. The soldiers bore serious expressions and wielded weapons. Creating a tense atmosphere, one soldier stepped forward, brandishing a wanted poster. The Tang family gathered curiously around to see what it was. When they recognized the face on the wanted poster, their expressions turned to shock. The person being sought was none other than Yi Ziqiu. The man who had quietly lived among them for 5 years had now become a fugitive. The Tang family was filled with astonishment and confusion. They could scarcely fathom that the seemingly timid and downtrodden Yi Ziqiu was, in fact, the leader of an overseas mercenary group. This revelation was difficult for them to accept, having coexisted with Yi Ziqiu for so long without ever realizing how deeply he had concealed his true identity. At that moment, the Tang family began to reflect on the myriad of interactions they had shared with Yi Ziqiu. They recalled his various behaviors within the household and those details they had previously overlooked. In hindsight, perhaps those were all deliberate acts to mask his genuine identity. Confronted with this stark reality, the Tang family fell silent, realizing that Yi Ziqiu was far more complex than they had ever imagined. As for his whereabouts, they remained utterly in the dark. At this juncture, the Tang family could only silently ponder how to cope with the events that might unfold next. Just as the Tang family was lost in thought, a man in a black suit approached them. "I am a representative sent by the military," he said in a deep voice, his gaze sharp. "That we require your cooperation regarding Yi Ziqiu. He is an extremely dangerous individual, and it is imperative that we apprehend him swiftly. That we hope you can provide any leads regarding his whereabouts." The Tang family exchanged glances. Their understanding of Yi Ziqiu was, in truth, quite limited. "That we truly do not know where he has gone." Tang Fu replied helplessly that he lived here for 5 years, and we never suspected he was the leader of mercenaries. The military representative furrowed his brow. "Regardless, we cannot allow him to escape. That if you have any information, please inform us immediately. Furthermore, it is advisable that you do not leave your home during this time to avoid any unforeseen circumstances." With that, the military representative departed with his soldiers, leaving the Tang family in a heavy mood, uncertain of what the future held or whether Yi Ziqiu would bring them further trouble. Tang Long gazed anxiously at the retreating figures of the military personnel. "Father, what should we do now?" Tang Xian inquired. Taking a deep breath, Tang Fu responded, "For now, let us heed the military's advice and refrain from going out. Simultaneously, we must find a way to ascertain Yi Ziqiu's whereabouts." At that moment, Tang Mu suddenly recalled something. Given that Yi Ziqiu has lived here for so long, could he possibly have a secret base or hideout? Tang Xian's eyes lit up. "Of course. How did I not think of that? We should search the house thoroughly for any suspicious areas." Thus, the Tang family commenced a meticulous search of their home, leaving no room or corner unchecked. However, after an exhaustive search, they found nothing out of the ordinary. Could he truly have vanished so far? Tang Fu murmured. Just as despair began to settle over the Tang family, Tang Xian's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from an unknown number. "Hello?" Tang Xian answered cautiously. This Tang Xian. "This is Yi Ziqiu," came a familiar voice from the other end. Chapter 31. The rapid escape route. Upon hearing Yi Ziqiu's voice on the line, the Tang family members perked up, listening intently. Yi Ziqiu, I thought you were just an ordinary fellow, but I never imagined you had concealed yourself so profoundly," the Tang family expressed with anger. Initially, they had not paid much attention to Yi Ziqiu, but now they discovered he seemed to possess a hidden side. This sudden revelation left them shocked and furious, prompting them to re-evaluate Yi Ziqiu's character. His true identity as the leader of a well-known mercenary organization abroad made them recall his demeanor of quiet diligence, rendering it hard to believe that he had harbored such formidable power and status. Perhaps it was precisely because he had endured countless life-and-death trials that he exhibited such calmness and resilience in the face of life's trivialities. A person like him, undoubtedly filled with stories and a legendary aura, evoked a sense of fear within them. Yi Ziqiu conversed with Tang Xian. A flickering red suddenly appeared on his phone screen, indicating that his location had been tracked by an intelligence department of Long Nation. They had been monitoring Yi Ziqiu's every move from the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At last, they had successfully pinpointed his location through technological means. As time passed, the red dot grew increasingly radiant, heralding an impending storm. Yi Ziqiu's gaze hardened as he fixated on the red dot on his phone screen, fully aware that his whereabouts had been compromised. Yet instead of panicking, a subtle smile crept across his face. He swiftly ended the call with Tang Xian and rose from his seat, in another corner of the city. A black sedan quietly rolled out, occupied by several mysterious individuals clad in dark attire. The target has been locked. Prepare for action. One of them whispered that Yi Ziqiu moved with agility through the alleyways, evading all surveillance cameras with uncanny precision. However, he was not fleeing blindly. Rather, he was plotting a counterattack in his mind. Without hesitation, the plainclothes officers and soldiers surged forward, hot on his heels, akin to untamed stallions pursuing their prey. Their movements were lithe and decisive, reminiscent of a pack of falcons in pursuit of a quarry. Simultaneously, others dispersed in various directions, forming a tight encirclement in an attempt to trap Yi Ziqiu. The scene resembled a dramatic chase sequence from a film, filled with tension and urgency, causing onlookers to hold their breath. Yi Ziqiu found himself cornered in a dead end, his back pressed tightly against the cold wall, his breath quickening. Fear and despair filled his eyes as he watched two officers and a soldier slowly advance towards him. The two officers were tall and imposing, their strides steady, wielding batons with expressions of determination and authority. The soldier, exuding even more valor, moved with both grace and power, the glint of his firearm reflecting a cold light. Yi Ziqiu's heart raced faster, desperately searching for an escape route, but towering walls surrounded him, leaving him with no options for flight. His mind was a blank slate, utterly devoid of any strategy to confront the imminent crisis. The special police and soldiers drew closer, and Yi Ziqiu could sense the formidable aura emanating from them. His legs began to tremble, nearly rendering him incapable of standing. "Stay away!" Yi Ziqiu cried out in despair. Yet the special police and soldiers did not halt their advance. Their eyes were firmly fixed upon Yi Ziqiu. As if executing a critical mission, a tide of resentment and regret surged within him, for he could not fathom how he had found himself ensnared in such dire straits. Desperately, he rummaged through his memories, seeking a glimmer of hope. That critical moment, Yi Ziqiu suddenly perceived a subtle flaw, a flicker of joy ignited within him as he dashed towards that opening, his eyes alight with unwavering resolve, yearning to exploit this opportunity to break free from the encircling enemy. However, every move he made was under the sharp scrutiny of the special police and soldiers. They resembled a pack of trained wolves, swiftly reacting and deftly adjusting their positions to block Yi Ziqiu's escape, confining him to his spot. A heavy weight sank in Yi Ziqiu's heart as despair surged within him. The extinguishing of his hope left him desolate. Yet he refused to surrender to defeat. Faced with the relentless approach of the special police and soldiers, he resolved to muster all his strength for one final struggle. Drawing in a deep breath, he concentrated his energy into his fists, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind swept in, swirling with clouds of dust. Yi Ziqiu squinted his eyes, attempting to discern the situation ahead through the storm. As the dust settled, he was astounded to find a figure standing before him. The person was tall and robust, clad in a sleek black suit, with sunglasses obscuring his features, rendering them indiscernible. He stood there silently, akin to an immovable mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. The mysterious figure extended a hand towards Yi Ziqiu, an invisible force lifting him off the ground. Yi Ziqiu felt as though he had lost control of his own body, rendered helpless by the whims of this enigmatic savior. "Who are you? Why are you saving me?" Yi Ziqiu managed to stammer. The mysterious figure did not respond to his inquiries, but instead guided him to a black sedan. The car door swung open automatically, and the figure unceremoniously shoved Yi Ziqiu inside. The vehicle sped away from the scene, leaving behind a bewildered cadre of special police and soldiers inside the car. Yi Ziqiu scrutinized the mysterious figure, his heart brimming with uncertainty and trepidation. He had no inkling of this savior's intentions or where he was being taken. The scenery outside the window shifted rapidly until they arrived at an abandoned factory. The mysterious figure led Yi Ziqiu into the factory's interior, entering a spacious room. "Who exactly are you?" Yi Ziqiu pressed once more. The mysterious figure slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing a serene smile. "It's Yuqin Tian. It has been ages, you crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Let me go. I wish to fight you one." Yi Ziqiu retorted defiantly. "One? You remain as naive as ever." Qin Tian scoffed. Do you think I'm still the person I was back then? Yi Ziqiu struggled against his restraints, but his efforts proved futile. What do you intend to do? Yi Ziqiu glared at Qin Tian. Qin Tian smiled faintly, stepping forward to loom over Yi Ziqiu. I wish to show you what true power is. With that, he extended his hand, and a formidable aura surged forth from him. White Yi Ziqiu felt the oppressive weight of this energy, causing him to flinch inwardly. Is this what you call true power? Yi Ziqiu gritted his teeth. Indeed, this is the culmination of my years of cultivation, Qin Tian replied proudly, while you are merely a trivial martial king. Yi Ziqiu felt a surge of defiance within him, yet he knew he was at a disadvantage. What is your purpose in bringing me here? He inquired. Qin Tian chuckled, offering no answer as he turned to leave the room. Keep a close watch on him. If he escapes, the consequences will be on your heads. Chapter 32. The death of Yi Ziqiu. Hundreds of bodyguards clad in black suits, armed to the teeth, patrolled the desolate expanse of the abandoned factory with meticulous precision. Their synchronized and dense footfalls resonated through the barren, seldom trodden grounds, intertwining to forge a palpable atmosphere of tension. Yi Ziqiu found himself ensnared in a shadowy corner, desperately attempting to summon his strength to break free from his bonds. His gaze was resolute, brimming with determination, as he gradually coalesced his martial energy. This energy manifested as countless transparent blades, gradually severing the ropes that bound him. As time wore on, the ropes were finally frayed, and Yi Ziqiu regained a semblance of freedom. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, instead quietly surveying his surroundings for the opportune moment to escape. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Yi Ziqiu to conceal himself. That a group of individuals entered, led by a towering figure whose face was obscured by a mask, rendering his features indiscernible. The man paused at the spot where Yi Ziqiu had just been. He must be here. Search for him, the man commanded. The bodyguards dispersed, commencing their search. Yi Ziqiu's heart sank. He stealthily maneuvered his body, preparing to slip away. Just then, he spotted an unguarded exit. A flicker of hope surged within him as he hastily made his way towards it. However, as he reached the threshold, he sensed a powerful presence looming behind him. Turning around, he was confronted by the masked man, who had stealthily appeared at his back, his cold gaze fixed upon him. The imposing figure, who had previously issued the command, moved with the swiftness of a ferocious predator. Positioning himself behind Yi Ziqiu, a glint of ruthlessness and determination flashed in his eyes, as if he intended to eliminate Yi Ziqiu without hesitation. His fist was clenched tightly, hard as steel, brimming with untold power. With a roar, his body lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch aimed directly at Yi Ziqiu's vulnerable back. Yi Ziqiu sensed the imminent danger and swiftly pivoted to evade the blow. The man's attack missed, momentarily stunning him, but he quickly resumed his relentless assault. Yi Ziqiu nimbly dodged the onslaught while searching for an opportunity to retaliate. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw in the man's defense and seized the moment, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Taken by surprise, the man staggered backward. Yi Ziqiu pressed the advantage, launching a flurry of strikes that left the man scrambling to defend himself, despite gradually succumbing to the barrage. The man remained steadfast, refusing to concede. Ultimately, Yi Ziqiu unleashed a decisive technique, bringing the man crashing to the ground. He cast a glance at the fallen figure before turning to flee the scene. The commotion of their battle quickly attracted the attention of the black-suited bodyguards, who immediately converged on Yi Ziqiu from all directions. The previously downed man struggled to rise, rejoining the pursuit. Yi Ziqiu darted through the narrow corridors, the sound of footsteps closing in behind him. Realizing the urgency of his situation, he knew he had to devise a means to elude his pursuers. Suddenly, he spotted a fork in the path ahead and decisively veered into it. Upon entering the offshoot, Yi Ziqiu discovered it was a dead end, prompting a sense of despair to wash over him. Nevertheless, he refused to relent, swiftly scanning the environment for an escape route. At that moment, he noticed a ventilation shaft in the wall, and an idea sparked within him. Yi Ziqiu leapt with all his might, grasping the edge of the vent and hauling himself upward. Once inside, he navigated through the duct swiftly, the furious shouts of the bodyguards echoing behind him. After considerable effort, Yi Ziqiu finally emerged from the vent into an unfamiliar location. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he began searching for a way out. Through his determined efforts, He eventually found an exit, successfully escaping the clutches of the black-suited bodyguards. Seated in the surveillance room, Qin Tian observed Yi Ziqiu's every move. A faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, that he turned to the bodyguards beside him, issuing orders to secure the other end of the ventilation shaft, ensuring that Yi Ziqiu would be retrieved. After his escape, Yi Ziqiu sought refuge in a narrow alley. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, grateful to have momentarily evaded disaster. Yet, he knew Qin Tian would not relent and would undoubtedly send more men after him. He needed to find a safe haven quickly. Just as Yi Ziqiu contemplated his next course of action, he heard the faint sound of footsteps that he turned cautiously, only to see a mysterious figure emerging at the alley's entrance. As the figure drew closer, Yi Ziqiu's eyes widened in surprise. It was a beautiful and enigmatic woman. The woman approached him, handing him a note with an address inscribed upon it. "This is a safe place. You can hide there." She spoke softly before turning and vanishing into the night. Yi Ziqiu stared at the note in his hand, his mind swirling with questions. Yet, with no other options available, he had no choice but to follow the woman's guidance to the designated location. He remained oblivious to the identity of the enigmatic woman and the fate that awaited him. Nevertheless, he resolved to place his trust in her. If only this once. Yi Ziqiu approached a humble dwelling. Following the address inscribed on a note, as he pushed open the grand door, he was met with a scene of desolation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Tian, having witnessed Yi Ziqiu evade the pursuit of the black-clad bodyguards, closed his eyes and conjured a virtual map in his mind that moved swiftly across the map, eventually halting in front of the same dwelling. Remaining stationary at the support pillar of the house, in an instant, Qin Tian vanished from his original position, reappearing minutes later at Yi Ziqiu's location. Yi Ziqiu, exuding a formidable martial aura, stood resolutely at the entrance. Qin Tian advanced towards him, a glint of mockery in his gaze. "Yi Ziqiu, you truly are in a pitiful state. But do you really think you can escape?" Qin Tian sneered. Yi Ziqiu clenched his fists, glaring at Qin Tian, declaring, "I will not let you succeed." Before his words faded, Yi Ziqiu flickered and launched a full-force attack towards Qin Tian. Yet with a mere sidestep, Qin Tian effortlessly evaded the assault. Subsequently, he retaliated, delivering a powerful blow to Yi Ziqiu's chest that sent him crashing against the wall. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You are no match for me. Surrender," Qin Tian stated coolly. Struggling to rise, Yi Ziqiu wiped the blood from his lips, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. "Even in death, I shall not yield to you," he bellowed, charging at Qin Tian once more. Chapter 33. The death of Yi Ziqiu II. Following the address provided by the mysterious woman, Yi Ziqiu navigated through various twists and turns until he finally arrived at this cryptic location. It appeared to be an abandoned warehouse, yet strange signs hinted that it was more than it seemed. Cautiously, he pushed open the door, a musty odor enveloping him. Guided by the mysterious woman, Yi Ziqiu entered a dimly lit room filled with various ancient artifacts. The walls adorned with yellowing photographs and maps. Curiosity surged within him as he pondered the stories these relics concealed. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was the enigmatic woman, smiling at Yi Ziqiu, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. Yi Ziqiu inhaled deeply, bracing himself for a battle against death. Indeed, this woman was not human, but rather a metallic giant puppet, a scheme meticulously orchestrated by Qin Tian. At that moment, Yi Ziqiu was being led toward a second abandoned warehouse, where a dozen metallic giants lay in ambush. These giants had been specially modified, each equipped with an explosive device. Once activated, they would unleash a cataclysmic explosion capable of obliterating everything in their vicinity. Unaware of the trap, Yi Ziqiu entered, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Oblivious to the impending peril, Yi Ziqiu followed the woman into the second warehouse. He suddenly sensed a powerful aura of danger. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, only to find himself encircled by a horde of metallic giants. Just as he prepared to confront the threat, a sly smile crept onto the woman's lips, with a gentle press of the remote in her hand. The explosive devices within the giants were instantly activated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Ziqiu swiftly unleashed his martial prowess, attempting to break through the encirclement. However, the force of the explosion was overwhelming, igniting the warehouse in a conflagration of flames and smoke. Amidst the chaos, could Yuzukiyu escape this deadly trap? How would he confront the carefully laid scheme of Qin Tian? Steeling himself, Yuzukiyu summoned his martial energy. Enveloping his body in a transparent shield that in the midst of the violent explosion, he nimbly navigated through the debris, searching for a safe haven. Yet despite his efforts, he found himself ensnared by the metallic giants. Each moment bringing forth more self-detonations. The deafening roars of the explosions engulfed him, the surging blast consuming him in a sea of fire, propelling him hundreds of meters away, like a kite severed from its string. Yuzukiyu drifted aimlessly through the sky, his clothing tattered and numerous wounds marring his body, in the aftermath of the thunderous explosion. The abandoned warehouse lay in ruins, from the center of the debris. A white streak shot upwards into the sky. Qin Tian leaned forward slightly, resembling a predator poised to strike, and with a powerful leap, he unleashed a terrifying surge of martial might, launching himself towards Yuzukiyu. Sensing Qin Tian's pursuit, Yuzukiyu opened his palms, a formidable force emanating from within him, and he turned to face Qin Tian, his eyes ablaze with fury and resolve. Surprised by Yuzukiyu's reaction, Qin Tian had not anticipated such formidable power. Yet he pressed on, more determined than ever to capture Yuzukiyu. With a sweeping motion, Yuzukiyu sent forth a beam of light towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian sidestepped, charging at Yuzukiyu. The two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the trees. Their forms weaving through the foliage, their energies colliding in a dazzling display. The surrounding trees trembled under their might, leaves cascading to the ground. As the skirmish continued, Yuzukiyu gradually gained the upper hand, her strength surging, while Qin Tian began to tire. Ultimately, Yuzukiyu's power struck true, sending Qin Tian sprawling to the ground. Yet, as Yuzukiyu gazed down at him, there was no joy in her heart. She understood that this battle was merely the beginning, with greater trials ahead. Taking a deep breath, she turned and departed the forest, her direction set towards escape. Martial technique. Thunder Dragon Roar Fist. Qin Tian found himself engulfed in a tempest of purple lightning. A raging storm swirling around him. Akin to a thunder god descending from the heavens, he raised his right hand slightly, resembling a bomb primed to explode, and unleashed a devastating punch. This strike manifested as a bolt of purple lightning, embodying boundless thunderous power, morphing into a fearsome purple thunder dragon that lunged ferociously at Yuzukiyu. With unwavering focus, Yuzukiyu fixated on the rapidly approaching dragon, refusing to show any signs of hesitation. In an instant, he summoned a spear, its shaft etched with mysterious black runes, glimmering ominously. Channeling all his strength, he hurled the spear like a bolt from a crossbow, colliding with the thunder dragon in a cataclysmic clash. In that moment, the world seemed to shift, as if engulfed by the explosive energy unleashed. The spear surged towards Qin Tian, who crossed his arms, conjuring a massive blade of purple lightning, its form adorned with terrifying patterns. With a swift motion, Qin Tian cleaved the spear in two with a brilliant flash of swordlight. Eye technique. Annihilation. Yuzukiyu's eyes emitted two profound beams of black light, aimed at Qin Tian. Self-created martial technique. Devouring Abyss. A surge of dark purple energy erupted from Qin Tian's body, expanding rapidly to form a pitch-black vortex, akin to a black hole, generating a terrifying gravitational pull that consumed Yuzukiyu's beams of light. The swirling vortex lunged towards Yuzukiyu, who darted through the air, evading the onslaught of gravitational force while conjuring blades of air to strike back. With nimble hands, Yuzukiyu swiftly formed a golden longsword, its blade intricately adorned with the image of a blazing phoenix. Radiating a vivid crimson glow, gripping the heavy sword, he unleashed a beam of golden light, cleaving the dark vortex in twain, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that compressed the surrounding air into a vacuum, engulfing the area in a terrifying conflagration. Qin Tian teleported behind Yuzukiyu, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying thousands of miles, blood erupting from his mouth. Chapter 34. The Fall of Yuzukiyu. Yuzukiyu soared through the sky like a bird in flight, leaving behind terrifying scars in the in the midst of his glide. He suddenly unleashed a golden beam of sword light towards Qin Tian, resembling a meteor racing through the heavens, slicing the air with unparalleled sword energy. In the face of this sudden assault, Qin Tian remained calm, firmly grasping the sheath of the Tianma sword with one hand while drawing the blade with the other, preparing to confront the impending strike. As the Tianma sword was unsheathed, a formidable aura instantly pervaded the surroundings. Qin Tian swung his right hand with vigor, and the Tianma sword was unleashed in a flash, a beam of black sword light shooting forth like a bolt of lightning. Colliding fiercely with a golden sword light, in that moment. Radiance erupted, and sword energy crisscrossed in a dazzling display, as if the entire space were shaken by this immense force. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, Yi Ziqiu, unwilling to concede, gathered his strength once more, and the sword light became even more brilliant and resplendent. Observing this, Qin Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, a confident grin gracing his features that he uttered a low but powerful command, his voice resonating as if in harmony with the very heavens. The martial energy within him surged forth like an unending river, coalescing within the Tianma sword in his grasp. The Tianma sword seemed to sense its master's determination and strength, trembling slightly as it emitted a deep, resonant hum, as if responding to his call. It yearned to unleash its power and confront the enemy head-on. Just then, the Tianma sword erupted with an unparalleled force, akin to a dazzling star illuminating the entire battlefield. It cleaved through Yi Ziqiu's sword light with brutal efficacy, reducing it to mere nothingness. Subsequently, the Tianma sword darted forward like a bolt of thunder, hurtling straight towards Yi Ziqiu. Its speed was so blinding that it left one in a daze, nearly impossible to comprehend. It carried with it a boundless pressure, as if intent on obliterating all obstacles in its path. Yi Ziqiu, witnessing the Tianma sword racing towards him, was struck with terror and hastily attempted to evade with his agility. However, the Tianma sword, like a persistent shadow, locked onto him, rendering all his evasive maneuvers futile as the sword drew nearer. Yi Ziqiu had no choice but to summon all his strength, striking outward in a desperate attempt to block the impending onslaught. A resounding crash echoed as he was sent reeling backward by the force of the Tianma sword, blood spattering from his mouth. He gazed at Qin Tian, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, Qin Tian approached, the Tianma sword firmly in hand, his gaze cold and resolute. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the Tianma sword returned to his grasp, and he unleashed the sword art of Tianma Liaowan. The blade radiated with countless terrifying strands of black sword energy, resembling fierce black dragons as they lunged menacingly toward the adversaries. The foes, witnessing this, hastily employed their defense mechanisms, attempting to withstand the onslaught of these dark energies. Yet, the sheer might of the black sword energy rendered their defenses utterly feeble. Cries of agony erupted as the enemies were struck by the black sword energy, their bodies swiftly reduced to mere fragments. Blood splattering in a ghastly display. Qin Tian, observing the scene before him, felt not a shred of pity. These foes were irredeemable villains, notorious for their wickedness, oppressing the innocent and committing heinous acts. Today, he would wield the Tianma sword to exact justice for those they had wronged. In a swift motion, the terrifying black sword light etched thousands of fine, dense wounds upon Yi Ziqiu's body, each scar reminiscent of a sharp blade's caress. The sword energy was monstrous and potent, seemingly possessing its own consciousness. Upon entering Yi Ziqiu's body, it transformed into a violent tempest of sword energy, rampaging within him. This tempest ruthlessly ravaged his meridians, leaving them shattered and desolate. What once was a seamless flow of internal energy now lay in ruins, depriving Yi Ziqiu of his vitality. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his lips quivering in evident agony. That a torrent of blood burst forth from Yi Ziqiu, coalescing in the air into droplets of crimson rain that swirled around him. His eyes, filled with rage and defiance, seemed on the verge of bursting. Though his body trembled and his face was pale as a ghost, his gaze remained steadfast. He clutched his sword tightly, as if it were his last vestige of hope. Suddenly, with a furious roar, Yi Ziqiu surged forward, his sword swinging with renewed vigor. His swordplay was fierce, each strike imbued with boundless killing intent. Yet his enemies were formidable, effortlessly evading his strikes and retaliating with ferocity. Despite sustaining numerous injuries, Yi Ziqiu refused to relent. Under his unyielding resistance, his opponents began to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the moment, he launched his final assault. His sword transformed into a blinding flash, swiftly penetrating the enemy's defenses and vanquishing them one by one to finally. Yi Ziqiu exhaled a sigh of relief as his body slowly collapsed. In that instant, as he fell, a surge of immense golden energy erupted from within him, enveloping his form in a thick cocoon of golden silk. Qin Tian promptly summoned the human sovereign banner, which unleashed dozens of black chains adorned with terrifying flames, coiling around the golden cocoon. Gradually, these chains absorbed the dreadful energy contained within the cocoon, dimming its brilliance. As time passed, the golden cocoon lost its luster, ultimately transforming into an ordinary pupa. Qin Tian approached, gently touching the pupa, which shattered into countless fragments, revealing the unconscious Yi Ziqiu within. He lifted Yi Ziqiu in his arms and turned to leave the scene, aware that Yi Ziqiu required time to recuperate. Likewise, he needed to contemplate his subsequent plans. On the other side of the city, a mysterious organization was closely monitoring these events, intrigued by the golden energy that had erupted within Yi Ziqiu, intent on acquiring it at any cost. In the sky, Qin Tian wielded the Tianma sword, carving a white sword light that instantly grazed Yi Ziqiu's neck, a fine line of blood appearing in an instant. Yi Ziqiu's eyes widened in panic as he struggled to breathe, his hands clutching at his throat. Moments later, he collapsed heavily to the side. Chapter 35. The Manifestation of the Heavenly Path. An alliance formed that a radiant white light blossomed from Yi Ziqiu's lifeless body, resembling a dove soaring toward the heavens, imbued with hope and strength. Witnessing this, Qin Tian felt a stirring in his heart, an instinctive thought propelling him to chase after the orb of white energy. He reached out, grasping the orb tightly, feeling a powerful energy pulsating within his grip. "What is this?" Qin Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued. "What you hold is the essence of the heavenly path, thus it feels immensely powerful." The essence of the heavenly path. No wonder it feels so formidable, Qin Tian realized with a sudden clarity. Just then, the system within him erupted into a stream of light, surging forth from his body. Qin Tian turned, his gaze fixed intently on the system. Then he noticed it was equally fixated on the essence of the heavenly path, its eyes gleaming with avarice. The system's light intensified, seemingly preparing to attack and seize the essence. Qin Tian's expression hardened. He would not allow the system to prevail. Channeling all his martial energy, he concentrated it in his palm, readying himself for a fierce contest. However, just as they were about to engage, the essence of the heavenly path erupted in a blinding radiance, enveloping both Qin Tian and the system. When the light faded, Qin Tian found himself in a mysterious realm, an expanse suffused with chaotic energy. In the center of this space, a colossal orb of light pulsed with immense power that a wave of joy washed over Qin Tian. He recognized this as the true essence of the heavenly path. This enigmatic space appeared boundless, evoking a sense of awe. Qin Tian surveyed the area with curiosity. He was astonished to see a figure composed of energy materialize beside his father. Upon closer inspection, he realized this figure was not a tangible being, but a manifestation of the will of the heavenly path. Turning his gaze elsewhere, he encountered a kindly old man, stirring questions within him about the presence of such a figure in this place. However, before he could ponder further, the old man's embodiment coughed, interrupting his thoughts. Then, the elder began to introduce himself. "Young man, allow me to enlighten you. I am the heavenly path of this world, or rather, a projection of consciousness from the realm of novels. It is I who have gathered various protagonists to forge this world. So you are the heavenly path of this realm. Look at the protagonists you have created. Are they not all outwardly resplendent yet internally vile?" Recalling the past, he reflected on his initial hopes and aspirations, having meticulously crafted these protagonists, wishing for them to become beacons of light in the world, enhancing its standing through their efforts and struggles. Yet, fate was ever unpredictable. Just as he brimmed with confidence, a wicked horde of extraterritorial demons stealthily descended, infiltrating his creations and sowing seeds of malevolence in the hearts of the protagonists. At that time, I found myself grievously injured, powerless to expel the dark energy that festered within them. As time flowed on, one fateful day, I stumbled upon you, like a glimmer of dawn piercing through the darkness. I unhesitatingly summoned a fragment of celestial power to usher you into my realm. Perhaps this is what we call destiny, a wondrous connection that defies articulation. Da-da. No wonder that massive truck collided with me head-on. It turns out you were the unseen hand orchestrating it all. Qin Tian exclaimed with indignation. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities, the elder replied, his smile a subtle veil over his embarrassment. Celestial Path, I sense something peculiar about the system within me. It seems to have been guiding me towards fulfilling certain expectations it harbors. Just moments ago, the dying Leaf Chiu erupted with a fragment of the Celestial Path's essence. And my system swiftly emerged from my being, fixated on the celestial essence in my hand, as if it intended to devour it entirely. Upon hearing this, the elder suddenly comprehended. So that's the case. This means the system within you is indeed an avatar of the extraterritorial demons. Its purpose is to continuously suppress the celestial essence residing within the progeny of fate I have created, thereby augmenting its own strength and aspiring to seize complete dominion over this realm. How astonishing! Yet this also indicates a profound connection and mutual influence between you. What course of action should we pursue in light of this predicament? Perhaps we must delve deeper into the nature and workings of this system to unearth a means of dismantling it. Simultaneously, we must intensify our protection and cultivation of the progeny of fate, ensuring their smooth development so they can fulfill their intended roles. Only then can we shatter this system's grasp and uphold the equilibrium and stability of this world. Celestial Path, I have assisted you. But what benefit shall I reap in return? Qin Tian inquired, his tone calm. Once you have eradicated these unforeseen demons, I shall bestow upon you a portion of my celestial essence, which will aid you in obliterating the consciousness of the system within your being, transforming it into a genuine tool for your growth, replied the Celestial Path. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian felt a stirring in his heart, yet he remained vigilant that if you possess such power, why did you not eliminate both me and the system within me from the outset? Instead of compelling me to slay those progeny of fate you created, the Celestial Path fell silent for a moment before responding with deliberation, because I discovered that the progeny of fate I birthed bore the seeds of extraterritorial demons within them. I could not act rashly, otherwise those demons would detect my celestial aura, leading to greater complications. Thus, I sought your assistance in vanquishing these progeny of fate to eradicate the remnants of the extraterritorial demonic seeds within them. The Celestial Path's finger rested gently upon Qin Tian's forehead, releasing a radiant golden light, dazzling and brilliant as if to illuminate the entire world. Simultaneously, a mysterious and potent aura surged forth like a tide, swiftly enveloping Qin Tian's form. This aura was enigmatic and formidable, seemingly infused with boundless secrets and power. Qin Tian felt himself enveloped by a warm force, akin to the gentle caress of spring breezes, instilling him with profound comfort and security. Soon after, vivid and extraordinary visions began to unfurl in his mind, filled with sights and knowledge he had never encountered before, that he felt as though he had been transported to a mystical realm, where everything around him blurred, and only those visions flickered before his eyes that he endeavored to clarify those images. But the more he tried, the more elusive they became. Gradually, Qin Tian's consciousness began to wane, his thoughts growing increasingly chaotic that he was uncertain of his whereabouts or actions, only feeling his body grow heavier, as though the mysterious aura sought to crush him, just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness. A sudden flash of light pierced through his mind, like a sword that sliced through the fog before him. In that moment, his awareness returned to clarity. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself back in the realm of reality. His body was still enveloped by that mysterious aura, yet he could now distinctly perceive its presence, that he understood that this was a trial set by the Celestial Path, as well as an opportunity for him to enhance his strength. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian closed his eyes, beginning to carefully attune himself to the mysterious aura. He sought to assimilate it into his being, making it a part of himself, with his efforts. The aura gradually became more docile, beginning to merge with his body. As time passed, Qin Tian experienced marvelous transformations within himself. His skin grew smoother and more refined, while his muscles became firmer and more robust. His gaze deepened and brightened, as if he could penetrate through all illusions. When he opened his eyes once more, A formidable aura radiated from him, swirling like a tempest that swept through everything around him. The system within Qin Tian erupted from him, glaring fiercely. It manifested enormous arms aimed at Qin Tian, who stood undaunted, unleashing a terrifying golden light toward the system's colossal, translucent hands. The collision produced a cataclysmic sound, and when the brilliance faded, Qin Tian remained unscathed, while the system was repelled several meters back. Astonishment coursed through Qin Tian. He had not anticipated that he could so effortlessly withstand the system's onslaught. The system regained its balance, a flicker of astonishment flashing in its eyes, soon replaced by fury. That IT let out a roar and charged at Qin Tian once more. This time, it unleashed its full might, intertwining countless beams of data into a devastating wave of energy. Qin Tian, refusing to underestimate the threat, focused intently, summoning all his strength to prepare for the system's final strike. That he formed hand seals, reciting incantations, and a golden barrier materialized before him. The energy wave collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound. The barrier trembled violently, but ultimately held firm against the onslaught. Seeing this, the system became increasingly frenzied in its assault on the barrier. Yet it could not breach it. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tian counterattacked, employing his ultimate technique, sending a dazzling beam of light straight towards the system. The system was struck by the radiance, instantaneously disintegrating into the air. A sigh of relief escaped Qin Tian. He felt his strength surging once more to AT that moment. The Elder, the avatar of the celestial path, appeared beside Qin Tian, seizing the fragments of the system that he proceeded to erase the system's memories, unlocking all its functions before reinserting it back into Qin Tian. After a considerable time, the familiar sound of the system's notifications echoed in Qin Tian's mind again. However, this time, the tone was devoid of warmth, replaced by a cold, mechanical voice, reminiscent of a soulless automaton. Chapter 36. Mastering the System, Abundant Rewards. System Rebooting. System Reboot Complete. Host has slain the second progeny of Fate, Leaf Chiu, and received system rewards. 10 fragments of the Celestial Demon, Sword Advancement. Perfected Sword Chi Projection. The reward, Realm Enhancement to Half-Step Martial God in an instant. A terrifying aura erupted from within Qin Tian, surging like a tidal wave, causing his body to tremble slightly. The meridians within him were bombarded by this powerful energy, expanding as if to shatter their limits. The energy coursed through him. Qin Tian felt his bones undergoing transformation, accompanied by a symphony of crisp cracking sounds. This change brought not only an increase in strength, but also an indescribable sense of comfort, as if his entire being had undergone a profound cleansing and relaxation. The entire mountainous region was subtly altered under the influence of this overwhelming energy. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, swept along by this energy, underwent a rapid metamorphosis. Within mere breaths, his realm skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly breaking through to the half-step martial god stage. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power and confidence, as if he could command the heavens and earth. Qin Tian opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. Then he took a deep breath, conjuring a sword from thin air. It was the Celestial Demon Sword. With a gentle sweep, a purple sword light sliced through the air, cleaving a small mountain in two. What immense power! Qin Tian marveled inwardly. At that moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation. On the path ahead in the martial world, he would forge a legendary tale of his own with the strength of a half-step martial god. Gripping the Celestial Demon Sword, Qin Tian gazed resolutely into the distance. I will reach the martial god realm. Sooner or later, he murmured. No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished, dissolving into a red streak of light that soared through the sky. In the martial world, tales of Qin Tian began to circulate once more. Some spoke of him as the new legend of the martial realm. Others claimed he was in search of higher paths of cultivation. Yet others said he had departed from this world, venturing into more mysterious domains. Regardless of the stories, Qin Tian's name became an indelible mark upon the annals of the martial world. It is time to seek out Li Ming. He must have reached the martial sovereign realm by now. With a thought, Qin Tian vanished from his location, transforming into a crimson streak of light that glided through the sky. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at Li Ming's residence. Qin Tian's silhouette appeared in Li Ming's room like a phantom, silently and stealthily, Li Ming was engrossed in his studies at his desk when he suddenly sensed a formidable aura approaching him. He abruptly raised his head, only to see a crimson light flash before his eyes, followed by the apparition of Qin Tian right in front of him. Li Ming was taken aback by the sight, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Qin Tian. Qin Tian offered a slight smile and remarked, "Li Ming, it has been a while." It was only then that Li Ming regained his composure, standing up excitedly to ask, "Qin Tian, what brings you here?" Qin Tian looked at Li Ming, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes as he replied, "I heard you have been facing some troubles lately, so I came to check on you." "Grateful," Li Ming responded. "Thank you, Qin Tian. However, I can handle these issues on my own." Qin Tian patted Li Ming's shoulder, saying, "Do not overexert yourself. If you need any assistance, you can always reach out to me." Li Ming nodded, warmth filling his heart. He knew that no matter the challenges he faced, Qin Tian would always be there to support him, but there's no need for that. "I can resolve it myself. It has been so long since we last met. I wonder if your martial prowess has improved. Let us spar now." Certainly. Li Ming set his book down on the table, and with a shared thought, they instantly departed the room. Arriving in a dense forest, Li Ming launched the first attack, his gaze fierce, muscles taut as he unleashed a powerful punch enveloped in terrifying martial energy, hurtling towards Qin Tian like a blazing meteor. The force of the blow was astonishing, capable of rending the air and exerting immense pressure. Yet, Qin Tian remained remarkably calm in the face of such an assault, displaying no signs of panic or fear. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips that he slowly raised his palm and effortlessly grasped Li Ming's fist, as if the strike posed no threat to him whatsoever. Then, with a forceful twist, a sharp cracking sound echoed as Li Ming's wrist snapped, letting out a crisp noise. The sudden turn of events left Li Ming's face pale, and he groaned in agony. However, Qin Tian did not afford him a moment to recover, but he swiftly lifted his right foot and delivered a devastating kick to Li Ming's abdomen. The impact was tremendous, akin to a ferocious beast pouncing on its prey, sending Li Ming flying several thousand meters. His body traced a long parabolic arc through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, drifting helplessly into the distance. He crashed heavily into a number of towering ancient trees. Each one splintered upon impact, with shavings scattering like confetti. After toppling dozens of trees, his body finally came to a halt. Blood erupted from Li Ming's mouth, his complexion as pale as a sheet, his eyes reflecting boundless fear and despair. But he struggled desperately to rise, but the excruciating pain rendered him immobile. All he could do was lie on the ground, gasping for breath, his heart filled with dread and reverence for Qin Tian. Qin Tian approached Li Ming step by step, each stride emanating an overwhelming pressure, as if the very heavens trembled with his presence. Li Ming looked up at Qin Tian in terror, his eyes pleading for mercy. From his elevated stance, Qin Tian gazed down upon him like a deity. "Remember, do not provoke me," he said coldly. With that, Qin Tian turned and departed, leaving a terrified Li Ming sprawled on the ground. In an instant, Li Ming erupted with astonishing speed, dashing towards Qin Tian like a bolt of lightning, his form leaving behind a series of afterimages. Simultaneously, he had somehow grasped a long blade, its crimson blade emanating an eerie blood-red hue. As if soaked in blood, the blade glimmered with a sinister red light, sending chills down one's spine. Li Ming swung the long knife, channeling his power into its edge, unleashing a terrifying crimson blade of energy that surged towards Qin Tian with unrelenting killing intent. However, in the face of this dreadful assault, Qin Tian remained remarkably composed. He extended a finger, its tip shimmering with a faint glow, resembling a sharp sword. As the blood-red energy approached, Qin Tian, using his finger as a sword, effortlessly waved it, unleashing an invisible sword chi that collided with the crimson blade. A deafening roar echoed as the two forces negated each other in a brilliant display of energy, dissipating into the air. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Qin Tian, astonished that his full-powered attack had been so easily thwarted. With a single hand, Qin Tian reached into the void, and in an instant, a massive spatial rift appeared beside him, within which the Tianmo sword floated ominously. The blade radiated a terrifying black demonic aura, intertwined with ominous blue lightning, as a colossal black dragon coiled around the hilt, ascending along the blade's spine to its tip. Seizing the Tian Mo sword, an overwhelming aura erupted from Qin Tian that he swung the sword towards Li Ming. Sensing the immense pressure, Li Ming felt a flicker of fear. He desperately sought to evade, but Qin Tian's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Li Ming. The Tian Mo sword carved a dark arc, striking Li Ming with tremendous force. A pained scream escaped Li Ming's lips as he was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground that a deep gash marred his chest, blood flowing freely that Li Ming struggled to rise. But the severity of his injuries proved too great, and he fell back to the earth. Qin Tian regarded the fallen Li Ming with a glimmer of indifference in his gaze that he sheathed the Tian Mo sword and turned to leave. Leaving behind a scene stained with blood and a lifeless body that a scarlet glow enveloped Li Ming's corpse, akin to flames igniting, rapidly spreading across his form. As the light flickered, remarkably, his body rose from the ground as if manipulated by an invisible force. At that moment, Li Ming had transformed into a monster, his spirit entirely in control of the mangled vessel, his eyes gleaming with a fierce and sharp intensity, brimming with murderous intent that he fixated on Qin Tian. Hatred blazing within him like an inferno, seemingly poised to consume his adversary. Now, Li Ming's entire visage and body were enshrouded in dark patterns, resembling ropes that tightly bound his soul to his corporeal form. They appeared as mysterious runes, endowing him with immense strength and regenerative capabilities that Li Ming reveled in the sensation of his soul reintegrating with his body, exhilaration coursing through him that he understood that he now possessed greater power. Ready to confront Qin Tian, transformed into a monster, Li Ming launched a rapid assault towards Qin Tian with ferocious claw strikes that in an instant, a blood-red armor enveloped Qin Tian's form, resembling flames in full blaze. As the clash of his dark claws against the crimson armor erupted into a dazzling display of sparks, akin to fireworks illuminating the night sky, with the swiftness of a tempest, Qin Tian spun around, wielding the Tian Mo sword with a ferocious wind, unleashing a chilling black sword energy that surged towards the resurrected Li Ming. Chapter 37. Refining the monster. The black sword energy sliced through the air like a streak of lightning, leaving behind a spine-chilling spatial rift. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to tear apart, unleashing a tempest of violent spatial winds. This tempest, brimming with destructive power, swept towards the transformed monster, Li Ming. Sensing unprecedented danger, the creature attempted to evade, only to realize that its aura had been firmly locked onto by the black sword energy, leaving no avenue for escape. Reluctantly, it braced itself to endure the impending onslaught, with its hands overlapping. The monster's body sprouted countless black tendrils that intertwined to form a massive black and golden shield. The shield radiated a mysterious and powerful aura, completely enveloping the creature's form, executing a technique known as the Divine Demonic Chaotic Slash. Qin Tian ascended like an arrow, firmly gripping the Tian Mo sword, and in a heartbeat unleashed thousands of razor-sharp sword energies, akin to a tempest battering the monster's shield. The moment the sword energies collided with the shield, it was as if a volcano erupted, releasing a cataclysmic burst of energy that echoed like thunder in the air. The unparalleled impact obliterated surrounding trees, reducing them to mere splinters, as would shavings dance like snowflakes in the air. Boom! Boom! Gradually, the monster began to unfurl its shield, revealing a pair of black and golden wings sprouting from its back. These wings shimmered with a mysterious light, as if woven from darkness and metal. As the wings spread, the creature's form expanded, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. With a powerful flap, the monster surged towards Qin Tian, soaring through the sky with astonishing speed, resembling a black meteor streaking across the heavens. Its velocity was so swift that its figure became nearly imperceptible in that moment. Qin Tian closed his eyes, and a mental perception route materialized in his mind, scanning the surroundings with the swiftness of radar. The monstrous creature soaring rapidly around him immediately materialized within the mental map of Qin Tian's mind, in an instant, he captured the trajectory of the creature's movements. His gaze sharpened, and his hands tightened into fists, converging a terrifying golden energy. This radiant golden light shone like the blazing sun, imbued with infinite power and majesty. As he moved, the golden light surged forth like a meteor, hurtling towards the swiftly flying monster. The fearsome golden fist, carrying unparalleled might, sent the creature flying thousands of meters away in an instant. That moment, the entire space seemed to tremble, and terrifying sound waves erupted in the surrounding air. Expanding outward relentlessly, these sound waves surged forth like ocean waves, sweeping everything in their path into a state of shock. The monstrous creature was thrown back by the colossal sonic wave, its body tumbling helplessly through the air. Appearing utterly disheveled, IT emitted a shrill cry, filled with disbelief and rage, as if unable to fathom that it had been subjected to such an assault. The echo of its wail reverberated through the air, instilling a sense of dread in all who heard it. However, Qin Tian granted the creature no respite, but he understood the importance of seizing the moment, swiftly adjusting his stance to gather another wave of formidable power. A dazzling light radiated from him, warping the very air around him due to the intensity of his energy. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes resolute and cold. He prepared to unleash the next wave of attack. In that instant, Qin Tian resembled a god of war, exuding an unparalleled aura. Only one thought occupied his mind: to utterly defeat the creature before him and protect both himself and those around him. As his strength continued to build, an invisible pressure spread, making everything in the vicinity acutely aware of his determination and might. The invincible heavy breaking fist descended like a mountain crushing an egg. Unstoppable, the heaven and earth annihilation slash resembled a torrent cascading from the Milky Way, obliterating all in its path. This punch struck the creature's back with the force of a thunderclap, as if intending to shatter its spine. The monster, akin to a startled bird, instinctively sensed the impending danger and swiftly veered to the right, its movements as agile as a cunning rabbit, skillfully evading the attack. After narrowly escaping this tiger-like onslaught, it immediately raised its head, opening its cavernous mouth, which coalesced into a terrifying pillar of black energy, akin to a roaring black dragon, furiously lunging toward Qin Tian above in the sky. Qin Tian commanded the Tianma sword, continuously splitting it, as the myriad sword energies howled past the creature. Sensing the threat, the monster opened its gaping maw and unleashed a jet of black flames, attempting to incinerate the sword energies. Observing this, Qin Tian formed a sword seal with his hands and chanted incantations. The Tianma sword instantly radiated brilliance, devouring the black flames whole. The creature, realizing its attack had failed, became even more enraged. It swung its massive claws and lunged toward Qin Tian. Remaining unfazed, he deftly dodged the creature's assault. Then he once again directed the Tianma sword toward the creature's eyes. The monster, unable to evade in time, was struck squarely in the eye by the sword that IT let out a horrific scream and collapsed to the ground. Qin Tian approached the fallen creature, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. He understood that he had successfully triumphed over this formidable foe. Sheathing the Tianma sword, he turned to leave the area. Yet, Qin Tian was horrified to see the black blood, which seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly coiling toward him. That he attempted to evade it, but the blood seemed intent on him, relentlessly pursuing his every step. His heartbeat quickened as he sensed an insidious force eroding his being. Struggling desperately, he found himself unable to break free from the grip of the black blood. Just as despair began to envelop him, he suddenly discovered a sword in his hand, appearing there without his knowledge. Without hesitation, he raised the sword and struck at the encroaching black blood. Upon contact, the sword emitted a blinding light, causing the black blood to evaporate instantly, vanishing without a trace. Qin Tian exhaled in relief, gazing gratefully at the sword in his hand, aware that it had saved his life. Resolute, he decided to press onward, seeking further clues to unravel the mystery of the enigmatic creature. As he looked up, he beheld the suspended black blood in the sky morphing into a colossal black hand, blotting out the sun and crashing down toward him. Even before the hand arrived, an overwhelming pressure bore down on Qin Tian, nearly suffocating him. Taking a deep breath, he forced down his terror, gripping the sword hilt tightly, prepared to confront this formidable strike. Just as the giant hand was about to make contact with Qin Tian, he suddenly vanished, transforming into a streak of light, racing into the distance. The hand struck emptiness, letting out an enraged roar, and then pursued him relentlessly. Qin Tian sped through the sky, the black hand hot on his heels. He continuously changed direction, attempting to shake off the relentless pursuit, yet the hand remained unyielding. Shadowing him closely in a moment of despair, he spotted a mountain peak ahead that a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he soared toward the summit. Upon reaching the mountain's edge, he abruptly turned and charged at the Black Hand. Caught off guard by Qin Tian's sudden maneuver, the Black Hand was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tian swung his sword with all his might, cleaving the Black Hand in two. He gazed at the severed appendage with a sigh of relief, knowing he had finally evaded its relentless pursuit. Black blood gushed forth from the wound, staining the earth. The dark figure collapsed, and the blood it expelled rapidly saturated the surrounding soil. As if endowed with life, the black blood swiftly permeated the roots of nearby plants, draining them of their vitality. With the infusion of life force, the Black Hand's injuries began to mend at a visible rate. Broken bones reconnected, and damaged organs restored themselves. Moreover, its body radiated a formidable aura, as if it had undergone a significant enhancement. Meanwhile, the surrounding flora, having been drained of their life essence, began to wither and decay. Once vibrant greenery turned a desolate yellow, devoid of life. The black figure slowly rose, cold ruthlessness and cruelty glinting in its eyes. Savoring the surge of power within, it smirked, displaying a hint of satisfaction. With deliberate steps, it strode into the distance, leaving behind barren land and lifeless plants. It recognized that it had grown stronger, all thanks to the mysterious blood and the vitality of the plants. The Black Hand relentlessly attacked Qin Tian from all directions, who deftly wielded his sword while evading the strikes. In a flash, Qin Tian flipped his left hand, summoning the Runhuang banner. Instantaneously, he turned and swung the Runhuang banner, which crackled ominously as he engaged in fierce combat with the Black Hand. The giant hand lunged forward, but Qin Tian dodged to the side, deftly planting the Runhuang banner into the ground. In an instant, radiant light erupted, forming a barrier that temporarily stalled the hand's assault. However, the Black Hand was undeterred. It recalibrated its attack, launching itself at Qin Tian with renewed ferocity. That he braced himself against the pressure, channeling all his strength into his sword to confront the giant hand head dash on in that critical moment. Qin Tian discerned the hand's weakness that he focused intently, his swordplay striking like a tempest toward the vulnerable point that last. The hand sustained a grievous blow, its movements faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tian surged forward, exerting every last ounce of strength to deliver a fatal strike. The hand collapsed thunderously, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Exhausted, Qin Tian panted heavily, yet victory gleamed in his eyes. That he understood that this battle was merely the beginning, and greater challenges awaited him in the future. Chapter 38. The expert descends the mountain. The Black Hand gradually dissipated upon the ground, leaving behind an orb of deep, pitch-black light. The surface of this orb shimmered with profound darkness, reflecting layers of deep azure and black under the sun's rays. The orb lay quietly on the ground, emanating a mysterious aura. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the orb to rise slowly and soar into the distance. Curious, Qin Tian followed, eager to uncover the orb's destination. Navigating through the forest, he arrived at an abandoned factory. The orb halted at the center of the factory, emitting a blinding radiance that illuminated the entire space. Amidst the brilliance, a gigantic silhouette gradually emerged. "This precious orb shall be mine," declared the shadowy figure before vanishing from sight. The system detected a new fortunate soul, typically the destined protagonist of the expert's descent. Feng Hualong. Scanning initiated for Feng Hualong. Please wait a moment. Scanning in progress. Feng Hualong, protagonist of the expert's descent. Identity: Taoist of Qingfeng Temple. Endowed skills: Qi observation, divine calculation, righteousness, divine powers, heavenly and earthly mysteries. Qingfeng swordsmanship. Qin Tian observed the figure warily, speculating about its origins. As the light faded, he discerned a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a mask, rendering his true visage unrecognizable. The man clutched the black orb, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. "Who are you? Why do you seek to claim this orb?" Qin Tian demanded, his voice resonating with authority. The man chuckled coldly. "This orb rightfully belongs to me. There is no question of theft." Qin Tian was taken aback. Could this person be the owner of the orb? How could he possibly be aware of its existence? Just as Qin Tian pondered this, the man suddenly appeared before him like a phantom, launching an attack. Qin Tian swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously unleashing his martial arts prowess, engaging the man in a fierce battle. The man in the black robe was the first to unleash a terrifying wave of energy directed at Qin Tian. Qin Tian dodged to the side, then leaped high into the air, wielding the heavenly demon sword in a horizontal slash, sending forth a formidable sword aura towards the man. The black-robed figure, with hands flying, conjured a yellow energy wave before him, which swiftly transformed in the air into a fierce yellow tiger, pouncing towards Qin Tian. Observing this, Qin Tian remained unfazed. He channeled the martial energy within him into the heavenly demon sword, causing its blade to emit a dazzling purple glow. With a mighty shout, he swung forcefully, and the purple sword energy collided with the yellow tiger in midair, producing an earth-shattering roar. The two forces struggled against each other, and seizing the moment, Qin Tian exerted more strength, thrusting the heavenly demon sword forward. The black-robed man, sensing Qin Tian's overwhelming aura, was compelled to retreat a few steps. However, at that moment, the man suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He reached into his robe, retrieving a red elixir, which he consumed without hesitation. Instantly, the man's aura turned ferocious, and his power surged dramatically that he laughed maniacally as he charged at Qin Tian, launching even more ruthless attacks. Qin Tian felt an increased pressure, but did not falter. He met the black-robed man's onslaught with all his might. The black-robed man's body radiated an eerie blue energy, and his attack speed intensified, as if he had succumbed to a state of extreme frenzy. He raised both palms, gathering a terrifying energy wave aimed at Qin Tian. Qin Tian leaped back to evade the energy wave, then swiftly gripped the heavenly demon sword, striking out with a massive black sword light towards the black-robed man. Qin Tian's gaze sharpened. He sensed the change in the black-robed man and realized he had used a special elixir to enhance his strength. Yet he felt no fear, and the light of the heavenly demon's sword grew ever more intense. With a sudden movement, he evaded the black-robed man's attack like a ghost and swung his sword at him. The black-robed man hurriedly employed evasive maneuvers, but Qin Tian's sword strikes fell like a torrential storm, overwhelming him. Amidst the heated exchange, Qin Tian gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick to the black-robed man's chest, sending him sprawling. The man crashed to the ground, spitting blood. Yet he struggled to rise, his eyes gleaming with a mad intent to kill. Qin Tian advanced step by step towards the black-robed man, his gaze icy, as if he were staring at a corpse. Sensing the threat of death, the black-robed man resolved to expend his last ounce of strength for a desperate fight. Chapter 39. Peril still lurks. Qin Tian gazed at the array of items on the virtual panel, his eyes gleaming with golden light. These treasures, resplendent and mysterious, made his heart race with excitement, but he eagerly began to examine their attributes and functions. Among them was a divine artifact possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. A miraculous potion that purportedly could restore one's full stamina and mana in an instant, and an ancient tome containing unparalleled martial arts techniques. Qin Tian was exhilarated, knowing these items would bestow upon him immense power and advantage. He carefully stowed them away, preparing to utilize them wisely in his future adventures. However, he was acutely aware that acquiring these items was not the end, but rather a new beginning, that he needed to persist in his efforts and explorations to truly unlock the potential of these treasures and become a genuine powerhouse. The black-robed man continued to spew blood, his robe tattered, revealing much of his body, adorned with tattoos that glimmered with golden light, manifesting as a fiery red qilin that lunged at Qin Tian. The diamond-breaking fist unfazed, Qin Tian struck out with a punch, colliding with the fire qilin that in an instant, flames erupted, and a powerful gust of energy swept through the air. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate until Qin Tian focused his inner strength and unleashed another blow. With a resounding crash, the fire qilin dissipated, and the black-robed man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Tian pressed his advantage, swiftly appearing beside the black-robed man, that he reached out, seizing the man by the throat. Lifting him up, "Speak, who sent you?" Qin Tian asked coldly. The black-robed man coughed several times, struggling to respond. You will never know." Before he could finish, his head drooped, life extinguished. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, lowering the black-robed man as corpse. He felt an unsettling notion that this was not a simple affair and that someone was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a black pouch not far away. Approaching, he picked it up and opened it to reveal a jade pendant and a slip of paper. The pendant bore a mysterious symbol, resembling the insignia of some organization. The note read, "The gate of hell is about to open. Darkness will envelop the entire world. What, do you wish to kill me? I am a person of great fortune. It is no easy feat to slay me unless you possess great fortune yourself. Otherwise, you will never succeed," the black-robed man said calmly. With a wicked smile, he transformed into a plume of blue smoke and vanished. Host eliminated. Fortune Child Li Ming gained 100,000 face slap points, 1 red treasure chest. Host severely injured. Fortune Child Fong Hualong gained 400,000 face slap points, acquired the Heavenly Thunder 5 lightning technique. The Heavenly Thunder 5 lightning technique is a Taoist thunder spell forged from the most formidable and domineering lightning between heaven and earth. It is akin to an indomitable war god capable of vanquishing demons and evil beings, a true nemesis to all malevolent entities. As Qin Tian examined the jade pendant and the note in his hand, a wave of unease washed over him that he resolved to investigate this matter thoroughly and uncover the true intentions behind it all. Meanwhile, the black-robed man reappeared in a mysterious ancient castle. "Master, the mission has failed." The black-robed man knelt on one knee, lowering his head. "Not to worry. He will eventually come knocking," a shadowy figure replied, the voice laced with an eerie smile. He slightly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the darkness as if transcending endless time and space. In those profound eyes flickered an elusive light, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky. "Our plan proceeds as usual." His tone was calm and resolute, as though everything lay within his control. Each word resonated with an unwavering determination that left one in a W. As he spoke, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy with tension, an invisible pressure enveloping the space, inducing a sense of suffocation. Yet, he remained unaffected, standing there like an unyielding mountain, that he understood that their plan had already commenced, much like an unstoppable train racing toward a predetermined destination, regardless of the challenges and obstacles ahead. He firmly believed they would ultimately achieve their objectives that I end this dark corner. His presence was strikingly mysterious and authoritative, exuding an inexplicable sense of security while simultaneously evoking awe. "Not to worry. He will eventually come knocking," echoed in the air, resembling a prophecy of the future and a provocation to their enemies, that he was confident that when the moment arrived, they would face an exhilarating showdown, and victory would undoubtedly belong to them. Qin Tian lightly stomped his feet, causing the ground beneath him to tremble like a disturbed beehive, with numerous fragments of stone soaring through the air like a swarm of bees. Qin Tian, akin to a streak of red lightning, streaked across the sky, the scenery around him rapidly retreating like a whirlwind that a few minutes later, Qin Tian arrived at the entrance of the Qin family villa. With a gentle push of his hands, the seemingly heavy villa door swung open like a delicate folding fan, as if enchanted by some mysterious force. This miraculous scene evoked images of magical moments from fairy tales. With Qin Tian embodying the protagonist wielding magical powers, that he walked with a light and graceful gait, like an elegant gentleman, toward the living room sofa. Each step was measured and unhurried, as if the entire world lay at his command. Upon reaching the sofa, he sat down gently, leaning back slightly to exude an air of relaxation and confidence. That moment, a figure hurried from the kitchen, footsteps light and rhythmic, that was the family maid. Wang Ma. Upon seeing Qin Tian return, her face immediately lit up with joy, as if she were greeting a long-lost relative. She swiftly entered the kitchen, her movements quick and practiced, soon emerging with a beautifully arranged fruit platter and a bottle of sugar-free cola. The fruit platter was adorned with a variety of fresh fruits, such as strawberries, blueberries, and mangoes, vibrant in color and tempting to the eye. Wang Ma's culinary skills were always exceptional. Each piece of fruit was meticulously cut into exquisite shapes and arranged neatly. Subsequently, with a radiant smile, Wang Ma approached Qin Tian and gently placed the sumptuous delicacies upon the table. Her eyes brimmed with warmth and care, as if she wished to convey her affection and concern for Qin Tian through these offerings. The system initiated the advanced lottery wheel. Presently, Qin Tian possessed a staggering total of 3 million points of face-slapping value. The colossal lottery wheel began to spin wildly, akin to a runaway stallion. After a minute, the pointer on the wheel, resembling a weary traveler, gradually came to rest upon several items. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the following treasures. The Dragon Talisman, imbued with formidable power, bestowing the user with immense offensive capabilities and destructive force. The Dog Talisman, enabling the user to maintain eternal youth, unaging and immortal. The Horse Talisman, possessing the ability to heal all ailments and even resurrect the deceased. The Ghostly Mask, summoning the shadows of 10 powerful generals, each endowed with unique abilities and skills. The Battle Aura, enhancing the user's combat prowess and reaction speed. The Dual Dragon Sword Domain, conjuring 2 mighty dragons of black and white, equipped with exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities to assist the user in battle. The first round of the advanced lottery cost 100,000 points of face-slapping value. Eager for another chance, Qin Tian extended his slender finger and gently pressed the button for the advanced lottery. Instantly, the lottery wheel sprang to life, whirling at an astonishing pace. The rapid motion dazzled the eyes, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Qin Tian gazed intently at the wheel, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation that he remained uncertain of the surprises or challenges this draw would unveil. As seconds ticked away, the wheel gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a gentle halt. After a minute, the pointer rested steadily on 3 item slots, indicating that Qin Tian would receive 1 or more of these treasures. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze upon the wheel, eager to discover what he had drawn. Qin Tian felt as though he had received a divine blessing, acquiring the following rare treasures. The Ox Talisman, embodying the might of a formidable divine bull, brimming with endless strength. The Chicken Talisman, akin to a spirited phoenix, possessing mysterious magical powers. The Monkey Talisman, reminiscent of a clever monkey, filled with wisdom and cunning. The Heavenly Blade Technique, resembling a colossal axe capable of cleaving through all barriers. The Demon Blade of 1,000 Edges, akin to a surging black ocean, emanating a chilling aura. The 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, resembling a resplendent pearl, radiating dazzling brilliance and harboring miraculous life-restoring properties. The Dragon Elephant Suppression Sutra, akin to an ancient and enigmatic scripture chronicling the supreme methods of hell suppression. The Hellish Mad Demon Armor, akin to an impregnable fortress, granting the host unparalleled protection. The Essence of Heaven and Earth, akin to a pure spring, nourishing the host's soul, endowing them with transcendent abilities. All items have been placed into the system space, and the host may view them at any time. Qin Tian was the first to retrieve the 6 talismans from the system space. The 6 talismans stood orderly upon the table, resembling well-trained soldiers. Qin Tian's palm gently brushed against them, as if engaging in a mystical communion. In an instant, the 6 talismans transformed into 6 radiant beams of light, resembling shooting stars as they surged into Qin Tian's body. Chapter 40. Comprehensive Enhancement. Qin Tian felt as though his entire being was penetrated by a potent force, with his cells akin to brilliant stars, experiencing an unprecedented augmentation. Each cell within his body felt ignited, dancing and dividing in a frenzy that he extracted the essence of Heavenly Tao, the Battle Aura, and the Dragon Elephant Suppression Sutra, the pinnacle of martial arts. From the system space, these 3 treasures, like 3 dazzling streams of light, swiftly soared into Qin Tian's forehead. Upon entering his body, they did not linger, but rather whirled within him like a tempest. They operated with the precision and speed of miraculous surgical tools, meticulously sculpting Qin Tian's internal organs, meridians, and veins that as time progressed. Qin Tian's body gradually adapted to this transformation, and he began to feel an unprecedented surge of power rising within him. This sensation filled him with confidence, as if he had surpassed his own limits. Each organ within his body underwent a baptism of strength, becoming more formidable under the relentless flow of energy. Every cell rejoiced. Every bone resonated with a triumphant melody. Throughout this process, Qin Tian sensed a qualitative transformation occurring within him. His skin grew tougher, his muscles more defined, and even his hair became more lustrous and smooth. His features became more exquisite, his gaze deeper, radiating an unparalleled charm. Simultaneously, the internal energy within him erupted like a long-dormant volcano, surging forth with unprecedented vigor. The rate of this power's increase was astonishing, akin to martial arts that would typically require decades of practice, now achieving peak mastery in merely a few months. With every breath, with every movement, he was filled with boundless strength, feeling as though he had transcended the limits of mortality. His lightness of foot reached an ethereal level, akin to a delicate bird soaring freely through the sky, unrestrained. His body felt weightless, allowing him to leap vast distances with ease, effortlessly navigating between walls and treetops. His movements were so swift they resembled a phantom, making it difficult for anyone to catch sight of him. This agility rendered him increasingly adaptable in combat, capable of launching surprise attacks on his foes while effortlessly evading their strikes. Qin Tian felt as if every pore in his body had opened, an indescribable sensation of comfort washing over him, compelling a soft hum of pleasure from his lips. Meanwhile, the essence of heavenly Tao and the battle aura within him grew exceptionally vibrant. As though summoned by an unseen force, surging wildly through his being, these two formidable energies coursed through Qin Tian. They gradually coalesced into the ethereal forms of two colossal dragons. These dragons, vivid and lifelike, exuded an overwhelming presence, circling around Qin Tian, sometimes soaring and dancing, sometimes raising their heads in a thunderous roar, producing resounding dragon cries. The echoes of their roars seemed to originate from the heavens. Clear and melodious, a harmonious symphony resonating throughout the cosmos. The sound reverberated within the valley, lingering long after. Each dragon cry imbued with immense authority and power, instilling a sense of reverence in all who heard. People paused in their tasks, gazing skyward in search of the source of the sound. Qin Tian stood there in silent contemplation, his eyes closed, fully attuned to the experience, that he could feel the powerful energy surging within him. In harmony with the dragon's roars, his mind became exceptionally tranquil, as if he had merged with the universe, that he understood that this was a manifestation of his enhanced strength, a significant breakthrough in his cultivation journey. This sensation filled him with exhilaration and excitement that he opened his eyes, a confident gleam shining within that he believed that this breakthrough would usher in more opportunities and challenges that he resolved to continue striving. Consistently enhancing his abilities to confront the various hardships that lay ahead, that he recognized that the path of cultivation was long and arduous. Yet with perseverance, greater achievements were undoubtedly within reach that as time continued to elapse. The fervent dragon cries gradually faded into the valley, as if they had never existed. However, the tumultuous waves within Qin Tian's heart remained unsettled. He stood still, his thoughts surging like a tidal wave. He understood that this dragon cry was not merely a sound. It symbolized an awakening of power. It represented the desires and determination deep within him, as well as his hopes and confidence for the future. In that moment, Qin Tian felt his destiny had irrevocably changed. He was now a person brimming with infinite potential and possibilities. He believed that through unwavering effort and relentless striving, he could realize his dreams. He looked forward to the days to come, eager to challenge himself, break through limits, and create more miracles. That he yearned for the world to witness his brilliance, to leave them in awe. Taking a deep breath, resolute determination sparkled in his eyes, but he decided that from this moment forward, he would dedicate himself fully to pursuing his goals, not letting the opportunities and hope brought forth by the dragon's cry slip away. At that moment, Qin Tian's body resembled a volcano poised to erupt, a vast energy radiating from within him. A dazzling light, as bright as the stars, erupted from his form, illuminating the entire mountainous region. Pristine and immaculate, as if painted from a dream, that he appeared as though he had stepped from a painting, noble and graceful, his handsome visage seemingly sculpted by divine hands. That Mr. Qin Tian donned a blood-red armor, known as the bloodthirsty mad dragon armor. The armor clung tightly to his form, as if fused with him. It shimmered with an eerie glow, seemingly narrating its own power and malevolence. Qin Tian felt the armor drawing forth the immense energy within him, rendering his physique extraordinarily formidable. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, as if he possessed boundless strength. His gaze turned cold and merciless, as if he had ceased to be human. Qin Tian swung the weapon in his hand, and a flash of blood-red light sliced through the air, cleaving the table in two. His attack speed was so rapid that it left onlookers unable to discern his movements. His body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, weaving effortlessly through the living room. The servants watched him in terror, unable to fathom that their young master possessed such formidable power. Slowly, Qin Tian reigned in the terrifying aura of bloodlust that had erupted from him, his bloodthirsty dragon armor gradually receding to become a blood-patterned bracelet adorning his right wrist. His eyes began to clear, and the once violent aura gradually subsided. The people around him, who had been awed by Qin Tian's earlier might, now breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing his return to normalcy. Feeling the surging power within him, Qin Tian was filled with confidence that he understood that this transformation had greatly enhanced his strength. However, he was also acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, that in this world fraught with challenges and dangers, he must continually strive to protect himself and those around him. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he turned and strode into the distance. His silhouette appeared particularly resolute in the twilight glow of the setting sun, as if nothing could impede his advance. Qin Tian retrieved the demon blade Qianren from the system space, and in an instant, it shimmered with brilliance. The blade, composed of thousands of shards, exuded a mysterious and piercing aura. Grasping the hilt, he waved it gently, and the blade instantaneously fragmented into countless shards, shooting towards his foes like meteors from various angles. Holding the hilt tightly with his right hand, he lightly caressed the blade with his left, the weapon emanating an eerie blue light that illuminated the entire villa. Excitement surged within him as the virtual combat mode activated. With the virtual combat mode now engaged, Qin Tian swiftly entered the virtual battlefield crafted by the system. This battlefield was accessible only to those with the highest privileges within the game. In a flash, he positioned himself at the center of the arena. Thick clouds of smoke swirled around him, and countless shadows flickered in front. His adversaries that a glint of exhilaration crossed his eyes as he swung the demon blade Qianren, unleashing a barrage of blue blade lights that instantly tore through the shadows ahead. The shadows roared in fury. Lunging toward Qin Tian, he danced among them like a specter, each strike blossoming with blood. The battle intensified, yet Qin Tian's swordsmanship grew, increasingly adept. He had grasped the true might of the demon blade Qianren, bolstering his confidence manifold. At last, the final shadow fell, and Qin Tian stood amidst a pool of blood. Panting, that he gazed at the blade in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This battle had granted him a clearer understanding of his own strength. The road ahead was long, but he was prepared to face any challenge that lay in wait. With a mere thought, the Tiamat sword manifested in his right palm, that he raised his hand and unleashed a terrifying sword light towards the oncoming virtual soldiers, instantly cleaving through dozens of them as they charged forward. Spilling blood and collapsing to the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities, Qin Tian moved like lightning, darting through the virtual battlefield. His fists clenched tightly, each swing delivering astonishing power and speed that as his fists fell rapidly. The power of the bull talisman within him surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing down towards the ground. Centered around Qin Tian, a powerful energy vortex rapidly formed, expanding outward with increasing intensity, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. The surrounding air churned chaotically, generating a fierce current. Qin Tian's eyes were resolute and cold, emanating an unmatched aura. His movements were fluid and natural, each punch imbued with boundless strength. With each of his attacks, the entire virtual battlefield began to tremble, as if it could not withstand such immense pressure. Under the influence of the energy vortex, the ground cracked deeply, resembling the earth on the brink of shattering. This terrifying scene sent shivers down the spine, simultaneously showcasing Qin Tian's formidable power and unyielding determination. He would harness his strength to obliterate every enemy before him. The virtual soldiers were annihilated in an instant by the energy vortex generated by his powerful punch. Chapter 41. Undercurrents. After the first wave of virtual combat soldiers vanished, the battlefield refreshed, revealing an even more formidable array of virtual warriors. The second wave was clad in thick metallic armor, which absorbed the fierce attacks of their enemies, converting that power into their own and retaliating with amplified force. Upon witnessing this, Qin Tian felt a surge of alarm within. He realized that these virtual soldiers posed a greater threat than those he had encountered before, yet he did not falter. He concentrated his energy. unleashing his ultimate technique, his figure resembling a flash of lightning as he charged toward the virtual soldiers. However, upon striking, he found that his power was completely absorbed by the metallic armor, which then counterattacked with even greater force. Yi Xingqian leapt backward to evade the retaliatory strike. Gasping for breath as he pondered his next move, in that moment, he noticed subtle patterns etched upon the armor, seemingly serving as conduits for energy flow. He decided to take a calculated risk, channeling his martial spirit into his fingertips and unleashing a sharp sword chi towards the patterns on the armor. The sword chi struck true, igniting chaos within the armor's energy. The virtual soldiers emitted anguished cries, their movements slowing considerably. The virtual soldiers began to forcibly convert their internal power into a terrifying sword chi. They quickly analyzed Qin Tian's attack patterns, drawing a gleaming metallic longsword from behind. Its surface smooth and adorned with the image of a soaring eagle on the hilt. An energy propulsion system emerged behind the virtual soldier, allowing it to soar through the air and unleash a barrage of terrifying energy, sword lights, toward Qin Tian in mere seconds. Seeing this, Qin Tian swiftly employed his agility to evade. Yet, the virtual soldier struck with lightning speed, leaving him no choice but to continually sidestep and search for an opening. Suddenly, he noticed that the virtual soldiers paused briefly after each attack. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped into the void, closing in on the soldier's back like a wraith, and thrust his short sword fiercely. However, the strike was detected, and the soldier swiftly turned, blocking the short sword with his mechanical arm while delivering a kick toward Qin Tian. He grunted as the kick sent him flying. Regaining his footing, his resolve only strengthened that he understood that to defeat this opponent, he must find a way to breach its defenses. Qin Tian pressed his palms together, his index fingers swiftly dancing through the air, tracing a blood-red magical array. The array materialized beneath a group of virtual soldiers, ensnaring them within its confines. The soldiers gazed in terror at the surrounding crimson light, desperately attempting to free themselves. Yet to no avail, that a smirk of satisfaction crept onto Qin Tian's lips as he once again moved his hands, muttering incantations. The array's light intensified, and the soldiers began to fade from existence. When the brilliance finally dissipated, the soldiers had vanished, leaving only Qin Tian standing alone. That he took a deep breath, savoring the surge of power within him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, a formidable presence approached from afar. He turned to see a figure racing towards him at great speed. Qin Tian's heart tightened as he prepared for battle. The atmosphere within the virtual battlefield grew tense and chaotic. The sound of heavy mechanical footsteps echoed ominously, gradually drawing closer to Qin Tian, imbued with an unstoppable force. Each step resonated like a hammer striking his heart, instilling a sense of dread and urgency. The heavy footsteps reverberated through the air, heralding the impending storm. With the footsteps growing nearer, a towering virtual combat leader, reminiscent of a mountain, materialized before Qin Tian, akin to a war god descending. This leader stood impressively tall, around 3 to 4 meters. Like a giant reaching for the sky, his entire mechanical body was forged from high-density rare metals, gleaming with a cold, unyielding light, resembling an impenetrable fortress. His facial features were rugged and sculpted, with a helmet that added an air of authority. Clad in dark golden armor adorned with intricate depictions of various legendary beasts, such as a massive mammoth and a colossal black centipede. Each detail was lifelike, as if they might break free at any moment. A winding azure python pattern coiled around his arms, both dynamic and enigmatic. His waist and legs were reinforced with high-density metallic materials, providing unparalleled strength. Overall, he appeared as a towering colossus, akin to a mobile steel fortress. Slung across his back were 2 4-meter-long swords, their blades shimmering with a blood-gold hue, each engraved with soaring eagles, proclaiming his might and inviolability to the world. Qin Tian gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze unwavering as he faced the colossal figure before him. He inhaled deeply, then, with a swift motion, charged towards his adversary. As he approached the enemy, Qin Tian leapt high into the air, wielding his weapon with a fierce flourish that summoned a sharp gust of wind. However, the virtual battle chief effortlessly raised a hand to deflect Qin Tian's onslaught. Almost immediately, the virtual battle chief swung his long blade with ferocious speed towards Qin Tian, evading by a sidestep. Qin Tian swiftly counterattacked, engaging in a fierce close-quarters combat with the virtual battle chief that he fought while retreating, searching for an opening in his opponent's defense that he leapt nimbly, dodging a sweeping strike, and simultaneously slashed at the joints of the virtual battle chief's legs. The chief's movements faltered slightly, and Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with opportunity as he unleashed several more strikes. Yet this formidable foe possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, leaving only shallow marks from Qin Tian's assaults. Both combatants exchanged blows without yielding. Suddenly, Qin Tian discerned a weakness in the virtual battle chief. Whenever it launched a powerful attack, a certain area on its back would briefly expose itself. Seizing the chance, Qin Tian unleashed a devastating skill aimed directly at that vulnerability. Taken by surprise, the virtual battle chief staggered upon being struck. Capitalizing on this moment, Qin Tian pressed forward with an unrelenting barrage, ultimately bringing the virtual battle chief crashing to the ground. In an instant, the virtual battle chief executed a swift recovery, rising to its feet once more, analyzing Qin Tian's combat techniques in search of a countermeasure. Immediately from its shoulders, dozens of small rockets emerged, hurtling towards Qin Tian with relentless speed. Whoosh! The rockets detonated in rapid succession. Faced with the violent explosions, Qin Tian promptly summoned the bloodthirsty dragon armor, enveloping himself to withstand the ferocious blast. The shockwaves from the explosions radiated outward like tidal waves, stirring up dust and shattering trees. Though shielded by the armor, Qin Tian felt the impact jolt through him, stirring his blood. Regaining his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was amidst a desolate ruin. The structures around him lay in ruins, reduced to mere remnants of their former selves, that he silently thanked his fortune for the protection of the bloodthirsty dragon armor. Without it, he would surely have been obliterated. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Qin Tian approached the epicenter of the explosion, filled with curiosity about the identity of the perpetrator and why he had been ensnared in this chaos. All he knew was that he must uncover the truth and hold someone accountable for the devastation. Amidst the debris, he discovered peculiar traces that seemed to be left by some unknown creature. One he had never encountered before. That a sense of caution gripped him. Uncertain if these beings still lurked within the wreckage, Qin Tian cautiously explored the ruins. A low, menacing growl suddenly echoed around him. Startled, he turned towards the source of the sound, only to witness a gigantic beast slowly rising from the rubble, emanating a formidable aura that sent chills down his spine. This creature towered like a small mountain, its body adorned with hardened scales glistening ominously. Its head bore a pair of sharp horns, and flames erupted from its maw, while blood-red eyes fixated intently on Qin Tian. That a wave of trepidation washed over Qin Tian as he sensed an unprecedented pressure. He knew this beast was formidable. Did I end the game? The colossal creature roared, unleashing a dual assault of frost and fire. These energies coalesced in a terrifying storms, sweeping towards Qin Tian. Sensing the immense power, his expression hardened with determination. He swiftly executed his skills, sending forth a beam of light that collided with the beast's energy. In an instant, light and energy intertwined, resulting in a massive explosion that sent shockwaves through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tian surged towards the beast. A sharp sword materializing in his grasp, he swung the sword, engaging in an intense battle with the creature. The beast's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, yet Qin Tian stood resolute. Drawing upon his courage and intellect, he adeptly evaded the creature's strikes, searching for its vulnerabilities. Finally, he identified an opening that he thrust his sword towards the beast's weak point, eliciting a pained roar as the creature collapsed to the ground. Qin Tian had triumphed over the beast, a victorious smile gracing his features. That he understood this was merely the beginning of his adventurous journey, with countless challenges awaiting him. This formidable opponent would not be easily vanquished. Nevertheless, he did not waver. Clenching his fists tightly, a surge of power coursed through him. He resolved to engage in a life-or-death struggle with this beast and uncover the truth behind it all. With a fierce roar, Qin Tian launched himself at the creature like an arrow released from a bow, embarking on a fierce confrontation. The colossal beast raised its head towards the sky, unleashing a howl that resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens as if threatening to tear the very world asunder. Its massive form loomed like an imposing mountain, each movement imbued with overwhelming force. As it moved, the sounds of metal clashing rang out, clear and resonant, akin to a stirring symphony that reverberated in the hearts of onlookers. The gears adorning the beast shimmered like a dance of vibrant sprites, continuously shifting and gleaming with a chilling light. Resembling a masterfully crafted work of art, these gears operated in flawless harmony, akin to dancers performing a seamless ballet, showcasing a sublime fusion of mechanical beauty and strength. Suddenly, the beast halted its advance. Its eyes glimmering with an enigmatic radiance, to Qin Tian's astonishment. The beast's exterior began to transform. The once icy metal shell fractured, revealing the intricate and sophisticated mechanisms within that a colossal wave of energy erupted from the creature, engulfing the entire space in an instant. The surrounding area trembled and thundered under the force of this tremendous energy. As the dust settled, a grander and more majestic mechanical dragon materialized before Qin Tian. Its body dwarfed its predecessor, gleaming with metallic brilliance, resembling a moving fortress. Its wings unfurled, casting shadows that obscured the sky as if to envelop the entire firmament. The dragon's eyes sparkled with a piercing light, exuding boundless authority and strength. With a deafening roar, the mechanical dragon exhaled searing breath, igniting the air with a torrent of flames, illuminating the space in an instant. The surrounding atmosphere warped under the intense heat, creating a scene of rolling waves of scorching air. The mechanical dragon ascended with unparalleled majesty, akin to a violet meteor streaking across the sky, unleashing terrifying purple lightning towards Qin Tian. These bolts of lightning cascaded down like a torrential rain, each containing cataclysmic power, embodying the might of the most formidable judge of the heavens, instilling an undeniable sense of overwhelming pressure. Qin Tian's eyes widened, shimmering with astonishment and exhilaration that he had never anticipated the magnitude of his own strength. Drawing a deep breath, he felt the energy surging within him, a relentless source of power that bolstered his confidence. In that moment, he resolved to harness this strength to its fullest potential, forging his own legendary tale. Under the imposing presence of the mechanical dragon, Qin Tian stood undaunted, his spine straightening, his gaze resolute and unwavering. He understood that only by conquering himself could he truly master this formidable power and emerge as an invincible force. Clenching his fists tightly, he summoned all his strength, preparing to face this heart-pounding challenge. As the purple lightning descended, the very fabric of space around Qin Tian began to warp, straining under the pressure. Yet he did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he braced against the overwhelming force. His body gradually acclimated to the pressure, muscles taut and bones creaking, as if undergoing a transformation. With a fierce cry, Qin Tian erupted in radiant purple light. Resonating with the purple lightning above, he concentrated all his power into his fists, launching a ferocious strike at the mechanical dragon. This punch embodied Qin Tian's conviction and bravery, akin to a comet colliding with the earth. Bearing incredible might, the mechanical dragon sensed the intensity of Qin Tian's power, flapping its wings in an attempt to ward off the blow. However, Qin Tian's fist surged through its defenses with the force of a battering ram. The mechanical dragon emitted a mournful cry as its immense form staggered backward. Sensing victory, Qin Tian pressed on, refusing to grant the mechanical dragon a moment's respite. He flickered and reappeared before the dragon, delivering another powerful punch. This time, the mechanical dragon could no longer withstand Qin Tian's onslaught. Its body began to fracture, parts scattering across the battlefield. Qin Tian hovered in the air, surveying the scene below. His heart swelled with pride and accomplishment. He had finally proven his strength, emerging as a true powerhouse. The mechanical behemoth crumbled into heaps of metallic debris scattered throughout the virtual battlefield. The battle chief gestured slightly, and the scattered metal fragments were drawn towards him by a surge of immense energy, swiftly coating his colossal form until he was entirely enveloped in armor, save for his blood-red eyes glimmering with an eerie light. Qin Tian watched warily as the events unfolded before him, realizing that the true challenge was only just beginning. The battle leader, having fused with the formidable power of the mechanized behemoth, emanated an even more terrifying aura. Qin Tian took a deep breath, recalibrating his state of mind, fully aware that this would be a contest of life and death. The battle leader swung his colossal metallic arm, launching a fierce assault toward Qin Tian. With agility, Qin Tian evaded the onslaught, simultaneously searching for his opponent's vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportune moment, he counterattacked, and as their fists collided, a dazzling brilliance erupted forth. The two combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. The entire virtual battlefield trembled under the weight of their fierce clash. With both hands firmly gripping the heavenly demon sword, Qin Tian's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, his presence radiating the intensity of a volcanic eruption. The sword in his hands resembled a ferocious beast, emitting an ear-splitting wail as it unleashed waves of ink-black light that sent shivers down the spine. His feet coiled like springs compressed to their utmost limit. After a brief accumulation of force, he propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, tracing an elegant arc through the air that he then swung the heavenly demon sword, unleashing a blade of light with the force of thunder. Racing toward the battle leader like a bolt of lightning in midair, the sword light erupted suddenly, akin to a dam bursting, surging forth with unstoppable momentum. The air was rent asunder in its wake, forming numerous minuscule vacuum fissures. The sword's aura was razor-sharp, akin to a myriad of daggers crossing in a deadly dance, sweeping through the surroundings. The very fabric of space trembled under the might of this force, as though it might collapse at any moment. The battle leader felt the overwhelming power, and his countenance drastically changed. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he swiftly raised his weapon, bracing himself for the impending strike. However, upon the collision of the sword light and his weapon, an immense shockwave propelled him dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. His weapon shattered into countless fragments, scattering around him. The battle leader staggered back several steps, barely regaining his footing. His mechanical arm trembled slightly, and in an instant his right arm transformed into a massive long knife, cleaving toward Qin Tian like a tiger descending from the mountain. Qin Tian's mental fortitude coalesced instantly, forming an indomitable bastion that staunchly withstood the battle leader's fierce assault. Subsequently, a fiery red energy beam materialized in his right hand, resembling a roaring fire dragon, claws bared as it surged toward the battle leader, sending him flying several meters away and leaving a gaping wound upon his mechanical frame. With a fierce roar, Qin Tian unleashed the heavenly thunder palm, summoning a colossal handprint imbued with terrifying purple lightning, which morphed into a series of fearsome purple lightning dragons that circled the massive hand, striking fiercely at the battle leader. Dust swirled, and the earth trembled, as everything around them was engulfed in a massive cloud of debris. The battle leader reduced to a heap of metallic fragments. Qin Tian's combat consciousness exited the virtual battlefield, his gaze fixated on the virtual panel in the capital city, within a mysterious and clandestine military base. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. 5 elderly men, their hair white and expressions grave, convened around a circular conference table. They were the nation's foremost military experts and decision-makers, engaged in a highly classified military meeting. Recently, the demonic forces have calmed down considerably, allowing us to arrange for Qin Zhangtian and his team to return for a respite and rotate in others to continue the defense, one elder stated slowly, his voice deep and resonant. The other 4 elders nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the sacrifices and exhaustion endured by Qin Zhangtian and his comrades on the front line, recognizing the necessity of granting them time to recuperate and adjust. Yes, this is prudent. Let Qin Zhangtian and his team rest well, while also providing an opportunity for new forces to train and grow, another elder concurred. Indeed, we cannot rely solely on one team. We must cultivate more outstanding talents for unforeseen circumstances. A third elder added, then it is settled. Arrange for Qin Zhangtian and his team to return as soon as possible, while simultaneously preparing the new team's deployment and training, the 4th elder concluded. With unanimous consent, this crucial decision was finalized. They would promptly begin implementing the plan to ensure national security and stability in an office within the secret military base. A young lieutenant was organizing documents when suddenly the phone rang. He quickly answered. Lieutenant General, this is headquarters. We have just received orders. Qin Zhangtian's squad is on their way back. You must prepare for their reception and arrangements, came the directive from the other end of the line. Understood. I will prepare immediately, the lieutenant general responded, his expression serious. He knew that General Qin Zhangtian's forces were the elite among the elite, and their return would undoubtedly bear critical responsibilities. The lieutenant sprang into action like an arrow released from its bow. organizing personnel for a meticulously arranged welcome ceremony, and ensuring proper accommodations and meals. The entire base became a flurry of activity, akin to water nearing a boil, filled with anticipation and tension. Meanwhile, the border defense troops received the command to rotate, transferring their weighty responsibilities to another unit. Qin Zhantian, like an arrow released, immediately began the swift handover of duties with his soldiers. Chapter 43. Striking at the cult. Purging its minions. Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan tirelessly compiled the various defense measures and important points regarding key positions into crucial documents. They understood that this information was vital for the incoming rotation team. Thus, they meticulously recorded every critical detail without reservation. When this carefully prepared document was handed to the commanding officer of the incoming unit, a wave of relief washed over him, signifying the completion of a daunting and weighty task. After ensuring all arrangements were in place, Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan decided to lead a small detachment of several hundred elite guards back to the capital. This formidable unit was not only well-equipped, but also rigorously trained, instilling a sense of security in those around them. Throughout their journey, Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan remained vigilant, closely monitoring their surroundings to ensure the safety of their team. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrived in the capital, a bustling metropolis that felt both familiar and welcoming. However, their return did not afford them much respite, as the Chancellor urgently summoned them, his expression grave as he conveyed the dire situation at the borders. The threat from cult organizations had intensified, demanding immediate action. Upon receiving their orders, Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan set to work without delay, strategizing their response. They delved deeply into investigating the cult's true nature and crafted a meticulous battle plan. Simultaneously, they recognized that their strength alone would not suffice. Collaboration with other forces was imperative to combat the cult effectively. Thus, they traversed the various martial arts sects, persuading them to unite in the shared mission of safeguarding the nation's tranquility. After extensive discussions, it was decided that the command of the capital's defense forces would be entrusted entirely to Qin Zhantian, with Shen Qingyan assisting him in operations. This mission aimed not only to strike a heavy blow against the cult, but also to showcase the true strength of the Dragon Nation to the world. Deterring any further covetous glances at its abundant resources, the capital's defense forces, as an elite unit, bore the critical responsibility of safeguarding the city's security. As commander, Qin Zhantian needed to fully leverage his intelligence and courage, devising sound strategies and tactics to counter the cult's assaults. Furthermore, he had to maintain excellent communication and coordination with other units to ensure the stability of the overall defense system. Shen Qingyan, as the supporting commander, would provide invaluable advice and assistance. With her wealth of combat experience and exceptional military acumen, she could help Qin Zhantian better understand the battlefield dynamics and make informed decisions. Additionally, she would oversee collaboration with the intelligence department to acquire the latest information, bolstering their operational support. This operation held great significance for the Dragon Nation that, on one hand, it concerned national security and social stability. On the other, it was an important opportunity to demonstrate the nation's strength to the world, that a successful endeavor would significantly elevate the Dragon Nation's standing and influence on the international stage while effectively curbing the cult's growth. Conversely, failure could result in substantial losses for the country and potentially trigger a series of cascading repercussions. Thus, Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan had to give their all, meticulously planning to ensure the operation's resounding success. During the intense preparations, Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan sensed that the cult organization seemed to be aware of their intentions, their actions growing increasingly clandestine and elusive to ascertain the enemy's true motives. Qin Zhantian resolved to dispatch an elite reconnaissance team. This team, comprised of masters from various factions, ventured deep into the areas controlled by the cult, engaging in a heart-stopping confrontation with the enemy. In the heat of battle, the team members uncovered a secret base of the cult, replete with dangerous weaponry and mysterious experimental facilities. Just as they prepared to investigate further, they fell into an ambush orchestrated by the cult leader himself. Combat erupted instantly. The soldiers clashed with the cultists, the skies seemingly torn asunder by the ferocity of their conflict, while the earth was battered by terrifying energies, leaving it riddled with scars. The once towering peaks were reduced by half, resembling colossal pillars cleaved by a giant axe. The terrifying aftermath of battle reverberated through the sky like thunder, as numerous high-level martial artists surged into the heavens like birds in flight. engaging in a life-and-death struggle amidst the chaos. The power they unleashed was akin to a torrential flood, scattering the clouds, and resembling a violent tempest that tore the sky asunder, creating an endless void. In the Qin family villa, Qin Tian, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a formidable force stirring in the skies above the imperial capital. This overwhelming energy instilled a sense of vigilance within him. Without hesitation, Qin Tian transformed into a streak of light, darting to the center of the battlefield, where he unleashed a powerful punch towards the group of men in black. This fist, like a tempest, swept across the area, enveloping the dark-clad figures in its force. The wind of his strike howled, causing the black-clad warriors to stagger backward, their forms wavering in the gale. Qin Tian's strength was extraordinary. Each punch contained the power to annihilate worlds. Yet, the men in black did not falter. They swiftly regrouped and launched another assault against him. Undaunted, Qin Tian moved with agility, weaving through their ranks, each strike finding its mark upon his adversary's vulnerabilities. As the battle intensified, Qin Tian began to accumulate wounds. Yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood the urgency of resolving this threat quickly, for the consequences of delay were dire. Under the relentless barrage of Qin Tian's attacks, the black-clad warriors gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, they could no longer withstand his onslaught and began to retreat in disarray. Watching them flee, Qin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was aware that this confrontation was merely the beginning, and greater challenges awaited him in the future. He promptly rose and gazed out the window, observing dozens of radiant lights flickering in the imperial capital sky, each representing a formidable martial artist. The oppressive aura emanating from these warriors weighed heavily upon him. "What is happening?" Qin Tian murmured, but he could sense that these martial artists were incredibly powerful, with many belonging to the ranks of martial kings and martial sovereigns. Such a formidable assembly in the skies above the imperial capital was undoubtedly significant. Furrowing his brow, Qin Tian pondered the potential implications. Could it be that a fierce battle was unfolding above the imperial capital? But why would so many powerful individuals be involved, and what could their objectives possibly be? Determined to uncover the truth, Qin Tian resolved to investigate personally. In a flash, he vanished from his original location. Reappearing high above the imperial capital in the air, he beheld dozens of martial artists engaged in fierce combat. Their techniques were fierce, each attack imbued with tremendous power. Observing closely, Qin Tian discerned that the combatants were divided into two factions, one clad in black attire, the other in white. Realizing that this conflict appeared to be a confrontation between two forces, Qin Tian understood that he needed to ascertain their identities and intentions to effectively navigate the events that might unfold. Just at that critical moment, Qin Jiantian, like a shooting star, broke through the encirclement, rallying a contingent of troops to swiftly come to Qin Tian's aid. At this moment, Qin Tian appeared somewhat disheveled. His clothing was significantly tattered, resembling mere rags, and deep gashes marred his body, blood seeping forth. Fortunately, these injuries were not life-threatening, and he retained the capacity to continue fighting vigorously. The arrival of Qin Jiantian filled Qin Tian with warmth. Exchanging a knowing smile with his father, he rejoined the fray. Qin Tian unleashed his ultimate techniques, engaging the enemy in a desperate battle. His fists moved like a torrential storm, each strike as formidable as a mountain, compelling the adversaries to retreat in haste. Meanwhile, Qin Jiantian led the others, forming a steadfast defense against the enemy's fierce onslaught. Through their synchronized efforts, the tide of battle began to turn. The morale of the enemy took a significant blow, and signs of defeat began to surface. Ultimately, with a fierce roar, Qin Tian shattered the enemy's ranks, leading to their complete rout. After the dust settled, Qin Tian and Qin Jiantian exchanged glances, both expressions radiating satisfaction. Suddenly, a terrifying energy dragon surged forth, piercing through the ranks of the black-clad warriors, who disintegrated into ash before they could utter a sound. Gasping for breath, Qin Tian surveyed the scene before him, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, he did not cease his assault, knowing that the cultists must have further schemes in place. In a flash, he dashed toward the cult headquarters, where he would confront even graver challenges. Yet also the opportunity to prove his strength. A chilling slaughter was slowly unfolding. Qin Jiantian and Shen Qingyan led a multitude of high-level martial artists in a purge, Numerous high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation found themselves arrested and imprisoned, facing an interminable reckoning. Standing atop the prison's high walls, Qin Zhantian and Shen Qian gazed down upon the detained officials. Their eyes reflected unwavering determination. This cleansing operation was for the nation's future and to eradicate the corrupt forces. Within the prison, the officials appeared haggard, their former power and wealth now reduced to nothingness. They regretted their actions, but it was too late. Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan understood that these individuals' crimes warranted severe punishment as a warning to future generations. During the trial, the evidence was irrefutable, leaving the officials unable to escape the clutches of justice. They were sentenced one by one, some to life imprisonment, others to face execution. This trial captured the nation's attention. With the populace expressing support and admiration for Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan's actions, as the trials concluded, the Dragon Nation entered a new era. The names of Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan became synonymous with heroism, their deeds immortalized in the annals of history. Under their leadership, the Dragon Nation was poised for a future of greater prosperity. Chapter 44. Daily life and warmth aside from the ghostly cultists lurking in the shadows of the Dragon Nation. The capital finally ushered in a relative calm. People busied themselves with their daily lives as usual, while many spies from other nations, like rats, were apprehended during this operation. Following the cleansing campaign, the safety of the imperial capital was significantly enhanced. However, some hidden forces lurking in the darkness did not relent. They began to devise even more insidious plots to reclaim lost territory. Simultaneously, Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan remained vigilant. They utilized this period of relative tranquility to consistently enhance their abilities, preparing for potential challenges ahead. Before long, a mysterious invitation arrived in Qin Zhantian's hands. This invitation came from an organization known as the Shadow Council, reputed to possess undisclosed secrets and formidable power. The protagonist decided to accept the invitation and delve into the true intentions of this enigmatic organization. As Qin Zhantian examined the exquisitely crafted invitation, his mind raced with possibilities. The invitation was adorned with intricate designs and inscriptions, exuding an air of mystery that he couldn't help but speculate. Who had invited him to this gathering? Was it a former adversary seeking revenge? A friend wishing to surprise him? Or perhaps a complete stranger with ulterior motives? Filled with curiosity and caution, Qin Zhantian resolved to investigate this organization further, seeking to understand their background and objectives. Leveraging his connections and resources, he began to gather information about the Shadow Council. After considerable effort, he unearthed a few clues that turned out that this organization was a secretive group composed of like-minded individuals dedicated to exploring the unknown and pursuing truth and wisdom. The gathering they hosted was intended to invite promising individuals to join their ranks in the quest for the undiscovered. Intrigued by the organization's mission and ideals, Qin Zhantian decided to accept the invitation and attend the gathering. He believed this would be a rare opportunity to meet like-minded individuals and broaden his horizons. 3 days later, the mysterious gathering was set to take place in Tianhai City, and he prepared to attend. Qin Zhantian placed the invitation on the table like a towering mountain, then reclined casually, resembling a relaxed deity. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke with the ferocity of a dragon breaking free from the sea. Dressed in a flowing white lotus gown, Shen Qingyan approached Qin Zhantian, swiftly snatching the cigarette from his lips and tossing it into a nearby trash bin before seating herself beside him. "Darling, you shouldn't smoke so much. It's bad for your health," she chided, leaning gently against his shoulder. "All right, I'll heed my wife's advice," Qin Zhantian replied, gazing fondly at his wife. Shen Qingyan returned his gaze with love in her eyes. Just as the couple enjoyed their tender moment, Qin Tian descended the stairs, feeling somewhat embarrassed upon witnessing his parents' affectionate exchange, but he cleared his throat awkwardly, interrupting the couple. "Father, mother, could you perhaps be a little more mindful of your surroundings?" he remarked before turning and retreating to his room. Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan shared a knowing smile, and Shen Qingyan then said to Qin Zhantian, "Darling, our little Tian has grown up. It's time we find him a girlfriend." Qin Zhantian nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. However, we must not rush. It ultimately depends on Xiao Tian's own desires." Shen Qingyan chuckled. "Then let us wait for Xiao Tian to find a girl who captures his heart." At that moment, Qin Tian, hidden in his room, overheard his parents' conversation and inwardly groaned, "Alas, my parents are truly relentless. I have just come of age, and they are already pressuring me to find a girlfriend." He resolved to step outside to evade the incessant nagging, swiftly changing his attire in preparation for departure. As he walked, he pondered where he might escape his parents' chatter. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. If he was to seek a girlfriend, why not visit a bar? Perhaps he might encounter someone suitable. Upon arriving at the bar, Qin Tian ordered a drink and settled into a corner, quietly observing the people around him. At that moment, a girl caught his attention. She was tall, with cascading long hair and enchanting eyes, sipping her drink alone. Summoning his courage, Qin Tian approached her and greeted, "Hi, beautiful. May I sit here?" The girl looked up and smiled. Of course, the two engaged in delightful conversation, as if there were endless topics to discuss. Before they realized it, the night had deepened. After exchanging contact information, they each returned home, but on the way, Qin Tian mused, "Perhaps this time I might truly find a girlfriend." The following morning, Qin Jiantian and his wife rose early, bustling about the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous breakfast. Qin Tian, yawning, was taken aback by the lavish spread laid out before him. "What is going on?" he asked, bewildered. "Son, come try your mother's heartfelt breakfast," Shen Qingyan replied with a smile. Heartfelt breakfast. Qin Tian was even more perplexed as he noticed the expectant gazes of his parents. And a realization dawned upon him. Could it be due to last night's events? Do they think I found a girlfriend at the bar? "How is it, son? Tastes good, right?" Qin Jiantian beamed with pride. "Delicious," Qin Tian replied while contemplating how to explain the previous night's happenings to his parents. He resolved to withhold the truth until he genuinely found a girlfriend. Not wanting to disappoint them, he savored the breakfast lovingly prepared by his parents. Each bite filled his heart with a warmth akin to molten lava, gradually thawing the long-frozen depths of his soul. After breakfast, Qin Tian returned to his room to change for his outing. As he gently opened his wardrobe, he caught sight of a childhood garment embroidered with his name. Instantly, memories flooded back of his parents' affection, playing like a film in his mind, causing his eyes to well up with tears. Clear as morning dew, he silently vowed to find a true girlfriend soon. Alleviating his parents' worries, just as his thoughts drifted, his phone rang, reminiscent of a melodious bird song. It was the girl from last night, inviting him to meet. Elated as if quenched after a long drought, he eagerly accepted. He quickly donned his clothes and stepped out, feeling as buoyant as the azure sky. Perhaps this time would lead to an extraordinary conclusion. Qin Tian drove towards the rendezvous point with the girl. He was suddenly surrounded by a group of men in black, stealthily closing in on him. These men, donning various masks, obscured their identities, rendering them unrecognizable. A sense of unease gripped Qin Tian as he realized something was amiss. He cautiously observed the approaching figures, trying to deduce their intentions and origins. Yet their enigmatic movements heightened his anxiety. Qin Tian promptly exited the car, preparing for a confrontation. He flexed his limbs, his gaze sharp as he focused on the men in black. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" he demanded. The men remained silent, suddenly launching an attack. Their strikes were fierce and their coordination impeccable, clearly the work of well-trained assassins. Qin Tian sidestepped a punch and retaliated with a kick to one assailant's abdomen. However outnumbered, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Just then, a luxury car approached, its window rolling down to reveal the girl from the previous night. "Get in," she urgently called out, without a moment to spare. Qin Tian leaped into the car, which sped away, evading the men in black. "Thank you for saving me," Qin Tian gasped, breathless that no need to thank me. "They were after me," the girl replied, her expression filled with guilt. Qin Tian looked at her with confusion. "Why?" After a moment of silence, she revealed a secret about her family. It turned out her family possessed a rare energy technology that had drawn the attention of various factions. To protect her family's interests, she had been reluctantly drawn into the conflict, and I don't want to implicate you. "You should leave," she urged softly. Qin Tian smiled gently. "I am not the kind of person to abandon a friend." He decided to face the challenges alongside her, unraveling the conspiracy lurking behind them. Dozens of black vehicles surged towards them like phantoms, gunfire raining down like a torrential storm. Qin Tian's expression hardened as he gripped the steering wheel, sharply turning left, executing a near-miraculous drift that narrowly avoided the incoming bullets. "Hold on tight," he whispered to the girl beside him, flooring the accelerator as their speed skyrocketed. The pursuing vehicles relentlessly chased them. But amidst the hail of bullets, Qin Tian displayed astonishing driving skills, zipping through traffic like a bolt of lightning, narrowly evading enemy attacks. This won't do. We need to find a place to hide. Qin Tian observed keenly, strategizing that at last, his eyes landed on an abandoned factory not far ahead. A glint of determination flashing within him, he swiftly adjusted his course, driving straight into the factory. Chapter 45. A Frantic Assault. Turning danger into safety, Qin Tian roared forward like an enraged lion, pressing the accelerator as if it were an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the abandoned factory. The black vehicles closely followed. Entering the forsaken structure in pursuit, a thrilling chase ensued within the factory, bullets peppering Qin Tian's car, yet the specialized modifications rendered it impervious to harm. With bulletproof glass and fortified tires, even a day and night of onslaught would leave the vehicle unscathed. Utilizing the advantages of his vehicle, Qin Tian maneuvered through the factory, skillfully dodging attacks while searching for opportunities to counter. Suddenly, he spotted an excellent hiding place and quickly parked the car. Exiting, he vanished into the shadows like a wraith. He stealthily approached the enemy vehicles, a sharp dagger gripped in his hand, ready to deliver a lethal strike. The dagger struck like lightning, taking down the first adversary. However, from either side, two more foes emerged like phantoms, armed and unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Reacting swiftly, Qin Tian activated his indestructible defense in that instant. A formidable yellow energy shield enveloped him. The bullets ricocheted off him, producing crisp metallic clinks akin to fireworks blossoming in the night sky. Before falling harmlessly to the ground, their tips distorted by the overwhelming energy. Seeing that ordinary bullets failed against Qin Tian, the black-clad men quickly switched to silver bullets, unleashing a barrage that rained down upon him. Yet, Qin Tian remained composed, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy from his palms. With a powerful strike, the ground split, as if torn by a colossal hand. The magic blade of 1,000 edges hovered in the air, glowing with an eerie blue light. Gripping the hilt, Qin Tian swung forth, unleashing an energy blade that cleaved through the torrent of bullets, severing the attackers in half. The black-clad men, awestruck by his formidable power, trembled in fear as Qin Tian appeared before them, his icy gaze piercing. "Who sent you?" he demanded, his voice deep and authoritative. The men quivered, unable to respond. Seeing their fear, Qin Tian swung the magic blade once more, directing an even mightier energy blade towards them. That moment, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his strike. Qin Tian focused, recognizing a man in a long black robe, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Who are you?" Qin Tian asked warily. "I am here to take your life." The figure cloaked in black spoke, and a long black sword materialized in his hand, thrusting towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian deftly sidestepped the attack, his enchanted dagger, Qinren, clashing with the black-clad man's sword, producing a cacophony of piercing metal sounds that in an instant, they were engaged in a fierce battle, an eerie spectacle that sent shivers down the spine. Qin Tian gripped his dagger tightly, activating the dragon talisman within as flames erupted from the blade, imbued with a spectral glow, unleashing a terrifying energy blade towards the dark figure. This energy blade split continuously, launching multiple assaults at the man in black. The black-clad figure emanated a chilling aura of dark thunder, with bolts as thick as barrels coalescing in his hands, forming a massive sphere of black lightning energy. With a firm grasp, he slammed this potent energy down to the ground. In that moment, a bottomless black vortex appeared beneath him, erupting with violent black thunder that resounded with deafening booms. Simultaneously, a brilliant beam of black light shot forth from the vortex, revealing a mysterious weapon encircled by lightning, which the man in black held tightly. Thunder Demon Hammer. His deep voice resonated, akin to a distant thunderclap, vibrating through the air with an ominous authority that instilled fear. His tone was merciless, reminiscent of a demon's call from the abyss, invoking dread in all who heard it. The man's gaze, fierce and unyielding, bore down on Qin Tian as he commanded the swirling black thunder. With a powerful sweep of his arm, the dark lightning transformed into a colossal lightning dragon, surging toward Qin Tian with a cataclysmic force. Feeling the ferocity of the assault, Qin Tian dared not underestimate his opponent. He quickly summoned the battle energy and innate vital essence within. Merging these formidable powers, he concentrated. A dazzling golden light erupted from him, coalescing into a magnificent golden triangular phoenix. The phoenix spread its wings, let out a cry, and charged at the lightning dragon. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, creating earth-shattering sounds that a massive energy vortex erupted around them, devastating the nearby factories in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, reducing them to rubble. The residual energy ripples radiated outward like concentric waves, disturbing the distant forest where trees trembled and leaves scattered. The creatures dwelling in the depths of the jungle sensed the overwhelming energy and trembled in fear, instinctively curling up on the ground, closing their eyes in a desperate attempt to evade the terrifying force. Both Qin Tian and the man in black were pushed back by the overwhelming energy. Stumbling several paces, unable to withstand the immense power, they simultaneously spat out blood, staining the ground crimson. Observing this, Qin Tian immediately summoned his dagger, swinging it with ferocity, unleashing a barrage of energy blades towards the man in black. These blades flew like a torrential storm, prompting the man to leap into the air, agilely dodging the onslaught while seeking an opportunity to strike back. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Tian invoked the bloodthirsty dragon armor. Once clad, he resembled a mighty dragon, surging forward with an insatiable thirst for battle. Both warriors radiated a daunting aura, akin to two legendary weapons clashing in the heavens. As they exchanged blows, each impact reverberated with thunderous sound bursts, deafening in intensity. The man in black, moving with ghostly agility, evaded Qin Tian's energy blades with extraordinary speed and fluidity, as if anticipating the strikes. In the midst of dodging, dark flames ignited around his fists, burning fiercely and emanating a chilling aura. These flames possessed the power to obliterate anything they touched, reducing it to ash, with a powerful swing of his fist. The flames surged forth like a torrent, aimed squarely at Qin Tian, threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, a wave of anxiety washed over Qin Tian. The sheer force felt like a tempest, ready to engulf him. Yet he did not falter. A determined light flickered in his eyes. Gripping his weapon, he felt its weight and substance, as if it were an extension of his very being. He inhaled deeply, steadying his breath to calm his mind. Qin Tian understood that the battle had escalated to its zenith, with both combatants unleashing their full might without reservation. Each strike was akin to a venomous snake, where a moment's negligence could lead to defeat. However, fear did not consume him. Instead, it ignited the fierce fighting spirit within him. He silently urged himself to give his all, to unleash his utmost strength. For only then could he hope to vanquish his foe, that he aimed to prove his worth to the world and protect everything he held dear, as one would safeguard a rare treasure. As the man in black intensified his assault, akin to a raging storm, Qin Tian adapted to the fierce rhythm and began to retaliate. He moved like a nimble leopard, deftly evading attacks while patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Each swing of his weapon carried the ferocity of a tempest, striving to tear through the man in black's seemingly impenetrable defense. Although the man in black was formidable, like an unyielding mountain, Qin Tian, with his indomitable will and artistry in combat, gradually stabilized the situation, steering through the tumult like a skilled helmsman navigating a storm-tossed as the fire dragon roared. Qin Tian and the man in black engaged in a furious exchange. Suddenly, Qin Tian unleashed the 10,000 Poisons demon hand, his hands transforming into a deep black hue, releasing a noxious aura. His movements were lightning quick as he seized the man's wrists, revealing a dragon tattoo etched upon them. "So it was you," Qin Tian coldly declared. "You were the one who attacked me last time." With a slight exertion, he shattered the man's wrist with overwhelming force. The man in black let out a pained shriek. His face paling in agony, he curled in on himself from the pain. He attempted to kick Qin Tian away, seeking distance. However, before he could act, Qin Tian's foot stomped down, breaking the man's legs, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl of despair. Wu Dao Jinshin, dark demon dragon thunder true body. A pitch-black demon dragon materialized behind the man in black, radiating terrifying black lightning and emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Qin Tian was momentarily knocked back by the dragon's deafening roar, a surge of fierce resentment swelling within him. Steadying himself, he fixed his gaze with determination, gripping both his dagger and the heavenly demon sword. Pursuing the fleeing man in black. The man in black darted away, his form ghost-like as he navigated through the forest. Qin Tian closely followed, his pace swift, steadily closing the distance. Just as he was about to catch up, the man in black suddenly turned, brandishing a long black spear aimed at Qin Tian. Instinctively, Qin Tian raised his dagger and sword to meet the oncoming spear that a resounding clang echoed as their weapons collided. Sparks flying in all directions. Qin Tian felt a tremendous force radiate from the spear, sending a jolt through his arm, nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapons. The man in black, astonished by Qin Tian's strength to withstand his full-force attack, did not retreat, but instead launched a more frenzied assault. Qin Tian, undeterred, summoned all his strength, engaging in a fierce struggle against the man in black. As the battle raged on, Qin Tian gradually gained the upper hand, leaving deep wounds on the man in black with his dagger and sword. Realizing he was outmatched, the man in black contemplated retreat. Seizing an opportune moment, he turned and fled into the distance. Qin Tian immediately pursued him. However, just as he was about to apprehend the man in black, the latter vanished without a trace. Qin Tian searched in vain, unable to locate any sign of him. Understanding that the man in black had used some special means to escape, Qin Tian silently vowed to track him down and avenge the previous ambush. His attacks came like a torrential downpour, yet the man in black remained unfazed, forming hand seals and murmuring incantations. Suddenly, a spatial rift opened before him, and he instantly vanished from his spot, entering the chasm of space. Qin Tian's attack missed its mark as he warily scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the trace of the man in black robes. However, the figure remained concealed within the spatial rift, quietly observing Qin Tian. Within the rift, the man in black slightly curled his lips, revealing a smirk of triumph. His self-created martial technique had proven formidable, allowing him to evade Qin Tian's assault with such ease that he resolved to continue watching Qin Tian, seeking out a flaw before delivering a fatal blow. After a brief wait outside, Qin Tian grew anxious upon noticing the absence of the man in black, but he was acutely aware that the figure was lurking somewhere. Poised to strike, he needed to devise a method to uncover his foe. Otherwise, this battle would become exceedingly arduous, as he sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to pivot swiftly, only to witness dozens of ethereal hands surging towards him. These spectral appendages, fueled by the martial prowess of the man in black, became razor-sharp, seemingly intent on tearing his body asunder. Qin Tian dared not be complacent. He unleashed his own martial technique, his long sword glimmering with a cold radiance as he cleaved at the ethereal hands. Yet, these hands appeared to possess a sentience of their own, deftly evading Qin Tian's strike and continuing their relentless advance toward his heart. Panic surged within him, for he understood that if those hands seized him, his heart would surely be crushed in that critical moment. Qin Tian felt an immense power surging from within him. This force coursed throughout his body, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Seizing this newfound strength, he executed his most potent martial technique. His long sword transformed into a radiant beam as he struck at the ethereal hands. This time, they could no longer evade, and one by one, they were severed by Qin Tian's blade. The man in black, witnessing this scene, was taken aback that he had not anticipated that Qin Tian could unleash such a formidable technique capable of slicing through his ethereal hands. Realizing he was faced with a formidable adversary, he resolved to flee swiftly. Qin Tian noticed the figure's retreat, but refrained from pursuing, that he recognized that his current powers were insufficient to vanquish the man in black. He needed to elevate his strength post-haste, in a flash. Qin Tian invoked a spatial contraction technique, instantly arriving at a secluded cave. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept the area to confirm there was no danger before he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Beams of light emanated from his palms, intertwining with the air surrounding the cave. Moments later, a protective barrier materialized, enveloping the cave entirely. Stepping into the barrier, Qin Tian sought a flat surface within the cave and formed seals once more, conjuring a miniature sword chi array before him. This array, composed of countless tiny swords, shimmered ominously, instilling a sense of dread as he gazed at the sword chi array. Satisfaction flickered in his eyes, for he knew this array would become a significant asset. After resting for a while, Qin Tian commenced his cultivation. With closed eyes, he regulated his breath, calming his mind. Then he began to channel the magic within him, infusing it into the sword chi array. As the magic flowed in, the array began to rotate slowly, gaining speed until it culminated in a colossal sword wheel. Opening his eyes, Qin Tian beheld the sword wheel before him, his heart brimming with confidence that he understood that with this sword wheel, his power would ascend to unprecedented heights, enabling him to exact vengeance. Engaging in the spatial contraction, he traversed to a hidden mountain, fists clenched tightly. Condensing a golden energy upon his knuckles, he relentlessly struck the towering mountain. With the enhancement of the bull talisman, Qin Tian swiftly fashioned a vast cavern within the mountain, which was remarkably spacious. With a sweep of his hand, he unleashed a formidable transparent aura that expanded outward, forming a small sword chi array. The energy within the array whirled around the cave, intermittently releasing terrifying energy sword strikes to fortify the defense. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qin Tian began to cultivate. His eyes tightly shut, his expression grave, as the energy around him flowed ceaselessly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, releasing a powerful shout as he altered his hand seals in rapid succession. The sword energy within the array became increasingly fierce, shooting outward like a tempest. Moments later, Qin Tian rose, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. After rigorous cultivation, his swordsmanship had advanced significantly, increasing in power. Filled with confidence, he vowed to avenge his deep-seated grievances. He exited the cave, his form flickering, disappearing from sight, that a shadow as dark as ink, akin to a phantom, swiftly darted towards the direction Qin Tian had vanished. This figure moved with the grace of the night, light as the wind, swift as lightning, almost melding with the darkness. Each step carried an unwavering resolve, as if harboring an obsession with Qin Tian that would endure until the seas dried and the stones crumbled. As the shadow receded, a whisper of an ominous presence lingered in the air, silently heralding the onset of a heart-stopping pursuit. The shadow, akin to a specter, drew closer to Qin Tian, seemingly on the verge of overtaking him. Yet at that moment, Qin Tian suddenly sensed a powerful killing intent surging towards him like a tidal wave, causing him to shudder involuntarily. That he spun around, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings, only to find nothing behind him. Just as confusion set in, a glint of cold light flashed like lightning, a razor-sharp sword aimed directly at him. Reacting swiftly, Qin Tian evaded this lethal strike, simultaneously swinging his sword in retaliation. The counterattack executed with blinding speed. The two engaged in a fierce clash, sword shadows intertwining, sparks flying, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Qin Tian marveled inwardly at the opponent's exquisite swordsmanship and formidable strength. Rivaling his own, that he focused intently, striving to discern the true visage of his adversary, but the figure in black remained shrouded in darkness, unrecognizable. However, the opponent's agility and sharp swordplay indicated that he was indeed a formidable foe. Understanding that he could delay no longer, Qin Tian resolved to conclude this battle swiftly. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated his energy, preparing to unleash his full power against the figure in black. With a roar, Qin Tian summoned a terrifying blaze, which coalesced into the form of a dragon, unleashing a deafening dragon's roar as it surged towards the figure in black. The black-clad figure's fingers danced like nimble sprites before him, a dark array of patterns slowly materializing, resembling a mysterious totem. These patterns awakened as if stirred from slumber, and in an instant, a massive black magic circle appeared beneath and above the figure, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to a resplendent black gemstone. The figure's form expanded, akin to a balloon being inflated, its colossal body bursting through its robes, emitting a primal roar reminiscent of a beast, as if intent on tearing apart the very fabric of existence. Its entire physique bore a yellow-brown hue, resembling ancient rocks eroded by time, encased in a heavy black armor, resembling an impregnable fortress. Its head was entirely covered by a massive red helmet, akin to burning flames, while a black mask cloaked its face, casting a shadow over its features. Chapter 47. A 1 against 2. Counterattack. The system within Qin Tian's mind continued to analyze the information of the monstrous being before him. Qing Tung Tsong Long Monster Race. Demon level. 15 life. 2000 attack. 300 defense. 200 speed. 80 talents. Woodvine Entanglement. Woodvine Puppet. Woodvine Thrust. Forest Manifestation. As Qin Tian beheld the colossal demon before him, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. This Qing Tung Tsong Long monster was vast, shrouded in a thick layer of green vines, resembling a dragon formed entirely of vines. Its eyes glimmered with a verdant light, exhaling a plume of green mist that emanated a potent scent of flora. Is this truly the Qing Tung Tsong Long monster? Qin Tian murmured softly. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his long sword tightly, bracing himself for battle. The massive arms of the Qing Tung Tsong Long monster slammed into the ground, causing countless fissures to erupt. From these cracks, numerous crisp vines surged upward, expanding like a colossal green dragon racing towards Qin Tian. He leaped backward, retreating several dozen steps, and summoned the Tian Mo sword into his hand. With a swift motion, dozens of piercing sword lights severed the rapidly advancing vines. Woodvine Thrust, with the furious roar of the Qing Tung Tsong Long monster echoing. The severed vines rapidly regrew. However, this time the vines differed. Their surfaces bristled with sharp barbs that shimmered ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Countless vines converged, forming gigantic azure tendrils that surged toward Qin Tian from all directions. Unhesitatingly, Qin Tian unleashed the holy fire burning heaven skill. His body was instantly enveloped in raging flames, resembling a flame-wielding warrior emerging from the inferno. But he wielded the celestial demon sword, its blade imbued with formidable holy fire, enhancing its imposing and majestic presence. With a swift motion, Qin Tian swung the celestial demon sword, instantly reducing the colossal vines that surrounded him to ashes. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred material, a testament to his might. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tian charged forward, treading upon the void as if propelled by an unseen force, darting towards the verdant dragon beast with a fierce swing of the celestial demon sword. A searing wave of sword energy erupted like lightning, cleaving directly towards the head of the verdant dragon beast. Sensing a profound threat, the beast rapidly lashed out with its massive claws, attempting to counter this fierce onslaught. However, Qin Tian's power surpassed its expectations. The sword energy effortlessly severed its claws, embedding itself deep within its body. Wounded gravely, the verdant dragon beast let out a tormented roar, its colossal form crashing to the ground. As Qin Tian landed, gazing upon the beast lying in a pool of its own blood, a sigh of relief escaped him. The battle had finally come to a close, and he had triumphed over a formidable adversary. Yet before Qin Tian could catch his breath, the immense form of the verdant dragon beast began emanating a peculiar green light, continuously mending its injuries. Shadow Demon Dragon, how long must I endure your presence? With a thunderous sound, the void began to tremble violently, and a massive spatial rift appeared in the sky nearby. From within this rift emanated a chilling aura of darkness, as if it led to an endless abyss. Suddenly, a figure clad in black robes emerged from the rift, exuding an air of mystery and authority, as though commanding the fates of all existence. Clutched in his hand was an ancient black ring, adorned with an enormous skull that radiated an eerie glow. Detected the child of fate, Feng Hualong, shadow demon dragon form. Upon hearing this notification, realization dawned upon me. The one I had just forced into retreat was none other than the so-called child of fate. Feng Hualong. A cold smirk crept upon my lips at this thought. Host has severely wounded the child of fate, Feng Hualong, earning 5 million face-slapping points. Obtain Celestial Demon Sword Fragments X10. I beheld the system notification. A sense of smug satisfaction welled up within Qin Tian, but it appeared that this confrontation with Feng Hualong had proven exceedingly fruitful, bestowing upon me not only a wealth of face-slapping points, but also precious fragments of the Celestial Demon Sword. These rewards would undoubtedly elevate my strength and status further. Qin Tian's gaze turned icy as he confronted the figure in black robes. Who are you? Why do you seek to save this beast? Feng Hualong chuckled sinisterly. I am the messenger of the demon realm, tasked with locating individuals possessing unique bloodlines. Young man, your ability to vanquish the verdant dragon beast speaks volumes of your prowess. Join our cult, and I can offer you unimaginable power and wealth. With the guise of a cold envoy, Fong Hualong attempted to entice him. Qin Tian scoffed dismissively. I have no interest in your demon realm. Moreover, this beast has taken countless lives. I will not spare it. Fong Hualong's expression darkened. Refusing my offer will bring consequences. Do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, he unleashed a torrent of black flames towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian swiftly evaded the attack, fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by the figure before him. He knew caution was paramount, but he resolved to gauge his opponent's abilities before seeking an opportunity to counterattack. With a step into the void, it seemed as if an invisible force supported him, allowing him to stand resolutely in midair. Suddenly, a long blade appeared in his hand, shimmering with mysterious light, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky. This blade radiated immense power, as if it could sever all that lay before it. As Qin Tian wielded the long blade, its edge sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. His movements flowed with an elegance reminiscent of water, each swing imbued with boundless strength and authority. His target was Fong Hualong, the adversary who had once posed a grave threat. Fong Hualong's face paled in alarm, and he hastily dodged, sensing the terrifying power contained within Qin Tian's blade. He understood that a direct confrontation would spell his doom. Yet, Qin Tian's speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, thrusting the blade toward Fong Hualong's chest. Fong Hualong gasped in horror, hurriedly conjuring a defensive technique in a desperate attempt to repel Qin Tian's assault. However, Qin Tian's blade surged forward like a torrent, easily breaking through Fong Hualong's defenses and closing in on his chest. The razor-sharp tip pierced through Fong Hualong's clothing, instantly spraying a cascade of crimson blood. Fong Hualong emitted a blood-curdling scream, retreating in panic like a startled hare. His face turned as pale as a sheet. His eyes filled with boundless dread and despair, as though the end of the world had arrived, but he could hardly fathom that he would be so easily overwhelmed. Qin Tian regarded Fong Hualong with an impassive gaze, his expression as cold as the frost of winter, devoid of any compassion, that he understood well that in this cruel world where the weak are devoured by the strong, showing mercy to one's enemies was tantamount to cruelty toward oneself. Only by utterly annihilating his foes could he ensure his own safety. Suddenly, in the midst of their clash, a plethora of vines erupted around Qin Tian and Fong Hualong. Qin Tian found himself ensnared within a cage of vines. As diminutive vine-like creatures emerged, grasping at his limbs and unleashing a surge of blue light that culminated in a violent explosion. The shockwave flattened the surrounding terrain, yet such an explosion posed no threat to Qin Tian. In the blink of an eye, he restored himself to full vigor. With a swift motion, Qin Tian evaded the blast's impact effortlessly, his demeanor unfazed by the surrounding devastation. Fong Hualong, recognizing the futility of his situation, turned to flee. However, Qin Tian would not grant him that chance. With a flick of his long blade, a fierce wave of sword energy sliced through the air, striking Fong Hualong like a bolt of lightning. Fong Hualong had no means of escape, as the blade's energy pierced through him, sending him hurtling several meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, but the severity of his injuries proved insurmountable, ultimately leading him to collapse helplessly. Qin Tian approached Fong Hualong, looking down upon him with a disdainful gaze. "This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me," he declared coldly, raising his long blade. He prepared to deliver the final blow. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the distance as the verdant dragon beast rushed to the scene. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, eyeing the unexpected visitors warily. Seizing the moment, Fong Hualong swiftly conjured a massive orb of black energy in his palm, launching it towards Qin Tian. Clutching the demon blade of 1,000 edges, Qin Tian's eyes glinted with cold determination. With a gentle wave, the blade transformed into a flurry of blue shards, dancing in the air. These shards glimmered with an icy radiance, seemingly alive, moving in sync with Qin Tian's while he directed the shards with the finesse of a master. Weaving intricate patterns in the air, each shard contained tremendous power, evoking dread in all who beheld them. Under Qin Tian's command, the blue shards surged toward the enemy, sweeping through like a tempest, engulfing them in an instant. The enemies, paralyzed by fear, could only watch as the shards tore through their bodies, leaving them in a state of disarray, blood scattering in all directions. Qin Tian observed the scene before him with no trace of pity. He understood that in this world, only the strong could survive. He was determined to become the strongest, instilling fear in all who crossed his path. Thus, the massive form of the verdant dragon beast became marred with countless wounds, each oozing a dark, viscous blood. Enraged, it thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from its restraints. Its eyes gleamed with fury, and it exhaled a dense black smoke, the noxious scent filling the air in its desperate struggle. The surrounding trees were uprooted, and the ground cracked beneath its might. Its tail lashed out, sweeping across its surroundings in search of its hidden adversary. Yet, its foes remained concealed, launching relentless assaults from the shadows. The beast's body bore more and more wounds, its strength waning with each passing moment. Yet it refused to yield, continuing to resist tenaciously. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire battlefield. Within the light stood a figure, brandishing a long sword that shimmered with dazzling brilliance, that he was the hero come to rescue. Upon witnessing the plight of the verdant dragon beast, Qin Tian felt a surge of righteous anger. He brandished his sword and charged towards the beast. Under the hero's assault, the verdant dragon beast finally succumbed, its form reduced to a pile of ashes. Qin Tian gazed at the ashes before him. A myriad of emotions swirling within him, he realized that although victory was his, it had come at a significant cost. Silently, he turned and departed, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 48. The mysterious banquet. Qin Tian transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the direction in which Feng Hualong had fled with astonishing speed. Bolts of terrifying purple lightning crackled from his hands, reminiscent of a divine being descending from the heavens, instilling dread in all who witnessed it. His right hand gripped the celestial demon sword tightly, its blade glinting with a cold sheen, as if yearning for the baptism of blood. The resolve and determination in Qin Tian's eyes shone brightly. He vowed to bring Feng Hualong to justice in the name of righteousness. Feng Hualong, sensing the formidable aura of Qin Tian behind him, was consumed by fear that he desperately fled, attempting to evade the relentless pursuit of Qin Tian. But the latter's speed was simply too formidable for him to escape. Just as Feng Hualong felt engulfed by despair, he suddenly discovered a valley ahead that a spark ignited within him, prompting the decision to seek refuge within the valley to elude Qin Tian's chase. He dashed into the valley, leveraging its intricate terrain to conceal his whereabouts. Qin Tian arrived at the mouth of the valley and halted, sensing an ominous aura permeating the area, which heightened his vigilance. Cautiously, he ventured into the valley, the Tianma sword in his hand poised for action. Within the valley, Qin Tian encountered a myriad of dangers and challenges. Yet, with his formidable strength and unwavering resolve, he overcame each obstacle in turn. Ultimately, he located Feng Hualong's hiding place. A fierce battle ensued between Qin Tian and Feng Hualong, with the latter unleashing an array of nefarious spells in an attempt to fend off Qin Tian's onslaught. However, Qin Tian's prowess proved overwhelming, as his Tianma sword effortlessly breached Feng Hualong's defenses. Feng Hualong swiftly pivoted toward Qin Tian, and their intense clash caused the valley itself to crumble. Soon, both figures transformed into torrents of radiant light, soaring into the sky where their battle intensified further. Qin Tian unleashed his unparalleled martial arts, every strike imbued with boundless power, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Feng Hualong, undeterred, countered with his immensely forceful fist techniques, each punch carrying the weight of a cataclysm in the air. They exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, the aftermath of their conflict distorting the surrounding space. Below, the valley lay in ruins, yet their fierce struggle continued unabated. At that moment, Qin Tian suddenly discerned a flaw in Feng Hualong's defense and, without hesitation, executed his most powerful strike. Feng Hualong, caught off guard, was struck by Qin Tian's blow, plummeting like a cannonball. Yet, Qin Tian did not relent. He pursued Feng Hualong, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Just as he was about to catch up, Feng Hualong abruptly turned, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Alarm surged through Qin Tian, as he sensed an overwhelming danger. But it was too late to retreat. A black longsword materialized in Feng Hualong's grasp, its blade shimmering with an eerie light. Feng Hualong swung the sword, lunging at Qin Tian. with no choice but to confront the onslaught. Qin Tian braced himself as his fists collided with Feng Hualong's sword, producing a thunderous sound that a tremendous force surged through Qin Tian, compelling him to stagger backward, while Feng Hualong seized the opportunity to launch another attack. His swordplay growing increasingly ferocious, gradually ensnaring Qin Tian in a precarious position that in this dire moment. Qin Tian unleashed a surge of immense power, enveloped in a radiant golden aura. This brilliance amplified his strength manifold, and he re-engaged Feng Hualong in a fierce confrontation. However, his strikes met the bloodthirsty dragon armor, which repelled them with terrifying energy. Seizing the chance, Qin Tian unleashed his ultimate technique, the Dragon Overlord's Dominance Fist. His fist, akin to a rampaging dragon, surged forth with unbridled force and majesty toward Feng Hualong. Aware of the might behind Qin Tian's strike, Feng Hualong dared not underestimate it, but he swiftly summoned his strongest defense. The indestructible diamond body, rendering himself as unyielding as iron, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Qin Tian's Dragon Overlord's Dominance Fist crashed against Feng Hualong's defense, producing a cataclysmic sound. Feng Hualong's form quivered slightly, yet he remained largely unscathed, his indestructible diamond body living up to its reputation, able to withstand the impact of Qin Tian's attack. Realizing that his Dragon Overlord's Dominance Fist had failed to inflict significant harm on Feng Hualong, Qin Tian was inwardly astonished that he understood the vastness of Feng Hualong's power. If this continued, overcoming him would be a daunting task. Thus, he resolved to unleash his final technique, the Dragon Overlord's Annihilation Slash. A colossal long sword materialized in Qin Tian's hands, its blade radiating dazzling light. He swung the sword, aiming to cleave Feng Hualong in two, channeling all his might and fury into this single strike. Feng Hualong sensed the potency of Qin Tian's attack and recognized the necessity of exerting every ounce of his strength to withstand it. Consequently, he summoned his ultimate offensive, the diamond-subduing Demon Fist. His fists became akin to mountains, brimming with immeasurable power and authority, hurtling toward Qin Tian. The clash of Qin Tian's Dragon Overlord's Annihilation Slash and Feng Hualong's diamond-subduing Demon Fist produced a deafening explosion. The very fabric of space warped under the sheer force, as if on the brink of collapse. Qin Tian's expression turned grave, his aura erupting with newfound intensity, radiant purple lightning flickering between his palms. Seemingly poised to rend heaven and earth asunder in an instant, he appeared before Feng Hualong, his palms striking out without hesitation. Feng Hualong, sensing the terrifying weight of Qin Tian's blow, paled and hastily invoked his strongest defensive technique in a desperate bid to withstand the impending assault. However, the might of Qin Tian's Heavenly Five Thunder Annihilation Palm proved insurmountable, shattering Feng Hualong's defenses and sending him hurtling backward, struck by the purple lightning. Yet Qin Tian did not relent, like a bolt of lightning. He surged toward Feng Hualong once more. Feng Hualong, now grievously injured, regarded Qin Tian's relentless advance with a sense of despair. He understood that his demise was imminent, as Feng Hualong's chest heaved heavily. His youthful visage etched with fervor, he murmured incantations, engaging in a ritual of supplication. At that critical juncture, the Qilin tattoo upon his body radiated an eerie red glow, its brilliance intensifying until it enveloped him entirely. The Qilin tattoo coalesced into a lifelike Qilin, proud and majestic, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. Feng Hualong gazed in astonishment at the creature before him, a mix of awe and trepidation filling his heart. The Qilin turned its gaze toward Feng Hualong, its eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. It opened its mouth, emitting a low, resonant roar, as if imparting vital knowledge to Feng Hualong. Sensing the Qilin's call, Feng Hualong instinctively reached out, touching the creature's form. A tremendous power surged from the Qilin into his hand, leaving him astounded. The massive body of the fire Qilin erupted in terrifying flames, hurtling toward Qin Tian with incredible speed. Qin Tian, undeterred, swiftly raised his right arm, forming a fist that crackled with ominous purple lightning. The technique, Thunderous Dragon Burst Fist, unleashed a colossal dragon of purple lightning that collided with the fire Qilin. The sheer energy caused the entire space to tremble, reducing nearby flora and fauna to mere dust. The fire Qilin roared, releasing even greater torrents of fiery energy, gradually overpowering the lightning dragon. The clash between the dragon and the Qilin generated a cataclysmic force that converged, relentlessly pressing until it reached a critical point, resulting in a devastating explosion that obliterated the landscape. In the midst of this violent energy detonation, Feng Hualong's very essence was annihilated. The fated son, Feng Hualong, had perished, yielding a staggering 700,000 points of face-slapping value. Where Feng Hualong had once lain, a swirling orb of yellow light materialized as if conjured by magic. It resembled a lively yellow serpent, coiling across the ground before darting toward Qin Tian with the speed of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, seamlessly entering Qin Tian's body. Upon its entry, the orb transformed into countless strands of energy, traversing through Qin Tian's meridians, channeling formidable energy to awaken the remaining pathways within him, ultimately constructing a vortex of energy that absorbed this immense power, converting it into Qin Tian's martial arts energy. This energy surged within him like tumultuous ocean waves, forming 10 distinct realms of power, each with its unique essence. The tempestuous energy coalesced within Qin Tian, manifesting as 10 radiant suns suspended in midair, each exuding terrifying energy that flowed into his meridians. Gradually, subtle transformations occurred within Qin Tian's body. His once crimson blood began to shift to a delicate gold. Feeling the surging power within, Qin Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his gaze. His eyes pierced with the sharpness of a blade, capable of penetrating all barriers. That moment, Qin Tian was suffused with an overwhelming aura, sensing his newfound ability to command the entirety of the world. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that he had transcended his previous limitations, entering an entirely new realm. Gazing into the distance, confidence and anticipation surged within him. The road ahead was long, yet he was resolute in his belief that he would ascend to the pinnacle of strength. Finally, having crossed the threshold into the initial stage of the martial god realm, Qin Tian felt as though he had become one with the heavens and earth, a vital part of the cosmos, able to summon the forces of nature at will. With every movement, torrents of celestial energy swirled around him, forming an expansive vortex of limitless potential. Upon him, newly added rays of golden light coalesced from the forces of heaven and earth, shimmered like brilliant stars, radiating a mesmerizing glow. Chapter 49. The banquet commences. Qin Tian exerted a slight force with his legs, propelling his body into the air like a cannonball. After executing a graceful 360-degree aerial rotation, he landed firmly on the ground. Subsequently, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and soared upwards like a flash of lightning, transforming into a streak of flowing light as he returned to the Qin family villa. Inside the villa, Qin Zhantian and Shen Qingyan, this couple, were seated at the entrance, having brought a bamboo table and 2 bamboo stools, leisurely sipping their afternoon tea. Upon noticing their son approaching, they did not even lift their heads. "Son, how did you end up in such a state?" Shen Qingyan remarked, frowning at Qin Tian's tattered attire. Feigning confusion, Qin Tian inquired, "Mother, did the dark guards assigned to protect me not inform you of the events that transpired?" "Ha!" Qin Zhantian couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect you to uncover it so quickly." Shen Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "The aura they exude is exceedingly apparent to me, making it quite easy to detect their presence. Moreover, you should be well aware of the level of my current strength, rendering their protection unnecessary. It would be best to withdraw them." Qin Tian stated calmly. Qin Zhantian nodded in agreement. "By the way, didn't you mention bringing a girl home?" "Oh dear, I almost forgot." Qin Tian's thoughts surged, and he vanished from his spot, appearing at the rendezvous point with the girl, leaving only the vehicle she arrived in behind. Whoosh, a powerful energy surged towards Qin Tian, the force of the breeze gently tousling his hair. The zephyr gradually coalesced into a graceful figure before Qin Tian. Detected, the luck bringer Su Qingxue, antagonistic female lead, luck value 800. 000. Su Qingxue hailed from a novel titled The Carefree Life in the Magical Capital, bound to my godly wealth system. After the system relayed the general plot of the book to Qin Tian, he learned it revolved around a hapless youth who, after a car accident, fell into a coma and subsequently bound to a godly wealth system. By incessantly spending money, he could acquire various items. Throughout this journey, he faced numerous disdainful security guards and managers who were thoroughly humiliated, all while garnering the affections of many beautiful women, thereby leading him to a life filled with indulgence. Of course, the sudden binding of the godly wealth system to this Li Dong was not without reason. It had a clear purpose of siphoning his luck. Otherwise, why would the system permit him to squander money endlessly? This seemingly inexhaustible wealth did not come from thin air, but rather from the system's formidable capabilities, which cleverly infiltrated the systems of major banks, transferring vast sums into his account. However, this nefarious act wreaked havoc on society. With a flood of funds entering the market, prices began to soar uncontrollably, triggering an unprecedented inflation crisis. People found their currency's purchasing power plummeting, living costs skyrocketing, and the economy spiraling into chaos. Simultaneously, the system colluded with its uncle to obscure the truth behind this calamity. They spun a tale claiming the funds were legally obtained to quell public skepticism and panic. Yet, in reality, it was a meticulously crafted ruse, designed to safeguard the system's secrets that Su Qingxue had been neighbors with Li Dong since childhood, their families being close friends. Their parents had arranged a childhood betrothal, and they attended the same school together from a young age. It was only in college that they established a romantic relationship. But as graduation approached, an inexplicable car accident caused Li Dong to undergo a drastic personality change, leading him to spend recklessly and engage closely with various women, which deeply saddened Su Qingxue. Consequently, she proposed a breakup, prompting Li Dong to become even more unrestrained. He immersed himself in a life of luxury, cavorting with different women, disregarding Su Qingxue's feelings entirely. However, Su Qingxue remained unaware that Li Dong's transformation was due to his entrapment by the mysterious godly wealth system. This system not only altered Li Dong's fate, but also exerted a colossal influence on society. Amidst the turmoil, Su Qingxue resolved to investigate the truth. Armed with her intelligence and courage, she gradually uncovered the conspiracy behind the godly wealth system. Simultaneously, Li Dong grappled internally, realizing he had lost his authentic self, all due to the machinations of the system. Ultimately, Su Qingxue discovered the key to resolving the issues at hand, and together with Li Dong, they united to confront the godly wealth system that in the heat of battle. They triumphed over evil, rediscovered their true love, and salvaged society. Throughout this ordeal, Li Dong had been increasingly controlled by the system, leading him to commit many perplexing acts that in truth, Su Qingxue possessed another identity. She was the esteemed young lady of the Su family in the capital. Under the system's manipulation, Li Dong sought the aid of many powerful women, leveraging their influence to expedite his career. Gradually, his company began to eclipse the Su family's status. In response, the Su family initiated a sustained campaign to undermine Li Dong's enterprise. Yet endowed with immense luck, Li Dong adeptly navigated these challenges, ultimately causing his company to flourish. Subsequently, he devised various excuses to dismantle the Su family's enterprises, plunging them into dire straits, leading Su Qingxue to succumb to darkness, transforming into a formidable antagonist. Utilizing her dwindling resources, she established a small company, gradually strengthening it through relentless effort. Eventually, she approached Li Dong, expressing a desire to collaborate, but secretly laid a trap within the contract. This resulted in Li Dong incurring a staggering penalty, leaving him with a profound grudge against Su Qingxue, who ultimately met a tragic end, frozen to death at the bridge's edge. After absorbing the narrative's essence, Qin Tian felt utterly speechless that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts on the book, encapsulating it with the phrase, "Incredible! Let us go. Weren't we supposed to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend to meet your parents?" The two hastily made their way to the car. Qin Tian turned the key in the ignition, pressing the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward like a rocket. Soon, they arrived at the Qin family villa, where Qin Zhangtian and Shen Qingyan greeted their beloved son's arrival with his girlfriend enthusiastically. Su Qingxue responded to their greetings with a smile, exhibiting both grace and poise. During dinner, the atmosphere was lively, and Qin Tian felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After the meal, Qin Tian strolled with Su Qingxue in the garden, relishing the tranquility of the moment. However, as they reached the bridge, Qin Tian suddenly recalled Su Qingxue's tragic fate in the novel. A surge of compassion welled up within him, compelling him to alter her destiny. Gently embracing Su Qingxue, he spoke with heartfelt sincerity, "No matter what the future holds, I shall always stand by your side." protecting you from harm. Tears welled in Su Qingshue's eyes as she reciprocated his embrace. That moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, as if blessing their love. Qin Tian and Su Qingxue stood entwined in the snow, a scene as picturesque as a painting. Qin mother, Shin Qingyin, initiated a conversation about their relationship, and upon hearing the question, Su Qingshue's face flushed a deep crimson, her mind momentarily blank. Observing her shyness, Qin Tian kindly interjected. Mother, look at how you've made Qingxue shy. That he then gently patted her hand. Seeing this, Shin Qingyin chuckled. All right, no more questions. But when do you plan to get married? This unexpected query left both Qin Tian and Su Qingsue momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian looked at Su Qingsue earnestly. Qingsue, we are enjoying our time together, and I hope to continue this journey with you. As for marriage, I believe we should wait until we understand each other better before making such a decision. What do you think? Su Qingsue nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. She understood that marriage was a significant matter in life that required careful consideration. At that moment, Qin Jiantian approached, stating, "Let the children decide for themselves. As parents, our only desire is to see them happy." That night, Qin Tian escorted Su Qingsue home. During the journey, they engaged in delightful conversation, filled with anticipation for the future. The snow continued to cascade gently, bearing witness to their blossoming affection. At 8 p.m., the trio of Qin Tian, his father Qin Jiantian, and mother Qin Qingyin drove to the venue of the mysterious banquet, which was exceedingly discreet. Without a guide, they would have struggled to locate the proper location. Once the car came to a halt, they stepped out to behold an imposing structure. Brilliantly illuminated .2 black-clad bodyguards stood at the entrance, exuding an air of solemnity. Curiosity bubbled within Qin Tian as he pondered the nature of this enigmatic gathering. They followed the guide into the grand hall, which was adorned with opulence. Guests were clad in elegant attire, engaging in animated conversations in small groups. Suddenly, a stir arose within the crowd as a middle-aged man, resplendent in fine garments, approached Qin Tian with a beaming smile. "Mr. Qin, welcome. I am the host of this soiree," he said. Qin Tian was taken aback, having never encountered this gentleman before. The host warmly grasped Qin Tian's hand and continued, "Mr. Qin, the reason for your invitation today is to discuss a matter of utmost importance." A sense of foreboding gripped Qin Tian's heart. Guided by the impeccably dressed man, the trio entered an extravagant room where a rectangular table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. Chapter 50. Former enemies. It has been quite a while. Qin Jiantian. At the center of the table sat a portly man in a pristine white suit. His right arm was adorned with a white glove, while 2 fingers of his left hand were missing. A gruesome scar, measuring 30 centimeters, extended across his face, trailing down to his neck, rendering him a fearsome sight. Qin Jiantian. It seems we haven't crossed paths in ages, he remarked with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Qin Jiantian's gaze remained cold and unyielding, fixated on the man before him. "What do you want from me?" he responded, his voice icy. "Oh, nothing of great significance. I merely wish to have a chat," the man replied, gently swirling the wine in his glass, the crimson liquid resembling fresh blood. "I have nothing to discuss with you," Qin Jiantian declared. Turning to leave. "Don't be so hasty, Qin Jiantian," the man stood. "Do you not wish to uncover the truth behind that battle years ago?" Qin Jiantian's body stiffened, his thoughts racing back to the fierce confrontation from over a decade ago. At that time, he had been the captain of the Wolf Special Forces, tasked with a critical mission. However, during the operation, their entire squad was ambushed, resulting in near-total annihilation, with only he and the man in the white suit surviving. Upon returning to Longhua, Qin Jiantian had relentlessly pursued the source of the leak regarding their mission, but to no avail. Every lead had led to a dead end. "Why should I believe you?" Qin Jiantian turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You are free to choose disbelief," the man smirked. "However, this concerns the lives of your comrades. Do you truly not care?" Qin Jiantian's fists clenched, knuckles whitening. Of course. He cared. Those were his brothers in arms, companions he could never forget. "Speak," he ground out through gritted teeth. The man smiled faintly. Resuming his seat, he gulped down the wine in his glass before slowly divulging the conspiracy that lay behind that fateful battle. "In truth, I sold the intelligence to those terrorists, which led to the near-total destruction of that Special Forces team. You sustained severe injuries, while I merely suffered light wounds. Why would you do such a thing? Qin Zhangtian lunged forward, seizing the collar of the man in the white suit, delivering a punch to his face that sent blood gushing from his nose. The man, clutching his bleeding nose, erupted into a maniacal laugh. You ask why? It is simply because I am a slave to the allure of vast riches that I ask that why you betrayed us. You are truly deserving of death. Qin Zhangtian seethed, raising his hand for another blow. But the man effortlessly dodged. Ha ha, do you think you can harm me? You are nothing but a wounded tiger now, he taunted. Qin Zhangtian steadied himself, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes that he knew he was no match for the man. Yet he would not relent in seeking vengeance for his fallen comrades, and no matter your strength. You will pay the price. Qin Zhangtian roared, charging at the man once more that a fierce battle ensued, with Qin Zhangtian exerting every ounce of his strength, gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, he landed a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The man spat blood, disbelief etched across his face. Qin Zhangtian loomed over him, coldly declaring, "This is the consequence of your treachery." He fixed his icy gaze on the man in the white suit before violently hurling him against the wall that a thunderous crash echoed as the wall trembled. On the brink of collapse, Qin Zhangtian sneered, "Did you think I would invite you here unprepared?" At that moment, the man in the white suit suddenly applauded, the sound ringing clear. Clap, clap, clap. Instantly, a throng of imposing men clad in black suits, brandishing an array of weapons, surged into the room. They exuded an intimidating aura that instilled fear in all. Yet, in the face of this new threat, Qin Zhangtian and his companions displayed no hint of trepidation. Their expressions laced with disdain to them. These so-called experts were merely inconsequential insects that do not let them leave this room. The man in the white suit slowly rose, glaring fiercely at Qin Zhangtian and his companions. His eyes sparkled with malice and determination, as though he intended to imprison them forever. Upon hearing their leader's command, the warriors behind the man in the white suit charged at Qin Zhangtian's trio like a swarm of frenzied bees. They swung their weapons, faces contorted in savage glee, seemingly intent on tearing Qin Zhangtian and his companions limb from limb. However, in the face of such ferocious aggression, Qin Zhangtian remained unerringly calm that a formidable aura suddenly erupted from him, spreading like a tempest, resembling an invisible mountain that bore down heavily upon the advancing warriors. Qin Zhangtian's presence was palpable, crashing against these warriors, who felt the weight of immense pressure. Yet, the warriors did not falter. Instead, they charged forward with renewed fervor, striving to break through Qin Zhangtian's formidable barrier. Keep pushing forward. Whoever can capture them will receive a reward of 1 million. The man in the white suit bellowed. Sensing his subordinates' hesitation, the promise of a hefty reward ignited a fire in their eyes. They raised their weapons, desperately resisting Qin Zhangtian's overwhelming force as they pressed on. The scene devolved into chaos. Both sides locked in an intense struggle that a myriad of martial techniques collided within the room. Energy surges erupted like a roaring tide, obliterating the furnishings and flora alike. The windows shattered, unable to withstand the onslaught of energy waves that reverberated through the air. Qin Tian focused intently, summoning the full power of the bull talisman within him. His arms became as hard as iron, muscles bulging, veins protruding, that he embraced his own body and then slammed down with tremendous force against the ground. With his movement, a surge of potent energy erupted from him, akin to a roaring dragon, imbued with overwhelming pressure and destructive force, rapidly radiating outward. The ground fractured, deep and terrifying fissures appearing, as if the earth had been rent asunder. Leaving gaping, bloodied wounds, these crevices, dark and mysterious like unfathomable abysses, sent chills down one's spine. Yet the surging energy waves did not cease. Rather, they continued to expand with unstoppable momentum, mercilessly consuming everything in their path. The formidable warriors, rushing in like a tidal wave, seemed insignificant and fragile in the face of this cataclysmic energy. They were driven back, helplessly stumbling, with some being flung several meters away. Blood erupted from their mouths, forming vivid crimson mist in the air, reminiscent of red plum blossoms dancing in the wind. A hauntingly beautiful, yet tragic sight. The once mighty warriors found their spirits utterly shattered, crumbling like deflated balloons. Collapsing to the ground, lost to unconsciousness. Terror and despair painted their faces, clearly unprepared for the sudden, lethal assault. Only a handful of warriors managed to withstand the residual shockwaves, alongside a select few with exceptional prowess, who darted out of the room like arrows released from bows. They soared into the sky and, gathering their strength, unleashed a torrential barrage of energy attacks upon Qin Zhangtian and his companions. These energy assaults cascaded down like a meteor shower, weaving a dazzling net of light. That moment, Qin Tian and his wife burst forth from the room like two brilliant shooting stars, moving with the swiftness of lightning. They danced through the air like a pair of graceful phoenixes, radiating an unparalleled aura of majesty. Following closely, Qin Tian mirrored his parents' swift movements, darting out of the room with the speed of a bolt. Standing ready to face the impending battle, like a flock of birds taking flight, they rushed out of the room, soaring into the sky, unleashing waves of energy attacks towards the chamber where Qin Zhangtian and his companions resided. Akin to a raging tide, Qin Zhangtian and his wife were the first to transform into two streaks of light, darting from the room like shooting stars, while Qin Tian closely shadowed them. A man clad in a white suit, resembling a bolt of lightning, sped towards Qin Zhangtian and Shen Qingyan, launching a fierce assault. His hands moved like a tempest, continuously firing energy attack waves that surged forth like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Yet Qin Zhangtian and Shen Qingyan remained unfazed, composed and unperturbed, as they swiftly summoned their exclusive weapons, gracefully dispelling each energy wave with the finesse of dancing fairies. The Blood Dragon Spear and the Azure Kite Spirit Sword were conjured simultaneously, as if they shared a telepathic connection, and together they charged at the man in the white suit with ferocity akin to tigers descending a mountain. Qin Zhangtian, in a frenzy, wielded his spear, its tip glinting ominously like a venomous serpent, piercing directly towards the man's vital points. Meanwhile, other dancers encircled Shen Qingyan, unleashing various martial techniques in a frenzied assault. Chapter 52. The arrival of a strong foe, the sword energy storm clawed at the massive form of the eagle beast, tearing it apart bit by bit, that a torrent of black gold blood gushed forth from its colossal body like a breached dam, staining its feathers a shocking crimson. The eagle beast let out a deafening cry, an ominous force erupting from within it like a volcanic explosion. This power, akin to a star shining brilliantly in the darkness, magnified as it blazed atop the eagle beast's immense frame, threatening to consume it entirely. Moments later, this energy surged forth like a black flame storm, igniting the surrounding space and scorching the void, transforming the sky into an ocean of black flames. Under the eagle beast's command, these black flames coalesced into ferocious black dragons, barreling towards Qin Zhangtian, Shen Qingyan, and Qin Tian. Dozens of black dragons, born from the black flames, charged recklessly against the impenetrable realm and the dual sword domain conjured by Qin Tian. However, no matter how they crashed and thrashed, they could not budge the steadfast defenses of the realm and the sword domain, akin to a futile effort of an egg striking a rock. Firmly anchored in the center of the invincible realm, Qin Tian, Qin Zhangtian, and Shen Qingyan continuously infused their martial prowess into it. The outer perimeter of the invincible realm shimmered with radiant golden energy, forming an indestructible shield that repelled the black dragons, sending them tumbling thousands of miles away. The eagle beast let out a thunderous roar, and from its maw, a colossal black flame sphere rapidly formed, resembling a bomb poised to detonate as it hurtled towards the invincible realm. Boom, boom, boom. The black flame sphere struck with the ferocity of a tempest, causing the invincible realm to sway slightly, like a candle flickering in the wind. However, after a brief adjustment, it regained its previous solidity. Qin Tian pressed his fingers together, slowly gathering his martial energy, which instantly coalesced into a translucent pale, yellow, sword energy beside the eagle beast. This sword energy, imbued with terrifying storm-like power, shot forth like an arrow aimed at the eagle beast. In response, the eagle beast furiously flapped its massive wings, conjuring two terrifying black hurricanes that surged towards the invincible realm. These colossal gusts relentlessly tore at the realm, yet countless energy sword lights burst forth, swiftly forming a grand sword formation. The formation unleashed dozens of sword energies, each carrying distinct attributes, which instantly ripped apart and shattered the two hurricanes. The eagle beast, akin to an arrow released from a bow, lunged into the sky, and behind it, a black trident materialized eerily. High above, this trident continuously divided and coalesced, creating hundreds of thousands of black tridents that surged towards the invincible realm like a locust swarm. Countless tridents, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves, assaulted the invincible realm, seemingly intent on breaching its absolute defenses from every angle. The black tridents pounded against the outer defenses of the invincible realm, each enveloped in crackling black lightning, which resembled venomous serpents, endowing the tridents with formidable armor-piercing capabilities and terrifying destructive power. Confronted with the onslaught of tridents, Qin Tian remained unflinching that he inhaled deeply, his martial energy erupting like a volcano. Joining his hands in a seal, he proclaimed, Qian Kuan Sword Technique, sword stabilizing the universe. Instantly, a multitude of sword lights erupted from his being, weaving into a vast net that enveloped all the tridents. Each trident was shredded by the sword light, dissolving into motes of black energy that dissipated into the air. With his gaze sharpened, Qin Tian stepped forward, his form a blur as he charged towards the eagle beast. In an instant, he stood before the eagle beast, lightning flashing in his hand as a purple dragon sword materialized, its blade shimmering with mysterious radiance. But he leapt into the air, raising the dragon sword to strike fiercely at the eagle beast. Sensing the might of the blow, the eagle beast attempted to evade by flapping its wings. Yet, Qin Tian's speed was too overwhelming for it to escape. The dragon sword struck the eagle beast, producing a resounding crash. The beast howled in agony as it was hurled away, a deep gash left upon its form. Upon landing, Qin Tian wasted no time, relentlessly pursuing the wounded eagle beast, determined to vanquish this formidable foe entirely. With the spatial lock chain of martial techniques and the spatial tornado execution array, Qin Tian danced like a wraith around the eagle beast, launching ceaseless attacks. Each of his strikes bore immense power, forcing the eagle beast to retreat. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage from Qin Tian, the eagle beast fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Breathing heavily, Qin Tian gazed at the colossal creature before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, just as he prepared to leave, a wave of danger surged from behind. Turning swiftly, he beheld an even larger beast charging towards him. This creature resembled a dragon, its body covered in impenetrable scales, emanating a chilling aura. Qin Tian felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing he faced an even more formidable adversary. Yet, he did not waver, resolutely raising his dragon's sword to confront it. With the martial technique, 10,000 swords obliteration slash, a terrifying energy erupted behind Qin Tian, as if the very heavens sensed his fury, forming a colossal transparent energy sword that hurtled towards the retreating eagle beast. The transparent sword radiated a heart-stopping aura, rending the air in its wake with a sharp whistle. The eagle beast, sensing the impending threat, turned in terror, despair etched in its eyes that it attempted to evade. But the transparent sword's speed was insurmountable, catching up to it in an instant. With a resounding crash, the transparent sword pierced through the eagle beast's body, eliciting a pained scream as it was impaled. Blood splattering everywhere. Qin Tian observed the scene before him. Devoid of any pity, he understood that the eagle beast had ruled this territory, its existence threatening all surrounding life. He slowly approached, gazing down at the nearly lifeless eagle beast. Coldly declaring, "Your reign has come to an end," he turned away, leaving the lifeless form of the eagle beast behind, its body growing cold in the twilight's glow. The once piercingly sharp eyes of the eagle beast began to lose their brilliance, fading into a dull haze, as if life itself had drained away. Simultaneously, its massive form began to leak torrents of black gold blood, flowing like a river and rapidly staining the surrounding earth. As the blood pooled, a remarkable transformation occurred. Surrounding flora responded to some mysterious force, growing wildly in a frenzy. They shot upwards with astonishing speed, flourishing green leaves and blooming flowers, transforming the area into a vibrant garden. Moreover, these newly sprouted plants seemed to harbor some energy, enriching the area's vitality. This surge of energy invigorated the senses, as though one were immersed in a realm brimming with life and vigor. A resonant roar of a dragon echoed through the air, reverberating in the ears of the three individuals. Chapter 51. Defeat and Judgment. Witnessing his mother besieged, Qin Tian rushed to her side like an arrow released from a bow. His fist striking with the force of thunder, crackling with strands of fearsome purple lightning, accompanied by a fierce gale, surging forth with overwhelming might. Bang! 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 The air was pierced by a cacophony of sharp, slicing sounds, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qingyan unleashed a terrifying beam of energy resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, sending the formidable warriors reeling, like startled birds, as they desperately evaded this astonishing sword strike. The blade streaked across the void like a meteor, and in an instant, the surrounding space shattered like fragile glass, revealing a vast rift that erupted with a terrifying maelstrom of spatial turbulence. From Qin Tian's body, dozens of transparent chains of space materialized, swaying ominously in the air. Each chain, akin to a swimming dragon, lunged towards the powerful warriors, causing a tremendous tremor in the fabric of reality. The warriors gasped in shock, acutely aware of the immense power contained within these chains, and promptly unleashed their own martial techniques to defend themselves. In that moment, brilliance erupted, and the thunderous sounds of colliding energies filled the air. Qin Tian's gaze was icy as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations that as his chanting echoed. The spatial chains seemed to respond to an unseen call, becoming even more agile and ferocious. They darted through the void, relentlessly assailing the warriors, who found themselves hard-pressed to keep up. One warrior attempted to break free from the chain's grasp, but as he drew near, a chain lashed out violently, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, blood spurting from his mouth. The other warriors, witnessing this, were seized with terror, knowing that if this continued, they would inevitably fall to Qin Tian. Exchanging glances, they resolved to join forces and unleash a formidable martial technique in a bid to shatter Qin Tian's spatial chains. Heavenly Demon Sword. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Qin Tian conjured the sword as if performing a magical feat. And with a fierce slash, he sent forth a ghostly blue beam of energy. The sword light surged forth like a fierce dragon, clawing its way toward the adversaries. The overwhelming sword light cleaved through the sky, targeting the powerful high-tier warriors, who immediately summoned their mightiest techniques to counter this terrifying strike. As the sword light coursed through the air, it shattered everything in its path, colliding with the warriors' weapons, creating a cataclysmic rift in the heavens. In an instant, the world shifted, winds howled, and clouds roiled. The sword light, fierce as a battering ram, effortlessly tore through the defenses of its opponents, piercing their bodies directly. The warriors cried out in agony, their eyes filled with despair and resentment. Qin Tian stood motionless, the heavenly demon sword in his hand flickering with a faint glow. His expression remained indifferent, as if the slaughter had been naught but a trivial performance. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the howling wind. Qin Tian turned it apart, leaving behind a landscape strewn with corpses and chaos. His figure gradually vanished into the distance, leaving all to ponder who his next target might be. Approaching his mother, Qin Tian checked for any injuries sustained during the recent battle. After a meticulous examination, he found no wounds or hidden injuries. The mother and son transformed into streaks of light, swiftly heading towards Qin Zhantian's direction. That moment, Qin Zhantian was locked in a fierce struggle with a man clad in a white suit, their strengths evenly matched. The man in white, Yu Qin, distanced himself, summoning a silver trident. With a powerful swing, a massive whirlpool of ocean water coalesced above the trident, hurtling toward Qin Zhantian. Qin Zhantian pressed his left foot firmly, shattering the void beneath him and revealing a long fissure. Within this rift, a formidable sword aura coiled around a pitch-black longsword, its blade adorned with crimson patterns that lent it a fearsome, sinister appearance. Grasping the longsword, Qin Zhantian hovered in the air, facing the oncoming water sphere with unwavering resolve. He swung the sword, unleashing a black blade of light that cleaved the water sphere in twain. Yet, rather than dissipating, the sphere fragmented into countless droplets, like a rain of arrows, raining down upon him. With a flicker of motion, Qin Zhantian evaded the onslaught of droplets, simultaneously wielding his long sword to weave a web of interlaced sword lights that blocked the relentless assault. Observing this, the man in white smirked coldly. Gripping his trident tightly, he unleashed a colossal wave of water energy toward Qin Zhantian. Standing firm, the man in white wielded his trident, each motion generating ripples of immense force. The ocean surged, coalescing into towering water columns, each reaching heights of dozens of meters, as they charged toward Qin Zhantian with ferocity. Unfazed by the magnificent onslaught, Qin Zhantian tightened his grip on the sorcerer's great sword and began to gather power. His gaze remained steely and composed, emanating a formidable aura. As he focused his energy, the sword began to emanate a crimson glow, and dozens of blood-red sword auras shot forth from its tip, tracing elegant arcs through the air, infused with boundless killing intent as they surged toward the monstrous water dragons. With a series of sharp, piercing sounds, the blood-red sword auras collided with the water dragons, causing them to explode into a myriad of droplets. Meanwhile, the impact weakened the sword auras, yet they maintained their formidable offensive, continuing their advance. That I end this intense clash, the forces of both sides collided and dissipated, stirring the ocean into a tempest. That a dense mist enveloped the sky, obscuring visibility. Yet Qin Zhantian and the man in white remained unaffected, each executing their ultimate techniques in a bid to gain the upper hand. Blood Prison Concealed Dragon Strangling Annihilation Sword Formation. The blood-red longsword in Qin Zhantian's grasp emitted a series of resonant sounds. Behind him, countless blood-red swords surged forth, charging at the man in white. These swords formed a circle, encircling him, each radiating a terrifying aura of death, binding him with chains of blood. Gradually, these chains began to siphon the man's life force and blood. The man in white cried out in anguish, as his blood seemed to possess a life of its own. Steadily absorbed by the chains, that I end this moment of life and death, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. Enraged, the man in white roared thunderously, as the black seed within his heart erupted, releasing waves of chilling black energy. That I in an instant, his body swelled like an inflated balloon, transforming into a colossal beast, entirely enveloped in inky darkness. This beast let out a haunting roar that resonated through the heavens, unfurling its massive wings, each spanning between 3 to 10 meters, adorned with golden patterns, reminiscent of a starry night. Every feather of this beast was as hard as steel, formidable beyond measure. It bore a pair of razor-sharp claws akin to the scythes of death, capable of effortlessly rending the bodies of high-tier warriors. Seeing this, Qin Zhantian's eyes sharpened, and his sword techniques shifted once more. Flowing like a dragon, that he flickered through the air like a specter, wielding the blood-red longsword that blossomed like a crimson flower, creating a dazzling spectacle. Each strike was enveloped in an unmatched sword aura, slashing toward the black beast with the ferocity of a tempest. The beast flapped its wings mightily, conjuring fierce gales in an attempt to withstand Qin Zhantian's onslaught. However, Qin Zhantian's swordplay was akin to an unstoppable storm, surging forth with relentless momentum. Ultimately, a flash of cold light severed the beast's wings, causing blood to spout forth like a fountain as it plummeted into the sea, generating towering waves. Qin Zhantian stood resolute in the air, watching the fallen beast, a heavy weight lifting from his heart. The beast emitted a melodic cry, its wounded wings healing in an instant as it catapulted back into the sky, unleashing a swirling vortex of pitch-black energy, resembling a ferocious black dragon, as it lunged toward Qin Zhantian. Caught off guard, Qin Zhantian was sent reeling thousands of miles away, his garments shredded by the overwhelming force, leaving his muscular torso exposed to the air. Just then, Qin Tian and Shen Qingyan arrived like two shooting stars, swiftly gathering 5 streams of energy within them, erupting like a volcano to forge dozens of energy blades that surged toward the colossal beast with lightning speed. The beast emitted a sound wave of energy, sharp as 100 swords, shattering the energy blades into a dazzling display of sparks that scattered across the sky, leaving all in awe. The range of this sound wave spread like an infinite net, enveloping the heavens. Unfazed, Qin Tian immediately summoned his invincible domain and the realms of black and white swords, forming an impregnable fortress to withstand the terrifying sound waves. Under the formidable enhancement of the dual domains, This colossal eagle beast was instantly repelled thousands of miles, akin to a gust of wind sweeping through fallen leaves. The black and white sword domain emitted countless blades of ethereal energy, encircling the massive eagle beast within a tempest of sword chi. As countless sharp black and white energies gradually tore at the creature, causing it to emit anguished roars. Chapter 53. The Family Feast. The dragon, besieged by Shen Qingyan, Qin Zhantian, and Qin Tian, retreated like a frightened dog. Blades of light flashed like lightning, while the sharpness of the sword's edge was as fierce as a tempest, leaving the dragon's vast body marred with wounds that in an instant, the dragon's enormous form erupted with torrents of blue-gold blood, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Dragging its battered and swaying body, the dragon desperately flapped its massive wings, seeking to escape the onslaught of the three humans, resembling a startled ostrich attempting to bury its head in the sand. Yet its efforts were in vain, dragging it deeper into the abyss of despair. Observing this, Qin Zhantian unhesitatingly summoned the Blood Abyss Spear, hurling it towards the ascending dragon with the swiftness of an arrow. The Blood Abyss Spear, like a force of nature, pierced through the dragon's formidable scales, embedding itself into its flesh, delving further into its bones and veins. The spear tip radiated an eerie crimson glow, reminiscent of a demon's fang, slowly eroding the dragon's very essence. The dragon unleashed a deafening roar, and an ominous black light erupted from its body, akin to a demon awakening in the dark night. Its scales flowed like golden waves, gradually stained with black ink, while its horns blazed with a blood-red hue, and the golden light in its eyes was devoured, replaced by a sanguine glare that a surge of unparalleled violence and destructive energy emanated from its body. Heralding the arrival of an apocalyptic harbinger, the dragon twisted and turned like a tempestuous creature of the deep, pivoting its head and opening its abyss like maw, conjuring a terrifying beam of darkness that surged towards Qin Zhantian, Shen Qingyan, and Qin Tian. The three leapt skyward like arrows released from a bow, their weapons bursting forth with radiant brilliance, resembling falling stars as they coalesced into three distinct energy waves, akin to rainbows. Aimed at the dragon's head, to in a swift flick of its tail, the dragon effortlessly deflected the oncoming waves of energy, as if they were mere trifles. Qin Tian and Shen Qingyan, mother and son, swiftly harnessed their martial energies, conjuring countless energy swords that rained down upon the dragon like a meteor shower. These energy blades struck the dragon's massive form with formidable force, tearing through its flesh and reopening wounds, causing torrents of blue-gold blood to spill forth, resembling scattered gemstones in the sky that in a flash. The dragon executed its innate skill, space transference, escaping from this perilous realm as three cataclysmic energy waves crashed into the rift in space. Qin Tian, Shen Qingyan, and Qin Zhantian promptly sheathed their weapons. Qin Tian, like a wraith, instantaneously appeared beside the corpse of the eagle beast, discovering within it an enormous inner core of the demon beast. This core resembled a resplendent emerald, radiating a magnificent green hue, infused with boundless energy. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a dazzling green brilliance, breathtakingly beautiful. After tossing the inner core to Qin Zhantian, the three vanished like phantoms back to the Qin family villa, where specialized personnel would handle the aftermath. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and soon 3 days had passed. Today marked the 80th birthday of the patriarch of the Qin family that a grand celebration was not held. Instead, a simple meal was prepared for the returning descendants. Numerous direct and collateral descendants of the Qin family flocked back to the old residence, bearing carefully prepared gifts for the patriarch. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, akin to boiling water, filled with joyous conversations and laughter. Many children, like untamed horses, frolicked in playful abandon. Seated nearby, the patriarch observed the children with a long-lost smile that resembled the warm sun of spring. In the blink of an eye, the birthday feast commenced. The first to present were Qin Zhantian and his daughter-in-law, Shen Qingyan, who cautiously unveiled a precious elixir known as the longevity pill, said to extend one's life by 7 to 10 years. Shen Qingyan then produced a red walnut, akin to a brilliant ruby, and handed it to the patriarch. This walnut, entirely crimson and resembling a blazing flame, was exquisitely beautiful. The patriarch cradled it in his hands. rubbing it fondly, clearly enamored. "You are all so thoughtful. I truly cherish these gifts," he expressed. "As long as you are pleased, father," Qin Zhantian replied. Next, various collateral descendants presented their gifts, all of which the patriarch accepted with gratitude. Before he gestured for everyone to take their seats and enjoy the meal. Just as the guests indulged in the feast, faint sounds of argument arose from a distant corner. Chapter 54: Escalating Conflicts. The quarrel gradually diminished until it vanished, restoring the previously serene atmosphere to its lively state. People continued to raise their glasses and cheer, laughter echoing in the air at tea. This moment, a man in blue poured a cup of tea for a plump, middle-aged woman, offering it to her. However, the woman appeared displeased and pushed the man's gesture away with a single hand. The push was more forceful than intended, causing the scalding tea to splash all over her face. The searing liquid elicited a pained grimace, prompting her to cry out in agony. Enraged by the burn, the middle-aged woman swiftly raised her hand and slapped the man in blue across the face. The crisp sound of the slap resonated throughout the room, drawing the attention of all present, who turned to witness the unfolding conflict. "Mother, please don't do this. Sit down." Realizing the situation was dire, Lin Weiyu hurriedly approached her mother, urging her to take a seat. Meanwhile, she quickly stood up, raising her glass to the crowd, apologizing. "I'm terribly sorry, everyone. My mother and husband had a small disagreement that I hope you will overlook it." After downing her drink, she smiled gratefully at the gathering. Upon hearing Lin Weiyu's apology, the guests expressed their indifference, and the banquet resumed. Nevertheless, Lin's mother remained unyielding, pointing at the man in blue, scolding, "Look at you. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What good are you?" The man in blue bowed his head, silent, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Noticing this, Lin Weiyu quickly pulled her mother away from the banquet hall, leading her to a secluded corner. "Mom, please stop causing a scene. Today is the patriarch's birthday. Can you not give me some face?" she implored. Lin's mother dismissed her concern. "I'm just teaching him a lesson." "Who told him to provoke me?" Lin Weiyu sighed in resignation, aware of her mother's temperament. Knowing that once a decision was made, it was difficult to change. Determined to calm her mother, she guided her to sit on a nearby sofa. "It's all your fault that my daughter had to act out in front of so many people. Just wait until we get home. I'll see how to deal with you." The man in blue stood frozen, his lips trembling as he struggled to form a coherent sentence. His gaze flickered uneasily, as if grappling with intense internal conflict. Ultimately, he sighed in defeat, as if relinquishing some form of resistance. Quietly following Lin's mother, with his head bowed, his steps were heavy and slow, each one bearing the weight of unending pressure and discord that as their figures gradually faded from view, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and somber. As if heralding an impending storm, Lin Weiyu felt a pang of helplessness. She turned to blend into the crowd, engaging with other members of the Qin family, yet her gaze often drifted towards the direction of the departing man in blue, revealing her underlying concern. After the banquet concluded, Lin Weiyu returned home. Upon entering, she found her mother seated in the living room, her expression dark. "Mom, are you still angry with Lu Ming?" Lin Weiyu inquired cautiously. "Humph! That useless fellow made me lose face at the banquet." Lin's mother retorted indignantly. "Mom, please don't speak of him that way. That it was just an accident. Don't hold it against him." Lin Weiyu defended the man in blue. "I don't care. He made me unhappy, so he deserves punishment." Lin's mother insisted obstinately. Just then, the man in blue entered the room, his head bowed, unable to meet Lin's mother's gaze. "How dare you show your face here?" Lin's mother scolded. The man in blue flinched, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Mom. I realize my mistake." "Enough, Mom. Please don't scold him anymore," Lin Weiyu interjected once more. Lin's mother glanced between her daughter and the man in blue, ultimately softening her stance. "This time, I shall let it pass. Be more cautious in your endeavors henceforth." The man in the blue attire, visibly relieved, cast a grateful glance at Qin Weiyu. She responded with a gentle smile and a nod, assuring him to rest easy. The 3-year deadline was fast approaching, and when it arrived, "I shall astonish you all that I intend to make those who have belittled and insulted me deeply regret their actions. I will grant Yue a grand wedding." Making her the happiest woman in the world, Liu Ming displayed an exaggerated grin, his mouth stretching unnaturally wide, creating a rather terrifying visage. Qin Tian was observing Lu Ming and Qin Yue's return home through the system. During their earlier quarrel, he had surreptitiously deployed a transparent micro-nano robot onto Lu Ming, capable of transmitting everything it witnessed back to the system. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Tian had witnessed it all. He silently vowed to showcase his prowess when the 3-year period expired, ensuring that everyone would regard him with newfound respect. In the days that followed, Qin Tian devoted himself to rigorous training, continuously enhancing his abilities. Simultaneously, he was secretly orchestrating an astonishing plan to make those who had once scorned him pay dearly. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, undeterred by Qin Mu's forgiveness, understood that he must grow stronger to be worthy of Qin Weiyu. Thus, he began to seek opportunities far and wide, hoping to achieve a breakthrough. Time sped by, and the 3-year mark finally arrived. Both Qin Tian and Lu Ming were prepared, and a thrilling confrontation was on the horizon. "Are you ready to receive the surprise I have prepared for you, Lu Ming?" The following day, the morning sun pierced the thick clouds like golden arrows, gently illuminating the earth below. Everything on the ground seemed to bask in this warmth, swaying their tender green leaves in a display of boundless vitality and vigor. Each green leaf resembled a sprite of nature, gracefully dancing in unison with the sunlight. Their existence infused the world with life. Brimming with hope and energy, Lu Ming stood atop a towering building, gazing down at the bustling cityscape. His eyes reflected a sense of determination and confidence. Behind him, a group of figures clad in black suits stood respectfully. After 3 long years, the day had finally arrived, Lu Ming murmured. Taking a deep breath, he vanished from sight like a specter. That very moment, Lu Ming arrived at the appointed location, exuding an aura of formidable power. His eyes glinting with a chilling light. Tianba, today marks the day we settle our score, Lu Ming declared through gritted teeth. Almost instantly, both combatants launched their attacks, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the very ground trembled. They moved like lightning, transforming into 2 brilliant streaks of light that raced through the sky. Their speed was astonishing, covering thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, arriving above a vast, untamed jungle. This primordial forest was home to a plethora of bizarre and colossal plants, some towering dozens of meters high like ancient sentinels. Others sprawled across the ground, creating a lush sea of green. Li Tianba's gaze sharpened as he initiated the assault, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with immense force, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, aimed squarely at Lu Ming. The punch was formidable, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space as it hurtled toward Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a kick aimed at Li Tianba's abdomen. Li Tianba staggered back a few steps, but quickly regained his footing and charged at Lu Ming once more. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to yield. A stalemate ensued. Suddenly, Li Tianba unleashed a devastating technique, sending forth a wave of potent energy toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swiftly summoned his martial prowess, projecting a light barrier in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of energy. However, the wave's power exceeded his expectations, shattering the barrier instantly. Just as the energy wave was about to strike Lu Ming, he concentrated fiercely, channeling all his strength to create an afterimage, narrowly evading the attack. Gasping for breath, Lu Ming realized that mere evasion would not suffice to conquer Li Tianba. He needed to seize an opportunity for counterattack. At that moment, Li Tianba pressed the advantage, launching several energy waves in rapid succession. Lu Ming skillfully maneuvered through the air, dodging the onslaught. Seizing the moment, he accelerated toward Li Tianba, delivering a powerful palm strike. The wind howled around him, an imposing force to Li Tianba sensed Lu Ming's offensive and swiftly sidestepped. Nevertheless, Lu Ming's palm strike collided with a nearby colossal tree, causing it to crash down and kick up a cloud of dust. Observing this, Li Tianba furrowed his brow, taken aback by Lu Ming's unexpected strength. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to catch his breath, preparing for the next wave of attack. Lu Ming's movements became ghostly, evading Li Tianba's grasp. He unleashed a rapid succession of strikes, each imbued with tremendous power. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both combatants refusing to relent. In a critical moment, Lu Ming identified a vulnerability in Li Tianba's defense, closing in and landing a strike to his chest. Li Tianba let out a grunt, stumbling backward. However, Lu Ming did not pursue. He paused to catch his breath, the previous blow having drained much of his energy. To Li Tianba, clutching his chest, exhibited a flicker of surprise and resentment. He had not anticipated being struck by Lu Ming, yet he recognized that Lu Ming was equally fatigued. The two locked eyes, neither willing to make the first move. The atmosphere around them became palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, bringing a chill. Liu Ming inhaled deeply, mentally recalibrating himself. He understood that the next strike would determine the outcome of their battle. The claw of the rending wind, Liu Ming's fingers morphed into lethal talons as he lunged at Li Tianba. The diamond fist. Their fists and claws clashed, sending both combatants staggering back several paces. Their hands trembling from the impact, Li Tianba's palm merely quivered with a twinge of pain, while Lu Ming's hand bled profusely. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Lu Ming knew that showing weakness now would only invite a more ferocious attack. Li Tianba, observing the blood streaming from Lu Ming's hand, felt a flicker of fear, but he realized that his opponent was far more resilient than he had anticipated. The wind picked up again, and with steely determination. Lu Ming struck first. He wielded his fingers like a sword, unleashing a series of fierce sword techniques aimed at Li Tianba's vital points that Li Tianba hastily evaded while retaliating with his own ultimate move. Engaging Lu Ming in a deadly duel in an instant, the air shimmered with light, sword energy crisscrossing. They exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. A crucial moment. Lu Ming seized the opportunity, piercing through Li Tianba's defenses and pressing the sword tip against his throat. Li Tianba's eyes widened in disbelief. Liu Ming panted, declaring, "You have lost." Li Tianba sighed in resignation, discarding his weapon. The fierce battle had finally reached its conclusion, with Lu Ming triumphing through indomitable will and exceptional skill. Chapter 55. The Ambush. Just as Lu Ming was about to depart, numerous shadowy figures emerged from the forest, manifesting like phantoms. They were cloaked in pitch-black garments, their faces bearing a faint blue hue, their eyes gleaming with an eerie light, reminiscent of demons from the abyss. These individuals moved with remarkable agility, darting through the darkened woods, launching an assault on Lu Ming and Li Tianba. They struck like wraiths, simultaneously hurling dozens of sharp throwing darts at Lu Ming and Li Tianba. The darts glimmered menacingly, akin to the scythes of death, mercilessly flying toward their faces. Liu Ming reacted swiftly, deftly sidestepping the barrage of darts. Rolling on the ground to evade the lethal onslaught, he quickly regained his footing, skillfully deflecting a few incoming darts with his sword. Meanwhile, Li Tianba showcased his formidable prowess with a flick of his wrists. A 3.3-meter-long staff materialized in his grasp. He wielded the staff with precision, batting away the incoming darts one by one. Yet, the mysterious assailants showed no signs of ceasing their relentless assault. They moved rapidly, constantly shifting their positions, continuing to throw an array of bizarre weapons, keeping Lu Ming and Li Tianba on high alert. Both warriors remained vigilant, dodging attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter. Several of the shadowy figures sprouted wings from their backs, dark as night, and with a powerful flap, they unleashed a flurry of green poison needles. Li Tianba swung his staff in a whirlwind to block the onslaught of needles. Liu Ming, in a sudden burst of speed, attempted to ambush the flying assailants, but they were quick to sense his approach. Several turned, unleashing energy blades with their massive wings, sending Lu Ming hurtling through the air. Liu Ming crashed heavily to the ground, the impact reverberating like thunder. His body collided violently with the earth, fracturing several ribs, a searing pain washing over him like a tide, nearly rendering him unconscious. Blood surged from his mouth, staining his clothing crimson. The place where he fell created a massive crater, debris flying as nearby trees trembled. Liu Ming lay at the bottom of the pit, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. He struggled to open his eyes. Yet his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, refusing to lift. A dull buzzing echoed in his ears, as if the entire world were spinning around him. He attempted to rise, but his body was entirely unresponsive, each movement sending a jolt of excruciating pain through him. Just when Lu Ming thought he was on the brink of death, a powerful force surged from within him. This force was warm and gentle, quickly spreading throughout his body, mending his injuries. Liu Ming's consciousness gradually cleared, and he was astonished to find that his wounds were healing at an astonishing pace, that in no time his body was fully restored. He leapt from the pit, feeling the immense power coursing through him, that he understood that this was a miraculous escape from death and a pivotal moment in his destiny. From that moment on, he would no longer be an ordinary person, but one endowed with extraordinary power and purpose. That Tianba found himself ensnared by black tendrils, tightly coiled around a massive tree. He struggled with all his might. Yet the tendril's strength was overwhelming, rendering him helpless. The black appendages lashed against his body, each strike inflicting immense pain. Gritting his teeth, Li Tianba bore the agony, searching for a weakness in the tendrils. His gaze sharpened as he meticulously observed their movements. Suddenly, he discerned a pattern in their attacks. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Li Tianba concentrated all his strength and forcefully freed one hand. He swiftly grasped the tendril, yanking it in an attempt to dislodge it from the tree. However, the tendril clung stubbornly to its perch, refusing to budge. That Tianba did not relent. He continued to battle the tendrils. His body was battered and bruised, yet his fighting spirit grew ever more resolute. He knew that only by overcoming these tendrils could he forge ahead. Under Li Tianba's tenacious resistance, the tendrils' attacks gradually waned. Ultimately, he successfully liberated himself from their grasp and fell from the tree. He landed heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, yet his eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. With a fierce roar, Li Tianba swung his staff like a soaring dragon, striking at the black tendrils with renewed vigor. The staff whistled through the air, colliding with the tendrils and producing a deep thud. Yet, more black tendrils surged forth like a tidal wave, surrounding Li Tianba completely, that he agilely weaved through the tendrils, his staff dancing, creating flickering shadows as he endeavored to fend off their onslaught. However, the sheer number of tendrils and their devious attacks soon began to overwhelm him. Suddenly, a tendril took advantage of his momentary lapse, breaking through his defenses and striking him viciously on the back. Li Tianba grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clenching his teeth against the pain, he pressed on in the battle against the tendrils. In this dire moment, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. That he took a deep breath, channeling all his inner strength into his staff, then swung with all his might. That a powerful beam of light erupted from the staff, instantly severing the surrounding tendrils. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tianba broke free from the encirclement and fled into the distance. That he knew he must find allies quickly. Otherwise, he would struggle to defeat these sinister black tendrils. The tendrils twisted and writhed like malevolent serpents, intertwining to form an immense shroud of darkness, resembling a ferocious beast lunging toward Li Tianba. He dared not delay, swiftly summoning his inner strength to unleash his golden eye fist. Blazing like a meteor streaking toward the dark mist, the golden fist swelled in the sky, akin to a resplendent sun, crashing down upon the black mist. The impact ignited a cataclysmic explosion within the dark shroud, a deafening roar reverberating through the heavens, as if the very fabric of the world quaked in response. The violent explosion cleaved a massive gap in the black mist, yet in the blink of an eye, the mist reformed as if it possessed a life of its own, mockingly returning to its original state. After consuming the golden fist, the black mist morphed into a colossal dark bird, its cavernous maw unleashing terrifying black-blue energy beams that struck at Li Tianba like deadly lightning. Li Tianba wielded his staff with fervor, attempting to shield himself from the onslaught of the dark bird's energy blasts. Yet the energy beams surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, crashing into Li Tianba and propelling him hundreds of miles away. As if he were a kite severed from its string, his body skidded across the ground, akin to a flaming meteor tracing a long arc until it collided with a massive rock, finally coming to a halt. His form lay battered and bloodied, the crimson staining the earth beneath him, a testament to the brutal battle. That Li Tianba felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing his body, blood spilling forth like a torrential flood. His hands shattered from the relentless assault, and the bones in his feet protruded grotesquely from his flesh, a sight that would chill the bones of any onlooker. His eyes, dull and lifeless, remained fixed on the dark bird. Moments later, the dark bird descended beside him, its massive eyes, like lanterns, glowering menacingly at Li Tianba. Without warning, its razor-sharp talons seized him with a vice-like grip, lifting him into the air and shaking him violently before tossing him aside like a discarded rag. The impact with a nearby rock was thunderous, creating a deep crater upon collision that as the thick dust settled. Li Tianba lay lifeless, a cold corpse devoid of breath. However, at that moment, Li Tianba's body erupted in a brilliant light. His wounds rapidly healed, and shattered bones rejoined as if by magic. He slowly opened his eyes. Shimmering with an otherworldly glow did I end that life-or-death moment. He had inadvertently awakened the mysterious power lying dormant within him that Li Tianba stood, radiating an overwhelming aura. He gazed at the dark bird, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Come forth, monster. Let us end this," he bellowed, propelling himself toward the creature like a bolt of lightning. Observing this from the shadows, the enigmatic masked figure smiled and remarked, "Truly, he is the false child of fate. Though not as fortunate as those favored by destiny, his luck far surpasses that of ordinary mortals, and no wonder he can rise from the dead. He must possess some sort of one-time revival artifact. Otherwise, how could he recover so completely from such grievous injuries? Continue to besiege them. I refuse to believe that with this relentless tide of shadow soldiers, we cannot wear them down." The mysterious masked man commanded the shadow elite soldiers kneeling nearby, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. Upon receiving the order, the shadow elite soldiers vanished like a gust of wind, swiftly executing the masked man's directives. The ensuing barrage of attacks intensified in speed and frequency. Resembling a tempestuous storm, the surrounding shadow soldiers executed a relentless cycle of assaults, overwhelming Lu Ming and Li Tianba, who found themselves unable to catch their breath. That as they fought, they leaned against each other, panting like trapped beasts, alternating their attacks in a desperate struggle. Chapter 56. The pain of severed limbs. A flurry of sharp darts descended upon Lu Ming and Li Tianba like a torrential downpour, raining down upon them with relentless fury. Initially, they managed to withstand some of the onslaught, but as the darts surged forth in ever-increasing numbers, wounds began to mar their bodies, their clothing torn and tattered. Blood flowing profusely, the rhythm and precision of their weapon swings grew sluggish. The flying Cloudbat soldiers shouted with abandon, darting through the air like a frenzied swarm, unleashing a barrage of blue energy beams. Behind them, the colossal dark bird emerged, resembling a moving mountain. Under the dual assault of the Cloudbat soldiers and the dark bird, the two men had no choice but to take to the air, evading the attacks like startled prey. The Cloudbat soldiers and the dark bird sped toward the sky, forming a dense, swirling vortex of darkness. This terrifying black whirlwind resembled a multitude of savage beasts, composed of the chilling shadow soldiers of the Cloudbat Legion. The shadow soldiers opened their gaping maws, emitting piercing sonic waves that crashed down upon Li Tianba and Lu Ming like thunderous artillery. In the high skies, the overwhelming sonic assault struck like a tidal wave, sending Li Tianba and Lu Ming spiraling away. The powerful sound waves caused blood to seep from their orifices, their internal organs momentarily halting in their rhythm, as if time itself had frozen. Yet, in an instant, their bodies resumed their vital functions, as if engaged in a harrowing tug-of-war with death. At this juncture, both Li Tianba and Lu Ming were battered and bruised. Forced to flee like frightened animals, utterly devoid of the strength to fight back, in the vast expanse of the sky, the two figures transformed into streaks of radiant light, desperately fleeing into the distance. The shadowy soldiers of the Cloudbat Legion, along with a menacing black avian creature, relentlessly pursued them, intermittently unleashing energy beams that streaked towards the duo like bolts of lightning. Li Tianba and Lu Ming exerted every ounce of their strength to soar forward, acutely aware that the Cloudbat Legion was closing in on them. Suddenly, a dense forest emerged ahead. Exchanging a glance, they charged into the thicket without hesitation. The towering trees of the forest provided a much-needed respite. Yet the Cloudbat Legion refused to relent, circling above in search of their quarry. Concealed amidst the foliage, Li Tianba and Lu Ming strategized their next move. They resolved to leverage their surroundings to mount a counterattack and began gathering branches and stones to fashion rudimentary weapons. As the Cloudbat Legion approached once more, they launched a surprise assault, hurling their makeshift weapons and striking down several soldiers, causing chaos to erupt. Seizing the opportunity, they continued their flight, hoping to evade their relentless pursuers. Like ravenous wolves, the Cloudbat Legion refocused their attention, unleashing a barrage of energy beams At last, a concentrated onslaught struck Li Tianba, impacting half of his body and sending him plummeting from the sky like a meteor. Crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater hundreds of meters deep, Liu Ming descended with the swiftness of lightning, reaching the gaping pit just as he prepared to lift Li Tianba. However, the Cloudbat Legion unleashed dozens of energy beams, raining down upon the two with ferocity, inflicting excruciating pain that caused them to gasp as if pierced by 1,000 needles that in that moment of agony. They instinctively summoned their weapons, unleashing a formidable energy staff, strike akin to a mighty dragon, and a whirlwind-like energy sword attack. The Shadow Soldiers retaliated with their razor-sharp claws, launching a spectral assault towards Li Tianba and Liu Ming. Their attacks collided mid-air, reminiscent of two celestial bodies colliding, resulting in a violent explosion that propelled both warriors backward by several meters. Enduring the pain, Li Tianba and Liu Ming struggled to rise from the ground. They understood that passivity would only exacerbate their plight. After a brief exchange of resolute glances, they resolved to confront the crisis together. With determination, Li Tianba gripped his energy staff tightly, a brilliant light radiating from it, while Liu Ming concentrated, unleashing a powerful energy sword strike that tore through the air around them. They engaged the Cloudbat Legion in a breathtaking battle for survival, fueled by an indomitable spirit. Amidst the fierce clash, Li Tianba keenly observed that the leader of the Cloudbat Legion stood at the rear, orchestrating the onslaught that an idea sparked within him. He subtly signaled to Liu Ming to divert the attention of the other soldiers while he stealthily maneuvered behind the commander. At that moment, the leader remained oblivious to Li Tianba's approach, wholly engrossed in directing the assault, unaware of the imminent threat behind him. With a firm grip on his energy staff, Li Tianba's eyes gleamed with determination. As he neared the leader, he unleashed his full strength, striking the commander's back with a forceful blow. The leader let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground. This unexpected turn of events plunged the entire Cloudbat Legion into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tianba and Liu Ming swiftly broke free from the encirclement, racing deeper into the forest without a moment's pause. Yet, they were unaware of the multitude of unknown dangers that lay ahead. Undeterred, they pressed on, their sole purpose being to find a safe haven to recuperate and regain their strength. Like wild stallions unleashed, Li Tianba and Liu Ming galloped through the dense thicket, cautious not to soar too high lest they attract attention. Desperately seeking a sanctuary to conceal themselves and heal. Just as they felt the weight of exhaustion closing in, a dilapidated cave appeared before them, shrouded in an eerie aura. Inside the cave, overgrown weeds writhed like serpents, occasionally accompanied by ominous beastly roars, as if echoing from the depths of hell. At that moment, Li Tianba and Liu Ming were utterly spent, their strength seemingly depleted. They leaned against one another, akin to two wounded creatures, inching forward to the cave with a snail's pace. Each movement demanded immense effort, as if they might collapse at any moment. Yet, their eyes radiated unwavering resolve, silently declaring their unwillingness to surrender. Tension coursed through their veins, akin to a taut bowstring, ready to snap at the slightest disturbance. Clutching their weapons, their last line of defense and hope for survival, their fingers trembled slightly but never loosened their grip. They understood this was their sole means of protection. The martial energy within them surged like tumultuous waves, pushing them to their limits. This formidable power invigorated their bodies, yet it also imposed a tremendous burden. Their faces paled, lips cracked, sweat trickling down their brows and splattering upon the ground like droplets of despair. They remained on high alert, acutely aware of their surroundings, knowing that even the slightest lapse could lead to dire consequences. Their gazes, sharp as hawks, scrutinized every anomaly, poised to counter any perceived threat with swiftness and precision. As Li Tianba and Liu Ming cautiously explored the cave's depths, they discovered no monsters lurking within, a wave of relief washing over them as they plopped down beside a low fire. Surrounded by towering piles of desiccated wood, Liu Ming swiftly brandished his sword, its blade gleaming coldly as he sliced through the timber with the precision of a master craftsman. He then employed the same technique to divide the larger pieces into smaller fragments. Subsequently, he utilized the ancient art of friction to kindle a fire, coaxing flames to life that flickered warmly, casting a comforting glow upon their weary faces. Sitting beside the fire, Li Tianba and Lu Ming warmed their chilled, damp bodies, shedding their soaked garments to inspect their injuries. They retrieved healing elixirs from their spatial rings, eagerly consuming them as the potions dissolved in their mouths. Potent medicinal properties enveloped their wounded forms, gradually mending their injuries and alleviating their pain. That Li Tianba draped the large blanket over himself and closed his eyes, preparing for a much-needed respite. That he understood that the days ahead may prove arduous. Yet now was the time to regain his strength. Soon, his breathing deepened, and his snores echoed through the cave, reverberating like a lullaby that soothed those around him. Observing Li Tianba's slumber, Lu Ming too gradually closed his eyes, striving to calm his racing thoughts. Hoping for a moment of peace within the tranquil surroundings, he sank into his dreams, momentarily forgetting the chaos outside. However, at precisely 2:30 in the morning, a menacing aura enveloped the cave, abruptly rousing both Li Tianba and Lu Ming. Their acute senses detected an imminent threat. Outside the cave, a cadre of shadowy soldiers clad in black armor approached stealthily, brandishing various weapons, their eyes glinting with a ruthless light. These soldiers, expertly trained and moving with precision, escalated the tension in the atmosphere. Exchanging a glance, Li Tianba and Lu Ming understood that confrontation was inevitable. Gripping their weapons tightly, they braced themselves for the impending assault. As the shadow soldiers drew closer, the cave began to tremble ominously. Countless darts and energy beams rained down like a torrential storm, fracturing the cave's rocky interior as debris plummeted from above. Li Tianba and Lu Ming nimbly evaded the onslaught, their agility unhindered by the enemy's relentless barrage. Chapter 57. The diminishing fortune. In an instant, Lu Ming and Li Tianba summoned their martial forms, their presences resembling two resplendent stars, one a golden steed, the other a crimson shark. Their martial embodiments surged forth, transforming into torrents of energy, akin to a deluge sweeping towards the shadow soldiers. The soldiers raised their black shields, forming an impenetrable barrier against the oncoming force of energy. Li Tianba and Lu Ming's martial forms collided with the soldiers' defenses like ferocious beasts, relentlessly battering against the line of shadowy warriors. Yet the soldiers' formation remained steadfast, impenetrable as stone, unwavering against the violent onslaught of their martial avatars. Simultaneously, the shadow soldiers surged forward like a relentless tide, continuously crashing against the towering figures of Li Tianba and Lu Ming. In the fleeting moment, the bodies of the two martial avatars were intricately covered with minuscule cracks, resembling a spider's web. Li Batian and Lu Ming staggered backward in unison, crimson blood incessantly gushing from their mouths, akin to vibrant blood blossoms bursting forth in the air. Immediately thereafter, two terrifying flames shot forth from a distant point, resembling two ferocious fire dragons, hurtling towards the martial avatars of the two men with an unstoppable force. The horrific flames ruthlessly scorched their martial forms, inciting anguished wails that echoed through the air as torrents of blood erupted from their bodies, flowing like a fountain of dark blue blood from their 7 orifices. Lu Ming and Li Batian propelled themselves forward, causing cracks to appear in the ground beneath their feet. They simultaneously swung their weapons, launching an attack against the shadow soldiers. Their figures glided through the ranks of shadow warriors like phantoms, their weapons glinting with a chilling light, each strike blossoming into a spray of blood. The shadow soldiers, undeterred, retaliated with their own assaults against Lu Ming and Li Batian. However, their attacks proved utterly ineffective against the two warriors. With each passing moment, Lu Ming and Li Batian's onslaught grew more ferocious, resulting in devastating casualties among the shadow soldiers. At last, the shadow soldiers began to crumble, turning to flee in disarray, yet Lu Ming and Li Batian showed no mercy. They relentlessly pursued the shadow soldiers until none remained. Standing shoulder to shoulder on the blood-soaked battlefield, Lu Ming and Li Batian cast cold gazes upon the mountain of corpses before them. Once vibrant lives now lay scattered across the ground, cold remnants exuding a palpable aura of death. Surprisingly, the fallen shadow soldiers began to coalesce once more from the earth, rising like undying phantoms, brimming with an insatiable thirst for blood and determination, ready to continue the brutal conflict. That moment, a mysterious masked leader emerged silently from the shadows, his steps steady and resolute, each footfall resonating like a tremor in the hearts of Lu Ming and Li Batian. As he approached, the surrounding shadow soldiers swiftly parted, creating a wide passage in reverence for this enigmatic figure. Unfazed, Lu Ming's eyes glinted with determination as he struck first without hesitation, with a sweep of his long sword. A terrifying blade of energy howled forth, cleaving through the void with cataclysmic might, aimed directly at the masked leader. Yet, the masked leader remained unperturbed, that he raised a hand, and with a subtle gesture, a formidable wave of energy surged forth like a towering mountain, bearing down upon Lu Ming with unparalleled pressure. Boom, boom. The earth shook with two thunderous roars as the colossal energy palm obliterated the fearsome blade of energy. In that instant, Lu Ming felt an irresistible force pressing upon him, as if the very world were collapsing, that he let out a furious roar, but his body was instantly pinned to the ground. Immobile. Pain coursed through him as if his limbs and bones were being crushed, and blood erupted from his mouth, staining the earth beneath him. Meanwhile, his internal organs fought desperately against this terrifying pressure, striving to safeguard his life. The masked leader reacted with remarkable swiftness, turning his gaze toward Li Batian with piercing intensity that in the next moment, two beams of golden energy shot forth from his eyes, striking Li Batian like lightning. Caught completely off guard, Li Batian was hurled through the air, soaring several thousand meters away. He plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a distant rock formation. The force of the impact shattered the surrounding rocks, sending dust swirling into the libation's body sank deeply into the stone, lifeless and stilled in an instant. Libation's head drooped slowly, and his limbs grew weak and limp. Ultimately, he could no longer sustain his life, his breath fading away into nothingness. Yet at that moment, a pale blue orb of light emerged from his lifeless form, emitting a faint glow as though imbued with some mysterious energy. Qin Tian, quick on the uptake, seized the orb and began to refine it gradually. As the refinement progressed, a stream of pure and potent energy flowed into Qin Tian's being, invigorating him with a sense of refreshing lightness, as if all fatigue and pain had been swept away. Just as Lu Ming teetered on the brink of death, his ring suddenly radiated a blinding white light. This brilliance was so intense it seemed poised to pierce the heavens. The mysterious light enveloped Lu Ming, wrapping him in its warm embrace. With the illumination surrounding him, Lu Ming's aura underwent a remarkable transformation. The once feeble vitality surged forth like a volcanic eruption, and his body emanated powerful energy waves as his strength soared to an astonishing half-step martial deity realm. At that moment, Lu Ming felt as though he had been reborn, his power exponentially magnified. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the cave, soaring through the skies with breathtaking speed. Meanwhile, Qin Tian observed this entire spectacle with a furrowed brow, his expression betraying surprise and wariness at Lu Ming's sudden surge in strength. However, he did not linger in indecision. With a decisive wave of his hand, the surrounding shadow soldiers vanished without a trace, slipping into the ground like phantoms merging with the darkness. Qin Tian himself employed a teleportation technique, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye in the Qin family villa. Qin Tian reclined upon the soft sofa, the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host, on severely wounding the fated son Lu Ming. Congratulations, host, on defeating the fated son Li Batian. The fortune of fated son Li Batian has been entirely nullified. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1,500,000 face-slapping points. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 2 million face-slapping points. The system's voice resonated incessantly in his mind, each utterance igniting immense excitement within Qin Tian, that he had not anticipated such an effortless triumph over these two formidable foes, particularly Lu Ming, whom he had expected to be a challenging adversary. Yet, the reality proved far less daunting than he had imagined. As for the fated son Li Batian, his fate had been sealed. Once reliant on false fortunes, he had acted with arrogance and disdain. Now, stripped of all fortune, he was left as nothing more than an ordinary cultivator. This entire episode underscored a singular truth. In this world, power reigns supreme. Only with sufficient strength can one seize their own destiny. Unshackled from the influence of others, taking a deep breath, Qin Tian felt a slight tremor within his body, as if he could sense the surging, volcanic power coursing through him, that he closed his eyes. Immersing himself in the sensation of this formidable energy, flowing throughout his being, a tide of indescribable excitement and pride swelling within him, that he understood that this victory was merely the beginning. Greater challenges awaited him in the future. Yet he felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with anticipation and courage that he firmly believed that with relentless effort and unwavering determination, he could vanquish all foes and ascend to the pinnacle of power. As he slowly opened his eyes and gazed toward the distant horizon, his expression was resolute and confident that he beheld the vast, boundless sky, the infinite expanse of the universe, and the limitless possibilities that lay ahead. In his heart, he recognized the world as immense and teeming with mysteries waiting to be explored. Thus, he resolved to no longer settle for the status quo, but to press onward toward higher realms. He sought to cultivate greater strength, mastering the profound intricacies of martial arts and becoming a true powerhouse in that moment. Qin Tian vowed, "I shall surpass myself, break through my limits, and scale the heights of martial arts." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the heavens and reverberating through the earth. This was not merely a statement. It was the embodiment of his innermost beliefs and resolve, regardless of how treacherous the path ahead may be, or the adversities he might encounter. He would not falter, but would steadfastly forge ahead. His gaze grew brighter, as if ablaze with a fiery passion, that he would embark upon a new journey with this fervor and dedication. Along the arduous path of martial arts, he would undoubtedly encounter countless adversaries. Yet he felt no fear, for he believed that only through confronting formidable foes could he continually enhance his prowess. Each battle was an opportunity for growth, and every challenge a stepping stone toward success. Qin Tian would forever nurture a curiosity for the unknown and a yearning for power that he aspired to explore those enigmatic realms, unravel ancient mysteries, and uncover the treasures hidden within the world. He sought to make his name resonate across the continent, becoming a legendary figure revered by all that on the road to pursuing his dreams. Qin Tian would not be alone, that he would forge bonds with like-minded companions, facing challenges and adversities together. They would support one another, progress collectively, and pen their resplendent saga. Qin Tian would also inspire others through his actions, motivating more individuals to courageously chase their aspirations. That I shall become the strongest, leaving all in awe. Qin Tian proclaimed once more, his voice reverberating through the cosmos, lingering in the air long after his steadfast gaze. The future brimmed with hope and boundless possibilities, that he was fully prepared to embrace every challenge and realize his ambitions. Chapter 58. Healing. Lu Ming resembled a radiant meteor, hurtling through the sky, intermittently coughing up mouthfuls of blood, as if the very flames of his life were ablaze. Clutching his blood-soaked arm, he sprinted forward like an injured cheetah, his speed leaving onlookers astonished. Lu Ming frantically channeled the martial energy within him, a force surging like tumultuous waves, coursing relentlessly through his meridians. At last, he soared into the depths of the mountains where his master practiced, only to find himself, like a meteor depleted of fuel, plummeting helplessly onto the mountaintop. Exhausted of all martial power, Lu Ming struggled to rise, laboriously making his way toward the place where his master meditated. Upon seeing the battered Lu Ming, Qingfeng Daoist's fury ignited instantly. He swiftly retrieved a healing elixir from his robe and pressed it into Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming began to spin in place, gradually mending his wounds. Qingfeng Daoist transferred his own martial energy to Lu Ming, aiding his swift recovery. In an instant, Lu Ming felt a surge of vibrant energy within him, fervently mending his injuries, as his limbs crackled and popped, and brilliant golden light radiated from his eyes. A ferocious, beast-like aura erupted from within Lu Ming, as a verdant phantom materialized around him, a jade-green glow emanating from his being. This luminescence illuminated the entire room, blindingly bright, as the light gradually faded. Lu Ming's form reappeared before Qingfeng Daoist, his physique now robust, muscles sharply defined, as if infused with limitless power. His eyes transformed into a striking emerald, shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance that sent shivers down one's spine. "What is happening?" Qingfeng Daoist exclaimed in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the transformation. Lu Ming offered no reply to his master's inquiry, but instead turned and strode purposefully toward the door, his steps resolute and powerful, as if driven by a clear objective. Qingfeng Daoist followed closely, eager to discern Lu Ming's intentions. They arrived at a spacious plaza, where Lu Ming stood at its center, his aura intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, he threw back his head and let out a long, anguished howl. Filled with both pain and fury, his cry echoed through the air. A colossal rift tore open in the sky, and a formidable force surged forth. Rushing toward Lu Ming. Undeterred, he stood firm, confronting that overwhelming power. The moment their energies collided, Lu Ming's body emitted a blinding radiance, illuminating the entire plaza. When the light receded, Lu Ming's figure vanished as if it had never existed. Qingfeng Daoist searched desperately, but could not find a trace of him. Ultimately, Qingfeng Daoist discovered Lu Ming meditating atop Dragon Mountain. Surrounded by a monumental energy, it spiraled around him like a dragon. This energy would transform into clouds or take the shapes of various creatures, clustering around Lu Ming, continuously bestowing upon him martial essence. Under the impact of this energy, Lu Ming's meridians, organs, and tissues absorbed the nourishing force as if parched earth rejoicing at the arrival of rain. The once blocked channels within him cleared under the powerful energy's onslaught, transforming into torrents of golden martial essence flowing into Lu Ming's being. Radiating with myriad golden lights, Lu Ming's body manifested an ethereal golden silhouette behind him. This spectral form resembled a slumbering lion, gradually restored by the nourishing golden torrents, healing the battle scars it bore. Under the influence of these golden streams, Lu Ming's martial essence grew increasingly formidable. Once his martial essence was fully restored, the golden torrents transformed into shimmering points of light, leaving a radiant golden crow emblem upon Lu Ming's right arm. This emblem appeared to possess a life of its own. Vividly engraved on his arm, emanating a dazzling glow, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. Aware that his strength had significantly escalated, he rose, gazing into the distance, his heart brimming with confidence. His martial essence had reached perfection, and the mysterious golden crow emblem promised him boundless potential. Determined to depart from Dragon Mountain, Lu Ming resolved to explore higher realms of martial arts and become an unparalleled force. Just as he prepared to leave, Qingfeng Daoist halted him. "My disciple, I have foreseen that you are still no match for Qin Tian. What should I do, master? Do not panic, for I shall impart to you a new sword technique that will surely defeat Qin Tian." With a powerful gesture, Qingfeng Daoist summoned a blue-golden longsword from a distant weapon rack. Gripping the hilt, he executed a graceful flourish, producing a clear, resonant sound from the blade, demonstrating a complete set of sword techniques. His movements were swift as lightning, each strike imbued with immeasurable power. The air around him seemed to tear apart under the force of his sword energy, emitting piercing howls. With every move, it was as if the very fabric of reality was on the brink of destruction. These techniques are the quintessence of this sword art, and you must engrave them deeply in your mind. My disciple. Have you memorized them? Indeed, master, excellent. Now you may descend the mountain. Taking the long sword, Lu Ming's eyes glimmered with determination. He understood the formidable nature of this sword technique and recognized his master's earnest intentions that he vowed to master this art with utmost dedication. After descending the mountain, Lu Ming sought a secluded place, practicing diligently day and night. Following his master's teachings, he repeatedly rehearsed the sword techniques. With each swing of the longsword, he felt his strength steadily increase as time flew by. Several months later, Lu Ming finally mastered the entire sword technique. His swordsmanship became increasingly refined, and combined with his formidable martial prowess, he reached an entirely new pinnacle. At this moment, confidence surged within Lu Ming. He believed he could overcome any adversary, including Qin Tian. With unwavering self-assurance, Lu Ming embarked on the path to confront Qin Tian in the Qin family's villa, within a spacious and well-lit training chamber filled with exquisite training equipment and precious herbs. A special formation was set up to gather martial essence, creating a rich atmosphere conducive to cultivation. Qin Tian sat cross-legged in the center of this chamber, closing his eyes and commencing the operation of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Sutra. With each breath, the surrounding martial essence seemed drawn toward him by an invisible force. Coalescing around his being, a torrent of dense martial essence surged into Qin Tian's body, washing over every cell within him. This martial essence flowed like a raging river, overwhelming his body with powerful pressure. Yet, Qin Tian did not falter. He gritted his teeth, enduring this immense force. He understood that only through such trials could he truly unlock his potential. As time passed, Qin Tian's body gradually acclimated to the onslaught. His cells began to transform, shifting from transparent to a resplendent golden hue, radiating brilliant light. These golden cells resembled miniature suns, brimming with boundless martial essence, continually releasing energy to fuel Qin Tian's strength. Sensing the changes within him, Qin Tian's heart swelled with joy that he recognized the miraculous nature of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Sutra, which could significantly enhance a warrior's physical attributes while bolstering their control over martial essence. During this process, Qin Tian meticulously adjusted his breathing rhythm, drawing in more martial essence. His body grew lighter, as if melding with the surrounding energy. Amidst this dense atmosphere of martial essence, Qin Tian's figure appeared increasingly formidable. Resembling a divine warrior, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. After a period of cultivation, Qin Tian finally opened his eyes, confidence shimmering in his gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. This training had greatly benefited him, not only enhancing his strength, but also deepening his understanding of the ancient sacred body, that he believed that as long as he persevered in his training, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier warrior. Standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, Qin Tian moved his body. Feeling invigorated with power, he decided to test his newfound abilities and ventured into the courtyard, unleashing a series of powerful punches. The winds howled, and the sheer force of each strike resonated with immense power. Qin Tian, increasingly exhilarated, delivered a mighty punch that shattered a massive boulder into fragments that he nodded in satisfaction, gaining a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Next, he resolved to devote himself even more diligently to his training, striving towards the pinnacle of martial arts. After completing this set of punches, Qin Tian did not pause, but continued to practice other techniques. His form moved through the courtyard like a specter, sometimes leaping, sometimes diving, each move executed with a fierce offensive precision that as time passed, Qin Tian's breathing gradually steadied. He halted his movements and stood in contemplation. He realized that solely relying on the Dragon Elephant Suppression Sutra was insufficient. He needed to seek additional methods of cultivation to continually surpass himself. Thus, Qin Tian decided to leave the city and embark on a quest for higher realms. He believed that amidst the uncertainties of his journey, he would encounter numerous challenges and opportunities, which were essential for his evolution into a supreme warrior. Chapter 59. The Return of Lu Ming after completing his morning practice. Qin Tian accessed the system panel. Host, Qin Tian. Race, human, realm. Initial stage of martial god. Physique, sacred body of martial arts, martial skills. Thunderbolt fist, gale leg, 10,000 poison suppressing demon's palm. Roaring lion, indestructible diamond. Return of 10,000 swords, one sword annihilation. 1,000-mile thunder sea. Purple thunder exorcising demons. Techniques. Dragon Elephant Suppression Sutra. Lightning manipulation technique. 5 thunder divine art of heaven and earth. Qin Tian, a youth endowed with astonishing talent and strength, possessed a powerful bloodline that enabled him to cultivate a unique sacred body of martial arts that in this world, individuals typically could only cultivate a single attribute technique, yet Qin Tian, leveraging his exceptional physique, successfully integrated 3 different attribute techniques into one, creating a distinctive path of cultivation. The martial skills he mastered were immensely powerful, effortlessly allowing him to defeat opponents of the same rank. Among them, Thunderbolt fist, gale leg, and 10,000 poison suppressing demon's palm enhanced his prowess, establishing him as a true master of martial arts. His techniques, such as the Dragon Elephant Suppression Sutra, lightning manipulation technique, and 5 thunder divine art of heaven and earth, served as the wellspring of his strength, elevating his capabilities and granting him extraordinary endurance and recovery abilities that in this world brimming with challenges and opportunities. Qin Tian, through his diligence and wisdom, steadily ascended towards greatness. His story would become a legendary tale, inspiring countless souls to forge ahead in pursuit of their dreams. Today marked the day of the city's martial artist competition, and Qin Tian made his way to the venue. His appearance caused a sensation among the crowd, as it was exceedingly rare for someone so young to achieve the realm of martial god. As the competition commenced, Qin Tian faced an opponent, a middle-aged man of equal martial god stature. The two stood opposite each other, their gazes colliding, seemingly igniting invisible sparks. Upon the referee's command, the middle-aged man initiated the assault, unleashing a flurry of fierce punches. Qin Tian deftly evaded the attacks with a swift motion and countered with a thunderbolt fist, his punch roaring like thunder as it breached the middle-aged man's defenses. The middle-aged man, alarmed, hastily unleashed his ultimate technique, yet Qin Tian's speed was akin to lightning, rendering his opponent unable to perceive his form. After several exchanges, the middle-aged man succumbed to defeat. The audience erupted in cheers, awestruck by Qin Tian's displayed prowess. In the subsequent matches, Qin Tian prevailed against all challengers, becoming the shining star of the competition. Among the spectators, a man clad in black attire could be discerned, none other than Lu Ming. His piercing gaze resembled that of a ravenous wolf, fixated intently on Qin Tian. With a powerful leap, he soared onto the stage, a sharp, long sword materializing in his grasp, exuding a strange black aura, reminiscent of an emissary from the depths of hell. Lu Ming gathered his strength and swung, unleashing a black sword light that streaked forth like lightning, carrying an insatiable devouring force, akin to a ferocious beast lunging at Qin Tian. Qin Tian, wielding his fingers as a sword, unleashed a domineering and transparent sword energy, resembling a colossal pillar of heaven, which collided with Lu Ming's black sword light in a thunderous clash. The energies collided with such ferocity that it resembled a volcanic eruption, shaking the very earth. The arena by the riverbank was obliterated, and trees were uprooted in the chaos. Qin Tian and Lu Ming ascended like meteors, exchanging countless sword strikes in midair. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with brilliant sword lights akin to fireworks, continually colliding and producing resounding explosions, as if orchestrating a stirring battle anthem. The dragon of chaos stirs the sea. A sword shatters the void. Both Lu Ming and Qin Tian unleash their sword techniques simultaneously, their martial energies clashing like two colossal dragons in the sky, tearing through the air before they both plummeted to the ground like shooting stars. Harnessing the faintest inertia, Qin Tian struck downward at Lu Ming with a sword-like motion. He summoned the last vestiges of his martial power, manifesting a pair of wings forged from thunderous energy upon his back, diving like a falcon, ultimately landing firmly on the ground. Lu Ming coughed blood. Kneeling on one knee, propped up by his sword, he looked up at Qin Tian, his expression revealing his unwillingness to accept defeat. You actually, before he could finish his words, Lu Ming lost consciousness. Qin Tian, too, was not unscathed. He endured the pain and approached Lu Ming, retrieving his phone and dialing a number. "Hello, is this the hospital? I have an injured person here. Please come quickly." After Lu Ming was taken to the hospital, he received immediate emergency treatment. The doctors sprang into action, cleaning and suturing his wounds, administering 4 fluids for nourishment and hydration, and conducting a comprehensive examination. However, due to the severity of his injuries, Lu Ming's body required time to heal, plunging him into a deep coma. In the following days, the doctors closely monitored Lu Ming's condition, continually adjusting the treatment plan. They hoped that through medication and physical therapy, they could help him awaken soon. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's family anxiously awaited outside the ward, hoping for his swift recovery. Finally, after 3 days in a coma, Lu Ming's body began to respond. His fingers twitched slightly, and his eyelids fluttered. This brought immense joy to his family, who had been vigilantly keeping watch by his side, prompting them to summon the doctors for an examination. After a thorough assessment, the doctors confirmed that Lu Ming was beginning to awaken from his coma. Though he still needed further observation and treatment, as time passed, Lu Ming's consciousness became increasingly lucid. He slowly opened his eyes, recognizing the familiar surroundings and the faces of his loved ones. Although his body remained weak, he had finally triumphed over his coma, ushering in a new lease on life. In the days that followed, Lu Ming would continue his treatment, striving to restore his health and return to a normal path of life. After spending some time recuperating in the hospital, Lu Ming gradually regained his strength. He began to contemplate his future, deciding to seize this opportunity to diligently hone his abilities. Encouraged by his family, he enrolled in a high-energy martial artist training camp. There, he encountered a myriad of challenges, but through his unwavering determination and relentless effort, he gradually adapted to the rigors of the training. As the training progressed, Lu Ming discovered a powerful force hidden within him that he began to explore the mysteries of this power and, under the guidance of his coach, learned how to harness it. Upon his discharge from the hospital, Lu Ming underwent a remarkable transformation. Not only had his physique become significantly stronger, but he had also mastered advanced combat techniques that he resolved to use his newfound strength to protect those around him. Aspiring to become a true urban hero one day, Lu Ming chanced upon a group of ruffians bullying a girl on the street. Without hesitation, he stepped in, swiftly dispatching the group with ease. The girl, overwhelmed with gratitude, developed feelings for Lu Ming that in the days that followed. She frequently sought opportunities to draw closer to him, and Lu Ming, too, found himself increasingly attracted to the kind-hearted girl. However, just as their relationship began to blossom, an unforeseen crisis loomed. Dark forces had set their sights on Lu Ming, seeking either to recruit him or eliminate him to prevent him from becoming a threat. Aware of the imminent danger, Lu Ming resolved to confront it bravely, determined to protect the girl and the peace of the city. Like a specter, Lu Ming transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before the group of ruffians in the blink of an eye. He struck with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly overpowering the thugs, before crouching down to gently lift the battered girl. The girl, trembling like a frightened rabbit, cowered in the corner, shivering in fear. Meanwhile, the ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, howling in despair, akin to dogs with broken spines that end their panic. They hastily retrieved their phones, desperately calling for reinforcements. Before long, another group of unruly thugs emerged from the alley, brandishing various weapons like a pack of ravenous wolves. Charging toward Lu Ming with overwhelming ferocity, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. With a flash, he surged toward his adversaries that he struck with precision and power, each blow incapacitating his opponents before they had a chance to retaliate. Witnessing this, the remaining thugs fled in terror. After resolving the conflict, Lu Ming once again crouched down to assess the girl's injuries. Don't be afraid. I've already driven them away. Are you all right? He inquired with genuine concern. The young girl raised her head, her large eyes shimmering with grateful tears, as she struggled to hold them back, knowing she needed to be strong. Her voice quivered slightly, yet it was filled with resolve. Thank you for saving me. My name is Lin Xiaoxian. She gazed at the man before her. A surge of admiration welled up within her. This individual was not only brave and fearless, but also possessed formidable strength, which provided her with immense comfort. Lu Ming smiled gently, patting Lin Xiaoxian's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Then he noticed her injured leg and asked, "Is your leg all right? Do you need my assistance?" Lin Xiaoxian shook her head, attempting to rise, but the pain in her leg caused her brow to furrow. Clenching her teeth, she persevered, finally managing to stand. Although her steps were unsteady, she resolutely moved forward a few paces. "My home is nearby. If you don't mind, you can come over for a while. I have a first aid kit that can help bandage your wound," Lin Xiaoxian proposed, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Lu Ming hesitated momentarily. He had intended to continue searching for clues about the dark forces, but upon witnessing Lin Xiaoxian's sincere gaze, he decided to accompany her home first. Perhaps there, he might uncover some useful information. Together, they walked towards Lin Xiaoxian's residence, engaging in conversation along the way. Lin Xiaoxian shared her dream of becoming a doctor to help more people, while Lu Ming recounted his experiences, including his investigations into the dark forces and battles against those malevolent beings. Lin Xiaoxian listened intently, deeply admiring Lu Ming's courage and determination. Soon, they arrived at Lin Xiaoxian's doorstep. It was a quaint little house, surrounded by a plethora of blooming flowers and lush greenery. Lin Xiaoxian opened the door, inviting Lu Ming inside. The interior was warm and cozy, filled with a faint floral fragrance. Lu Ming settled onto the sofa, awaiting Lin Xiaoxian's attention to his injury. Lin Xiaoxian swiftly retrieved the first aid kit, expertly cleaning and applying ointment to Lu Ming's wound. Her gentle and meticulous movements enveloped him in warmth. Once everything was taken care of, Lin Xiaoxian smiled and said, "All done. This should help you heal more quickly. However, you should rest, considering you sustained such a severe injury." Lu Ming gazed at Lin Xiaoxian with gratitude, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a kind-hearted girl. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Xiaoxian, "Have you heard of the dark forces? There have been many strange occurrences here lately that may be related." Lin Xiaoxian furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before replying, "The dark forces? I think I've heard others mention them, but I'm not quite sure what they are. However, I believe that justice will ultimately triumph over evil, Liu Ming nodded, understanding that eradicating the dark forces would require considerable effort and time. Yet at this moment, he had already found some clues and made a friend like Lin Xiaoxian. The road ahead was long, but he believed that with unwavering persistence, he could conquer the darkness and safeguard the peace of this land. Chapter 60. Provocation. Click, click. The sound of keys turning in the lock resonated through the quiet hallway. And soon a somewhat plump middle-aged woman slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, she immediately spotted Lu Ming attentively caring for a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. The sight ignited a surge of uncontainable fury within the middle-aged woman. With a darkened expression, she hastened towards Lu Ming. Raising her hand, she struck him sharply across the cheek with a resounding slap. Taken aback, Lu Ming stumbled to the side, momentarily dazed. "Mom, why did you hit me?" Lu Ming demanded, his face flushed with anger as he glared at the woman. However, before he could finish his sentence, he retaliated with a swift slap to the woman's face. Caught off guard, she staggered backward in disbelief, her eyes wide as she stared at Lu Ming, her right hand pressed against her left cheek, momentarily frozen in shock. Then, Chen Hong lunged at Lu Ming, frantically clawing at his face, leaving deep red marks. Liu Ming, his eyes cold and unyielding, raised his palm once more, delivering a forceful slap to the other side of Chen Hong's face. This time he held nothing back, pouring all his pent-up rage into the blow. Her cheek instantly turned crimson, the deep imprint of his palm mirroring the mark on the other side of her face, creating an eerie sense of symmetry. As if losing control, her body toppled to the side, crashing heavily to the ground. The force of the blow left Chen Hong dizzy and in excruciating pain that a trickle of blood escaped her mouth, trailing down her chin and splattering onto the cold floor. After rolling a few times on the ground, she finally came to a halt, unable to rise, curled up in torment. Onlookers gasped in shock at the scene, taken aback by Lu Ming's ruthless actions. They had not anticipated his decisive retaliation, completely disregarding the consequences. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained expressionless, gazing down at Chen Hong as if everything that had transpired was merely a trivial farce. Upon returning home, Qin Weiyu was struck by the scene before her. As if struck by a thunderbolt, her face etched with disbelief. Like an arrow released from a bow, she rushed over and helped her fallen mother, her voice trembling with concern. "Mom, what happened?" "It was that useless Lu Ming. He attacked me like a mad dog. Once he returns, I will make him pay." Qin Yue exclaimed, her heart racing as she dialed 120, urgently arranging for her mother to be taken to the hospital. Chen Hong's head was heavily bandaged, resembling a dumpling, while she clutched a large apple, gnawing on it like a hungry little squirrel. Qin Yue anxiously called Lu Ming's phone, but no matter how many times she dialed, he ignored her calls, hanging up each time. That Liu Ming sped through the night, a solitary traveler beneath the starlit sky. As the clock struck midnight, the city lay enveloped in silence. That Liu Ming rode his motorcycle, the wind brushing against his face, his expression resolute and detached. He wished to be undisturbed by anyone, especially Qin Yue. He needed time and space to reflect on his life. Qin Yue felt an overwhelming sense of loss and frustration, bewildered by what she had done wrong to warrant such treatment from Lu Ming. Determined to confront him, she donned her coat and left her house, hailing a cab to Lu Ming's residence. Upon arriving at his doorstep, she was astonished to find the door unlocked, as if inviting her in. Cautiously, she pushed open the door, stepping into a mysterious realm. The room was thick with the scent of alcohol, like an invisible fog enveloping the space. Liu Ming lay sprawled on the sofa, a fallen warrior, completely intoxicated. Qin Yue's heart ached at the sight, her eyes filled with concern and worry, as if he were the most precious treasure in her world. She understood that he must have faced unbearable challenges to drown his sorrows in drink. Thus, she resolved to stay and care for him, like a guardian of a fragile star, until he awoke from his slumber. Gently, Qin Yue approached Lu Ming, attempting to rouse him, but he merely mumbled incoherent words. She fetched a damp towel, carefully wiping his face in hopes of bringing him back to consciousness. As time passed, Lu Ming's breathing gradually steadied, seemingly drifting into a deeper sleep. Qin Yue sat quietly beside him, gazing at his features, her mind swirling with thoughts. Suddenly, Lu Ming's phone rang, shattering the tranquility of the room. Hesitating for a moment, she picked up the phone, noticing an unfamiliar number on the screen. Pressing the answer button, she held the phone to her ear. Hello? The voice on the other end sounded surprised upon hearing Qin Yui's voice. I asked Lu Ming there? I am his master. A young man's voice echoed through the line. Lu Ming is drunk. May I ask what you need from him? She inquired. Nothing important. I just wanted to check on him. Since he's intoxicated, let him rest for now. Goodbye. With that, the line went dead, leaving only the sound of a dial tone, as if it were sharing unspoken sentiments with Qin Yue. She gently placed the phone on the table, as if laying down a cherished artifact. Moving to the bathroom, she filled a basin with warm water and took a towel. The towel, soft and warm after soaking, resembled a gentle sheep. Qin Yue carefully dipped the towel in the warm water, tenderly wiping the face and neck of the slumbering figure, as if cherishing a rare treasure, hoping to ensure his comfort. Next, she diligently helped him out of his jacket and shoes, as if removing the heavy armor from a brave warrior preparing for a journey. At last, she gently covered him with a blanket, her movements tender as a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples that danced softly. Once finished with her task, Qin Yue quietly reclined on the nearby sofa, gradually succumbing to the embrace of slumber, akin to a flower swaying delicately in the wind, quietly blooming. Since the last encounter in the arena where she had bested Lu Ming, leaving him utterly humiliated. The Qin family had not only gained a staggering 500,000 in resources, but also acquired 2 remarkable martial arts manuals. These manuals, akin to 2 resplendent pearls, originated from the acclaimed dramas The Smiling Proud Wanderer and The World's Number 1, featuring the supreme techniques of Dugan 9 Swords and Absorption Technique. Both manuals represented pinnacle achievements in martial arts, and when combined, their power was boundless, resembling an indomitable sword that instilled fear in the hearts of many. In her dreams, Qin Yue seemed to hear a faint sound. Groggily, she opened her eyes and immediately spotted Lu Ming standing quietly by the bed, his gaze intense and affectionate as he regarded her. The depths of his eyes shimmered with a medley of emotions, gratitude intertwined with deep affection, that he reached out, gently stroking her hair, his voice low and tender. Thank you. Yue. A soft blush crept across Qin Yue's cheeks. And with a gentle smile, she inquired, You're awake. How do you feel? Lu Ming nodded slowly, his tone resolute as he replied, I feel much better, that I slept exceptionally well last night. That he paused for a moment before continuing. Regarding those 2 martial arts manuals, I believe we could delve into them together. They might very well be the key to enhancing our strength. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Qin Yue's eyes as she nodded vigorously in agreement. Absolutely. I was thinking the same thing. Thus, the 2 resolved to immediately commence their practice of the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix technique, firmly believing that with mutual companionship and concerted effort, they would undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments on their path of cultivation. Sitting across from one another, Lu Ming and Qin Yue began to study the 2 manuals. They meticulously read the texts, striving to grasp the profound intricacies contained within that as time flew by unnoticed. The sun began to set in the west. During this period, their understanding of the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix technique deepened significantly. This technique is truly enigmatic. If we can master it, our strength will surely increase tremendously. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Indeed, however, the difficulty of this technique is quite formidable, requiring us to exert double the effort. Qin Yue remarked, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly aware of the challenges ahead. Nonetheless, they did not falter. The companionship and encouragement they offered one another filled them with confidence that in the days that followed, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their training, convinced that breakthroughs would soon follow to the Qin family villa. Qin Tian took a deep breath, concentrating his mind, then cautiously retrieved the 2 precious manuals from the system space, Dugan 9 Swords and Absorption Technique. The moment he extracted these tomes, a mysterious and powerful force surged forth. Enveloping them in an instant, the manuals transformed into 2 dazzling streaks of light, akin to brilliant meteors streaking across the sky at astonishing speed. Before he knew it, they had vanished into the depths of Qin Tian's mind, leaving no trace behind. Yet within his consciousness, a monumental transformation was taking place. The ancient characters seemed to come alive, dancing like a swarm of lively sprites, illuminating his mind with their radiant brilliance. they gradually formed vibrant patterns, vividly depicting the exquisite sword techniques of Dugan 9 swords and the wondrous moves of the absorption technique. Each sword technique resembled a spirited dragon, swirling and soaring through the air, exuding a fierce sword aura. Each move of the absorption technique contained boundless profundity, leaving onlookers in awe. These ancient characters and patterns seemed to convey the profound essence of martial arts, immersing Qin Tian in a realm of enlightenment from which he could not extricate himself. Chapter 61. Intrigues and Turbulent Winds. With a flick of his left hand, Qin Tian summoned the Heavenly Demon Sword, commencing the practice of the Dugan 9 swords, breaking sword style, breaking blade style, breaking palm style, breaking fist style, and breaking leg style. Around him, terrifying energy surged like tumultuous waves, transforming into colossal energy dragons that circled about him. The Heavenly Demon Sword emitted resonant cries, akin to the roars of dragons and tigers. Radiating intense waves of energy, its haunting sound seemed capable of tearing through the void, cleaving everything in its path asunder. Qin Tian reigned in the frightening sword aura, channeling it into his palm, then abruptly unleashed the 10,000 poisons suppressing demon palm. The two techniques fused seamlessly, resulting in a myriad of transparent poisonous sword auras suspended in midair, their blades coated in deep purple venom, reminiscent of the fangs of a venomous serpent, exuding a lethal aura. These poison swords hovered silently beside Qin Tian, akin to a cohort of silent assassins. This technique was aptly named Poisonous Fang's 10,000 Swords. With a cold glint in his eyes, Qin Tian waved his hand lightly, and the countless poison swords shot forth like arrows released from a bow towards a distant peak. That a thunderous roar ensued as the mountain was cleaved in two. The cut is smooth as a mirror, revealing the immense power of the Poisonous Fang's 10,000 swords. Qin Tian gazed upon the destruction he had wrought, a slight smile gracing his lips, satisfied with the power of this technique. Yet he knew that this was not his limit. Greater potential lay within him, waiting to be unearthed. That he resolved to continue his training, relentlessly enhancing his strength to confront the myriad challenges that the future might hold. As Qin Tian turned to depart, seeking out stronger opponents to hone his skills, he heard whispers of a mysterious master hidden within an ancient mountain range. Thus, he embarked on a journey toward the mountains. Along the way, Qin Tian encountered numerous dangers, yet he overcame each with his formidable prowess. Eventually, he arrived deep within the mountains, locating the fabled mysterious master. That a fierce battle ensued, with sword techniques and palm strikes clashing, leaving neither side able to gain the upper hand. At a critical moment, Qin Tian unleashed the Poisonous Fang's 10,000 swords, sending forth countless poisoned swords toward his opponent. The mysterious master, sensing the impending danger, executed a unique defensive technique, forming a solid barrier. However, the might of the Poisonous Fang's 10,000 swords proved overwhelming, ultimately breaching the defense and striking the mysterious master. Though injured and fallen, the master expressed admiration for Qin Tian's strength and revealed that deeper within the mountains lay boundless treasures and secrets, accessible only to the strongest. Filled with anticipation, Qin Tian resolved to venture deeper into the mountains, seeking to uncover the mysteries within and pursue a higher realm. In a desolate expanse, the sky was engulfed by a tempest of yellow sand, surging like tumultuous waves that shielded the area from the outside world, as if fortified by impenetrable walls. Amidst this swirling sea of sand, a magnificent and imposing palace floated above, its grandeur breathtaking. From the four cardinal directions of the palace emerged four massive chains, resembling serpentine dragons extending for millions of miles, each firmly securing a colossal and fearsome beast. These creatures roared and clawed at the air, straining against their restraints as they pulled the grand palace through the skies. Within the palace, countless figures clad in robes of various colors knelt, their faces obscured by masks, revealing only their blood-red eyes. Akin to flames, these individuals bowed deeply, their foreheads pressed to the ground in reverence, not daring to meet the gaze of the leader seated upon the throne, their hearts filled with awe and trepidation. Cautiously, Qin Tian approached the palace, seeking to uncover its secrets. That moment, a powerful aura surged forth from the palace, overwhelming him with an oppressive force akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg. Steeling himself, he took a deep breath and pressed onward. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the ground before the mysterious figures was inscribed with intricate runes, resembling an ancient and enigmatic formation, akin to a sky full of stars. Just as Qin Tian contemplated this, the formation suddenly activated, emitting light like lightning, causing both the runes and the mysterious figures to vanish without a trace. Startled, Qin Tian realized that this palace concealed immense danger, lurking like a slumbering beast. Yet, instead of retreating, he felt an insatiable curiosity and desire to explore, akin to a raging inferno. He resolved to enter the palace and unveil its mysterious veil. As Qin Tian stepped into the palace, he was enveloped by an aura of mystery that he proceeded cautiously when suddenly he heard whispers emanating from behind a tightly shut door, the sound carrying an eerie quality. Gradually, Qin Tian pushed the door open, and a blinding light flooded the room. Squinting against the brightness, he adjusted to the light and beheld a colossal circular stone platform upon which lay an ancient tome. Just as he reached for the book, the entire room began to tremble violently. That a transparent barrier rose around the stone platform, trapping Qin Tian within it. That moment, a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. "You should not have come here, mortal." The leader of the demon realm teleported from the throne to stand before Qin Tian, ready to strike. Qin Tian felt an irresistible force bearing down upon him, and he gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to resist. However, the force proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, and he was ultimately hurled backwards, crashing violently against the wall. As Qin Tian lay on the ground, a trickle of fresh blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained resolute. He wiped away the blood and struggled to rise, fixing his eyes upon the enigmatic figure before him. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct me?" Qin Tian demanded loudly. The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "This is not a place for you to tread. This ancient tome harbors boundless secrets, yet it is fraught with immense peril." Qin Tian scoffed. "Having come this far, I shall not yield easily. Tell me how to break the seal." The mysterious figure scrutinized Qin Tian, as if weighing his words. At last, he spoke slowly. "To unseal it, you must find the corresponding key. However, this key is hidden in a perilous location, accessible only to those with sufficient strength." With that, the mysterious figure vanished once more, leaving the room in silence, with only Qin Tian and the sealed ancient tome remaining. Qin Tian silently vowed that no matter the obstacles ahead, he would find the key and unveil the truth behind this mysterious tome. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance, akin to an innumerable throng hastening towards him. Initially faint, the sound grew increasingly louder and ultimately became distinctly audible. Each step resonated with a resolute and powerful rhythm, reminiscent of a disciplined army on the march. This cadence inspired a sense of awe while simultaneously inciting tension and unease. As time passed, the footsteps drew nearer, seemingly arriving in close proximity. Qin Tian began to panic, glancing around frantically in search of the source of the sound. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, yet apart from the relentless footsteps, an eerie silence prevailed. This uncanny atmosphere rendered the entire scene even more mysterious and terrifying, sending shivers down one's spine. The footsteps continued to reverberate in the air, as if heralding an inescapable nightmare. Hearts raced, breaths quickened, and bodies trembled involuntarily. The meaning of these footsteps remained elusive, as did the impending events. Fear enveloped everyone, plunging them in a profound panic. Suddenly, a multitude of concentrated energy waves surged towards Qin Tian like a torrential downpour. Undeterred, he immediately unleashed his martial technique, the indestructible diamond, to counter this wave of energy assault. In an instant, a golden shield enveloped his body, resembling an impregnable fortress. Yet this was insufficient. The energy within Qin Tian surged like a volcanic eruption, and he swiftly brandished his sword, releasing a terrifying wave of energy, sword aura. This sword aura, akin to a ferocious dragon, charged forth with immense power towards the group of cloaked figures, with a series of dull thuds. The cloaked figures were caught off guard and were torn to shreds by the overwhelming sword aura. Blood splattered, and flesh flew, creating a scene of utter carnage. Without hesitation, Qin Tian executed his body technique, the shadow step. His form became a blur, transforming into a streak of lightning. Moving with astounding speed through the crowd, that in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a field of shattered bodies and terrified witnesses. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? Dozens of terrifying auras surged towards Qin Tian like a mountain pressing down on an egg. Enraged, Qin Tian bellowed, his voice akin to thunder, shaking the very ground. He unleashed the full extent of his martial prowess, as a colossal dragon coiled around him, roaring with a deafening dragon-esque cry that instilled fear in all who heard it midair. A massive energy hand materialized, resembling a towering mountain, crashing down upon the swirling black mist with overwhelming force. Yet from within the black mist, derisive laughter echoed. With such a feeble attack, do you dare to challenge us? You must be dreaming. In an instant, demonic flames surged, engulfing the surroundings. Qin Tian's assault was effortlessly neutralized, and the black mist grew even denser, its power escalating exponentially. Upon witnessing this, Qin Tian felt a surge of alarm. Yet he did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his internal martial energy once more, unleashing a more formidable technique that he formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations as a dazzling radiance enveloped him. Within this brilliance, countless runes flickered, ultimately converging into a colossal beam of light that shot forth towards the black mist. The collision of the light beam and the black mist produced a cataclysmic sound, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as if on the brink of rupture. Amidst this fierce clash, Qin Tian gradually gained the upper hand. His gaze was unwavering, exuding an indomitable spirit. Ultimately, the black mist was completely dispelled, revealing several shadowy figures within, visibly battered and sprawled upon the ground. Qin Tian, panting, surveyed the aftermath of the battle, a weary yet satisfied smile gracing his face. Though the struggle had been arduous, he had triumphed in the end. Chapter 62. A narrow escape. Just as Qin Tian intended to turn and leave, a colossal beast loomed before him, akin to a mountain, blocking his path and emitting a spine-chilling roar. 4 monstrous creatures, resembling the 4 great guardians, stood at each cardinal point, encircling Qin Tian. From their enormous maws, vibrant beams of energy shot forth like radiant rainbows, hurtling towards Qin Tian with alarming speed.